Chapter 13. We meet again. Sitting in a pub was a luxury that Harry had never been afforded since he had come of age. As a teen at Hogwarts, he had frequented the Three Broomsticks during visits to Hogsmeade, but he hadn't reached his majority until after the Ministry had fallen. As such, he had never been one for drinking. He wasn't opposed to it, but the opportunity had never presented itself. Tonight would be no different. If he was not meeting Narcissa for his first tutoring in potions, he may have indulged in some mulled mead and discovered for himself why Hagrid had always raved about it. However, he didn't think she would be best pleased if he was to meet with her inebriated, so he would be sticking to butter beer. "Harry," Edgar greeted warmly, shaking his hand. "How's it going?" Harry replied, gesturing for the redhead to take a seat. Edgar had written to him a few days prior asking him to meet here. He hadn't seen the Lord Bones for some time, and it was good to find an excuse to get away from the Quidditch pitch and his books for a while. "I can't complain. I did hear there is a new seeker making waves in the lower leagues, goes by the name of Peveril, and I wondered why the same one hadn't written." "Sorry, it's been a busy few months." Edgar laughed and waved him off. "I understand, believe me. Getting to grips with everything takes time, but you'll get there." Harry gave the man an appreciative nod. If only getting to grips with his duties as a lord was the only problem he faced. "You're creating quite the buzz if people are talking about your skills on a broom already. I'll have to come and watch to see for myself." "You're welcome anytime," Harry offered. "Good," Edgar returned, and Harry noticed him drawing his wand. With a careful glance around the bar, he cast a few spells. "I don't want to be overheard," he muttered. "Why not? What's happened?" After another suspicious stare, his brown eyes met his own, just as serious as they had been the night Harry dined with him, Amelia, and their mother. "I just wanted to ask if Dumbledore has contacted you yet." Harry frowned confusedly. "Dumbledore? Why would he contact me?" Edgar sighed and shook his head. "No reason. I can't say anything more, but I'm surprised he hasn't. It's about what we spoke of. The man with the red eyes," he added in a whisper. It took a moment for Harry to connect the dots, but when he did, his heart began to race. The Order. Dumbledore must have already formed the group, or was in the process of doing so. If that was true, Voldemort must be gaining traction, or the Death Eater activity had increased. Much to his chagrin, he was very much out of the loop of what was happening. Several times a week he would trail through an edition or two of the Daily Prophet and found no mention of anything that could be linked to them. Was everything already happening? It must be, or Dumbledore would not be taking such drastic action. It appeared that Harry had missed much more than he could have believed. "Don't worry about it. I'm sure he will be in touch soon," Edgar comforted. "Now, I want to know just what the hell happened between you and Bellatrix Black that led to the duel I've been hearing about." Harry could only shake his head before explaining just what had occurred that evening. "Well, from what I've heard, I expect the wait for Albus to be in touch won't be a long one. We could use someone like you," he finished with a conspiratorial wink as he stood. "You're leaving already?" Harry asked. "Given the choice between spending an evening in here with you and going on a date with a beautiful lady, you can't quite compete. It's almost 9 and she won't appreciate me being late." "Almost 9, Harry choked as he checked his watch. "Bollocks." He wasn't late, but only had a few minutes before he was due to meet Narcissa. "And you gave me a hard time?" Edgar questioned as Harry stood. "Sorry, I'll write to you with the details of the next match," Harry called as he left the bar, the laughter of the other man following him. Thankfully, the apparition point was only on the other side of the wall at the rear of the leaky cauldron, and he arrived in the alley a short walk from St. Mungo's just as Narcissa arrived. "In a rush, Lord Peveril?" she asked with a delicate brow raised in his direction. "Yeah, running late," he admitted sheepishly. Narcissa shook her head in amusement. "You do too much," she commented. "Now, where are we going to do this?" "I suppose where I'm staying will be best. I've stocked up on ingredients and new cauldrons," he explained. "You make it sound as though you have to regularly buy new ones," she returned. Something like that, he agreed. Shall we? She took his offered arm, and he apparated the pair of them to the beach, a short walk away from where his tent had been set up. He knew that he should move, but he was reluctant to do so. He liked it here and wouldn't change location unless it became necessary. Leading her towards the copse of trees, she eyed him questioningly until she spotted his home. A tent, she questioned, surprised. Harry nodded as he looked at the weather-worn structure fondly. It's kept me safe, he replied. When I need to, I can just pack it away and move. He could feel her staring at him, and he turned to meet her gaze. You've never been safe, have you? She pressed. He shook his head. No, not really, he answered honestly. The man who murdered my parents, he's out the somewhere and would kill me if given the chance. And there's you becoming a Quidditch star, she retorted with a grin. Harry nodded. I'm tired of running and hiding. It's been too long. Again, Narcissa stared at him until he gestured for her to follow. Death, Olin squawked as they entered, taking flight and landing on Harry's shoulder. Not today, old friend, only potions. Death might be preferable, he added thoughtfully. Narcissa shot him a look of annoyance and petted Olin's feathers, the raven preening under the attention. Hello, Olin, she said softly. The bird chattered quietly, seemingly content with allowing the woman near him. He doesn't like many people, Harry informed her. I think you're the only other he's let pet him. He's just misunderstood, Narcissa cooed. He's a big softy. Olin squawked indignantly, and Narcissa tutted. Well, that's no way to impress a lady, she chastised. I was being nice. Olin stared at her for a moment before pushing his head into her hands, demanding more of her attention. That's better, Narcissa praised, giving in to the raven easily. All right, that's enough of that, Harry chuckled as he placed an irritated Olin back on his perch. We have work to do. If you behave yourself, you can have some more attention later. Awa, don't be mean, Harry, Narcissa huffed. He likes me. I was talking to you, Harry returned with a smirk. Narcissa was taken aback by his words, but laughed heartily, something he had not heard from her before. He liked it, another thing that he would think about when he was trying to keep his thoughts away from the blonde. If I wasn't so tired from work, I would have a response for you, but I get to watch you brew something, so I'm sure that will do for now. Harry shook his head. You blacks really are ruthless. I did say you haven't seen that side to me yet, she pointed out, smiling sweetly at him. Now, where are these new cauldrons and ingredients? With a flick of his wand, the trunk he kept his supplies in was summoned, and he snatched it deftly out of the air before resizing and opening it. Narcissa peered inside and immediately shook her head disapprovingly. Do you always store your things like this? How else would I store them? She looked at him in disbelief, seemingly unsure if he was being serious. Evidently, she decided he was and took pity on him. Merlin, this is going to take much longer than I thought. Harry frowned deeply. I haven't even started brewing yet. And you won't, not until you learn how to store ingredients. It's a miracle you haven't killed yourself. It was Harry's turn to be taken aback, and he could only look on as she carefully removed each jar and vial from the trunk and began arranging them. In what order, he knew not, but he watched her carry out her work curiously. Can you tell me what these are? She questioned when she was done, pointing at a collection of jars that contained vegetation. Plants, he answered dumbly. She snorted before her eyes widened. You really don't know, do you? Harry frowned and shook his head. She offered him a patient and understanding smile as she picked up two of the jars she had indicated. These are all highly toxic plants and must be stored together, she explained. They will corrupt other ingredients, even through the jars. Narcissa nodded. They are magical plants, Harry. He rubbed the back of his head sheepishly. It was a rather obvious observation, really, something he had never considered. It's okay, you will get there, she said encouragingly. This is the first thing you should have been taught. Weren't you shown this? No, Harry huffed. The man I learnt from didn't teach me that. Then I will, Narcissa replied brightly. It will take some time, but it's okay. If you say so, Harry returned amusedly. Why do I have the feeling you are enjoying this? I might be. I did consider teaching once, but I like healing. Now, what can you tell me about these ingredients? She pressed, picking up another collection of jars, these ones containing organs and skins of various creatures. It baffled Harry how little he knew when it came to potions. Any notion he had that the art was little more than following a recipe was shredded within 5 minutes of discussing the subject with Narcissa. Over the next few hours, she taught him how his ingredients should be stored, what others they could and couldn't be housed with, and what temperature was optimal for them to remain of good and usable quality. And finally, this one, she pressed as she pointed to the final jar. What is this? She added, frowning at the contents. The jar was the largest he owned and contained 3 different ingredients, all separated into their own smaller containers within. Tapping it with his wand, it expanded to several times its size, and Narcissa took a step back. With what he had learned this evening, he realized Snape had been unbelievably negligent in his teaching, but he could not deny the man had made what he kept in this jar possible. Harry would not have known where to begin, and his former potions master had asked for only a single drop of the venom in return. Why don't you tell me? He urged. Her frown deepened as she circled the enormous container, and she shook her head. It's a serpent of some kind, but not one I've ever come across, she mused aloud. I have no idea, but it was big. Harry nodded. She was, he concurred. Maybe one day I will tell you. You can't not tell me, Narcissa replied indignantly. Harry offered her a triumphant grin. If you help me pass my newt, I will tell you what is in that jar and part of the story behind it. He had no intention of telling her exactly how he had obtained the ingredients, but an abridged version wouldn't hurt. Even if she ended up on Voldemort's side, no one would believe her, and even if they did, they couldn't prove anything. Here, the basilisk was still alive. Fine, Narcissa agreed unhappily, but I will hold you to that. Harry nodded as he re-shrunk it and placed it in the trunk. I suppose we will have to wait until next time before we do any brewing, he sighed. You make it sound as though spending more time with me is such a terrible thing, Peveril, Narcissa returned dryly. She had no idea. It wasn't that he disliked spending time with her, quite the opposite, and that was the problem. He already knew that his thoughts would be occupied by her between now and when he saw her next, something he couldn't help, nor was he sure he wanted to. Narcissa Black was not what he had expected. In truth, he had never thought of her beyond being Malfoy's mother, but she was much more than that, and his turbulent musings became less easy to ignore with each moment he spent with her. Bloody hell, he groaned internally. Death, Alan shrieked, snapping him from his inner turmoil. No, Alan, not death, Narcissa sighed. Not now we've fixed that trunk, she added, smirking at Harry. That smile would be the death of him if she kept it up, but he did not want her to stop, and he cursed at himself, though he could not rescind the self-admission. This woman had his attention in ways that no other ever had. Come on, we need to make sure you get home. We wouldn't want anyone getting the wrong idea, he pointed out. Now, that would be quite the scandal, Narcissa gasped dramatically. The Lord Peveril luring innocent women to his home for Merlin knows what. Harry snorted and shook his head as he led her from the tent. I imagine your grandfather would have me lynched. Oh, Lord Peveril, you don't fear the Blacks, do you? No, but I'd rather not be on the wrong side of Arcturus. He's growing on me. He's not so bad, Narcissa replied. The sudden hoot of an owl nearby startled Harry, and his wand was leveled in its direction in only a blink of an eye. That's one of the Lestrange owls, Narcissa said, surprised by the presence of the bird. Why would one of those gits be writing to me? Harry asked as the owl took flight and landed on the top of his tent, presenting its leg. She's not going to hurt you, Harry, Narcissa sighed as she relieved the owl of the missive it carried. See. No, but I very vividly remember Rudolphus trying to curse me in the back when I was dueling your sister, he reminded her. Rudolphus is an idiot, and his younger brother is worse," Narcissa muttered as she handed Harry the sealed envelope. He accepted it and broke the seal, frowning as he read what the Lord Lestrange had to say to him. To Lord Harry Peveril, "I would like to take this opportunity to cordially invite you to the wedding of my son, Rudolphus, and his bride-to-be, Bellatrix Black. It is my understanding that you have been at odds with my future daughter-in-law, and I would like to finally put that to rest and begin anew as she becomes a member of my family. I understand that you may have your reservations in attending, but remain hopeful that any rift between the two of you can be remedied. Please accept this invitation as an olive branch to this end. Details of the event can be found with the accompanying piece of parchment, and I look forward to your reply and the attendance of you and an escort of your choice. Sincerely yours, Lord Corvus Lestrange, Head of House Lestrange." Harry snorted lightly as he folded the piece of parchment, oddly inclined to attend as requested. At the very least, he would get to observe some of the Death Eaters of this time who would undoubtedly be there. "Well, I know the Lestranges have no daughters for you to marry, so I doubt it's a marriage offer, unless Corvus has offered himself," Narcissa teased. "No, he has invited me to your sister's wedding," Harry replied. "Really?" Narcissa asked, surprised. "Are you going to accept?" Harry nodded thoughtfully. "It would be rude not to," he answered. "Now I just need to find someone to take with me," he groaned. Narcissa shot him an incomprehensible look as she deflated. "At least you have a choice in who you go with," she mumbled. "Ah, you'll be there with Lucius," Harry realized. Narcissa nodded. "You don't seem all that keen on him." Narcissa shrugged. "He's nice enough in his own way." Harry disagreed vehemently. Lucius Malfoy was perhaps the biggest scumbag he had ever come across, but it was not his place to vocalize his thoughts. Narcissa would marry him one day, a thought he pushed aside immediately. Lucius didn't deserve the woman in front of Harry. Whatever she would become in the future, the Narcissa Black he had gotten to know was too good for a prat like him. "It could be worse," he comforted. "You could be marrying Rudolphus." Narcissa snorted. "I don't envy Bella for that," she agreed. "Anyway, same time on Thursday." Harry nodded. "I will see you then." With a final, sad smile, she disapparated and Harry could only shake his head. That sad smile was not one he wanted to see. Break. Harry being invited to Bella's wedding was not something she had expected given the history between the two. Narcissa could only imagine the displeasure of her sister when she had been informed that he would be there. Bellatrix would not have taken it well. In truth, Narcissa was not fond of the idea. As she had been during the dinner with her family, she was very conscious of the fact that she would be there with Lucius, be expected to dance with him and spend the entire day in his company. Harry would be in a similar position with whomever he chose to bring, a thought that, oddly, did not sit well with her. He would have his choice from just about any single woman in Wizarding Britain, and would likely receive many requests to be the escort of many a prospective match for him. The lords and ladies would not pass up the opportunity when they inevitably heard he would be attending. Knowing Harry, he would not relish the attention, but he would accept one of the offers, if only to avoid having to ask someone himself. Or he would ignore all social decorum and bring one of the women he played Quidditch with. Narcissa grimaced at the thought and couldn't decide what would be worse, a pureblood lady or one of the chasers. Regardless, she had already been dreading the day and was even more so now. She would be there with Lucius and Harry with whomever he decided to bring, and she could not help but think that it should be her that he was escorting. Not that such a thing could happen. Her father was determined for her to marry Lucius one day, and to snub him would not do. She would not shame the family the same way Andy had, and soon enough, she too would be the one preparing for her wedding day. She wondered if by then that Harry would have agreed to a match of his own. If so, they would be a lucky woman. He was a lord, but not like any other she had ever met, and a small part of her ached and perhaps hoped for someone just like him. Break. Do not allow it to irk you, Cygnus, Abraxas placated the furious man. "You have raised her properly, so I am assured that it will not be an issue." The Malfoy patriarch was unnerved by the news that the black girl was spending considerable time with Peveril, but he would not allow his concern to show. His plans hinged on the marriage of Lucius and Narcissa, and he could not allow this blip to deter him from his goal, despite how worrying it could be. Peveril was perhaps the only one who could be deemed a better match for the girl than his son. No one would blame Cygnus if he chose the other lord. Abraxas, however, was determined to not allow that to come to pass. "Perhaps, to assuage your worries, we can begin the process of creating the marriage contract, and at the very least, make an announcement of their intended union at an opportune moment." Cygnus frowned, but gestured for him to continue. "I would propose that we forego a dowry. Narcissa will be marrying into a wealthy family, and without insult, the gold received from you would be little more than a token compared to our fortune. I would like to ensure that she has everything she needs provided for her." "That is very generous of you, Abraxas," Cygnus said suspiciously. "We are friends, Cygnus, who are hoping our children will find happiness and prosperity in their futures. Gold is not a commodity I would like to be discussed when it comes to their happiness. There is one thing that I must insist upon, however." "Go on." "No Malfoy woman has ever sullied herself with the kind of work she does. If she wishes to continue, it will be through donations from funds that I will make available to her. I would not be willing to negotiate on that." He smirked inwardly, as Cygnus' eyes widened briefly in panic. Abraxas didn't truly care how the woman spent her time. It was of no consequence to him, but he could not appear to be making all the concessions. It merely proved to be beneficial that Cygnus had been very vocal of his own thoughts on his daughter's career choice. "Then it will be ceased," the man declared, nodding his head firmly. "I have not hidden from her that any future husband would likely disapprove, and it would be stopped." "Then I believe we have reached an accord," Abraxas declared, offering his hand, which was promptly accepted. "The only remaining thing is to decide when we will announce it." A thoughtful frown creased Cygnus's brow before he was seemingly struck by an idea. "We will do it at Bella's wedding," he decided. "That way, all those that matter will be there to hear the news and save us the task of writing to them separately." "An excellent suggestion," Abraxas praised, pleased the man had not taken long to follow his own trail of thought. "I do believe this calls for a toast." At Cygnus's nod of agreement, Abraxas removed a rather expensive bottle of distilled whiskey he kept in the top drawer of his desk and 2 tumblers. Pouring them both a generous measure, he handed one to the man sat opposite him and raised his glass. "To the future of both our families. May they both thrive for many generations to come." "Break." "You must be quicker," Voldemort growled as Bellatrix pushed herself back to her feet, her legs trembling and chest heaving from her efforts thus far. "Yes, my lord," she panted. Again. Without hesitation, she sent a stream of curses his way, some of which he had taught her himself. She was an excellent student and gifted fighter, often pushing him harder than he had expected from her. Bellatrix was learning, was already a force unto herself, but there was so much more to come from her. If she continued as she was, she would become his chosen, the one that stood above all of his other followers. She merely had to prove herself worthy of such a position. "Enough," he commanded as he felled her with his rebuttal. She was exhausted, exactly the state he wished her to be in. "Now we will see what you are truly made of, Bella. Ready yourself. We will be joining the others shortly to remind the world once more that we are here." Bellatrix said nothing, but offered a labored bow before taking her leave from the room. Yes, she was doing well, but tonight he would see just how far she had come. If she managed to avoid being killed or captured during the excursion in her condition, she would have proven herself worthy of the next step in her training. If the unfortunate was to happen, then his time had been wasted on Bellatrix, and the Dark Lord would simply find another to take her place. Break. Considerable effort on his part had been put into remedying the issue the Order had been facing with time between receiving the alert and their ability to arrive on the scene, before the attacks were concluded. Much to his chagrin and sobering acceptance, they had been rather ineffective since the Dark Lord's followers had become aware of them. They had adapted their methods, switching to a hit hard and fast approach and retreat before any could react to them. Dumbledore, too, had been considering the methods of the Order, and with some difficulty had created a variant of a portkey. Instead of a location, his were keyed to the phoenix pendant he wore around his neck. When the Order members' own were activated, they would be brought to him, wherever he was, so long as it was outside the Hogwarts grounds. He would not risk one of his creations falling into the hands of the Dark Lord or his followers. The thought of the man having access to the castle unsettled the aged headmaster. Still, he was happy with the results thus far, but was looking into finding a way to key them to the Order members so that they could only be activated by them. He could do so using blood magic, but would only resort to such if necessary. There were other branches of magic to explore before considering that option any further than he already had. His musings were interrupted by the arrival of a patroness, and his heart sunk. An alarm has sounded in Dorset, Albus. The rhinoceros of Caradoc Dearborn spoke. The voice had barely faded when the next arrived, the penguin of Dorcas Meadows. An alarm in Buckinghamshire. An attack in Kent. That was the orangutan of Edgar Bones, and Dumbledore shook his head. The Order could not attend all three, and time was of the essence. Any indecision could be the difference between arriving on time and once again, too late. "Fox," he called, having made his mind up. With a trill, the phoenix took flight, and Albus seized a handful of the fiery creature's tail feathers and vanished in a plume of fire. Arriving a short distance away from where the censer had been placed, he touched the tip of his wand to his pendant, and one by one, the Order members arrived on the scene much quicker than had been previously possible. The sounds of the devastation being wrought by the Dark Lord's followers could be heard in the distance, and without preamble, Dumbledore began heading towards the din, the Order members trailing behind him, all with their wands drawn. "Be ready," Dumbledore muttered as they arrived on the outskirts of the small village, the darkened sky being sporadically lit by spell fire. Their introduction to the carnage came in the form of a startled roar as they were spotted rounding a corner. "It's Diumbili. The shout was accompanied by a barrage of spells sent desperately towards them, none even close to hitting the mark, but they gave the man the opportunity to flee. Almost immediately, the activity of those in the robes and masks halted, and the streets fell eerily silent. Only a moment later, a lone figure approached from an alleyway a short distance away, his pale skin and crimson eyes alight with amusement. "I did wonder when you would involve yourself, Dumbledore. I must say, I find myself disappointed that it took so long." "Albus, do you know this man?" Benji questioned. "You will all leave," Dumbledore instructed. "Yes, you should all leave," Voldemort echoed. "Myself and the headmaster have old business to resolve." "We aren't leaving you, Albus," Dorcas denied. "Ah, so the old man is a coward now," Voldemort mused aloud. "I will only ask you once more." Benji laughed loudly at the implied threat. "He thinks he can take us all." He had just finished speaking when an overwhelming wave of heat could be felt, and an enormous, fiery serpent began to bear down on the group. "Go!" Dumbledore commanded as he attempted to fend off the accursed flames. Reluctantly, the Order members began vanishing one after the other, some understanding they were out of their depths with this unknown wizard, and others out of respect for Dumbledore. The only one that remained was Edgar Bones, his eyes burning in fury as he leveled his wand at the Dark Lord. "Do you fancy your chances, boy?" Voldemort spat. "Edgar, no," Dumbledore pleaded. His appeal came too late, and the Lord Bones was sent spinning to the ground by a curse the headmaster did not recognize, his hastily conjured shield torn through as though it was nothing. With a guttural roar, Dumbledore managed to vanquish the flames and turned his attention to his former student who was cackling. "You're old, Dumbledore," Voldemort sighed disappointedly. "You are not what you once were. You can't hope to match me." I'm not so old that I do not remember the boy I met at the orphanage, Tom, Dumbledore replied sadly. I long hoped that you would change your ways, that you would turn your talents to improving our world. I will not pretend I am not disappointed in you. Voldemort frowned at him, before laughing once more. Ever the sentimental fool, he eventually replied. Now the time for talking is over. Face me, Dumbledore, and witness my might. Albus was given no time to respond as Tom's wand became blur. The spells sent his way fast but predictable. Despite how much Tom believed he had changed and grown over the years, he was still a petty child, merely one that had done undoubtedly unspeakable things in the pursuit of the power he now wielded. Realizing that he would not get past the defenses of the headmaster, Voldemort ceased his efforts, his leer unwavering in the face of his apparent failure. You always did resort to crude means in your proclivity towards violence, Tom, Dumbledore said in a lecturing tone. I expected much more from you by now. His words struck a nerve, and his former student growled as he waved his wand in an elaborate arc, unleashing a shadowy, winged creature that careened towards Dumbledore, its wings flapping silently. It was met with a blindingly white phoenix courtesy of Albus, who breathed a sigh of relief as his conjuration cut through the inky form, reducing it to a shapeless, black fog. Unwilling to remain on the back foot, he twirled his wand between his fingers, sweeping up some nearby debris in a powerful wind before sending the vortex towards his foe. Whilst Tom was distracted with his creation, he summoned a pile of rocks from behind the Dark Lord and enclosed the man within a makeshift dome, which the debris within the vortex fell on top, trapping him. With as much effort as he could muster, Albus focused on fortifying the structure with his magic, his wand arm trembling under the strain. Tom had been right. Dumbledore was old now. When he had faced off with Gellert some 3 decades ago, the duel had been much longer than this altercation, and he had not felt so drained as he did now. With a loud crack and the sound of tumbling rocks, Tom broke free and Albus shook his head. It was with bitter acknowledgement that he realized he could only hope to force a stalemate with Tom, who did not appear to be at all fatigued from his own exertions. Still, someone needed to stand against him, and Albus may well be all that wizarding Britain had. To that end, he would fight with his final breath if necessary. Break. When he woke, it was to the feeling that all the organs in his torso had been lodged in his back. Breathing hurt, he could taste blood in his mouth, and his vision swam in and out of focus. He coughed, regretting it instantly as his body curled up from the agony, an action that only caused him further pain. Never had he experienced such a myriad of things from falling foul of a curse. Whatever spell he had been hit with had left him all but helpless, and he could only watch as the fight continued in earnest before him. Edgar fancied his chances in a duel with most, having practiced the art ardently since he had first received his wand. Even Amelia, as gifted as she was, could not defeat him. The magic wielded by Dumbledore and the wizard with the red eyes, however, was like nothing he had ever seen. Even through the haze of his blurred vision and the pain, he knew he was inferior in comparison. Oddly, his thoughts turned to Harry Peverell, who had vocalized his intent to kill the man he believed responsible for the death of his parents, and he made a mental note to warn him against such an attempt. The wizard with the red eyes was dangerous, more so than Edgar could have imagined. He gasped as Dumbledore was forced to shield from an acid-green spell, which imploded the barrier and sent his former headmaster sprawling across the ground. With a nimbleness that belied his advanced years, he deftly rolled away from the following barrage, the ground where he had been lying now a deep crater. When Edgar managed to tear his eyes away from the devastation, Dumbledore was back on his feet, the two wizards now locked in a battle of spell work, shielding and defending with speed and magical ingenuity. Edgar was as much in awe as he was scared for the headmaster. If this red-eyed man was successful, Wizarding Britain had no hope of preventing his ascension. He knew not what the man hoped to achieve, but it would become an inevitability. With those thoughts spurring him on, Edgar groaned as he forced himself to his feet and leveled the wand he had miraculously clung on to towards him. With a labored motion, his spell flew from the end, his arm bucking from the force and sending him back to the ground in a crumpled heap. He watched as his spell was batted aside, as thought it were a mere inconvenience, and was too tired to wither under the glare sent his way. He may have failed, but Albus did not, and the man with the red eyes was caught off guard, distracted by Edgar for the briefest of seconds that proved to be to his detriment. A loud snapping sounded as Dumbledore's spell collided with the man's shoulder, and his glare switched from Edgar to the headmaster, his eyes narrowing. "Until next time, headmaster," he offered irritably, vanishing in a plume of black smoke, Dumbledore's next offering passing through where he had been standing. Edgar breathed a sigh of relief, allowing himself to relax for a moment before another bout of coughing overcame him and he groaned. "It's okay, Edgar. You're going to be fine," the distant voice of Dumbledore sounded, though he could feel the man's cold, clammy, and trembling hand on his forehead. "The Aurors are here now and will get you help." "Who was that?" Edgar wheezed. "A very dangerous man," Dumbledore answered. "Think no more of it, not until you are better." Any response Edgar had died on his tongue, as another familiar voice spoke to him. Ede, can you hear me?" Amelia asked. He managed to nod, and felt her squeeze his shoulder. "I knew this would happen, you idiot. Why don't you ever listen to me?" "You never listen to me," he countered childishly. He heard her huff frustratedly, and he coughed once more. "I saw him, Millie, the man that killed Father. I don't think I can beat him." "So, you will stop this foolishness?" Edgar shook his head. "No, Dumbledore will need us all. He can't win alone, not against him." "Break." Narcissa watched as Harry meticulously cut the leaves into strips, the look of concentration on his face unguarded, a rare but not unwelcome sight. It was difficult to believe that he was the same age as her, his usual, somewhat haunted expression, speaking volumes of the life he'd lived. She wished she could spend but a moment in his mind, just to see what it was that had shaped him. "That's much better," she praised as he finished. Harry shook his head. "It doesn't look any different to any of the others," he muttered. She smirked at his petulance. It was odd to see such a thing from someone so serious. "They don't look the same," she denied. "This is why you are doing this. You need to be able to identify well-prepared ingredients compared to poor ones. If you want the best results from your potions, you need to know the difference." "I know," he sighed. Well, if you're a good boy and cut another one just like that, I will let you fly on your broom for a little while." His eyes lit up momentarily before they narrowed, and he mumbled incoherently. "Did you have something to say?" Narcissa questioned. "Not a thing," Harry replied, grinning at her. She raised an eyebrow in his direction and shook her head. "Again," she instructed. With a huff, he set to work on another leaf. He had improved over the past few hours, his skills with a knife having been clumsy. He had even held the blade as a toddler would and wielded it with the same proficiency. It had amused her to no end and reminded her that, despite what she had seen from him, he was still human. If anything, it only served to endear him to her, not that she would voice those thoughts. He had been occupying them enough recently. "Have you thought about who you will bring to the wedding?" she asked casually. He paused his cutting as he shook his head. "No, I don't really know anyone enough to ask them, and I'm not taking someone I've never met," he snorted, pointing to a neatly pile of parchment on the table he kept his mail. Narcissa's eyes widened slightly at the number of missives he had received in the last day since she had been here. "Are all of them asking for you to escort someone?" "Most," he sighed. "I thought if they found out I wasn't a pureblood, they would stop." Narcissa had almost forgotten that about him. "A name carries power and influence, none more than yours," she pointed out. Harry nodded. "I know, but I wish they'd bugger off," he replied with a shrug. Narcissa nodded her understanding. If anything, she had learnt that Harry was a private person who didn't like being imposed upon. It certainly explained why he lived in such an isolated place. Were your parents muggles? She asked, regretting doing so as he met her gaze. Would it be a problem if they were? He challenged. Narcissa shook her head. No, I didn't mean anything by it, I was just interested. He deflated and offered her a look of apology. No, my mother was a muggle-born and my father a pureblood, he replied sadly. So, you're a half-blood. For what that's worth, Harry answered. I'm still a mudblood to your lot. It wasn't said with any bitterness but matter-of-factly. Having a half-blood in a pureblood family would be considered taboo, something to be hidden from the outside world, but Harry seemed to wear his status with pride, though she couldn't argue his observation. For all intents and purposes, he would be viewed as mudblood. Not that it mattered judging by the continued interest in him, shown by the pureblood families. What were they like? I don't know, he sighed. I only know what I've been told, and that isn't very much. My father was a pain in the arse, but apparently very talented. And your mother? His posture slumped just a little more at the mention of her, and Narcissa saw a look of longing flash across his features. I know even less about her, but she was incredible. Amazing with charms and potions, a talent I certainly didn't inherit, he added with a humorless chuckle. If it wasn't for her, I wouldn't be here. She sacrificed herself to save me. Narcissa swallowed deeply, her chest tightening at the raw emotion he could not hide when discussing them. You really remember it, don't you? Harry nodded soberly. She didn't beg for her life when he came. Her last act was to save mine. Narcissa placed her hand over his, unable to ignore the need to offer him some comfort. He froze but didn't pull away. She loved you, Harry. Of course she would do that. Death, Olin shrieked, intruding upon and putting an end to the moment. What is it? Harry asked. The raven became restless on his perch, and Harry approached, flicking his wand into his hand as a large barn owl entered the tent. It left immediately after Harry removed its note. If this is another bloody. His words petered off as he read the letter, a deep frown marring his features. Did you know that Edgar was in St. Mungo's? He questioned, taken the blonde by surprise. Edgar? Lord Bones. Narcissa shook her head. No, if a lord is brought in, it is usually kept quiet. Why, what's happened? I don't know, but I'm going to find out. Narcissa shook herself from her thoughts as Olin vanished into Harry's skin, and he summoned a coat. I'm coming with you, she insisted. They might not let you in, he'll be on the secure ward. Harry nodded gratefully, and she followed him from the tent, where they both apparated to the alley across the street from the entrance to the hospital. Let me do the talking, Narcissa instructed as they walked towards the building. You're not the subtlest of people. He shot her a look of indignation, and she dared to him to disagree. After a moment, he conceded the point with a sigh and gestured for her to lead the way. Passing through the busy reception area, it took only a tap on a door to solve the first problem of getting in the building without being hindered by the receptionist, and they made it to the secure ward without delay, the Auror on duty frowning as they approached. I'm here to see Lord Bones, Harry declared without preamble. I have no idea what you mean, the Auror said dismissively. Well, considering his sister wrote to me telling me he was here, Harry replied, waving a piece of parchment under the man's nose. You would be Lord Peveril then, the Auror huffed. And who is this? Narcissa Black, I work here. Of course, I have seen you around, the man commented as he stepped aside. He's in room 4. Thank you, Harry replied before entering the ward and locating the room that Lord Bones was in. He pushed open the door without knocking. Bloody hell, you look like shit. Bones laughed, his amusement devolving into a coughing fit, and he helped himself to some water from the jug on his bedside table. Well, I've certainly been better, Edgar returned. Who's this? Ah, this would be Narcissa Black, my personal physician, Harry introduced her. She shot him a pointed look and he smirked. She's helping me with my potion studies. She's been very helpful, he corrected, and Narcissa gave him an approving smile. I remember you were at his trial, Edgar replied. Are you too? No, Harry denied quickly, and the Lord Bones smirked, seemingly not believing him. What happened? Edgar shook his head, his countenance shifting from one of joviality to being serious. I met him, he said simply, confusing Narcissa. The one with the red eyes. Harry's jaw noticeably tightened, and he nodded stiffly. He did this. Yes, Edgar confirmed. Peveril, you need to be careful with him. I've never seen anything like it, even. He stopped talking as his eyes drifted to Narcissa. I know, Harry said, seemingly having understood what Lord Bones was going to say. I know. Do you think you can beat him? Because if he can't, I don't know if anyone can. Harry nodded. I will die trying if necessary, Harry replied. I hope it doesn't come to that, Edgar returned sincerely. I just needed to tell you. I had my doubts, but he is real. I've seen what he can do. Harry shook his head. If you're still breathing as you are, you've not seen anything, Edgar, Harry refuted. But thanks for telling me. I'll come back tomorrow and even bring you some flowers, he added with a mocking grin. If they aren't roses, don't bother. I quite like roses, Edgar chuckled, coughing once more. Roses it is. Narcissa followed him from the room, confused as to what the two had been discussing, but Harry's countenance was unmistakable. He was both angry and relieved, two warring emotions where neither were prominent. What was that about? She asked. What did he mean by the wizard with red? SHH, not here. Harry interrupted her harshly as he took her by the arm and pulled her into an empty room across the hall. When they were inside, he cast a series of spells she did not recognize before locking and placing several privacy charms on the door. You shouldn't have heard that, he sighed. I didn't know what had happened, and I didn't expect that. What did happen? I'm confused. And it is best that it stays that way, Harry retorted. How can I ignore it when you're involving yourself in something that is blatantly dangerous? Harry released a deep breath and shook his head. Whatever Edgar is doing, I'm not involved in it, he said honestly, but there is a connection. The wizard with the red eyes. Harry nodded. You should forget that you ever heard him being mentioned, he urged. He is a very dangerous man. That you're going to fight, she pointed out. Harry rubbed his eyes tiredly. Narcissa. Why, she pressed. If he is so dangerous, why are you going to fight him? Because he is the one that murdered my parents. Narcissa was lost for words. Only an hour ago they had been discussing Harry's mother and father. She knew their deaths haunted him, had seen how he had carried the burden of it with him throughout his life, and yet she could only think of how worried she was. Harry was looking for this man, searching for the one that had taken them from him, and it seemed that he was getting closer. Are you sure it is the same man? He nodded. It's him. I don't know what to say. There is nothing to say, please, just forget what you heard. It will only end badly for you. Of all the things she had ever expected from Harry, an almost pleading tone was not one of them, and it felt that there was more that he could tell her, but wouldn't. I won't mention it to anyone, she promised. Thank you, he sighed, relieved but still saddened. Whatever he was thinking, it was not good and only added to the already extensive list of things he carried. Come on, I'll make sure you get home. I have someone I need to see, Harry said ominously before casually casting a Patronus charm, taking her by surprise. How is it you can do that but not potions? She asked disbelievingly. What did you even do? Oh, I sent a message to someone, he replied sheepishly, looking as though he had been caught doing something he shouldn't. You can do that with a Patronus charm. Harry nodded. You can, it's just another use for the spell. Narcissa could only shake her head as he undid his privacy charms and unlocked the door. Harry Peveril still proved to be quite the mystery, and the more time she spent with him, the deeper it became. His magical ability was unlike any other she had seen, his wand work exemplary and other things just not adding up. He had been taught, that much was clear, but where and by whom? Are you still okay for Sunday? He asked as they reached the alleyway once more. Of course, Narcissa replied, pushing aside the many questions she wanted to ask him. "Same time." "I will see you then," he answered, and offered her an indiscernible smile before he vanished with a gentle crack. She simply stared at where he had been standing for a moment or so, contemplating the puzzle that was Harry Peveril. She knew not what to make of him, what had happened to him, nor what he planned to do. Wanting justice for his parents was natural, and she hoped he found it, just not at the expense of his own life. She couldn't imagine his mother or father would want that. She certainly didn't. Break. The fatigue from his duel with Tom had yet to abate. Even after 2 days, his body ached and he was tired, but, without doubt, the most difficult thing he faced was coming to terms with how powerful his former student had become. Albus had fought Gellert whilst his childhood friend had possessed the Elder Wand and had managed to emerge victorious. Against this Dark Lord, however, he had his doubts that he could win, especially without the wand to assist him. His own worked well enough, but it was not the same, and he truly felt his age. He had slowed considerably over the decades spent in the castle, the prime of his life having passed him by, and he knew that his experience only counted for so much. Perhaps he could continue to fight Tom to a standstill, but that was likely the best he could hope for. If it hadn't been for Edgar Bones' timely intervention, Albus was almost certain he would have been killed. What became evident was that he could not do it alone, and that the Order needed more allies. The attacks totaled 11 the night he had met Tom, and there was no conceivable way that the Order could keep up with that number. Even with the Aurors, they were outnumbered. But who else could he call upon? His mind drifted to the conversation he'd shared with the Lord Bones so many weeks prior, and he shook his head. Lord Peveril could handle himself, had proven it with how he had dispatched of Thomas Avery and allegedly defeated Bellatrix Black in a duel. Albus still had his reservations. He did not know the man and did not agree with his methods. He was pulled from his thoughts by the arrival of a patroness, and his heart sunk into his stomach. He was not ready for another confrontation with Tom. He frowned as the raven appeared before him. It was not one he recognized, and certainly did not belong to anyone in the Order. When the voice spoke, he did not know whether to feel relieved or concerned. "I think it is time we had a conversation." How did Peveril learn of this spell? Had Edgar Bones shown him? The headmaster shook his head. Edgar was not one to share such things, as proven when Albus had asked about Peveril. He was a loyal man, perhaps misguided in some ways, but loyal nonetheless. The thing he needed to ponder was whether or not he would meet with Peveril. He was certainly curious about the man, and he could sate that at the very least. With a sigh, he sent of his response and took a seat behind his desk. "Be ready to transport him out of here if needed, Fawkes." The phoenix trilled his understanding, and Dumbledore waited until a knock sounded on the door some 15 minutes later. "Come in," he called, his wand ready inside his sleeve to defend himself if necessary. He observed the man as he entered, his face still holding a familiarity, one he had recognized during his trial, but had given little thought to. In truth, he had been more preoccupied with the appearance of a Lord Peveril than what he looked like. Seeing him in the light of his office, he was reminded of 2 others he had met, one who roamed these very halls as a current student. That Peveril resembled both Charles and James Potter should not have relaxed the headmaster, but it did. They were good people, and Albus had considered Charles as a member of the Order. Did they know they were related to the man before him? "Thank you for seeing me," the young man offered, taking the seat on the opposite side of the desk. "You were rather insistent," Albus pointed out. "I can only assume that you have visited Edgar Bones." "I have," Peveril confirmed. "He didn't say much, but mentioned a shared interest I believe we have." Dumbledore sighed and shook his head. "What is your interest in him, Lord Peveril? What do you hope to gain in your venture?" "His life," Harry answered simply, taking Dumbledore aback. "Why?" "My reasons are my own. I will not share them, but I can assure you that no one wants him gone more than I do." Albus nodded, the words spoken done so truthfully and with vehemence. Had he perhaps been mistaken about the Peveril Lord? He fought the urge to probe the man's surface thoughts, unsure on what skills he possessed. "He has caused you personal suffering," Dumbledore commented. Harry nodded. "He has, and I will do the same to him." Dumbledore released a deep breath and shook his head. "I am not sure you understand the type of wizard he is. He is very dangerous, Lord Peveril." "I know that better than anyone," Harry spat. "Do not mistake me for a naive child who knows nothing, Dumbledore. I have spent my life with his presence hanging over me." Dumbledore frowned. "What is it you know?" The smirk he received in reply was callous, unnerving to say the least, and Albus began regretting his decision to meet with the man. They were of different morals, and in another life, had Tom not caused him harm, this Peveril may well have been one of his followers. "I know many things," Harry replied. "I know that you have a wand that belongs to my family. It has quite the history to it and has ended up in your possession. I can only assume that you, like many others, have spent time searching for the mythical trinkets of my line." What do you know of them?" "More than I will share with you, but I would like my wand back, and maybe then I will consider helping you. I can feel it, Dumbledore. The wand is no longer yours, and it calls to me. Regardless of your decision, Tom will die by my hands, and it would be best for us both, and Wizarding Britain if we were to work together to achieve that." Albus was dumbfounded by the knowledge that Peveril had. How did he know such things? Where had he learnt of them? "You know who he is." "I make it my business to know those who could be my enemies," Harry replied. "I will put aside my misgivings to ensure that riddle is dealt with. Are you willing to do the same?" Dumbledore met the gaze of the man opposite him, his mind drifting back to the duel he'd had only 2 nights ago. "Can you do it? Can you defeat him?" Harry nodded. "Think of everything you have learned of my line and ask yourself just how much of it you believe," he urged. "Are the Hallows real? Were they gifted to my ancestors by death? There is always a grain of truth in tales, Dumbledore, and there is no escape from death. He will always have his prize." Dumbledore swallowed deeply as Peveril's eyes flashed white, and a screeching echoed around the room. "Death!" The raven spoke as it emerged from Peveril's skin, his own eyes white and scrutinizing as he settled on his companion's shoulder and stared speculatively at Albus. Peveril was undoubtedly an unnerving man, but one he no longer doubted wanted to put an end to Tom. Tentatively, Albus extended his hand and Peveril shook it, his grip tight and assertive. "I would like my wand now." Albus was reluctant to do so and questioned whether or not he should surrender it. Ultimately, he knew he had no choice if he wanted this man to help him, and as Peveril grasped it, his eyes flashed white once more as the wand accepted him. "Despite what you think of me, I am not your enemy, nor am I a monster, Dumbledore," Harry said almost sadly as he stood and headed towards the door. "How did you learn the Patronus spell?" Albus blurted, curious as to how Peveril knew of it. "An old friend taught it to me before he died." "Then he must have been a very gifted wizard to figure it out." "He was," Harry agreed. "He was a manipulative old git, but he helped me more than I could ever thank him for." With his parting words given, Peveril was gone, and the room suddenly felt warmer for it. He was a strange man, his family history even stranger, and Albus could not help but ponder just how much truth there was to the stories he had come across during his youth. Whatever that may be, he felt torn by accepting the man's help, but hopeful also. If there was even a modicum of authenticity to the tales, he had perhaps just made his most useful ally to date. A terrifying and questionable one, but a powerful one indeed, and truly, what choice had the headmaster had? It was unlikely that he could defeat Tom, but perhaps with Peveril's assistance, they just might. "What do you think, Fawkes? Can he be trusted?" The phoenix trilled contently, his eyes on the door that Peveril had left through, and that was good enough for Albus until the man proved otherwise. Chapter 14. Wedding bells. Even with so many weeks having passed, the Dark Lord was still angry with himself for his laxity during the duel with Dumbledore. He had lost himself to the lust of battle, allowed the momentous occasion to get the better of him for the briefest moment, and it had cost him dearly. His opportunity to be rid of his biggest threat had slipped through his fingers, and he'd needed to take a step back to evaluate what had occurred. He had been winning. The headmaster, though a worthy foe, was less than he expected from the tailies of excellence that had followed the man over the decades. His feats, his prowess with a wand, and his power seemingly having been exaggerated. Nonetheless, their confrontation had not gone as envisioned. Dumbledore had escaped with his life, and the Dark Lord had suffered a severely damaged arm. Whatever spell Dumbledore had caught him with was not a regular bone-breaking curse, and had left him in considerable pain days after the event. Even when healed, it had caused Voldemort problems. His arm would often spasm irrepressibly and be racked with shooting pains, something that, much to his relief, was becoming less regular. However, he had not risked venturing out so often during the attacks of his Death Eaters. He could not risk confronting the old man again when his wand arm was so unpredictable. As such, he had lessened the number of attacks overall. Despite how well his followers were doing in their venture, Dumbledore was a danger to them and had found a way to locate the attacks much quicker than the Dark Lord had anticipated. Until he was healthy enough to be a presence once more, it was best that their endeavors were lessened. He would not risk one of his people being captured at this crucial moment. It was not as though time was of the essence, and as things were, caution was still needed until he had established his dominance. That would come soon enough, and then the brief respite would be over. Dumbledore would be killed, and their path would be clear. With the fall of their hero, Wizarding Britain would be crushed beneath his heel, and a new world would be born. The thought brought a rare smile to his lips. The fantasy he'd had of putting an end to his former headmaster, just as exciting as it had always been. Break. Carefully add the mandrake leaves and stir counterclockwise 4 times, Narcissa instructed, smiling as the potion turned from a yellow to dark green when the step had been completed. See, I knew you could do it. Harry stared at his work in surprise before smiling at her brightly, the expression warming her in a way that shouldn't happen from such a simple thing. His eyes sparkled with joy, and she had to tear her own away from them. Too often she had to fight to not lose herself in his gaze. It did things to her, drew her in, and she couldn't allow that to happen. It only got harder the more she saw of him. Perhaps she should have put an end to the tutoring sooner, but she always found an excuse to stay. When they became so flimsy that she had to face why she was still here, she could not avoid the truth any longer. She was only here to see him, just to be in his presence. He didn't need her any longer to help with his brewing. He could pass his newt with relative ease. He merely lacked confidence, and she felt as though she had exploited that. Yes, she should have put an end to this sooner, but she hadn't. She didn't want to, and he had not voiced any protest to her being here. If anything, he made it all the harder to walk away. One day, she would have to, but until then, she wouldn't deny herself this. Soon enough, she would be married to someone she did not care for, and at the very least, she would have these memories of a time she had been around someone she felt something for. It was selfish and would offer little comfort, but it was something, and Harry would not even know that he had done that for her. She returned the smile he gave, the one that hid nothing, and the one she had become fond of. It was so very different to the smiles of Lucius. His were guarded, forced, and concealed much. Thoughts of the man made her heart sink. She felt nothing for him, not even a slither of guilt for the time she spent with Harry or how she thought of him when she was with Lucius, who had seemed to double his efforts to court her into marriage. He had even begun to allude to, when they were married during conversations, reminding her even more so that he was not what she wanted. There was always another on her mind, and he was not blonde, nor did he carry the name Malfoy. Not that it mattered. Her father had set his sights on a match with Lucius, and that would be that. What she felt did not matter. She would be expected to accept the decision, and why wouldn't she? Lucius was a desirable match for any family, and she would have no grounds for complaint other than that she did not love him, would never love him. She knew that already. How could she love her future husband when he was so very different than Harry? She did not know when Harry had become the comparison she measured other men against, but he had, and Lucius fell very short of it. Still, the marriage would one day go ahead, and she knew there was nothing she could do to prevent it. She would have to be content with only the memories of being here with Harry she would hold. "I wouldn't have been able to without your help," he replied. "Thank you." "Sorry, what?" Narcissa questioned, his voice startling her from her thoughts. "For helping me with all of this," Harry clarified, a look of amusement tugging at his lips. She couldn't not smile at him, not when he looked at her the way he was now. She didn't know what emotion it was he felt, but she liked to think he had grown somewhat fond of her over the past weeks. More than anything, she was grateful it was not the same haunted look he'd had the night they'd visited Lord Bones in St. Mungo's, something they had not discussed since. She couldn't just forget what he'd told her about the wizard with the red eyes, but she had kept her word and not mentioned it to anyone. Harry had seemingly forgotten about it, or just did not wish to discuss it. It worried her when she thought of what he could be doing about this strange man, though she was not going to press the issue with him. As much it concerned her, it was not her place to do so. "You're welcome," she offered warmly. "You only have one more on the syllabus to practice, and then we will be done." And then their time together would come to an end. There would be no reason nor further excuse for her to torment herself by enjoying his company. He would likely vanish into the breeze, continue playing Quidditch, and whatever else he did when she was not around. Such thoughts were maudlin, but she found she didn't care. Why should she not pity herself when she was to be robbed of this? She was proud of Harry. He would reach great heights in his Quidditch venture if he continued as he was. Thus far, she had not missed a game, but would soon have to watch his ascension from the outside. His notoriety would grow, his life would change, and he would eventually marry a very lucky woman who would probably never appreciate him beyond his wealth and fame. She shook her head of those thoughts. They made her feel rather petty and childish. Jealous of an undeserving woman she had never met. Narcissa was not an envious person, had never had reason to be, but ultimately she was bitter when they plagued. "Well, we can do that before the wedding," Harry said with a shrug. "Sometime in the next few days." Narcissa nodded her agreement, not wanting to think of the former where she would spend the day in Lucius's company, as she undoubtedly would many after as well. "We can," she agreed. "Have you found someone you're going to bring yet?" He grimaced at the question, his expression one of acceptance. What that meant, she did not know, but her stomach sunk as he nodded, and she fought to keep her own expression as neutral as she could. "I have," Harry confirmed. "I'll be bringing Amelia Bones." Narcissa's expression was unreadable as she nodded her acceptance. "She would make a great match for you," she acknowledged. "An old family, and she's quite beautiful when you get past the stuffy Auror who tried to falsely arrest you." "She was only doing her job," Harry defended, to which Narcissa nodded stiffly. "I am surprised," she sighed. "I didn't think Bones would be your type." Harry shook his head. "It's not even like that. We are going as friends." "You don't have to explain yourself to me, Harry," Narcissa replied, shaking her head. He felt that he had to. He did not want her to think it was more than it was, but he couldn't explain it, not without raising other subjects he could not discuss with her. Him bringing Amelia had just happened. When Edgar learned he would be attending the Lestrange wedding, he had all but insisted Harry take his sister for his protection. Quite rightly, the man had pointed out that it would be a pureblood affair, with likely many enemies surrounding him who were part or sympathizers of the pureblood movement. When put like that, taking Amelia made sense. At worst, he had another pair of eyes, and the woman had expressed her desire to be there to observe them. It was an opportunity that she would not miss, even if she bemoaned the fact that she would need to wear a dress and dance. "I'm not interested in Amelia Bones in that way," Harry reiterated. "With all the trouble I find myself in, I'd be locked up by my own wife." Narcissa laughed and shook her head. "Now that would be quite the scandal," she sighed. "Don't worry, I'd get you out again." Harry smirked. He would never live down that it was Malfoy's mother who had assisted in having him released from prison. He pushed thoughts of the woman in front of him, birthing the hated man aside. They sickened him and did not paint Narcissa in the way he had come to know her. Perhaps he had come to remind himself of it intentionally. It helped to some extent to remember that she would be married to Lucius, a man who certainly did not deserve her. That knowledge irked him but went some way in grounding him, his thoughts on the woman as confusing as they were torturous. He had long accepted that he held something for her. What that was, he knew not, but it occupied his mind too much. He cared for her deeply, and as much as he had tried to deny it, he couldn't. Often, he thought of her, looked forward to being around her despite the fact they were working on his most hated subject. He hated it still, but she had made learning it rather easy, and her being here took the edge off. That smile that had started it all had begun haunting his dreams, teasing him, and he knew he should not allow it to, but he had stopped trying to fight it. The smile warmed him as did her touch when she was teaching him techniques for stirring. Rather pathetically, more than once he had pretended he needed extra help, just so that he could feel her smaller hand close over his and go through the motions he had learned and already mastered. What was worse was that she didn't seem to mind. Harry would admit to himself that he was rather dim when it came to reading emotions from others, but he often caught a glimpse of what he felt when their eyes met. As brief as it was there, or it was a trick of the light. No, it wasn't, and he knew it. As he felt for her, she felt for him also, even if it was but a flicker. She concealed it well for the most part, and unless he was misreading the signs completely, she was purposely hiding it from him. It was for the best. It was an entanglement that would end badly when her wedding to Lucius was announced, and the thought of allowing himself to feel more than he did only to lose her to Malfoy was not something he even wished to ponder. He'd already despised the man before he had come here, and that hatred had only increased. He had met the young Lucius only once, and in truth, he had been rather courteous, but it changed nothing of the new loathing he felt towards the blonde. Deep down, he knew that it was what he felt for Narcissa that provoked it, but it changed nothing. She would marry Lucius, and Harry would not see her again. "Same time on Saturday, then?" he asked, smiling, though he felt like doing nothing less. "I will see you then," she agreed, her own mood nor smile as bright as he wished it to be. Only a moment later, she was gone, and Harry cleaned up his mess before sinking into his sofa, the thoughts he wished he could ignore plaguing him once again. Break. "Narcissa, could you come in here, please? Your father wishes to speak with you," her mother called as Narcissa entered the house. Immediately, she was on edge. Her father never asked to speak with her unless it was something either very serious or of great importance. There was no need to err on the side of caution, and she decided it was likely both. With a deep breath, she composed herself and entered the parlor where her parents were seated, her mother looking very unhappy and disapproving. Cygnus, on the other hand, looked rather pleased with himself and greeted her with a triumphant grin. "Take a seat," he instructed with uncharacteristic warmth. Narcissa did so and eyed the man warily, her gaze switching to her mother, who couldn't appear to be any more apologetic. "I have fantastic news," Cygnus announced. "Abraxas and I have all but finalized a contract. We will be making the announcement at the wedding, and the document will be signed the day after. You are going to be marrying Lucius." It felt worse than she had expected. Narcissa had known for months that this is what Lucius's courting of her would lead to, and despite preparing herself for the eventuality, nothing could have readied her for the devastation she felt. From the age of 13, she accepted that this would be her fate, a marriage merely for the betterment of another family, one where she would carry heirs and be nothing more than a trophy on the arm of a lord at best. Now, she only wished she had taken her grandfather up on his offer to put an end to Lucius's efforts to woo her, of which he had failed miserably. A part of her hoped he would grow bored of her and move on to another he preferred. That, however, had not happened, and it was too late. Not trusting her voice, she simply nodded and stood before walking towards the door. Her legs felt heavy, and she could feel her tears starting to form. "What the bloody hell is wrong with her? I thought she would be happy," she heard her father grumble. "Perhaps you should have spoken to her before deciding her future, Cygnus," Drula hissed. Her mother was furious on her behalf. Narcissa felt nothing of the sort. Maybe it would come with time, but for now, anger was not what she was experiencing. What more could she want in a husband? The Malfoys are rich and influential. Abraxas didn't even ask for a galleon in dowries. All he has asked is that she gives up this healing nonsense. Narcissa's steps ceased as a loud slap was heard, and she turned to see her mother towering over her shocked father. The one thing she had for herself, Drula seethed, and you threw it away as though it was meaningless. You are a selfish bastard, Cygnus Black. We already lost one of our daughters, Bellatrix is not even married, and you have ensured Narcissa will be miserable for the rest of her life. Did you ever stop to think why Abraxas was so keen for Lucius to be wed to her? Did you think about anything more than your own wants? You're the only one that has voiced a problem with it, her father ground out, cupping his cheek where he had been struck. Narcissa understands that this is the best match for her, don't you? Under her parents' scrutiny, she could only nod. The family had lost too much already, and she did not wish for it to deteriorate anymore. It was not as though any protest she had would mean anything, and besides, nothing had changed. This was the plan since she had been a child, as it was for many pureblood families. See, she is fine with it, Cygnus pointed out, clueless to what she felt. Empathy was certainly not her father's strong point, and she offered her mother a forced smile before leaving, the gesture sapping the final vestige of strength she had to keep her own emotions at bay. She tried and failed to stem the flow of her tears, a gentle sob escaping her even before she reached the privacy of her room. Break. When he had first learned of the order shortly before his 5th year at Hogwarts, Harry would have given anything to be included in the meetings. To him, they were the ones that were taking the fight to Voldemort and perhaps the bravest witches and wizards he thought he would ever meet. He had been wrong. Perhaps his view on them had been jaded with how they treated him after what had happened at Bill and Fleur's wedding, but they couldn't compare to the original order. Each member here was talented, could bring something valuable to the cause. There was no Mundungus Fletcher who was little more than thieving git, nor was there the untrustworthy like Snape. Despite getting Harry out of Hogwarts when he had, he still carried the mark. No, the men and women within the room at the Hog's Head were more what Harry imagined when he first became acquainted with the Order of the Phoenix. Does anyone have anything to report? Dumbledore questioned. It's gone quiet, Albus, Caradoc Dearborn answered. The alerts have become less frequent as have the attacks. Something is brewing and I don't like it. The Dark Lord is no fool, Harry broke in. He expected to kill Dumbledore when they met, and he is being cautious. He cannot afford too many failures whilst he is trying to prove himself to his followers. He will avoid another confrontation with the headmaster until he is assured of his victory. I would be very surprised if the two will meet on equal grounds next time. Caradoc nodded thoughtfully. You're probably right. The Order members had been surprised to say the least by his arrival at his first meeting with them. Still, they were very wary of him, speaking with him only when needed and keeping their distance when possible. Harry didn't mind. It only added to his already mysterious reputation, and it was best if people didn't investigate him too much. Not that they would find anything, he just did not appreciate the imposition. What about you, Lord Peveril? Any thoughts on what is happening? Dorcas Meadows asked curiously. What do you think will happen next? I don't know what he is up to, but it will almost certainly be something big that will leave his followers with no doubt to the power he wields. Whatever it is, it will happen suddenly, so we will need to be ready to respond. You seem to know a lot, Peveril, Benji Fenwick interjected. I make it a point to know my enemies, Harry replied easily. You do not fight a foe you know nothing of. Edgar learned that. The redhead nodded severely. He had recovered from whatever curse he had fallen victim to, but it had served to humble him considerably. He would not be seeking out a fight with Voldemort any time soon. I am in agreement with Lord Peveril, Dumbledore sighed. He will not be idle for long. We must be vigilant. Murmurs of agreement could be heard around the table. Have you made a decision to bringing our brother-in-law on board? One of the Pruett twins questioned. Meeting Gideon and Fabian had been like looking into the past and future at the same time. They reminded him very much of Fred and George if they had been 10 years older when he knew them. Dumbledore nodded. Arthur is in quite the unique position. He has more interaction with the Muggle world than any of us and could prove to be very useful, he mused aloud. I will contact him very shortly. He might stop impregnating our sister if we keep him busy, the other twin mumbled. Molly is pregnant again, Dumbledore pressed. With her third, Gideon huffed. She's determined to keep going until she has a girl. Dumbledore chuckled. Then, please, pass on my congratulations when you see her. Gideon nodded, grimacing at the thought of his pregnant sister. Is there anything else? Dumbledore asked, looking around the room. The Lestrange wedding will be taking place the day after tomorrow, Harry announced. I have been invited and will be taking Amelia Bones as my guest so we can identify some potential members of the pureblood movement. Do you think that is wise? Dumbledore returned uncertainly. Harry nodded. I think it is our best chance to see who is unusually friendly with one another and who is avoiding certain people. I have no doubt the place will be full of members and sympathizers, and we will be able to add to the list of people to keep a close eye on. It's risky, and I would much rather you didn't attend. You are putting yourself in a very dangerous position, Dumbledore pointed out. Harry waved him off. It's only risky if they suspect anything which they have no reason to. They will be more inclined to toe the line with Edgar's sister as my guest. They know she is an Auror and will not risk exposing themselves, not without Voldemort's say-so. Very well, Dumbledore conceded. What if he is there? Benji inquired. Harry shrugged. I do not think he would be so brazen. From what you know of him, does he strike you as the kind of man to enjoy a wedding? Benji smirked and shook his head. No, I don't suppose so, but be careful, Peveril. This bastard is unpredictable. I know, Harry returned. I'll be ready to get us out of there if necessary. Edgar offered him an encouraging smile. If that is everything, then I believe we should conclude this meeting, but stay alert, Dumbledore urged. I do not expect things to remain as they are for long. The Order members took turns to leave, some via the flue and others through the bar where they could apparate away from Hogsmeade. Harry was about to return home himself, among the last to do so, when he was stopped by Aberforth Dumbledore. You know, Albus was obsessed with your family when he was younger, he revealed. He would tell me and Ariana stories about your lot, crazy stories. I imagine they were rather unbelievable, Harry replied. Aberforth nodded. To most they would be, but say what you will about my brother, he's never been one for flights of fancy and wouldn't waste his time on something he didn't believe in. He's boring like that. Is there something you wanted to say, Aberforth? Harry questioned. Not a thing, the man returned. But if the Hallows are real, Albus would do whatever he could to possess them. Harry frowned as the man walked away. Dumbledore could not hope to take possession of them and had even handed him the Elder Wand, though that proved to be fruitless. It had reacted to him when he had taken it from the headmaster, but had exhibited no signs of magic since. It was now little more than a decorative stick, and Harry suspected that whatever magic had been within it had either transferred to his own wand or simply vanished. Perhaps the cloaked figure would be able to explain that to him, if and when he saw it next. For weeks now, his dreams had been free of the room with the veil, replaced by a different figure that had begun haunting him in the small hours of the night. She was a much more welcome apparition, but one he wished he could rid himself of just as much as he wanted her to stay. He could never win when it came to his dreams, and he released a frustrated, deep breath before exiting the bar and returning to his tent. She would forget about him soon enough. It was not as though Lucius would allow her to be friends with him, and not that she would want to when he eventually killed her would-be husband. It was a no-win situation for Harry, regardless of what happened. Still, he had a Quidditch match to keep him occupied and one final tutoring in potions to complete before the wedding, and he fully intended on enjoying both. Break. The more I watch him play, the more I realize he's completely off his head, Arcturus muttered as Peveril waved at them before disappearing into the changing rooms. Melania refuses to come. She thinks it's only a matter of time before he kills himself. Charles snorted. No, he's bloody good, he commented. I've not met anyone as good on a broom as him, but yes, he's completely off his head, he agreed. How are you holding up, Narcissa? Arcturus asked. His granddaughter had been unusually quiet throughout the game. He is very good, she sighed. Arcturus shared a look with Charles, who merely shrugged in response. What's wrong, Narcissa? Arcturus pressed. She shook her head. Nothing, I'm just tired. It's been a very long week. Arcturus frowned, and Narcissa offered him a reassuring smile, one that did little to convince the old man she was okay. Look, here he comes, she pointed out, an attempt at distracting him if he'd ever seen one. Still, Peveril was approaching, and offered both older lords a respectful nod. A few more performances like that, and you'll have the attention of the bigger teams, Charles praised proudly. Harry shook his head. I doubt it, he replied. I'm quite happy playing as I am anyway. Bloody hell, Peveril, it would be a shame for you to waste your talents here, Arcturus huffed. I'd bet a lot of galleons that you will play for England one day. We might even win a World Cup, Charles added. Harry laughed. I think you're both getting a bit ahead of yourselves. I'm playing in the lowest league possible. Playing for England is not something I am even close to. You will be, Arcturus replied. Anyway, you will be at the wedding tomorrow. Harry nodded. I'll be there, but no offense, I'd rather not. Neither would I, Charles muttered. This is one thing I won't bet getting out of. James has managed it. I think Doria just didn't want the fight to get him there. Damn, I was hopping to see Walburga have her nose transfigured, Harry replied, eliciting a bout of laughter from both men. I suppose we should be going, he added to Narcissa. You have an early start tomorrow. She nodded stiffly, and Arcturus watched them walk towards the exit, having bid their farewells, and shook his head. Is there something going on between them? Charles questioned. Arcturus shrugged. I thought so, but not anymore. She is attending the wedding with Lucius, and he is bringing the Bones girl. Cygnus is still intent on marrying her to the Malfoy boy. I suppose so. He hasn't spoken to me about it, and neither has Narcissa, he added thoughtfully. I would have thought with your suspicions, you would be against the match. I am, Arcturus replied, but I have to think of her future. She's a third daughter out of the line of inheritance. Politically and financially speaking, the Malfoys are the best match she could hope for. I'm still hopeful that my own succession won't be an issue when Sirius is older. Charles nodded his understanding. I'm working on it, but his time with Walburga has not endeared him to your ways. I think he will come around even if it was only to throw his mother out of the family. Good riddance, Arcturus grumbled. I'd heave the cow out myself if it wasn't for Orion and Regulus. What if he doesn't come around? Charles pressed. I don't know, Charles. I really don't know. Break. That's really good, Harry, Narcissa praised. The smile she gave him was hollow, devoid of any of warmth, of anything if truth be told. She had been quiet all day and had barely spoken other than to give him some advice during his brewing process. He didn't like it and knew that something was bothering her. Have I done something to upset you? He asked. She shook her head. No, of course not. Because I don't think you'll miss this that much. I would have thought you would have had enough of watching me blunder through this stuff, he added, gesturing to the simmering cauldron and pile of discarded offcuts of potion ingredients. Another smile, not completely empty this time. It's been fun watching you blunder your way through it, she returned sadly. Then what's bothering you? You're not yourself today. She shrugged, and her eyes began to brim with tears. Nothing that I didn't expect. Harry didn't know what to do. Crying girls was something he was out of his depth with. Even after Ron had been killed, he was of little comfort to Hermione. Is there anything I can do? He tried. Narcissa shook her head and wiped her tears away. No, I'm just being silly, she said dismissively, offering him a watery smile. My father will be announcing my betrothal to Lucius tomorrow, she explained. Oh, Harry muttered, his chest tightening at the thought. Why has that upset you? I thought you'd be happy. Maybe once I would have been, she sighed. I don't understand what's changed. Nothing, Narcissa replied. I've known for months that this would happen. I suppose I just hoped it wouldn't. I should be grateful, really. Even Bella didn't get such a good match. She didn't mean what she said. She wasn't grateful for it, and she dreaded what was to come for her. Narcissa. I should probably be going, she announced as she retrieved her coat and put it on. There's lots that still needs to be done. Harry followed her from the tent and took her arm before she could apparate away, unable to miss that her eyes were once more full of unshed tears as she turned to look at him. If you've known this was going to happen, why are you so upset? He asked softly. She didn't even try to stem the flow of tears this time as she cupped his cheek and gave him a final smile. Because it is not Lucius Malfoy, I've fallen in love with Harry. He could only stare at her dumbly as she pressed a lingering kiss on the corner of his mouth before she was gone, having disapparated before he could shake himself from his stupor. Bollocks. Break. The ceremony had been as expected, as had the celebrations that followed. It was nothing new to Lucius. He had attended enough weddings to know how they unfolded. The host families would show off their wealth under the guise of ensuring the bride and groom had their dream day. It was rather pathetic if truth be told, but not a tradition that would soon be broken. None would dare break the mold in such a way. Expectations were prevalent and they would be met. It was the same for all pureblood weddings. It was a wonderful ceremony, he commented to Narcissa, who nodded her agreement. The woman had been very conservative today, had stayed on his arm as expected and only spoken when necessary. He liked that about her. She knew when to keep her mouth shut. Ours will be much nicer than this. Father will make sure of it. She nodded once more, and he felt a twinge of irritation. She should speak to him when he engaged her in conversation. She should know that. It mattered not. The contract would be signed tomorrow, and then she would be his. He ignored the stirring he felt, knowing that all his hard work was soon to pay off. She would belong to him for the rest of her life, and there was nothing that could be done about. I believe the speeches are going to be happening shortly. Perhaps we should take our seats, Lucius suggested. She said nothing, nor even offered him a nod, but allowed herself to be led to the top table where they had been placed with the other Blacks and Lestranges. It was only a few moments after they had sat later that Cygnus Black tapped his glass and stood, those within the room falling respectfully silent. Lucius positively shuddered in his seat, his excitement reaching a fever pitch, though it would not compare to the feeling of making her his in the most permanent of ways. Break. Narcissa had chided herself for her final words to Harry the night before, but she was not embarrassed by them. At the very least, she would never look back with regret for not saying it, for walking away without letting him know just what he had meant to her. It wouldn't change anything other than she had spoken truly and honestly, her raw emotion perhaps getting the better of her in the moment, but she did not care. She was going to be married to the man seated next to her in due course, and she had merely wished for Harry to know that it was him she thought of. That didn't make dealing with the envy she felt seeing Amelia Bones walking in on Harry's arm when they arrived any easier. Narcissa was not a jealous or petty person by nature, but she felt it now, and had done all she could to ignore them. Seeing him with her only served as a reminder that he would move on with his life, find another to settle down with, and her words would eventually become little more than a distant memory. Not to her. She would always remember them, no matter what happened between her and Lucius. She couldn't be certain if it was her own mood, but he had been particularly irritating today, posturing around the venue with his chest puffed out, leading Narcissa from person to have inane conversations she was not inclined to join in with. Only adding to her downtrodden mood, he had introduced her to several of them as the future Lady Malfoy, a title that made her cringe internally. She didn't want to be Lady Malfoy, and the smiles she gave to those that congratulated her were as forced as the conversation with Lucius had been. She was pulled from her thoughts by the tapping of her father's glass, and he stood to give his speech. She schooled her features as best she could, ignoring the sinking feeling of dread that settled within her. Now, the world would know what fate had in store for her, and she could only stare blankly ahead as Cygnus began to speak. Break. I would like to begin by thanking you all for joining us on this most auspicious occasion, Cygnus said, raising his glass to the guests in the room. Harry fought the urge to grimace at the man. An auspicious occasion it was not. Spending the day in the company of Death Eaters was not his idea of any occasion worthy of note unless the cowards were hiding beneath their masks, and he was fighting for all he was worth. Much to his relief, they had proven to be wary of him. Most he knew that carried the mark, giving him a rather wide berth. It was no secret what he had done to both Avery and Bellatrix, and none seemed to be keen on provoking his ire. "Harry, you're glaring," Amelia whispered. The redhead had been very good company to distract him from his own thoughts throughout the day. Her observation skills were excellent, and she had spent her time identifying potential enemies, all of which she voiced having been correct. Not that he could confirm these, of course, though he had nodded his agreement when she explained her reasoning. Had he been on a real date with her, he might have been offended that her efforts were being focused on her job, but this was not a real date, something they had quickly established when they'd made the arrangements to attend together. Amelia was far too invested in her career, and Harry just did not see the woman that way. She was beautiful, he wouldn't deny that, but there was no attraction between the two of them. "I stand before you as a proud man, confident that my daughter will be welcomed and cared for by her new family. I wish you both all the happiness in the world on this happiest of occasions." Cygnus raised his glass once more, followed by those in attendance. "Speaking of happy occasions," he continued, "as we share in the merriment of this one, I would like to announce another. Lord Malfoy and I have recently reached an accord for another marriage to place, this one between his son and heir, Lucius, and my daughter, Narcissa. The contract will be signed tomorrow, and you will all, of course, receive an invitation to their own nuptials," he finished, speaking over the polite round of applause that sounded. Harry could only look at the bride-to-be, his heart wrenching at her expression. An unmissable, fleeting look of utter defeat could be seen as the blonde fool sat next to her, grinned like the buffoon he was, and Harry wanted nothing more than to tear his head from his shoulders. "To Narcissa and Elle." Cygnus balked as Arcturus rose from the seat next to him, his expression one of cold fury as he shook his head. "You will disregard what you have heard," he said dangerously. "I was not informed of this proposed union, and as the head of my family, I do not approve." "Father." "Be quiet, boy," Arcturus hissed before turning his attention back to the gathered guests. "Narcissa will not be marrying Lucius Malfoy." Murmuring followed his declaration. "Make no mistake," he continued as he removed a roll of parchment from within his robes. "She will marry. I have here a contract, signed by me. The other signature does not belong to Lucius or Abraxas Malfoy. Narcissa will be marrying Lord Harry Peverell." A collective gasp was heard, and all eyes flittered between Harry and Narcissa. He, however, heard nothing nor paid attention to the stares. He had eyes for only one person, and she was staring at him in disbelief. Flashback. Bollocks. That he had not expected, and he reached up to touch his cheek where Narcissa's hand had been. It was still warm to the touch, and he could taste her on the corner of his lips. They had grown fond of one another over the weeks they had spent here, and at his Quidditch matches, but he hadn't been ready to admit just how close they had become. Perhaps he was so fixated on her being Malfoy's mother that he had not been able to look past it to what there was between them, and he now felt a sense of panic overwhelm him. She was going to be married off to Lucius, something neither Narcissa nor Harry wanted. No, he could not accept that. He had to do something. Flicking his wand into his hand, he did the only thing he could think of and sent a patronus to the one person that could help him before he apparated away. The wait could only have been a few minutes at most, but it felt longer, and his nervousness only increased as the front door to the house he found himself outside of opened. "Peverell," a voice called, "it's bloody well 10 at night." "I know, and I wouldn't be disturbing you, unless it was important." Arcturus frowned at him. "Are you all right? You look as though you've seen a ghost." "I'm fine," Harry said dismissively. "Well, I think I am." Arcturus shook his head. "You'd better come in and have a damned good explanation for why you're here," the old man warned, gesturing for Harry to follow. "Arcturus, who is it?" Melania questioned as they entered the house. "Oh, Lord Peveril," she greeted him as she pulled her dressing gown tightly around her, confused by his appearance. "You have my apologies, Lady Black," Harry offered sincerely. "If this could have waited, I wouldn't be here." "Has something happened?" the woman asked worriedly. "No, not yet," Harry assured her. "Maybe you should join us." Melania looked towards her husband, who shrugged, and led them into the kitchen. "All right, Peveril, what's all this about?" "I want your permission to marry Narcissa," Harry blurted, unsure of what else there was to say on the matter. The older man looked at him for a moment, his mouth agape before he shook himself from his thoughts. "And this couldn't wait until the morning?" Harry shook his head. "No, her father is going to be announcing her betrothal to Malfoy tomorrow during the wedding. It had to be now." "Are you sure about that?" Arcturus pressed, a deep frown marring his features. "He hasn't mentioned it to me." "Narcissa told me," Harry sighed. "She doesn't want to marry him. She's really upset about it." "So, you want to stop him from marrying her by marrying her yourself?" "Yes, no," Harry corrected quickly. "I want to marry her. That's it. Even if Malfoy wasn't a part of this, I'd want to marry her." Arcturus released a deep breath, his gaze switching to his wife. "This will cause problems," he grumbled. "Who cares?" Melania replied firmly. Arcturus smirked at the woman, and Harry suspected he was enjoying the drama of this more than he should be. "Fetch me a contract template and a quill." Melania nodded, left the room, and returned a few moments later with what she had been asked to bring. For several minutes, Arcturus scratched away with the quill, humming and nodding thoughtfully from time to time as he set about the task. "What are your terms, Peveril? What do you want from this?" Harry frowned before shaking his head. "Nothing," he answered. Arcturus snorted. "You have to get something out of this, or people will think you a fool. This contract, when registered, will become a matter of public record. It must look as though the negotiation cost us both something significant. Then just include what you'd be willing to part with. It doesn't matter to me." Arcturus offered him a bemused look before a genuine smile, and began writing again. "For marrying Narcissa, you will receive a dowry of 50,000 galleons, a vacant property of the Blacks of yours and Narcissa's choosing, and 2% of the shares of our current business income. That will ensure your financial security as well as give you a home in which you can raise a family." "Is that not a bit much?" Harry questioned. "You have not heard my terms yet. You may well demand more of me when you do," Arcturus returned. "Then what are yours?" "You will not politically undermine me or any future Lord Black in any of our ventures. You do not have to support them, but you will not vote against them." Harry nodded his agreement. "You will remain faithful to Narcissa. There will be no mistresses nor infidelity of any kind." "I would never." "I know," Arcturus cut him off. "It is just a standard addendum for those who wish the daughter of their family is not shamed." "Agreed." "Good," Arcturus muttered. "You will support her ventures. If she wishes to continue healing, you will respect her decision and not attempt to put a stop to it. If she chooses to pursue anything else that does not bring shame upon you, your house or mine, you will provide the means for her to do so." "I will," Harry confirmed. "And finally, this is the one that you may find difficult as it may affect your children or theirs," Arcturus warned. "Should Sirius Orion Black, my current heir, refuse his position, you will run the Black family in his stead as a proxy until one of his own children comes of age. Should he not bear any, or they too refuse their position, one of your children will take on the mantle of Lord Black." Harry could only stare at the man dumbfounded. He was not so politically savvy, but he understood that this was not common practice. "Why?" "Because I will not leave the family to that so Walburga or in the hands of the Lestranges," Arcturus spat. "So, do we have an accord?" "We do," Harry agreed after pondering the implications for a moment. To him, they meant nothing. So long as Narcissa was freed of marrying Malfoy, he would have accepted much worse terms than he had been given. "Then you need only sign, and it will be done," Arcturus explained, offering him a familiar blood-red quill. Cringing at the feel of it in his hand, he signed where the old man indicated, ignoring the lingering, burning itch when the deed was done. "I will file these first thing," Arcturus assured him, rolling up the parchment and sealing it with a wave of his wand. "On a personal note, I am pleased it is you, Peveril. I just hope you're ready to deal with what is to come," he added with an amused chuckle. "The Malfoys will not take being slighted this way well." "I don't care," Harry replied, relieved that he had been successful. "If it comes to it, I will kill them." "You'd certainly be doing me a favor," Arcturus grinned. "I suddenly find myself looking forward to this wedding more than I was." Melania released a labored sigh. "You're only happy when you're upsetting someone, Arcturus," she huffed. "When you get to my age, there's nothing more enjoyable than making others suffer," he retorted. "Take Peveril here, for example. He's feeling rather pleased with himself now, but that will change when he remembers that Cygnus will be his father-in-law." Arcturus laughed heartily as Harry grimaced. "It could be worse," Melania sighed. "It could be Walburga." Arcturus hummed. "That would be worse fucking bint," he grumbled. "Anyway, excuse us, Peveril, but it is rather late, and we have quite the occasion to attend in the morning. I look forward to seeing you there." Harry offered the man a nod before taking his leave from the house. He didn't know if Narcissa would be angry with him for what he'd done, but at worst, she wouldn't be married to Malfoy, so he could endure her ire if that was what he were to face. All that remained now was to deal with her reaction, and that of the other wedding guests. He snorted at the thought. This could become quite the messy affair. End flashback. The expression Narcissa was giving him was indiscernible, her eyes still wide as she rose from her seat, walked around the table and towards him. He felt nervous as she stopped only a foot or so away and stared at him questioningly, her lips parting slightly to speak when she was interrupted. "No," Lucius denied loudly, his wand in hand. "She is to be my wife." Harry glared balefully at the man, his own wand ready should Lucius wish to prove himself the fool. A part of him hoped he would, and he tilted his head to the side as his magic began pulsing throughout him. "That is a rather stupid and dangerous claim to make, Malfoy," Harry replied coldly. "Did you not hear, Lord Black? The contract is signed, and unless you wish to take issue with me, I suggest you sit down and shut up." Lucius was furious, but he was not so stupid to accept such a challenge, and a firm shake of his father's head was enough for him to concede, though he did so unhappily. "I didn't think so," Harry mumbled as he slid his wand back up his sleeve. It was as though those within the room had frozen, but when his wand was returned, they breathed a sigh of relief and began chattering amongst themselves as Cygnus stared dumbly at Arcturus, and Abraxas looked furiously towards him. "Come with me," Narcissa said quietly, pulling him by the arm until they were out of the room, followed by Amelia Bones. "Bloody hell, Peveril, you could have told me that was going to happen," the redhead huffed, though she wore a look of amusement. "Anyway, I don't have any reason to stick around anymore, thank Merlin. Congratulations," she offered before taking her leave through the front door of the venue. When she was gone, Narcissa gestured for Harry to follow, and they too left the building and began walking the grounds on the outside. After a few moments, Narcissa stopped and stared at him once more. "Why?" she asked. "Did you do it out of some kind of noble stupidity so I wouldn't have to marry him?" She was confused, and Harry could understand that, but he did not want her to believe that was his motivation. He was terribly inexperienced with things like this, but he needed to be honest with her. He needed her to understand. "No," he denied firmly. "I did it because the thought of you marrying him made me sick to my stomach, because you deserve better than him. Whether or not you think I am, that's up to you to decide, but I had to do something. If I didn't, I would spend the rest of my life regretting it and wondering what if." "So you went immediately for marriage?" she questioned, an amused grin tugging at her lips. "Do you think your grandfather would have settled for anything less?" Narcissa shook her head. "No, he wouldn't," she sighed. "You're an idiot, though. You do realize we will actually have to get married." "I'm struggling to see the problem with that," he replied, Unless you don't want to. No, she said quickly. It's not that, I'm just surprised and confused. I don't want you to think you had to do this to save me. I didn't, Harry assured her. I did it for me as much as I did you. She offered him a bright smile, one of the very same that had warmed him and plagued his dreams for months. I meant what I said last night, she replied. If I hadn't have met you, I would have probably been content with marrying Lucius, but not now. And I would have been an idiot if I didn't do what I did, Harry snorted. Are you angry with me? Narcissa shook her head. No, this is the sweetest thing you could have ever done. It's completely crazy, but that's just you all over, and I'm sorry if you felt that you were forced into this. I'm not unhappy, but I don't want you to regret it. I won't, Harry assured her. I would have regretted it more if I'd done nothing. Narcissa sighed as she looked at him. People won't like this. All the lords will feel slighted that you're marrying me and not one of their daughters, she pointed out. I'm not in the line of inheritance, and they will hold it against you for choosing someone lesser. I really don't care, Harry returned with a shrug. If they have a problem with it, they can take it up with me. You're not lesser than anyone, and you shouldn't think otherwise. You're going to be the Lady Peveril, and if Arcturus is right about my family's standing, they will be much lesser than you. Narcissa laughed heartily. You have got to be the most frustrating, insane, and wonderful person I have ever met. I really can't believe you did this, she huffed before throwing herself into his arms and pressing her lips gently against his in a chaste kiss. Is this really what you want? She asked nervously when she pulled away. Harry nodded. It is. I'm not very good with things like this, but yes, I've never been surer about anything as I am about marrying you. And that was the truth. He had fallen for her and couldn't see her married to another, not when he felt this way. She smiled once more, before frowning. What did my grandfather ask of you? He wouldn't have just agreed without getting something out of it. Why don't we go and speak to him and you can find out for yourself? Honestly, I don't really remember the terms, he added sheepishly. Narcissa gave him an amused look of irritation as she took him by the hand and led him back towards the venue. You really are something, Harry, she muttered. I bet he could have asked for your wand hand and you would have agreed. Harry frowned thoughtfully and shook his head. In the state he had been in, she was probably right. Ah, Lord Peveril, a male voice spoke as they entered the front door. Allow me to be the first to offer you my congratulations. Harry felt a shiver run down his spine. He knew that voice and the face that it belonged to. He had to fight the urge to reach for his wand, knowing that Narcissa would only get hurt were he to act upon his impulse to strike the man down. Thank you, he replied stiffly, aware that Narcissa was looking between the two of them questioningly. It is a very good match indeed, the man mused aloud, his green eyes flashing red, so quickly that most would have thought it nothing but a trick of the light. Lucius will calm down, and I can assure you that none in their wishes you harm. They are merely shocked by the turn of events. And there was me looking forward to killing a few more people, Harry sighed. Maybe another day if they do attempt to harm me. The man offered him a bow of acknowledgement. I see no reason why they would, he replied. Anyway, it was nice to meet you. Perhaps one day we can meet under more pleasant circumstances. I find myself intrigued by you. Perhaps we could, Harry agreed. Then I wish yourself and your future bride well. With that, the man was gone, and Harry watched him until he disapparated when he was a short distance away, the urge to curse him very difficult to ignore. Who was that? Narcissa asked. Someone I am keeping a very close eye on, Harry answered ominously. Narcissa looked at him confused, but did not press the issues any further, much to his relief. Voldemort's appearance only served to remind him why he had been brought here, and who he was under the Peveril armor he wore. A part of him felt guilty that Narcissa did not know the truth, but it was not something he could tell her. It was not something he could tell anyone. Harry Potter does not exist where you are going. The words of the cloaked figure reminded him that, for all intents and purposes, he was no longer Harry Potter. He was Harry Peveril, a name that became more familiar to him with each passing day just as the Potter one faded. Break. Arcturus glared at his furious son as he continued to rant and rave about being undermined, his own irritation growing with how much of a fool the man was making of himself. Thankfully, there was only family here to witness it, or Cygnus would be looked upon as a petulant child. Why would you do this? Lucius was a better match for Narcissa than anyone else. And now she has an even better one, Arcturus returned. You should be pleased. Your daughter is happy and has an excellent husband. But Lucius is a shit just like his father, Arcturus interrupted. Have you even considered why Abraxas was so keen on marrying his son to her? It is for the very same reason Corvus wanted Bellatrix to marry Rudolphus. Cygnus stared at his father dumbly. I don't understand. Because you're a fucking moron, boy, Arcturus spat. They're hopping to capitalize on the rift between Sirius and the rest of the family. If he does not accept his position as my heir, then there is weakness, one they hope they can exploit to absorb our line into their own. Don't be so ridiculous, Walburga cackled. Regulus is next in line. Regulus would be dealt with along with any other threat against their ambitions, Arcturus bit back. Besides, Regulus is not in line after Sirius. I will not have your influence anywhere near the lordship position. You would disinherit the only eligible male that is a true black, Walburga seethed. Ha, if the boy was a true black, he would have the balls to tell you to piss off with your delusions of grandeur, Arcturus snorted. He is more wrapped round your finger than Orion, and I will not have it. Sirius is my heir, and that will not change. The boy is a disgrace who cavorts with mudbloods. He has always shamed this family. Arcturus narrowed his eyes at the woman, his nostrils flaring in anger. I will say this once and once only, you toxic hag, he warned. You will keep your mouth shut or I will remove your tongue. Walburga opened her mouth to speak, but was cut off by her husband. For the love of Merlin, Walburga, be quiet. The woman looked at him in disbelief, shocked by his outburst, and with a growl she stormed from the room, dragging Regulus with her. Do you truly believe that is what is happening? Orion questioned. I do, Arcturus answered, and I will not have it. With Peveril as such a close ally, they will think twice at the very least. Orion nodded his understanding. Then you did the right thing, he offered. Peveril is of equal or better standing to us, so it makes sense. No, Cygnus interjected. Corvus and Abraxas have been friends to us. I can't believe they would do this. If you can think of any other reason why Abraxas would have his son married to Narcissa, then I would like to hear it. Because Lucius loves her. Arcturus snorted derisively. Lucius Malfoy is in love with himself. He merely played his part. And what about Peveril? Cygnus fired back. Peveril was willing to accept nothing for her hand, Arcturus explained. I had to damn well force him to take what I was willing to give, and he only did it so I'd sign the bloody contract. He does care for her, that's good enough for me and should be for you. Narcissa will be happy with him and cared for, as will the family if things go tits up. Did Narcissa want this match? Drula asked. I did. A voice sounded from the door, and the woman turned to be greeted by the sight of her smiling daughter. The worried Drula had felt this past week evaporated as she pulled her youngest into her arms and held her close. Are you sure? Narcissa nodded, her teary eyes saying more than any words could. Then I'm happy for you, Drula whispered. I suppose we have another wedding to plan, Cygnus huffed grumpily. Not the one I was expecting, but a wedding nonetheless. Bloody sneaky bastards. You had better look after her, Peveril. Arcturus shook his head. Cygnus was not happy with what had been done, but he knew his son would come around when he realized that Narcissa had a much more advantageous match lined up. The man was always thinking of how he could better his own position, and was undoubtedly considering the possibilities of his daughter being married to such a prominent lord. With my life, if necessary, Harry promised. Arcturus believed him too. Peveril was young, perhaps idealistic in many ways, but he was a good man deep down, and he couldn't be happier for him and Narcissa. With the contract in place and announced, he breathed a sigh of relief knowing that at the very worst, his family would not be left to the buzzards to be picked clean of their worth. Were any to try, he had a gifted and powerful ally to right that wrong, and all the fools had to do was read the contract to understand it. Whilst he could call Peveril family, none could hope to assert their ambitions upon the Blacks, and for that he was grateful. Narcissa being happy with the arrangement was merely the icing on the cake for the old man, but the future certainly looked less bleak than it had for some time now. Chapter 15. 1 from 3. He had allowed a few days to pass before summoning her in the hopes that she would calm down somewhat. She hadn't. She continued to curse her grandfather, her sister, and Peveril for what had happened, ranting and raving like a mad woman. It had amused him at first, but it was beginning to test his already fraying patience. "Bella." She turned to look at him questioningly. "Shut up." She scowled, but said nothing else, and the Dark Lord took a moment to enjoy the tranquility of silence before speaking once more. "I do not understand why you are so upset. Peveril is a strong wizard that will take care of Narcissa, unless you are jealous." Bellatrix balked at the accusation. "I am not jealous." "Then why such a reaction?" "Because I want him dead," she replied, pouting as a child would. The Dark Lord shook his head. Bellatrix was undoubtedly unhinged in many ways, useful when put to task, but her moods seemed to shift with the wind. In only a second, she could go from being ecstatically happy to murderously furious. Such lack of control was unbecoming and frankly psychotic. "With Peveril marrying your sister, he is more likely to become an ally," he pointed out. "You must let go of this obsessive grudge you have against him. It is rather ridiculous, and your efforts are better focused elsewhere." "But, Crucio." He had reached the end of his patience with Bellatrix, and held her under the spell for a moment, her now familiar screams of agony failing to stir him in any way. Perhaps his treatment of her over these past months had only made her more unpredictable. With a shrug, he released her from the grip of the spell and leaned back in his chair. It mattered not. It was too late to undo any damage he had done to her mind. "Are you quite finished?" he questioned. She nodded as she trembled, splayed across the floor gasping for breath and yelping as she pulled herself to her feet. "Why, yes, my lord." "Excellent. Ah, Lucius, did you manage to acquire it?" The blonde entered the room, his own expression one of displeasure as he bowed, and handed the Dark Lord a roll of parchment. "I did. There have been several requests to see the copy of the contract. It appears the wedding between Peveril and Black has generated much interest, my lord." "Indeed," Voldemort murmured as he unrolled the document and began to read. "Well, this is very interesting," he mused aloud when he had finished. "Interesting, my lord," Lucius pressed. "It seems that Lord Black has all but ensured the future of your family, Bellatrix," Voldemort explained as he handed her the document. "Unless someone is willing to make an enemy of Peveril, and that is unlikely. Quite the stroke of genius." He watched as the woman's eyes narrowed in fury as she absorbed the contents. "Why would any children? I have not be in the line of succession." "Because your grandfather does not wish for the Black family to fall under the control of the Lestranges," Lucius replied. "I suspect that is the reason that was included in the contract." The Dark Lord nodded his agreement. "The rest is rather mundane and typical." "It is," Bellatrix whispered. "I already know what house Sissy will choose." "Then there is nothing to be done other than wish them a long and prosperous life together," Voldemort declared. "A prosperous life," Lucius hissed. "He stole my wife." "Your wife?" the Dark Lord questioned. "Lucius, you were not even contracted to marry. I suggest you accept the loss and move on. You will not jeopardize a potential alliance with your pettiness." Lucius frowned petulantly. Many of his followers were like spoilt toddlers, so used to getting their own way and having a tantrum when they didn't. It was rather pathetic, but their support was needed. Lucius nor Bella would be the last to act in such a way, and for the time being, it was something that must be endured. Perhaps when the war escalated, they would understand what real adversity was. As things stood, they were undoubtedly talented, but had been coddled their entire lives, gifted everything they owned, and had not had to break a sweat in the pursuit of anything. That was not the real world. The real world was a cruel and harsh place where one had to fight to merely survive. They would learn this soon enough. When the true fighting began, they would understand what true adversity was and forget such an inane thing as a lost bride. Break. As much as I don't want to, I will have to get up. I have to go back to work tonight, Narcissa reminded him. That's not for a while yet, Harry mumbled. I know, but we haven't talked about that, yet, she replied with smirk, pointing at the copy of their marriage contract on the table. It had been 3 days of bliss where they had shut out the world beyond Harry's tent and simply enjoyed being with one another. Harry had missed 2 Quidditch practices, and Camden had arranged for Narcissa to have the time off, so long as she returned to work a night shift for a week in return. To Narcissa, it was a worthwhile compromise. What is there to talk about? Harry asked as he sat up. Well, we have to at least start planning the wedding. That's a big task by itself, and I want to look over the contract and see how stupid you were by signing it, she added with a grin as she fetched the document. Whatever I signed, I think I got the better deal, he returned. Narcissa blushed and swatted him with the parchment. If I didn't know you lacked the ability to charm someone, I would think you were trying to be sweet, she sighed. It just makes it more meaningful that I know you're being blunt. Now, be quiet whilst I read this. I wasn't going to say anything, Harry defended. You just did. Harry shook his head amusedly as Narcissa perused the document. Well, it certainly could be worse, she declared when she was finished. We will be financially secure, and we get to choose a house. I know which one I want. Don't I get a say in it? Harry, you live in a tent, Narcissa pointed out. I think that decision should be left to me. Besides, I know these properties. You would hate most of them. Good point, he chuckled. I don't really care where we live as long as you're happy with it. Narcissa nodded. There's a house on the southwest coast. It's private and next to the beach. We used to go when we were children. It will be perfect. That sounds good, Harry agreed. Anything else? 50,000 galleons is a lot of money. Your grandfather insisted on it, as he did with everything in there, Harry explained. I know, you're not selfish enough to negotiate that, Narcissa laughed. It just means we will be financially stable. We will, Harry agreed. All of that is fine, but the part about Sirius, it means that one of our children or even our grandchildren could be the next Lord Black. That's a big deal. I know, and it's another thing your grandfather was very firm on. He's worried that the Lestranges could somehow seize control of your family assets for themselves. Narcissa nodded and sighed. They would if they could, and Bella wouldn't be able to stop them even if she wanted to. All of that is a concern for another day, Harry comforted. With this contract, that won't happen unless they kill me. They might try, Narcissa said worriedly. And they will fail, he said firmly. I am not worried about the Lestranges or anyone else. We should be thinking about our wedding. I'd much rather talk about that. Narcissa smiled. So would I, but Lucius will not let this go. He's too stubborn to admit he's been beaten at anything. Then he will die, Harry returned. I may not be so politically inclined, but I will not have anyone threaten you or me. If Lucius attempts anything, it will be the last thing he ever does, I promise. I will be watching him very closely. Narcissa nodded. Sometimes, I forget that I should probably be terrified of you, she grinned. Because you shouldn't, Harry returned as he pulled her into his arms. I would never do anything to harm you. I know, Narcissa replied. I am a Black, Harry. I don't scare so easily anyway. I'm certainly not scared of you. He raised a challenging eyebrow at her, and she returned the gesture with a glare. That does remind me, though. Mother and Father have invited you for dinner on Saturday. I think they want to discuss the wedding and get to know you. Harry's expression shifted to one of horror, as he groaned and Narcissa shook her head at his reaction. My father, is a pain in the arse. Yes, Narcissa agreed with a sigh, but he will be respectful. My mother is a very sweet lady that won't threaten me. Narcissa shot him a look of faux despair. My mother is a sweet lady until she loses her temper. Just don't make her do that and you'll be fine. Will your sister be there? Narcissa shook her head. She's moved in with Rudolphus, and as a Lestrange, she won't have much to do with the Blacks unless it is for weddings or family gatherings. Ah, there are small mercies. Harry. I know, but let's not forget she tried to kill me, Harry reminded her. And you're very sweet for being so forgiving, Narcissa replied, kissing him gently. I wouldn't go that far, Harry grumbled. Narcissa giggled. Like it or not, Bella is going to be your sister-in-law, she pointed out. I didn't think of that. Narcissa offered him a look of amusement as she wrapped her arms around his neck. Too late now, you signed the contract, she returned with a playful grin. Harry nodded thoughtfully. I still got the better deal. You did well, Narcissa praised. I suspect my grandfather was rather keen on the match with what he was willing to part with to see it happen. He wasn't against it, but not too pleased with my timing, Harry chuckled. No, I can't imagine he was, she replied. I do need to ask you, though, is there anything that I should be aware of? Do you have any children, or have you been married before? No, nothing like that, Harry replied immediately. My life hasn't allowed for those kind of things. Narcissa breathed an audible sigh of relief. And the wizard with the red eyes? Will be dealt with when the time is right, Harry assured her. Narcissa stared at him speculatively for a moment and nodded. Good, because I don't plan on living as a widow. And I wouldn't leave you one, he promised. Now, we only have a few hours before you have to go back to work, so can we forget about everything until I am tortured by your parents? Narcissa grinned. The past week of her life had been turbulent, the one thing she believed to be a certainty having proven not to be. For now, she was content to merely enjoy these moments with Harry and deal with whatever may come. She wouldn't allow any of it to ruin her current happiness. Not when it was so newly found and so welcome. Break. A vase full of flowers smashed against the wall as he released a guttural roar, his temper getting the better of him as he finished digesting the contents of the contract. Rather ironically, the flowers were placed there by his wife to keep him calm when something provoked this very reaction from him. Instead of calming him with their floral smell, as intended, breaking it surprisingly made him feel better, though his breathing was labored and eyes narrowed at the piece of parchment. All his hard work to secure the marriage between Rudolphus and Bellatrix was for naught, his ambition gone up in smoke courtesy of Arcturus Black and Peveril. Had the elder lord known of his plans? Corvus shook his head. No, it was not possible. It was almost such a far-fetched play-out of events that would need to occur that not even the most astute of men would have considered it. Regardless, it felt as though he had been outwitted, and such a thought did not sit well with him. The fruits of his efforts were all but an emptier vault from the cost of the wedding and a daughter-in-law that crossed the border of lunacy, a considerable loss and a burden of a woman he was now responsible for. According to Rudolphus, Bellatrix had been in a towering rage since Abraxas's own ambitions had been quelled, and Corvus felt only a sense of relief that he had given the two of them their own home so that he had not been subjected to her mad raving. "Where's your wife?" he asked. "She has been summoned by the Dark Lord," Rudolphus explained, evidently fatigued himself by how his marriage was beginning. "Good, I don't want to see her unless necessary," Corvus mumbled as he poured himself and his son a generous measure of whiskey. "Had I known she was so deranged, I would have married Rabistan to the younger one." "She's angry, father," Rudolphus defended. "She hates Peveril. And it is a grudge she will let go of, or so help me I will fucking kill the bint myself," Corvus spat. "Peveril is not the problem here. He is merely a fool that fell in love but has, I believe, unintentionally derailed my plans. I can see no way towards seeing them come to light now." "Couldn't we just kill him?" Corvus snorted. "That played out so well when your wife tried that tact," he returned irritably. No, that would be a poor choice, and the Dark Lord yet expresses an interest in him. Unless he says so otherwise, Peveril must be left alone. Rudolphus nodded unhappily. Then what will we do? We will wait, boy. We do nothing until everything settles. If Peveril proves to be an enemy of our Lord, he will be dealt with accordingly, and then perhaps our goal will still be attainable. For now, it is the best we can hope for. So, Peveril will need to die. Corvus nodded. Either through the will of the Dark Lord, or when such a coup is not expected, he will need to die. Break. Watching Harry play Quidditch had become something of a weekly tradition for Charles. Sometimes, Doria would join him, Arcturus and Narcissa with the occasional appearance of Melania. Today, however, had been spoiled somewhat by the appearance of Drula and Cygnus. He had nothing against the woman. She had always been respectful and polite. The same could not be said for Arcturus's younger son. Cygnus had an inferiority complex and felt the need to prove himself against those he thought he was better than. Charles had not tolerated such behavior from the man and had never had any qualms about putting him in his place. Cygnus, sadly, never learned from his errors where the Potter Lord was concerned, and the two simply clashed, much to the annoyance of Doria and even Drula. Charles could not comprehend how the woman tolerated her Burke of a husband. I don't understand how you can watch this, sissy, Drula panicked. Currently, Harry was stood on his broom, navigating his way through the opposing players who were evidently determined to halt his pursuit of the snitch. A questionable tactic at best, but one that was necessary if they hoped to clinch victory. They were 130 points behind, and their seeker could not match Harry in any way. You get used to it, Narcissa sighed, fidgeting nervously with her green and gold scarf. He's bloody good, Cygnus commented, and he's got a pair, I'll give him that. That would likely be the only thing that Charles and the man would ever agree upon. He certainly didn't agree with Cygnus's choice of husband for Narcissa, but it had seemingly worked out in the girl's favor and had made the wedding just that much more bearable. It was not the kind of move he would have expected from Harry, but then again, he couldn't profess to know him all that well. Regardless, he was pleased for them both and wished them the very best. He smiled as he watched Narcissa fretting, the wool of her scarf having been stretched where she had pulled on it over the past weeks. They were so very different, but they made a very good couple from what he'd seen. Narcissa was kind, caring, a little aloof at times, but a sweet woman, much like his own wife. Harry was blunt, protective, but a good man who would ensure she was looked after and safe. Evidently, Narcissa was exceedingly pleased with the match, if the proud smile she wore as Harry caught the snitch was anything to go by. Thank Merlin that is over, Drula muttered. Did you get his head checked when he was first brought into St. Mungo's? The man has a death wish. Cygnus chuckled as he wrapped an arm around his wife's shoulder. Nonsense, he declared. Peveril's just got what it takes to be an excellent player. I've never seen anyone fly a broom like him. Charles frowned, annoyed that there was a second thing he agreed upon with the man. You are having dinner with him tonight? Arcturus questioned. Drula nodded. We are going to begin discussing the wedding, she explained. I don't see any reason to wait for them to be married. I agree, Arcturus replied. Perhaps a summer wedding where everyone can be in attendance, he suggested. You would want the entire family there, Melania questioned, concerned by the thought. Why would they not be? Drula asked. Because Harry would not take kindly to any unpleasantness, Charles broke in. Drula worried her lower lip. They would all be on their best damned behavior, Arcturus said firmly. Drula offered her father-in-law a look of uncertainty, but offered no rebuttal. Who else would we invite? Not many, Narcissa insisted. Harry wouldn't want too many people there, and neither would I. Sissy, this is your wedding day. Almost every family will expect to be present. To gawp at Harry, Narcissa cut in. I am no one of consequence to any of them, and they would only attend to stare at him and try to gain his favor. He would hate that, and I won't have him being made to feel uncomfortable on our wedding day. Well said, Doria praised. Narcissa offered her a grateful smile. We can discuss it during dinner, Drula placated. If you both would like a smaller ceremony, I don't see that being an issue. No, it wouldn't, Cygnus agreed. I've had a gut full of planning weddings for 1 year as it is. You did nothing of the sort, Cygnus Black, Drula chided. Whenever Bella's wedding was mentioned, it was as though you had been scolded with how quickly you made an excuse to leave. He got that from his father, dear, Melania huffed. Whenever wedding plans were mentioned, Arcturus was nowhere to be seen. No, he was too busy hiding in our basement with Charles, Doria informed them. They always thought they were so clever. Charles shared a grin with Arcturus. Many hours had been whiled away in that basement when they needed to escape from a commitment of sorts. I have no recollection of hiding from anyone, Arcturus denied. If lurking in a basement is not hiding from your responsibilities, Arcturus, I don't know what is, Doria returned evenly. Anyway, Harry is now coming. You will not tell him about the basement. I'm sure Narcissa would appreciate his input on their wedding. I wasn't going to say anything, Charles muttered. Were you, Arcturus? Not a thing, the Lord Black concurred. Let Peveril figure out his own way to escape. Both men laughed heartily, ignoring the glares sent their way by the 4 women and the thoughtful one of Cygnus Black. Break. In his wildest dreams, he never would have thought that any point in his life would he be sharing a dinner table with anyone from the Black family other than Sirius. What was more, he was engaged to be married to one of them. Harry knew that he should perhaps be the better man in the situation, but he could not help but feel elated that the world would not be plagued by the likes of Draco Malfoy at the very least. Not that it was the deciding factor on choosing to marry Narcissa. Much to his surprise, he had simply fallen for the woman and still, for the life of him, could not imagine her mothering the idiot. He shook his head. There was not a single thing about Draco that reminded Harry of his mother. Narcissa was a beautiful woman who had a beautiful soul, and Draco was nothing but a Malfoy through and through. Despite how odd his situation had become, he chose not to dwell on it. This was his life now, and he would not shy away from happiness when it was being given to him so readily. Without thought, he returned the encouraging smile she gave him. He was trying to be civil to Cygnus and Drula, something that was not made easy by his preconceived notions of them. Sirius had not been flattering towards any member of his family, and perhaps Harry had allowed the man's views to shape his own impression of them. It wasn't a fair thing to do, especially when they were to become his in-laws in the coming months. Drula certainly seemed to be a warm person, and Harry could see much of his bride-to-be in her. They had the very same blue eyes and slight dimpling of the cheeks when they smiled. Cygnus was what he had expected from a Black. He was quite the presence unto himself, but full of bluster more than anything that gave Harry cause for concern. He was a typical pureblood that believed his name alone set him apart from others. Despite this, the man seemed to be making a genuine effort to get to know him, and Harry was content with giving him the benefit of the doubt. He did not wish to be on bad terms with them unless it became unavoidable. You were very impressive today during your match, Lord Peveril, Drula complimented. Where did you learn to fly like that? Already he had insisted on her using his first name, but she had not quite managed to put her pureblood laurels aside. Maybe when she was more familiar with him, she wouldn't be so insistent on it. I taught myself mostly, Harry answered honestly. I've always enjoyed it and felt like playing Quidditch. It's working out so far. Not on my nerves it isn't, Narcissa mumbled, shooting him a smirk. As someone who pieces you lot together on a weekly basis, I don't understand the appeal. No one forces you to come, Harry pointed out. No, but if I didn't, you'd hurt yourself and some other poor healer would be stuck dealing with you. I couldn't do that to someone else. You're my burden to bear, Narcissa sighed dramatically. Harry shook his head amusedly. Healer Camden likes me, he retorted. She said she'd be happy to treat me again if I needed it. That's not what she told me, Narcissa replied. Her exact words revolved around you being difficult and stubborn. Harry snorted. I don't know where she gets it from, he despaired mockingly. That would be her mother, Cygnus answered. Sarcastic to the bone, both of them. I'll make sure to watch out for that. It is you that needs to be watched, Narcissa returned. Then I look forward to spending the rest of my life under your ever-watchful eye. Speaking of which, Drula interjected, should we not begin discussing the plans for the wedding? Harry nodded. I suppose we should, not that I know anything about them. I don't expect it's as easy as us saying a few words, and it's all over with just a wave of a wand, he asked hopefully. Both Narcissa and Drula laughed as Cygnus shook his head. Prepare for a lecture about flowers, tablecloths, and even centerpieces, Peveril, the latter muttered. Flowers? For the love of Merlin, don't ask questions. Just know that they are as important as anything else that will happen that day. Guests, Drula said suddenly before Harry could respond. I think compiling a guest list is the first thing we should do. Once that is done, we can start thinking about everything else. Is there anyone you'd like to be there, Lord Peveril? There were many people that Harry wished could be there, none of whom would believe what his life had become, and just who it was he'd be marrying. Ron would think he'd been bewitched. Hermione would bury herself in books to try to find an explanation of what had happened after he stepped through the veil, and his Dumbledore would offer him a smile and speak a few words of how magic truly was the greatest of life's mysteries. But none of them were here, and it saddened him they would miss this. Maybe just the Bones family, he spoke after a few moments of thought. The Potters, too, he added. It would not be how he ever envisioned his father attending his wedding, but he would take it, along with the grandparents that did not know they were such. If only there was a way his mother could be there. He had thought of her often since his arrival, and any notion he'd had of seeing her had long been dismissed. She was 16 years old at most and knew nothing of him. He couldn't fathom any opportunity that he would get to meet her until she and his father were together. If that even happened. The one thing he had learned above all else since he arrived here was that not everything would remain the same as it had once been. Of course, Drula replied, scratching away with a quill. Anyone else? Harry shook his head. No, there isn't anyone else. He felt Narcissa squeeze his hand under the table comfortingly, and he gave her a grateful smile. We could always put a set of robes on Olin, she suggested. Harry chuckled at the thought of the Raven in such an ensemble. I don't think he'd like that very much. Where is Olin anyway? I haven't seen him all day. He's doing something for me, Harry answered, eliciting a sigh of relief from Drula. Sorry, but he unsettles me, she explained. He unsettles everyone, Harry smirked. Well, I like him, Narcissa said. He's very sweet when you get past the white eyes and shrieks of death. Put him on the list. The Raven, Drula asked uncertainly. Narcissa nodded. I expect he'll be there whether or not he's invited. I'd like him there. Maybe we can perch him on Walburga's chair. Cygnus laughed and agreed with a nod. Fine, the bird gets an invite, Drula conceded. Of course, the Blacks will have to be there. What about your Uncle Evan? Uncle Evan, Harry questioned. Lord Rosier, Drula explained, and Harry nodded, a memory of being within Dumbledore's pensive coming to the forefront of his mind. I believe he has written to you before. Evan Rosier was a Death Eater, the one that had taken half of Moody's nose during his capture. He would be a rather interesting person to meet. Hitting the grizzled Auror with a spell was quite the accomplishment. I have no problem with it, he decided. Again, Drula wrote it down. Anyone else? Narcissa shook her head. I can't think of anyone, Narcissa replied. Not Bella. We should at least invite her, Harry suggested. If she decides not to come, that's up to her. Narcissa nodded her agreement. Okay, we can always make changes to the list if we need to. We can, Drula confirmed. Now we have to think about color schemes. Harry frowned, and Cygnus shot him a knowing look. Who knew that a wedding would take so much work? Break. He had held on to his frustration for as long as he could, however. With the Dark Lord not currently carrying out attacks, he could wait no more. He'd needed a release, to relieve himself of the tension and anger he'd been carrying, and there was only one way for him to do so. Another night and another blonde later, and he felt somewhat better. Again, it was not the woman he had been promised or grown an appetite for, but it would suffice. It would have to for now. Having left a tearful and broken woman in his wake, he exited the front door as casually as though he'd been a friendly visitor and closed it behind him, only to be startled by the flapping of wings. He glared at the raven that had settled on the gate. Ravens reminded him of the man that had robbed him of his prize, and with a growl, he took aim with his wand. His spell missed as the infernal bird took flight and settled high in a tree above, mocking him with its gaze. "Bastard," Lucius muttered irritably. "Death." The word made him grimace as his heart began to race. He knew of only one creature that squawked in such a way, and in his panic, Lucius sprinted, his eyes widening as an entire flock of ravens swooped from the tree in pursuit of him. "Death, death, death," they chorused, and in a bid for freedom, he apparated, breathing a sigh of relief as he arrived at the edge of the Malfoy property. He hated birds, ravens especially. Taking a moment to compose himself, he laughed at the ridiculousness of the situation he'd found himself in. Just what were a bunch of ravens going to do to him? He was a highly trained wizard, and they were nothing but buzzards. Laughing to himself once more, he opened the gates with a tap of his wand and entered the Malfoy grounds and halted as another squawk rang out, this time by a lone raven perched in a tree a short distance away, the bird being one with eyes of white. "Death." This one was almost mocking, and the creature stared as though it was looking into Lucius's soul. "Death," it parroted, almost as though it was passing judgment on him. Before he could even consider reacting, the raven vanished before his eyes in a puff of black smoke, and in a panic, Lucius found himself sprinting again, this time not stopping until he had slammed the door to his home behind him. "Break." "You have my apologies for being late," Dumbledore offered as he entered his office, the venue for this evening's meeting of the Order. "Something has required my attention which will become known to you before this meeting is concluded." Dismissive murmurs were returned to the headmaster as he took his seat behind his desk. If anything, Dumbledore was early as their meetings were usually held much later than 4 p.m. in the afternoon. "Firstly, I believe congratulations are in order," he began, his eyes twinkling merrily in Harry's direction, "to Lord Peveril on the announcement of his impending nuptials. I wish you the very best." The other Order members offered Harry a polite round of applause, with Edgar slapping him smartly on the shoulder. "Of course, the announcement came by way of your attendance at another wedding," Dumbledore continued seriously. "Was there anything you were able to discover that could prove useful?" "I don't know about Harry," Edgar broke in, "but Amelia compiled a list of people she believes we should be aware of," he informed them, producing a piece of parchment from within his robes. "Some of the names here are rather surprising and equally worrying." Dumbledore took the proffered list and scanned it, frowning deeply as he did so. "Indeed, some are a cause for concern," he mumbled. "Amelia is a very sharp woman, and she would not have included them without cause. Lord Peveril, were there any people you feel we should make a conscious effort to avoid drawing the suspicion of?" Harry nodded thoughtfully. This was the opportunity he had been waiting for since he had first met with the headmaster. "The Lestranges are certainly involved, as I believe are the Malfoys," he replied. "That's not so surprising," Dorcas Meadows pointed out. "No, it isn't," Harry agreed. "But I believe I have identified others through my own observations, the most concerning of which being Barty Crouch's son." A collective gasp of disbelief could be heard at his declaration, with many of the Order members looking at him expectantly. "What brings Barty Jr. under your suspicion, Lord Peveril?" Dumbledore pressed. "He was at the wedding and spent much of his time with the Lestranges and several others I have been watching. It is too coincidental for him not to be involved. At the very least, we must be cautious. Barty may be beyond reproach, but his son is not." "Amelia has noted the same concerns," Dumbledore sighed. "It is most worrisome as he is in a rather unique position to gain information for the Dark Lord," he mused aloud. He was at the wedding also, Harry revealed, garnering questioning looks from the Order members. In disguise, of course, but he was the first to congratulate me on my engagement. Are you certain it was him? Dumbledore asked. Harry nodded. I would recognize his magic and his voice anywhere. What did he say to you? Benji Fenwick asked. He made it abundantly clear that he would be interested in speaking with me in the future, Harry answered honestly. That will never happen. I would sooner be killed than align myself with him. The gathered Order members nodded their agreement. So, we have a list of people, but what can we do with it? Caradoc questioned. Sadly, very little, Dumbledore sighed. Unless they are caught in the act of harming innocent people, they are too well protected. We find ourselves in a very difficult position, and not an enviable one. Then we continue, as we have and hope we can apprehend one of the buggers, Edgar interjected. Dumbledore nodded. Which has given me an idea that could solve a problem I have, and also provides a possible future opportunity should things deteriorate more so, he mused aloud. It pertains to the reason why I am late. Today, there was a very unpleasant event that happened within the castle. As such, our defense against the dark arts professor has resigned with immediate effect. What happened, Albus? Dorcas Meadows inquired. The poor fellow was attacked in the corridor by a yet unidentified group of students. We have our suspicions as to who was behind it, but by the time we caught up with them, any evidence was disposed of. The poor man, Meadows sighed. I am failing to see, however, how that could coincide with a possible plan. Well, Dumbledore said thoughtfully as he tugged at his beard, the Dark Lord has approached Lord Peveril with the intention of speaking to him later. That means that he is not yet aware of your affiliation with us, he explained, looking at Harry, who did not like where this conversation was going. It does, he agreed reluctantly. I know it is much to ask this of you, but I would consider it a favor if you were to fill the position of our defense professor. Please, listen to my reasoning before speaking. Harry frowned, but allowed the man to continue. Your reputation alone would deter any such action being taken against you from this group of students, whom I believe are intent on joining the Dark Lord's ranks upon completion of their schooling. When he learns of your placement, they will be specifically instructed, in an indirect manner, of course, to not antagonize you. That is rather clever, Minerva piped up. It also distances Lord Peveril far enough away from us that we could perhaps take advantage of the Dark Lord's interest in him if necessary, Benji added. He'd just have to be certain to not be too flattering of Albus. That wouldn't be difficult, Harry grumbled, glaring at the headmaster who appeared to be amused. Excellent, Dumbledore declared. And you do have my apologies, but the Dark Lord is aware of all other members here other than Arthur, who has his own role within the ministry. He would be displeased by any of them being appointed. With you, the students causing us concern would be kept in line on two fronts. Harry huffed irritably, but nodded his acceptance of the logic behind the decision. It was not lost on him, however, that it presented the perfect opportunity for Dumbledore to keep a closer eye on him also, something that he had no doubt the man was fully aware of. Have you any teaching experience, Lord Peveril? I have, he answered, his months instructing several students in the DA coming to mind. Owls and newts, McGonagall pressed. An O in both for defense. The deputy headmistress hummed as she turned her attention towards Dumbledore. I see no issue in his appointment until the end of term at the very least. Then it is settled, should you accept, of course, Lord Peveril. Harry wanted to decline the man purely out of principle, but his thoughts turned to what he could gain from being here. One thing came to mind, and he immediately knew he could not deny himself the opportunity. Both his mother and father were here, and though they could never know who he had once been, he could not say no. I accept, he returned, already questioning his decision. Excellent. Then we shall head to the Great Hall after the meeting to announce it to the students at dinner. Harry released a deep breath as the other Order members gave him a round of applause. He didn't know how Narcissa would take the news. Perhaps he should have spoken to her first or at least slept on it. Break, Smug gits, James muttered, eyeing the Slytherin table where Snape, Jugson, the Carrow twins and the rest of their ilk were seated. They'll get away with it too, Remus sighed. They always do. Looks like we will get a free period again until he's replaced, Peter broke in with a shrug. James despised the Slytherin students, not just for the house they were in, but how they treated others and were never punished for it. At worst, they would be given a detention when they should be expelled. The moment him, Sirius, Remus, and Peter stepped out of line, McGonagall was there to administer much harsher punishments for lesser deeds than those clad in green and silver. Well, at least we haven't got owls this year, Sirius pointed out. Oh, there's Dumbledore. He doesn't look happy, does he? James whispered as the headmaster raised a hand for silence. As I am sure you are aware, a rather unpleasant incident took place today within these very walls, he began severely. I would like to think that it is not something that will be repeated again. James glared once more at the Slytherin table, where many of them were grinning triumphantly. Unfortunately, Professor Wilkes will not be returning to the school, however. I have secured a very suitable replacement. That was fast, Sirius whispered, many other students also voicing the same opinion amongst their own groups. I am sure you will join me in welcoming our new defense against the dark arts professor, Lord Peveril. Stunned silence followed the headmaster's announcement as the man himself entered with an eerie raven perched on his shoulder, the white eyes of the bird sweeping over the students. Oh shit, Sirius said much louder than he had intended. Professor Peveril will be joining us from Monday, and I am sure you will all benefit from his expertise. Do enjoy the rest of your meal, Dumbledore urged, his smile as bright as ever as he took his leave. Peveril continued to eye the students, and they were all seemingly transfixed on him. Death, his raven squawked, startling them. Not today, Olin, Peveril replied, smirking as he stroked the bird's feathers before he too left the great hall. When he was gone, the chattering started, and both James and Sirius laughed heartily. Bloody hell, I thought I was going to shit myself, Peter whimpered. Isn't he the bloke that offed Avery at St. Mungo's? And almost killed my cousin Bellatrix, Sirius sighed wistfully. I'd like to see the pricks over there try their shit with him. Do you know him? Lily asked from where she was sat with Alice and Marlene further down the table. Know him? He's probably the coolest person I know other than me, Sirius declared, even if he is marrying my cousin. Your cousin, James queried, a frown marring his features. Yeah, he's marrying Narcissa, Sirius huffed. He must be a bloody nutter. Narcissa's not so bad. At least he's not marrying Bellatrix. Thank Merlin, Sirius grumbled. So what's he like? Lily asked. Will he be a good professor? Well, he knows how to handle himself. Haven't you heard of him? Lily shook her head. Muggleborn, remember, she reminded them. Go on, James. Tell dear Evans all about our new defense professor, Sirius encouraged. James shrugged and filled the redhead in on what she had missed. That can't be true, she denied. You're making it up. James snorted. He went on trial for killing Avery, and we witnessed the duel between him and Bellatrix, he added, gesturing between himself and Sirius. Peveril is the real deal. His bird is creepy, Marlene declared. Olin's all right as long as you don't look at him or let him in during breakfast time, Sirius said dismissively. Did you know he lives in Peveril's skin? He does not, Remus huffed incredulously. He bloody does, Sirius retorted. He does, James confirmed. We saw it when he had dinner with us and my parents. What kind of magic is that? Lily asked. James shrugged. I don't know, but he does stuff that I've never even heard of. You should research his family, Evans. There's some messed up stories about them. I will, Lily assured him, evidently believing that James was exaggerating. This is going to be good, the Potter heir said gleefully. I just hope the gits over there try something. Peveril will wipe the floor with them. Break. Narcissa could only breath a sigh of relief as her shift at St. Mungo's came to an end, the night having proved to be a difficult one. It had been no busier than normal, in truth, as far as night shifts went, this had been rather tame. The reason for such relief came courtesy of a patient that had been brought in. She was no different to many she had treated over the past months, but it was her sudden appearance that had caught Narcissa off guard. Like others that had come before her, she had been violated in the most abhorrent of ways. The difference in her case was that this had not occurred during an attack carried out by the pureblood movement. There hadn't been one of those for some time. No, this Muggle woman had been targeted, victimized, and left for days without treatment. The Aurors had been alerted to the area via the magical sensors they used to track activity of witches and wizards in areas of the country. As it was only a single apparition, the case had not been prioritized, and it had taken some time to find her. Narcissa could only imagine the horror she had endured. She had been young, too, close to her own age and of a somewhat similar appearance. It only served to remind her how dangerous this world could be. According to the Auror that had escorted the woman in, they were taking this very seriously, having extracted the woman's memory of what happened. It was not often such an approach was taken, but she had been all but catatonic. Narcissa had done all she could to help her, had purged her system of the potions she had been forced to ingest and healed her physical wounds. In most cases, she was loath to alter memories of these women, but she did so without reluctance. It would be best if she did not remember what was done to her. It would only haunt the young woman. She hoped that whoever had carried out such acts on the Muggle was caught and punished to the full extent of the law. Narcissa had no love for those without magic, but none deserved what this, and many other women had been subjected to. She felt better now that she was out of the corridors of the hospital and knew she should go home, but she didn't feel like being alone, not when there was someone who could help her put this awful night behind her. With a sad smile, she apparated away from her usual alleyway and appeared on the beach just a short walk away from Harry's tent, pausing as she noticed a lone figure in the distance, staring out across the sea with his wand in hand. She watched curiously as he raised it and flinched as a bolt of green lightning crackled from the end. As it struck the ocean, it displaced a considerable amount of water, but Harry did not remain idle. With an elaborate motion, the water coalesced into an enormous cloaked being clutching a scythe that it swung towards an invisible foe. What made the sight only more impressive were the waves of green magic flowing through it, sparking and snapping with more forks of lightning. Narcissa would not pretend to understand such magic, but she knew it was dangerous, and she could only look on worriedly as the figure exploded and formed into dozens of ravens that began flying closely around Harry, the watery, pulsating birds lighting up his features as they glowed ominously with that same green energy. He seemed oddly at ease, his eyes following them until he suddenly snatched one of his creations from the air and held it, his eyes now the eerie white she had only seen twice before. With a nod, he hurled the ball of magic towards a large rock that exploded and green forks of lightning shot out in all directions, scorching the sand around him. Narcissa could only shake her head. Her future husband was a very dangerous man, but it only made her feel safer. And just what was that? She questioned as she reached him and wrapped her arms around his waist. Just something I've been working on, he muttered, surveying the damage around them. With a final wave of his wand, the rest of the still circling ravens vanished and he turned to greet her, gently pressing his lips against her own. Narcissa nodded, taking in his appearance. There were not many that would believe Harry wielded magic the way he did, not with those warm, green eyes and the way he was smiling at her. You're quite terrifying, you know, she sighed before resting her head against his chest. Only because I have to be, he whispered. I know. They remained that way for some time, until Narcissa reluctantly pulled away and cupped his cheek. Just be careful, Harry. He nodded, took her by the hand, and led her into the tent and out of the chill of winter morning. Seemingly, he knew that she would come here when her shift was finished, as there was a steaming pot of tea waiting for her on the table. Bad night, he asked. It was, but I don't want to talk about it, she replied, pouring herself a cup. I'd rather leave it where it is. He nodded his understanding and took the seat next to hers. I do have some news, he revealed. Whether it is a good or bad thing, I don't know yet. What is it? Narcissa asked, warming her hands with her mug and taking a sip of the hot liquid. Dumbledore has asked me to fill in as the defense against the dark arts professor for the rest of the term, he explained. There was an incident at the castle, and the current one left. I suspect he wants someone who won't be easily intimidated by the purebloods there. Narcissa nodded thoughtfully, before a bright smile tugged at her lips. And you accepted. I did. She placed her tea on the table and climbed into his lap, placing her arms around his neck. How could that be a bad thing? She asked. You will be brilliant. When do you start? On Monday, Harry replied, taken aback by how easily she had accepted it. Is this what you want to do? He shrugged uncertainly. It's not something I've ever thought about, he answered honestly. It just happened really suddenly. Then you have the rest of the school year to decide, Narcissa comforted. If you find that it is not for you, you don't have to stay on if the opportunity is offered. At worst, you'll figure out that it is not what you want, and you can move on. That's true, Harry conceded. You could really do a lot of good there, Harry. Defense at Hogwarts has been so inconsistent over the years, and it is what you're best at. If it had been potions, on the other hand. He raised an eyebrow at her, and she took off, giggling as he gave chase. She had barely made it to the other side of the room before he caught her, and she cursed the fact that running was something he took very seriously. What are you going to do, Harry? She challenged. I hadn't thought that far ahead. She nodded, smirking as she kissed him, and any thoughts of vengeance he may have had were all but forgotten. Break. Come, Peveril, the figure instructed. As he had previously, Harry followed, wondering why he found himself here once more. It had been some time since the two of them had convened, and he had not expected to again so soon. I see that you are adjusting to your new life, it commented. A job, a wife, and you have been preparing for what is to come. I have, Harry acknowledged warily. Fear not, Peveril, I am not here to take any of those away from you. If anything, you have surprised me, but I respect your choices. Remember, the only thing set in stone is that you will meet with Riddle and one of you will die. I have made no secret that I would prefer it to be him first. Make no mistake, your turn will come, as will every other of your kind. I simply cannot abide those that would attempt to flee from me. Death is a beautiful thing, Peveril, the end of one sometimes torturous journey into an eternity of bliss. Then why have you brought me here? The very same reason I called you to me in the first place. Balance, the cloaked figure returned. The balance still remains rather skewed against you. You have taken steps, but so has he. Your enemies grow as his allies increase, and yet he is not content. Still he seeks immortality. I am trying, Harry huffed. You are, the figure agreed, but fate remains a cruel mistress. I simply wish to ensure the balance. There must always be balance, Peveril. What would you have me do? You have already been doing what is needed. The three souls you carry have been becoming one, and you are now ready to proceed. Proceed. Listen to the whispers, Peveril, the figure urged, pointing towards the veil. Unite us, Harry. The books find the book. We must be one. I don't know what they mean. No, I don't suppose you do, the figure replied almost amusedly. The first and last are almost done and will take only a little work from me and some from yourself. I can finish mine now, but you will need the book for the last. What is the book? A gift of my own to your line, Peveril, though with 3 brothers claiming a trinket of mine each, they could never fully utilize them as you can. The wand, the stone, and the cloak are quite the marvel alone, but together they make. The Master of Death, Harry cut in irritably. No, the figure denied. Death can be mastered by none. I am as inevitable as I am eternal. So long as souls need harvesting, I will remain. The Hallows will truly make you what men fear most but can never truly avoid. Harry frowned. Death. Not quite me, but my chosen, the figure explained. You shall wield my magic and carry out my will, for when tyrants rise, many fall. You will be the needed balance. And the book will help you. To find it, you must simply go to where your ancestors are buried, and it will present itself to you. 3 brothers for 3 sections of the book, but your soul must be one and given my blessing. That sounds ominous. The figure nodded. It is, but the time will come soon enough. You will know when, you will feel it, and the magic will call to you. Until then, beware of your enemies, Peveril. Men are foolish, and not all will heed the word of their betters. I will, Harry assured the figure. Now my work must be done, but you will return when you are ready. Prepare yourself, this will likely be unpleasant. The wand has served you well until now, but the magic must become your own. Harry had no time to react as the figure plunged an icy hand into his chest, eliciting a scream of agony from him. He felt the familiar coldness spread throughout his body as it was overwhelmed with the magic. Only this time it was much stronger than he had ever felt. With a final push from the figure and another scream, the world around him faded. Break. Narcissa was startled awake by a scream and the sound of Harry hitting the floor with a dull thud. Immediately, she shot out of bed to see him twitching, his body covered in a layer of perspiration and his teeth gritted. She had witnessed his bad dreams before, but nothing like this. Carefully, so not to jolt him, she touched his chest gently, only to pull her hand back quickly, the second scream he unleashed having little to do with it. He was cold, colder than anything she had ever touched, and if she was not witnessing his frantic breathing, she would think him dead. Harry, she pleaded desperately, throwing caution to the wind and shaking him by the shoulder. He stilled and his face relaxed, though his breathing remained labored. Harry. I'll be all right, he whispered, just his magic. Whose magic? She asked. Mine. Narcissa frowned. He was delirious from whatever had happened, but his body seemed to be warming up and he was no longer experiencing pain. Working in St. Mungo's, she had learned what different screams meant, and neither of Harry's had been born of fear. They were pained screams, though he showed no signs of injury. Noticing he had fallen asleep once more, she gently levitated him back on the bed and sat next to him, her eyes roaming over his youthful features. Just what had he endured throughout his life to be terrorized so when he rested? There was so much she did not know about him, what it was that haunted him and had made him who he was. What she did know, however, was that she had come to love him, his sarcastic and teasing humor, just everything, and she wished she could take it all away, all the things that he carried and all that had caused him such pain. He remained motionless until past midday. When he did stir and his eyes opened, they were as white as Allen's for a few moments before they reverted to their natural green state. Are you okay? She asked worriedly. Many times over the intervening hours before he'd screamed, and now, she had considered sending for help, even for her Aunt Doria, who would at least be able to remain calm where Narcissa couldn't. It had been endless worry she had endured, and she choked a sigh of relief as he looked at her and nodded. I'm fine, he assured her uncertainly as he sat up. Never better. Oddly, he seemed to mean the latter, and she could not resist the urge to pull him into her arms. You scared me. He nodded against her neck. I'm sorry. What happened to you? I don't know. A half-truth this time, but he appeared to be fine. He was no longer cold, and the fever had passed quickly. She was not satisfied with the answer, but she would not press the issue, not yet. Maybe one day he would be able to explain to her just what it was that plagued him. For now, he was with her still, and that was all she wished to think about in that moment. Chapter 16. What the Future Holds. At no point during the last several years did Harry envision that he would see the inside of the castle again, let alone be teaching in the very same classroom that his own journey in defense against the dark arts had begun. They had been much simpler days, days where his concerns mounted to little more than completing homework, playing chess with Ron, and maybe finding himself caught up in a misadventure of sorts. How life had changed, and as he pondered such, he could not fathom how he had survived up this point. He should have been killed many times over. He ignored the wave of cold magic that swept over him as it had been doing over the past few days. a stark reminder that his dreams were more than just that. Whatever the cloaked figure had done to him was very real. Where there had once been a lingering warmth to his magic, there was no longer so. Only the cold remained, but it felt oddly right. Whatever the figure had done, the magic now felt that it belonged to him. Just him. Where before he could often feel conflict within himself from the merging souls, there was none any longer. Ever since he had first passed through the veil, he felt whole. His mind, soul, and magic now one. It was a feeling one would be hard-pressed to explain, but Harry understood it. Before he had come here, he would often question his impulsive decisions after the event and knew he had at times been rash and foolish. Had that been Riddle's soul urging him in directions he would not take under normal circumstances? Or had it been him? Harry knew not, and he did not wish to dwell on such thoughts. Those days were very much behind him, and he would not try to comprehend magic that even the keenest minds would struggle to understand. No, his focus needed to be on the here and now, the things that were much more important to him than his past actions, and where his own journey had begun. Somehow, he had been charged with educating the students seated in front of him, and blessed with a beautiful and patient woman that knew less about him than she deserved. Narcissa was worried about him, and why wouldn't she be? His episode had been unexpected and remained unexplained. He would often catch her eyeing him with concern, and he had no words to reassure her. How could he explain that he often convenes with a cloaked figure claiming to be death? How could he tell her that this place had not always been his home? How could he explain to her everything that he had experienced and endured throughout his life? He couldn't, not everything at least. She did, however, deserve something, and he had spent his waking moments since that night pondering just what he could tell her. He did not wish his married life to begin being built on a lie, yet he could not give her the whole truth. He shook his head of those thoughts as his wand vibrated in his hand, signaling that time was up for the third-year students he had administered a quiz to. He needed to understand what knowledge on the curriculum they had and devise lessons to fill any gaps. Fortunately for them, they had 2 years before they would sit their owls, considerable time to catch up on anything missed. The 5th and 7th years did not have such an advantage, and their lessons would need to be more structured. "That is time up," he announced, summoning the pieces of parchment in front of them into his hand. "I will look over these and decide what will need to be covered or revisited with you. Off you go." They left the room, some grumbling under their breaths from the unexpected assessment, and others discussing how well they believed they had done. When the room was empty, Harry readied himself for his next lesson, and as much as he had tried to prepare himself mentally for it, nothing could have readied him for the moment he laid his eyes on his mother for the first time. She was the first to enter the room with 2 other girls he paid little mind to, the red hair he had heard so much of, and the very same green eyes she had given him hard to miss. He reluctantly dragged his focus away from her as the rest of the class filed in, a mixture of all 4 houses within the school. It was a large group he would be teaching, and they took their seats, some eyeing him warily and others expectantly. Very briefly, he caught Wormtail paying rapt attention to him, and he had to fight the urge to reach for his wand. It would not do to murder a student seemingly without cause, but he would be watching the rat closely. "What are the dark arts?" Harry questioned simply. "You, Snape," he prompted when the boy raised his hand. It was odd to see his former potions master as a teen. Harry had always imagined he had been born a middle-aged, bitter man. This Snape was smiling, something that did not suit the boy. The dark arts are a collection of branches of magic that focus on topics considered taboo by governing bodies. It is a ridiculous way to classify them as the dark arts, as they are termed, are subjective. There are many practices that are considered dark in Britain that are common practice in other countries. Harry nodded. The Snape he knew had been an expert on the topic, perhaps the most knowledgeable person he had ever met. "Take 10 points for Slytherin," Harry offered, impressed by the answer given. "Despite what your own opinions are on the dark arts, Mr. Snape is correct. Magics that are viewed as immediately life-threatening or not widely understood are thrown into that category. It is a basic and poor way of categorizing such things. You beg to differ, miss. Evans, professor, the redhead answered, and Harry felt his heart warm at hearing her voice. It was familiar, though the tone was much different. The only other time he had heard it was in his nightmares when she had pleaded for his life. Go ahead, Miss Evans, he prompted. Shouldn't some magic be categorized as dark? There are spells that are designed only to cause pain and suffering. Harry nodded thoughtfully. You raise a very interesting point. However, I believe you are mistaking magic with the intent of the user. Perhaps a demonstration would help. The redhead frowned but nodded, and Harry summoned one of the dummies left behind by the previous professor and placed it in the middle of the room for the class to see. It was rather lifelike with the bones and organs on full display. Okay, he began, flicking his wand into his hand. If I was to do this, he continued, flicking his wand towards the dummy. A bright orange spell left the tip, and the heart exploded. An unsightly dark fluid leaked out and ran into the stomach cavity, the effects causing the students to gasp and some to pale from what they had seen. A rather horrible spell, Harry mused aloud, but a quick death, almost instant, yes. The class nodded their agreement, and Harry repaired the dummy with a wave of his wand. Now watch this, he instructed. A series of snapping sounds reverberated off the walls as he set to work, beginning with the fingers of the dummy, then the toes before pulling the shoulders out of the sockets. The hip bone followed next, and then the separate vertebrae, and finally, the neck. It was all but pulled in two, and the head hung limply and morbidly to one side. The class stared at him in disbelief. What is the difference between what I did? The first was a spell that is considered dark, Snape muttered. It is, Harry agreed. And what about the second? Can anyone tell me what spell I used? When no answer was forthcoming, Harry nodded. It was not one that a 16-year-old would recognize. Would you believe me if I told you that it is a spell commonly used by healers? Healers, a Slytherin student snorted. Yes, Harry confirmed. It is the very same spell they use to replace bones that have been dislocated, just repurposed. Now, what you saw would kill you. If given the choice, would you take the death from the already known and immediate dark spell or the one used by healers? I'd take the first, Remus murmured. I don't fancy having my bones pulled apart like that. So, does that mean the second should be considered dark, even though it is used regularly to help Quidditch players and any other witch or wizard that needs it? He questioned Lily. The girl shook her head. No, but the first one is not so useful. It is if the need to defend yourself arises, Harry countered. It is a quite easy spell to cast, requires no wand movements, and is difficult to block. Compared to many others, it is a rather quick death. When the girl said nothing, he turned his attention back to the rest of the class. What is the point I am trying to make? Mr. Black, he questioned, serious. That magic is not bad, but people who use it can be, he replied uncertainly. Take 5 points for Gryffindor, Harry returned. That is exactly my point. This topic is not a singular one. It is a cross-curricular study that incorporates many other branches of magic, some that would be considered dark and others that are used every day. Magic itself is not dark nor is it good. What determines that is the intent in which it is wielded with. Like when you killed Avery, a Slytherin student spat. Harry did not recognize him, but he nodded unashamedly. It was either me or him. I would do the same with anyone that dared threaten me in such a way. Death! Olin screeched from where he had perched on the edge of Harry's desk, startling the students and his eyes boring into the boy that questioned Harry. For your homework this week, I would like a list of 3 commonly used spells and how they can be repurposed to be used in a defensive way. I will have that back from you on Friday. Mr. Snape, stay behind for a moment. The rest of the class packed their books, quills and parchment away and exited the room, leaving Harry alone with Snape. You have excellent knowledge of the dark arts, Harry remarked. I would be very careful with how far you delve into them. The mind arts will only protect you so much from their allure. Snape gaped at him, but did not deny the accusation, evidently taken aback by Harry's observation. 3 times when he had met the gaze of the boy, he had felt attempts to read his surface thoughts, and he had to fight the urge to act against him. And a friendly warning to you, young man. If I feel even another slight legilimency probe aimed my way, I will allow you into the darkest recesses of my mind and tear through yours like it was wet parchment. Do you understand? The boy nodded dumbly. I will be watching you, Snape. Do not give me any cause to report you for your use of a frowned-upon branch of magic. Yes, Professor, Snape replied grumpily. Who is teaching you? I'm teaching myself. My mother introduced me to it, and I've been working on it since. Harry nodded appreciatively. Snape had never divulged that information to him. Then you are doing very well, he praised, much to the boy's surprise. Keep up the good work and you will one day be an excellent practitioner. Now off you go. Snape said nothing as he gathered his things and took his leave from the room, and Harry shook his head. What an odd experience that had been, and one he would experience many times more. With the class gone, however, his mind was pulled back towards the other problems he faced, and any enjoyment he had felt all but evaporated. Break. What do you think of him? James asked Remus and Peter as they made their way towards the great hall for lunch. He's bloody terrifying, Peter mumbled. Did you see what he did? He broke all of those bones without blinking. Remus nodded his agreement. He doesn't seem like the right kind of person to get on the wrong side of. I'm surprised Selwyn didn't piss himself from the look he got for asking about Avery. Nah, Peveril's all right, Sirius declared. Well, unless you piss him off. I won't forget what he did to Bellatrix. By the time he had finished speaking, Sirius was grinning almost wistfully. What did happen between him and your cousin? Lily asked. Sirius shrugged. Peveril went to dinner with my family, and I think Bellatrix threatened him. It didn't end well for her. I still think he should have killed the bitch personally. Sirius, she's your family, Lily chided. She bloody isn't. I'd sooner be related to Crabbe than her. Aren't you already related to Crabbe? James teased. Probably, Sirius grumbled irritably. Anyway, he didn't kill her because Sissy asked him not to. And now he's marrying her, Remus reminded him. Sirius shook his head. He must have a death wish getting involved with one of our lot. He's bloody mad. He's marrying your cousin, Lily questioned. Watch out, Prongs, Evans is jealous, Peter snorted. I am not, Lily denied hotly. It's just strange that he almost killed her sister and now he's marrying Narcissa. Not really, James denied. Things like that happen all the time. My mum married my dad. Even though we haven't had problems with the Blacks, no Potter has married one before. Your mum is a Black, Lily pressed, evidently not knowing that. Just how big is that family? Not that big anymore, Sirius sighed. Bella is married to Lestrange, Sissy will marry Peveril, and Andy ran away with the Muggle-born. There's only me and Reg left. And Sirius here will one day have to deal with all of that crap when he becomes Lord Black, James chuckled. Imagine having to try and threaten Peveril if he upsets your cousin. Sirius snorted. No chance. I'm not going to be lord of anything. My grandfather can piss off if he thinks otherwise. Come off it, Pads. There's no one else who should oversee that lot. If you don't do it, your mother has one, James pointed out. She already did when she kicked me out of my home, Sirius bit back, shaking his head before storming away unhappily. His mum kicked him out, Lily asked sadly. James could only nod. He wasn't going to go into what happened to his friend, but needless to say, Sirius was determined to wash his hands of the Blacks. James's own father was trying to talk him round, but had thus far only been met with the expected stubbornness and resistance. Sirius would never admit it, but he was hurt by what happened, by how he had been treated by much of his family. But James didn't care about nor fear the Blacks. Sirius was his friend, and there was nothing that would change that. At the very least, he would always be welcome with the Potters. Break. Although he had left the Muggles be for the most part, the Dark Lord had not been idle in his efforts. For weeks, He had been making ground with building alliances, adding to his already vast numbers, but it was not the loyalty of wizards he had sought. It was the various creatures that could prove to be of use he had been courting. After some rather easy negotiations, he had managed to add an entire werewolf pack to his cause, led by none other than Fenrir Greyback, one of the most feared alphas in the last century. Already, he was making his way towards Britain with several dozen feral beasts in tow. The acquisition of the werewolves, however, was not why he was currently feeling rather pleased. No, they were nothing compared to the alliance he had forged with the Dementors. With their assistance, the war was all but an assured victory. He merely needed to give the word, and the creatures would leave their posts at Azkaban to wreak havoc on the Muggle and magical population. "My lord," a voice pulled him from his thoughts, "Corvus has just informed me of something I believe you will wish to know." Voldemort frowned, but gestured for the man to continue. "Lord Peveril has been appointed as the new defense professor at Hogwarts." The Dark Lord nodded thoughtfully. "That is rather interesting," he mused aloud. "Do you have any idea how this occurred?" The man shook his head. "Very suddenly, my lord. The former professor left and was replaced the same day by Peveril. That's all we know." "I see. Shall we do nothing?" "Indeed, and have instructions sent to the school that Peveril is to be watched, but not antagonized. It could well be the old fool has brought him in to take advantage of his reputation. The man is to be left to carry out his duties, but I want weekly reports of who he is associating with, and if the relationship between Peveril and Dumbledore is more than a professional one." "Of course, my lord. I will ensure it is done right away." With his instructions relieved, his follower left the room, and the Dark Lord was left to ponder this development. Had Peveril perhaps joined Dumbledore's irritating group of do-gooders, or had he merely taken a job at the school amongst the other professors? It was too soon to tell, but the situation would be monitored. He still wished to bring the man to his cause, but his loss would be much less significant now. In the coming months, he would be ready to unleash his forces on wizarding Britain, and none, Dumbledore, nor any other fool who sided with him could hope to stop what was coming. The thought filled him with a sense of unparalleled glee, and he chuckled lightly. For decades, he had been working towards this, and finally, he felt as though his efforts were finally bearing fruit. Break. It had been many months since Albus had been summoned to see the minister, the last time being when she had first taken office a little over a year ago. That had been before the less savory elements of society had begun cultivating their own relationships with her, and in her naivety, she had fallen for their charismatic charms. Avery, Malfoy, and Rosier to name, but a few had wormed their way into the woman's good graces, and Albus had not been called upon for anything other than for his duties as chief warlock. Were it not for the current climate of the outside world, he would perhaps feel relieved that he had not been needed. With how things were unfolding, however, he did not. He himself had sought out Millicent to be granted permission to place and monitor the additional magical sensors. Not a peep had been heard from her since, not until this morning at least. The letter had been delivered by an owl, the parchment sealed with the minister's own mark, and here he was. He knew not what she wanted from him, but the message received had been short and curt. "Albus, my office, 4 p.m. today. Millicent Bagnold, Minister of Magic." He was allowed to pass by the minister's assistant, and the Auror guard stationed at the door knocked before entering. The man in red robes returned only a moment later and nodded at the headmaster, granting him entry. "You asked to see me," Albus stated after closing the door behind him. The minister nodded and gestured for him to take a seat on the opposite side of the desk to herself. She looked tired, more so than other minister that had been in office for such a short while. The circles under her eyes were dark, and she had aged considerably. The stressful life of one in such a position was not for many, and Millicent was evidently feeling the strain of her responsibilities. "I wish to speak with you about the project you have been working on," she explained. "I had my doubts, Albus, but your assistance has been valuable to say the least. I do, however, find myself confused as to why it has been so quiet recently. Barty has reported little activity for weeks. Am I being hopeful to believe that whatever was happening is over? I'm afraid that this is merely the calm before the storm, Albus replied severely. This man is not a foe to take lightly, and I can only imagine that he is once more biding his time. That is what I was afraid of, Millicent sighed. The Auror force will need to be boosted. Can I count on your support to see the bill through? Albus nodded. I would suggest doing so as quickly as possible. I will discuss it quietly with a few trustworthy people. Please do, Albus, and thank you. Dumbledore offered her a slight bow as he stood. I did hear that yourself and this man had an altercation. Albus nodded. We did, and he is a wizard that very few would wish to cross. I cannot stress how dangerous he is, Millicent. Then my preparations will begin immediately, the minister responded. Can you be ready in a week? I can, Dumbledore confirmed. I will raise as much support as possible between now and then. As will I, though I am reluctant to discuss it with many. With so much uncertainty with who is involved, I dare not reveal too much of my intentions. Then say nothing and allow me to handle it. You will have the required support, I can assure you of that. Bagnold said nothing, but nodded, and Albus took his leave of the office. He could not help but think her intervention was coming too little, too late, but he was pleased she was finally recognizing the threat for what it was. Tom had always been a problem child, and he had grown into something beyond what the headmaster believed he could, but with Millicent finally taking a stand, perhaps all would not be lost. Break. Narcissa watched Harry as he pored over the stack of parchment he had brought home with him from the castle, a light frown marring his features accompanied by the occasional shake of his head as he scratched away with his quill. She was proud of what he was doing and that he was dedicating himself to his new role. Her pride still played second fiddle to the worry. They had not discussed the night he had taken his odd turn, had not spoken of how she thought that he was dying before her eyes. It was something that he had seemingly taken in his stride, but she could not do the same. Every night he slept, she feared that it would happen again, and he would remain as cold as he had been minus the waking up. I don't think I was this naive when I was their age, Harry muttered unhappily. What the hell kind of teaching have they had? Defense has always been a problem at Hogwarts, Narcissa explained. We'd have at least one new professor a year. Harry huffed as he leaned back in his chair. It shows, he sighed. Narcissa nodded as she stared at him, wondering just what went through his mind. He was the sweetest man she had met, kind and caring, but undoubtedly jaded in many ways. She wanted to know him, all of him, but he seemed reluctant, or he just didn't understand how much such a thing meant to her. Did he not wish to know her in the same way? Did he not want to know her more intimately and in ways no other ever would? You're worrying again, his voice interrupted her thoughts. She had no reason to deny it. How would you feel if you woke up and thought that I was dying? She asked. He stared at her speculatively for a moment, before deflating and conceding the point with a nod. You're right, he replied as he drew his wand and tapped the pile of parchment sat atop the table. It packed itself away into a trunk Harry had purchased to use for his job, and he patted the spot on the sofa next to him. Narcissa joined him, nervous about what he was going to say. I've been thinking about it since, he admitted. It's hard for me to explain a lot of what has happened. Most of it is in a place I'd rather leave it, but you're going to be my wife and you more than anyone deserve an explanation. I don't need to know everything about you, Harry, Narcissa replied, taking one of his hands in her own. I just want to know you. What would you like to know? Narcissa was stumped by the question. Where should she even begin? What about your childhood? Harry's expression darkened and Narcissa did not expect a happy tale. In truth, she didn't expect much happiness from hearing about Harry's past, not with how he had lived his life. You already know my parents were murdered. When that happened, I was sent to live with some Muggle relatives on my mother's side, he revealed. My life with them was unpleasant to say the least. They despised me for what I was, and yet didn't see fit to tell me. They made my life miserable for what I believed to be was no reason. I didn't discover I was a wizard until I was 11. Narcissa offered him a sad smile. Ever since then, the man who murdered my parents has haunted me. He wants me dead just as much as I want to kill him. It wasn't even them he came for that night. It was me. But you were a baby, Narcissa whispered, shocked by the revelation. Why would he want you dead? Because of a prophecy, Harry answered with a shrug. He believes that I am a threat to him, that I will be his equal, and that I have the power to defeat him. A prophecy, Narcissa snorted. What a load of shit. Harry raised an eyebrow at the woman. He had never heard her curse. She claimed it was an unseemly thing to do, a lesson she had learnt from her mother during her pureblood raising. Well, it is, she defended, seeing his expression. He believes it, and that's all that matters. And your parents saved you. Harry shook his head. No, he killed them both and tried to do the same to me, he explained. His killing curse rebounded off me and hit him, but neither of us died. Narcissa scoffed in disbelief, but balked when she realized Harry was being serious. You survived it. I did, Harry confirmed. I don't know how, but this scar is from that, he explained, pointing to the faded lightning bolt. Narcissa shook her head in disbelief, not knowing what to say. Learning about Harry only left her with more questions and made him just that more mysterious. And you've spent your life hiding from him, she deduced. For many years I've hidden from him and his followers, waiting for them to catch up with me and fulfill his wish to see me dead. I'm tired of running, of hiding like a scared rabbit in a hole. If I've learned anything in life, it's that fate will always find a way to get what she wants in the end. It is inevitable. Narcissa frowned. She didn't take Harry for a superstitious person or one who believed in such trivial things. Fate, she questioned. It has brought me here, Harry answered ominously. I don't expect you to understand, but everything I have seen and done is leading towards our meeting. One of us will perish, and it will not be me. I will take him personally to death and hand him over. The final words spoken reminded Narcissa of something her grandfather had said during the meal with the Lestranges and Malfoys. You know, people think you can really do that, she laughed, stopping quickly as Harry's eyes flashed white and Alan began bouncing on his perch excitedly. Death, 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 he shrieked. There is much more truth in that rumor than you would believe, Harry sighed. My family has a remarkably close relationship with death. My episode, that you witnessed, is not the first and it won't be the last. You may think me insane if you knew the whole truth. Narcissa stared at him wide-eyed. You're not joking, are you? She whispered. No, but these are things that I would appreciate weren't discussed with others. I would never. I know, but I had to say it. I do not want any more attention drawn to me as there already is, not unless it is necessary. Narcissa nodded, overwhelmed by what she'd heard. Is that what you meant when you said it was his magic? She inquired. Harry frowned questioningly, evidently uncertain by what she meant. When you woke up, you told me you were okay, that it was just his magic. Did you mean death? Harry nodded. The magic I use is not like any other, he explained. My family was gifted it many centuries ago. My ancestors were his chosen, as am I. Narcissa released a deep breath. What she was being told was fantastical to say the least, and were it not Harry saying it, or she had not witnessed for herself what he could do, she would be hard-pressed to believe it. I know it is a lot to take in, Harry sighed. I understand if you need some time to think about it, but I didn't keep it from you in a bid to trick you in any way. It's difficult for me to understand, so I can only imagine how it is for you. Narcissa shook her head. I don't suppose it is something I will ever understand, Harry, but I like to think I know the person you are. Regardless of death or anything else, I feel the way I do about you, and that won't change. He gave her a relieved smile, and it said more than his words ever could. He feared how she would react, how she may just decide she could not face what it was he did at his side. It mattered not, and though she was still confused, she did not wish to dwell on it. This was still Harry, the sweet man who had saved Lady Bones and chosen her when he shouldn't have, who was willing to take a chance on her the same way she was with him. "I don't suppose that is everything?" she asked. Harry shook his head, and she pressed her lips to his cheek. "We have the rest of our lives to get to know each other," she comforted. "I don't want you to spill everything here and now. I will learn everything about you one day. I already know enough that there's no one else I would be happy marrying." He met her gaze for a minute and nodded, though she couldn't help but think he'd done so reluctantly. Not for his own benefit, of course. If she asked him to, she had no doubt he will tell her everything his life had entailed until the moment they found themselves seated where they were now. A part of what she was looking forward to being married to him was unraveling the mystery that was Harry Peveril, and she didn't wish to ruin that before it had begun. There was just one thing that she needed to be assured of, the one thing that would hang over them until the meeting between Harry and his parents' murderer took place. "This man is very dangerous," Harry broke in. "He is the leader of this pureblood movement. You've met him, albeit briefly." Narcissa frowned. She certainly would have remembered meeting a wizard with red eyes. "The man who congratulated us at the wedding when we were heading back in." "That was him," Narcissa gasped in realization. "It was," Harry confirmed. "For now, he does not know I am the same baby he tried to murder." "Merlin," Narcissa whispered, "why did you not?" Harry cut her off with a shake of his head. "I would not put you in that kind of peril," he said firmly. "Believe me, I would have cut him down where he stood if you were not there, but I would not risk you for him. We will have our reckoning when the time is right, and not before." Narcissa nodded. "Can you beat him?" she asked worriedly. The smirk he wore was all the confirmation she needed. Harry may be a kind person for the most part, but the side to him she had seen was very real and was something that any person should be wary of. This red-eyed wizard may be dangerous, but Harry was chosen by death. That had to mean something. "Like I said, I will personally hand him over to his maker, and he will spend an eternity suffering for his deeds." "Death!" Olin shrieked excitedly, flapping his wings. Such words and the conviction with which they were spoken with should be concerning, but Narcissa found comfort in them, though another, more personal thought entered her mind, and she worried her bottom lip. "Harry Bella is." "I know," he sighed. "She's one of his followers, as are the Lestranges and even Malfoy. I make it a point to know who my enemies are," he said with a shrug. "If your sister doesn't give me a reason to kill her, I won't. If she tries anything like she did before or attacks me, I can't make any promises." "I know," Narcissa mumbled. "Bella should never have involved herself with them." "No, she shouldn't," Harry agreed, "but I will try to avoid her. I don't want her to come between us in any way." "Thank you," Narcissa whispered gratefully, even more saddened by her sister's choices now that she had spoken of them. "Let's not think about that," Harry declared. "What will happen will come one day, but that's not now. Have you thought any more about the wedding and what you would like?" She smiled at the thought of their upcoming ceremony, and smiled. "I've not thought much of anything else. Can we go shopping on Sunday and look at a few things?" He grinned in response and nodded. "You don't even have to ask. Maybe we can even go Saturday if the match finishes early enough," he suggested. "Or we could go both days and maybe have dinner. We've never even been on a real date," she pointed out. Harry frowned and shook his head. "Well, we can't have that, but I won't promise you a good time. The only real date I went on, the girl ended up crying." Narcissa giggled. "Oh, I need to hear this." "I was 15, Harry defended. Narcissa, however, looked at him expectantly, and he could only sigh before giving her an abridged version of his date with Cho Chang. Break. He woke, fighting for breath, and in a cold sweat. It had been the same since he had fled from the flock of ravens. Lucius had not had a moment's respite from the presence of the wide-eyed bird that haunted his dreams and appeared to be everywhere when he left his home. It mocked him so with its incessant cawing and shrieking about death. What was worse was when it did nothing but stare, silently judging him. "Death." Lucius shuddered within his sheets. "Just leave me alone," he pleaded. He had tried all he could to rid himself of the creature. He had fired spells at it to no avail. The bird continued to mock him, almost goading him to try again. He had shouted, screamed, and had even resorted to taking dreamless sleep, and yet the raven remained, the potion having no effect. It was beginning to take its toll on the man, and he was at his wits' end with what he could do. Why was he being targeted? Why did Peveril's bird insist on making his life a misery? Did it mean something more? Was Peveril out to get him? Lucius shook his head. He had never done anything to Peveril other than try to intervene when his engagement to Narcissa had been announced. Surely the man would not hold a grudge for such a small transgression. Perhaps if Lucius wrote to him and apologized, the raven would finally leave him be. He could not be certain, but at this point, he was willing to try anything if only to sleep peacefully once more. Break. I asked you all to create a list of 3 spells that are not necessarily designed for defense, but could be used in a situation where you need to defend yourself, Harry reminded his 6th-year class. Mr. Selwyn, what did you come up with? The boy shot him a look of undisguised loathing, but eventually muttered his reply. You can use a summoning charm to block spells with objects instead of shielding. Harry nodded. Why would that be useful? He pressed. Because shielding is more tiring, and a physical object will block any spell. Very good, take 5 points for Slytherin, Harry replied. Now let us put that to the test. Stand up, Selwyn. The boy eyed him warily, but did so, drawing his wand. When you're ready, fire a spell at me, Harry instructed. Professor, Selwyn asked nervously. You have my full permission to attack, Harry replied, sliding his own wand into his hand. There will be no repercussions for yourself, and I will only defend myself using your suggestion. Go ahead. Selwyn looked uneasily towards his housemates who ignored him, seemingly not wanting to involve themselves. He was uncertain with how to proceed, but eventually mustered enough courage to fire a stunning spell at Harry, who intercepted with the desk that Lily and 2 of her classmates were seated at. Good. And excellent use of nonverbal magic, Harry praised. Take another 5 points for Slytherin. Potter, what did you come up with? Something similar, Professor, James answered more confidently than Selwyn. Instead of summoning something, you could conjure it, he suggested. It takes a very skilled transfiguration practitioner to have the focus to use conjuration in the heat of battle, Harry explained. But it is as an excellent form of defense if you can master it. Let's put it to the test. Up you get, Potter. This was a technique Dumbledore had insisted Harry learn. Summoning already existing items was preferable, but not always an option. If someone became good enough at conjuration, they would always have a way to defend themselves against spells like the Killing Curse. James did not hesitate with complying and fired a stunning spell towards Harry, who conjured a simple wooden block to intercept it. Take 10 points for Gryffindor. James smiled and retook his seat. 2 very good ways to defend yourselves, Harry praised. I want you to pair up for the rest of the lesson and work on those using disarming charms, he instructed. Find which one you are more comfortable with and practice. It could very well save your life one day. As expected, the students split off into pairs with other members of their house, and Harry gathered up the lists each student had produced before moving the desks to the side of the room to give them space to practice. Neither was an easy task to accomplish, and the remainder of the lesson was spent avoiding flying wands and offering tips to students who were struggling with various things. James proved to be excellent with conjuration, and many of the students started getting to grips with the precise spell work as the class came to an end. We will pick this up again next lesson, Harry informed them, and then move on to some of the other spells you have suggested, he added, gesturing to the pile of parchment he had placed on his desk. When I think you're ready, I will show you an even more advanced way of being able to defend yourselves using these techniques. Now, off you go. The students took their leave of the classroom, though James, Sirius, and Remus remained behind. Professor, do you think you'd be able to help us with one of our Quidditch practices sometime? He asked hopefully. Harry nodded thoughtfully. I don't see why that would be a problem, he mused aloud. I can't be seen to be showing favoritism, however, so I can always see if I can do a workshop for anyone interested in attending. That would be cool, James declared happily. We'll speak to McGonagall and see if we can arrange it. Also, would we be able to watch you play? That would be up to your parents. The games take place on Saturdays, so it would be up to them to collect you from the castle to take you, he explained. I don't see it being a problem for you. Your parents have been to almost all of my games. They have, James questioned, taken aback. Harry nodded. They come with Lord and Lady Black along with Narcissa, and more recently, her parents. Oh, Sirius grumbled unhappily. Harry shot the boy a look of sympathy. Sirius had told him of his unpleasant childhood and how he felt about his family. I won't pretend to know how things are between you and them, Sirius, but your grandfather is a good man. A miserable old git at times, but decent. If it wasn't for him, I'd probably be in Azkaban, he explained. Maybe when you're older you'll understand why he is the way he is. Sirius nodded uncertainly. Anyway, if you can get permission, you should come. Watching other people play is one of the best things you can do to improve your own game. We will write to our parents today and see if anyone else is up for it. It will be a day away from here at least. With that, the trio took their leave, bringing an end to another surreal encounter that Harry would never have believed he would have the chance to experience. Break. It seemed to be that the crowd grew with each passing week, so much so that from the very first game Harry played, the number of people that came to spectate had gone from perhaps a dozen or so at most, to filling 2 stands in a small stadium. Narcissa now found herself stood in amongst a veritable sea of green and gold with her grandparents, parents, and Charles and Doria Potter. I've never seen a non-league team bring in such a big crowd, Cygnus commented loudly over the cheering. Peveril is probably the most exciting player to watch in the country, Arcturus replied. The real fans of the sport pay attention and words is spreading. I give it less than a year before a bigger team wants him. Narcissa didn't know how to feel about that. Not that she didn't want to see Harry succeed, but because she knew he loved playing for the Harriers. A part of the appeal for him was that little attention was paid to these games, though that was becoming a redundant point. If the numbers continued to increase as they were, there would be fans unable to find a seat or having to be turned away when capacity was reached. Already, it was close to happening. Come Owen, PVRLL lad, the regular shirtless man encouraged. Harry was in pursuit of the snitch with the opposing seeker struggling to keep up with his aerial acrobatics, and Narcissa gasped as a bludger clipped the front of Harry's broom, sending him into a spin. Undeterred, Harry corrected himself, but the snitch was lost to him, having vanished amongst the chaos of play. The crowd applauded the move of the beater, who had undoubtedly saved his team from an early defeat. This would be the future Lady Peveril. A man to her right spoke nervously. Narcissa recognized him as Harry's coach, but not the man stood with him, watching the game with a keen eye. Apologies, my lady, Jason Barnes said, offering her an unrefined bow. Narcissa smiled and waved him off. You're Titus Jones, the Falcons' coach, Cygnus broke in almost accusingly. The man smiled and nodded, his eyes not leaving the action. That would be me, he confirmed. It is not often one of us on the sidelines is recognized. You must be a fan of my team. I am, Cygnus replied. And yet, you are here instead of in Falmouth. Lord Peveril will be my son-in-law soon, Cygnus pointed out. And besides, the Falcons haven't had the best season. Jones laughed as he nodded. We have not, he agreed. And we are about to lose our seeker at the end of the season and maybe a chaser or two if they do not sign their new contracts. And you're interested in Harry, Narcissa cut in. Jones looked at her and nodded unashamedly. From what I have heard and seen, I am very interested in him. Tell me, do you think he would like to play in the British and Irish League? That is something you would have to take up with Harry, Narcissa answered. Indeed, I will be doing just that, he returned, clapping politely as Harry caught the snitch and the crowd around her erupted in a cacophony of cheering and applause. With the match over, The man gave the group a respectful nod and left with Jason in tow. "Bloody hell," Cygnus snorted. "He's not even played a full season and he's got the Falcons after him." "He won't sign with them," Narcissa said confidently. "Not yet anyway." "Why wouldn't he?" her father asked incredulously. "Because he promised Dumbledore he would teach until the end of the year." Cygnus frowned at his daughter in disbelief, but Narcissa knew she was right. Harry was, if nothing else, a man of his word, and he would not put his laurels aside, not even for an opportunity such as this. "Break." "I don't understand what you're saying, Lord Peveril," Titus Jones sighed confusedly. The man had accosted him in the changing rooms with a rather bemused Jason when the game had finished. His appearance had caught Harry off guard, even more so when he introduced himself. "I'm not saying I'm not interested, Mr. Jones," Harry replied politely. "I'm just saying I can't commit to anything yet. If you're worried about gold, I can assure you, you will be paid very well." Harry shook his head. "It's nothing to do with that," Harry assured him. "I want to finish my season here and I won't be available until July at the earliest. I have children relying on me to finish teaching them for the year, and I am due to get married. I would like to enjoy some time with my wife before anything else." Jones did not try to hide his disappointment, but he nodded and even offered Harry a smile. "I can absolutely respect that," he replied sincerely. "Truly, I can. If anything, it only makes me want to sign you more. However, I will respect your wishes in the hopes that you will accept a meeting with me in the coming months to revisit this conversation. I will happily find another seeker for the remainder of the season if you are open to discussing the possibility of coming on board between now and October, when the next season begins." Harry felt uncertain about such a move. It was something he would have to discuss with Narcissa, and he didn't want his teammates to feel as though he was abandoning them. Jason, however, was nodding encouragingly for him to accept. "Of course," Harry eventually replied. "I am pleased and will be in touch," Jones returned happily. "I look forward to speaking you in the near future." A handshake later, the man was gone, and Harry could only stare at the door to the changing rooms he had left through. "You must be bloody mad, Peveril," Watson muttered amusedly, "giving up a chance like that." "Probably," Harry agreed, "but I won't just drop my responsibilities. If he is interested, he'll wait." Watson laughed and shook his head. "We'll miss you here, Peveril. You're a damn sight better than this division, and anyway, some of us might get the chance at some glory," he added good-naturedly. "I've not made any decisions," Harry reminded the man. "No, but if you turn the opportunity down next time, I'll wrap my bat around your head," Jennings warned. "Me too," Watson added. "You want me to go?" Harry asked. "No," Jennings denied, "but you should. You can make some real money. Most of us won't get the chance to play at that level. We play because we love it, not because we think we can make it. You can, Peveril, so go for it." "As much as I would hate to see you go, it would be a disservice to you and the game," Jason sighed. "Besides, seeing the rest of these gits taken down a notch or two when you're gone will be a good thing. They think they're invincible." Harry nodded and grinned. "I will think about it," he conceded. "Good," Jason declared. "Now bugger off. You've got an unbelievably beautiful woman waiting for you out there. How you managed that with a mug like yours, I'll never know." "It must be my charms," Harry returned dryly. "Nope, definitely not that," Allison denied. "You're easy on the eyes and can fly a broom, that's it." "Coming from you, I'll take it," Harry chuckled as he shrunk his trunk and placed it in his pocket. "See you later." The team bid him farewell, and he left the changing rooms where Narcissa was waiting with her parents, grandparents, and the Potters. "So, did you sign for them?" Cygnus asked excitedly. "No," Harry answered. "Why ever not?" "It's not the right time," Harry replied easily. "Maybe another time. For now, I have a date with my future wife. Shall we?" Narcissa offered him a smile, and Harry took her hand, disapparating them both after saying their goodbyes to the Potters and Blacks. "I told him you wouldn't," Narcissa said as they arrived in Diagon Alley. He's a Falcons fan, so I suppose he's disappointed. Harry snorted. I didn't say I wouldn't, just not until I've finished teaching and we're married. I told him that too. You know me too well already, Harry chuckled. You say that like it's a bad thing. No, it's just no one has really cared to try to get to know me before. Well, I'm not everyone else, Narcissa pointed out. Now, I know a nice little shop where we can look at table fabrics and another one where we can choose a cake, if you behave. Can we have treacle on it? Narcissa frowned questioningly at him. I like treacle, Harry muttered. It's hardly appropriate for a wedding cake, Harry, Narcissa chided amusedly. But I'm sure we can find you a treacle sponge or something, she added, seeing his disappointment, giggling as his eyes lit up. I prefer treacle tart, he retorted. Fine, Narcissa sighed. We will get you some treacle tart, better. Harry nodded happily, and Narcissa led them into a small boutique that seemingly only sold fabrics. I don't see any table covers, Harry pointed out. Because they only sell the materials here, Narcissa explained. We will buy the fabrics and take them to a seamstress. Bloody hell, Harry huffed. Why don't they just make them here? This is the wedding business, Harry. Everyone wants their cut, Narcissa laughed, ignoring the glare the saleswoman behind the counter was sending Harry's way. I suppose I'll have to sift for the gold and mine the diamond for you ring too, Harry questioned loudly, eliciting a laugh from the blonde. SHH, you'll get us kicked out, Narcissa whispered. Are you sure about that, or have they outsourced that service as well? Narcissa gave an unladylike snort and slapped him playfully on the shoulder. Can I help you? The woman behind the counter asked irritably. I'm really not sure, Harry answered before Narcissa could respond. We're looking for tablecloths and you seem to only sell napkins. Narcissa fought to keep her composure as the woman raised her nose in the air haughtily. These are just samples of the finest materials available, sir, the woman huffed. Then you have my apologies, Harry returned with an elaborate bow. Would you perhaps have anything in black? I find myself quite partial to it. Black for a wedding? The woman asked in disbelief. Such a color is usually reserved for funerals, sir. I fear if I continue the way I am, it will be a funeral I need to plan for and not a wedding, he whispered conspiratorially. We would like to see what your wedding selection is, Narcissa broke in, shooting Harry a look of exasperation. Of course, my dear, the woman replied with a smile. If you and your intended would follow me, I'd be happy to show you. Almost 2 hours later, they left the shop and Narcissa nudged him with her shoulder and shook her head. I don't think we'll be welcome there again. Snooty old cow, Harry grumbled. Oh, I wouldn't pair lilac with that color, he mocked. At least the cake will wash that unpleasant taste of perfumed fabrics from my mouth. You think you deserve cake? Narcissa questioned with a raised eyebrow. Harry nodded innocently. I do. Narcissa could only smile. It was not often they had the chance to do this, and because of Harry's rather theatrical performance, she was enjoying herself. Harry would get his treacle tart. Filthy mudblood lover. A gruff voice spoke loudly from somewhere ahead of them, and Narcissa looked on in disgust as a man she recognized spat at a woman carrying her child, holding it close to her chest to shield her from the abuse. Alexander Selwyn guffawed at his own antics and his friends. Men she did not recognize followed suit. Harry was gone before she could see his reaction, but judging by the look of panic on Selwyn's face as Harry seized him by the throat, he was furious. You're a funny man, aren't you, picking on a woman and her child, Harry seethed, his grip tightening around Selwyn's throat. The man could only wheeze as he fought to breathe. Harry, Narcissa shouted as one of Selwyn's friends drew his wand, only to scream in shock as his robes were raised over his head, exposing his graying, white underwear to all the patrons in the alley. If anyone else draws their wand, I will take your hand, Harry warned, his eyes completely white. Death, Olin squawked as he took to the sky. Maybe I should kill you, you sniveling little bastard. Shit's like you don't seem to have any manners. What's your name? S. Selwyn, the man choked, Please, I'm sorry." I don't think you are," Harry replied. "But you will be. You know, I put up with cowards like you when I was younger. You've got a pair on you when you know someone won't fight back, and then you all but shit yourself when they do. You're a pathetic ass, Selwyn." The man suddenly brayed like a donkey, his face elongated, and a pair of long ears sprouted from the top of his head. "Ladies and gentlemen, I present Selwyn, the ass," Harry introduced the man to the gathered crowd who laughed. "You will apologize to this lady and her child. If you don't, I will take you to the head of your house and have an apology from him, one way or another. Your choice." Selwyn brayed again and looked at Harry pleadingly, who undid the transfiguration. "I'm sorry," he said to the woman, "to both of you, I'm sorry." "That's better. Now piss off, and my friend will be watching you, Selwyn. He will be sure to keep me informed of what you're up to," Harry warned, pointing to Olin, who had settled on the shop sign of the apothecary. With the warning ringing in his ears, Selwyn all but ran towards the apparition point with his friends in tow, wanting to get away from Harry as quickly as possible. Narcissa had not been able to take her eyes off what happened, but turned to look at the woman the men had been bothering, and her eyes widened. "Andy," she gasped. Her sister could only stare back at her nervously, clinging to a little girl whose oddly pink eyes and matching hair were transfixed on Harry. "Hello, sissy," Andromeda replied, her eyes flitting across the alley, evidently looking for any sign of the rest of the Blacks. "They're not here, Andy," Narcissa assured her. "How long has that been going on?" Andromeda shrugged. "It happens sometimes. They don't do it when Ted is with me, but he's working today." "They won't be doing it again," Harry said firmly, taking his place next to Narcissa. "You must be Andromeda." "I am," the woman confirmed, "and thank you for what you did, Lord Peveril." Harry waved her off dismissively. "Think nothing of it. They're cowards. Who's this little one staring at me?" he asked. Andromeda pulled the girl closer to her chest. "This is my daughter, Nymphadora. We were just getting some things for her birthday next week." "Nymphadora, that's a nice name," Harry commented. "How old are you going to be?" 3, the little girl answered confidently. "That is a big number," Harry replied. "I bet you would like a big cake." Nymphadora nodded enthusiastically. "Well, I was on my way to get some treacle tart and would like to get you one, if it's okay with your mother." "You a treacle?" "Unbelievable, she doesn't like treacle tart," Harry despaired, and Narcissa offered him a sympathetic pat on the back. Andromeda looked worried, and Narcissa sighed. "No one is going to hurt you or her, Andy," she promised. "It would be rude to decline when you stepped in the way you did, Lord Peveril," she conceded. Harry offered her a bright smile, and the four of them made their way towards the bakery only a short walk away, an awkward silence falling between the two sisters. "So, Nymphadora, if you don't like treacle, what cake would you like?" "Chocolate," the girl said loudly. "Of course you do," Harry murmured, ruffling her pink hair and eliciting a look of annoyance from the little metamorph. Chapter 17. Declaration: The Dark Lord fought the urge to smirk as he exited his pensive and rejoined Commodus Selwyn and his idiot nephew. The man was an ass. Peveril had spoken truthfully, though he had to be seen to be somewhat sympathetic at the very least. He wasn't, however, going to act against Peveril as the Selwyns wished. As far as Lord Voldemort was concerned, Alexander got much less than he deserved. "I do not see how this is my concern," he said with a shrug. "Not your concern, my lord," Commodus sputtered indignantly. "The bastard embarrassed my family in front of the entire alley." Alexander nodded dumbly at his uncle's side. "No," Voldemort denied. "Alex embarrassed himself and your family by targeting a woman from a better family than your own." "She is a filthy whore who cavorts with mudbloods," Alexander spat. "And yet she is born of the Black family," the Dark Lord countered patiently, though he felt nothing of the sort. The two men were beginning to test his patience. "You spat on a woman and her child and expected no repercussions. That was a stupid thing to do. Not only that, you did it in front of perhaps the most sought-after lord in the country. You are fortunate he was merciful and only shamed you. Had the Dark Lord been of such a disposition, he would have cursed Selwyn within an inch of his life. Alas, he cared not for others, and certainly not enough to intervene on their behalf. Peveril was certainly a different man to himself, but one he found himself respecting. He was strong, assertive, and had handled the situation admirably, whereas Selwyn had done so pathetically. Not that he could truly blame the buffoon for his stupidity. From what he had seen of the family thus far, the trait was hereditary. Still, brash fools had their uses, and he did not wish to alienate them away from his cause. Lord Peveril is still finding his place in our world, the Dark Lord offered diplomatically. He will learn our ways, but he should be guided on his path. I have some advice for you, should you choose to listen, of course. Commodus frowned but nodded. Apologize, Voldemort urged. Apologize, Selwyn blustered. Both of you, separately of course. Express your regret of how your nephew acted, and you may well salvage a future, fruitful relationship with him, Voldemort explained before turning to the younger Selwyn. And you, say that you have spoken to your uncle who helped you see the error of your ways. Offer your apologies and your willingness to repent for what you did. I won't apologize, Alexander mumbled petulantly. Then I have nothing else to say on the matter, Voldemort sighed. The purebloods truly were like spoilt toddlers, unused to not getting their way. It was rather nauseating to deal with, and something that became more irksome by the day. So, you will not help us, Commodus huffed as he stood. Lord Selwyn, I have tried. It is you that is unwilling to put your pride aside for something much more valuable. I truly hope you change your mind and take the advice I have given. That is unlikely, my lord, the man returned, bowing before dragging his nephew from the room. The Dark Lord could only shake his head, as his mind drifted back to the memory he had witnessed. Peveril had quite the presence and was proving to be quite the force. Whatever magic he wielded was different to any other he had seen, the way it manifested, unique. He had seen the duel the man had with Bellatrix, what he had done to Thomas Avery, and now Alexander Selwyn. Peveril was an impressive man, and his raven a rather odd creature. Death, it would squawk, according to those he had spoken to, that being the only word in its vocabulary. It was an eerie bird, and were the Dark Lord not so assured of his own future, perhaps it would be unnerving. Not to him, however. He would leave the fear to the others, as he still hoped that a relationship with the Peveril Lord could be fostered. Still, such a thing was for the future. The Dark Lord's priority was to establish himself as a power in the wizarding world. With his allies, he had political influence, but that was not enough. He wanted to be feared, for those beneath him to know that he was the best amongst them. In the coming days, those that did not keep abreast of what had been happening to the Muggles would witness his might for themselves, and soon they would respect and fear Lord Voldemort. Break. I told you he was bloody brilliant, James boasted to the other students stood around him. Being around so many Hogwarts students made Narcissa feel as though she was back at school. Harry had mentioned that he had told James if he got permission to attend a match, he had no problem with it. She doubted, however, that he even guessed almost half the castle would arrive to watch him play. That dirty bastard has got hold of Peveril's broom, Sirius gasped, eliciting a stare of disapproval from Doria Potter. You may well be out of school, but you will not use language like that, she chided. Sirius had the decency to at least look abashed, but returned to his display of displeasure only a moment later. Punch him, Pverell, he shouted, followed by cheers of agreement by his fellow students. Harry did not take the advice. Instead, he turned his broom and swooped into a steep drive, forcing the opposing seeker to relinquish his hold to avoid slamming into the ground. The Hogwarts students jeered at the man, offering some very unpleasant hand gestures as he attempted to recover. It will be all over soon. Peveril has seen the snitch, Arcturus commented, his mood not having been a good one today. Narcissa suspected she knew why. What had happened in Diagon Alley between Harry and Selwyn had spread throughout wizarding Britain quickly, and she had no doubt that her grandfather had become privy to it. Throughout the day, he seemed as though he wished to question her about it, but seemingly stopped himself from doing so. "Just as I said," Arcturus declared as Harry caught the snitch, and an almighty cheer echoed around the small stadium the crowd had been packed into. "Bloody hell, he should be playing for England," Remus said loudly over the din. "The seeker there is crap." "Perhaps one day he will," Charles replied. "But now that the game is over, you will be returning to school." The students groaned disappointedly, and Charles chuckled. "Your parents only gave you permission to attend the game, not to get up to Merlin knows what when it is over," he reminded them. "Professor Dumbledore will be waiting for you outside the stadium." The other parents that attended began shepherding the students towards the exit where the headmaster would be waiting for them. "Straight back to Hogwarts, James," Doria warned. "I will be very disappointed if I receive a letter telling me you went missing." "Ah, Mum, the disappointment card." Doria nodded firmly. "Don't worry, Mrs. Potter. I'll make sure he gets there, or he will be serving detention with Professor McGonagall," Lily assured the woman. Doria offered the girl a smile. "Thank you, Miss Evans, and it was a pleasure meeting you." "Bloody hell, Evans," Sirius grumbled. "Do you ever relax, or is that stick always up your arse?" He yelped suddenly as a stinging hex collided with his rear, and he scowled at Doria as he rubbed it. "I thought you were the nice black," he muttered. "Whoever told you that?" Doria returned. Sirius merely shook his head as he followed the rest of his group towards the exit, leaving Narcissa with her grandparents, the Potters and her parents. "You and Peveril will be joining us for lunch," Arcturus instructed. His tone left no doubt that this was not a request, and Narcissa nodded stiffly. She hoped her grandfather was not going to make a scene. Harry would not take kindly to that. "There's another one to add to your collection," Harry's voice sounded, breaking her from her thoughts as he presented another snitch to her. It had become something of a tradition that he would give her the snitches he caught. Already, she had quite the display in her room, and it was growing with each passing week. She was not a fan of Quidditch so much, but the gesture warmed her. She knew how hard Harry worked for each one, and the fact that he gave them to her spoke his thoughts. It was sweet, and she treasured each of the golden balls. "Grandfather wishes us to join him for lunch," she whispered as she embraced him. "I think he has heard about Andy." Harry nodded, but she felt him tense, and she had feeling that a disagreement between her future husband and head of her house was inbound. "Come, we will convene at our house," Arcturus spoke, gesturing between himself and his wife. A series of apparitions later, the 8 of them arrived and were led inside by the Black Patriarch. Entering the kitchen, Narcissa saw that the table had already been set and her grandfather's elf was waiting to serve them. All seemed to be aware of what was about to happen, though none were on edge as much as Charles Potter, who was looking warily between Harry and Arcturus as they ate their soup. "It has been brought to my attention that you were seen in the company of someone who has been expelled from the family." The latter spoke a moment later, his words directed towards his granddaughter. "I was," Narcissa admitted unashamedly. Arcturus nodded, and his steely gaze swept over to Harry. "And that you assisted her." Narcissa noticed Harry's grip tighten around his spoon as he stared defiantly at her grandfather. "Her and her child were being spat on by the scum lurking in the alley," he bit back. "Regardless of who I helped, I would have done the same for anyone who was being treated that way. I despise bullies, Lord Black, and I don't like the way you're accusing me of doing something wrong." "She has been expelled from the family," Arcturus snapped. "From yours," Harry replied evenly. "The last time I checked, my name is not Black, and Narcissa will soon be a Peveril too." "You are marrying into this family." "No, Narcissa is marrying into mine. Nowhere in that contract that we both signed does it say that you get to dictate who I associate with. Fucking hell, your granddaughter was being spat on and scorned by people not fit to lick her boots, and your problem is that I helped her. I only did what you should have been doing." "She chose her path. She ran away with the mudblood, and now she must deal with the consequences." "Arcturus," Melania gasped. The tension only mounted as the glass next to Harry's plate froze, the water within crackling as it turned to ice and shattered into tiny pieces, sending shards tumbling across the table. "I would remind you that you would consider me a mudblood," he whispered dangerously. "My mother was born from 2 muggles, and you will not spew that filth around me." "I think you both need to calm down," Charles interjected. "Harry, go and take a walk to clear your head." With a final glare towards Arcturus, Harry did so, exiting the kitchen and through the front door. "What the hell has gotten into you, Arcturus?" Charles questioned. The other man deflated as he shook his head. "I cannot be seen to be going back on my decision. Andromeda made her choice. It is now common knowledge that Peveril will be marrying Narcissa. The other shits will think I have condoned his actions." "You stubborn old git," Charles sighed. "Would you prefer he allowed it to happen? Forgetting everything that Andromeda did or didn't do, is she still not of your blood? I get it. Your family traditions are what they are, but bloody hell, she is still your family. If you won't try to fix that, shouldn't you be pleased that she has people looking out for her?" Arcturus released a deep breath, but said nothing. "How is she?" Drula asked. "She's having a difficult time," Narcissa answered honestly. "Her husband works all the hours he can to make sure they have a home and food, and her daughter is a handful. She's a metamorph, very sweet and very mischievous. She looks just like Andy when she's not changing her appearance." "A metamorph," Cygnus grunted. "Haven't had one of those in the family for what, 3 centuries? Arcturus nodded. "I cannot just welcome her back, not after what she did," he mumbled. "Then at the very least, make sure she is okay," Melania pleaded. "You know my thoughts on this." "I will think about it," Arcturus conceded, "but I need to speak to Peveril first. I allowed my emotions to get the better of me," he added as he stood. "I'll come with you," Charles insisted. "Merlin knows the pair of you are hot-headed." Arcturus nodded gratefully, and the 2 men took their leave of the room. 10 galleons say they end up fighting," Cygnus chuckled. "They will not," Melania huffed. "Your father has been stewing for days. You know what he is like. He's vented now, and his cooler head will prevail. After as many years as he's lived, I would like to think he has learned to temper his outbursts, but he hasn't." "No," Doria agreed. "He's always been like that, the damned fool." "Break." Harry took a deep breath as he stood by the river that ran through the Black property. He had lost his temper, something that had not happened in such a way for many years. As he had grown, he had learned to control it somewhat, but it had gotten the better of him in the heat of the moment. He despised his proclivity towards anger. It reminded him of the times he had almost gotten himself or his friends hurt with his emotional impulses, and more so that Tom was a hateful and angry person. A part of him could not help but think that if that piece of his soul was missing, he would not be so quick to anger. From what Sirius had told him, neither of his parents had a short fuse the same way he did. Lily could be fiery if pushed, but not the same way that Harry was volatile. Was this the part of Voldemort within him manifesting himself, or was Harry just an angry person? He would never know. It was odd to think of the 2 other pieces of soul that had been merged with his own. Antioch evidently had quite the temper as well. Harry may have stepped in to defend Andromeda without the influence of the first holder of the Elder Wand, but likely differently. He certainly wouldn't have seized Selwyn by the throat as his first instinct, nor would he have desired to truly harm the man. In that moment, however, he had been torn between humiliating him and hurting him. The former won out on that occasion, something that was likely himself acting. That was what his father had erred towards during confrontations. Regardless, Harry was noticing these subtle changes within himself. "I apologize for any offense I caused." The voice of Arcturus pulled him from his thoughts. "I did not mean to insult your mother." Harry shook his head. "You did," he countered. "I understand the life you've lived has been vastly different to my own, and I know, for the most part, you try to not be disparaging around me, but there's no escaping the truth. I am not a pureblood. I've been met with prejudice most of my life because of it, but that's the way wizarding Britain works. It's ridiculous and will maybe one day change, but that day isn't today. Our worlds are different, Lord Black, and maybe we can both be more considerate of the other." I don't understand what it is like to be raised in the wizarding world, and certainly not in a way that would make me hate others for no reason. Arcturus nodded his understanding. You're right, he sighed. I was raised to believe that I am better than anyone else merely because the blood flowing through my veins. It is the pureblood way for most families, and it is a habit of a lifetime that I cannot simply rid myself of. I know, Harry replied, but you must understand that I didn't help her because of who she was. I did it because of what was happening to her. She was a woman trying to buy her daughter a birthday present, and Selwyn attempted to make her life miserable for no other reason than he believes himself better. That is the difference between you and the others, he continued, turning to face the older man. You have these beliefs, and as abhorrent as I find them, you leave the muggles, muggle-borns, and half-bloods be. Most others aren't like you. That's why this Dark Lord is rising so successfully. Fucking moron, Arcturus mumbled. Harry snorted. That he is, he agreed. A moment of silence fell over them before Arcturus broke it. Thank you for looking out for her, he said sincerely. As angry as I get about what she did, you're right, she is still family. Harry nodded. She is, and that is what I find so hard about all of this. I lost my family before I got to know them, and you've let something so petty as her choice of husband turn you and the rest of the family away from her. From what I have seen of the pureblood men, she is much better off with who she chose. She is happy and her husband is a good, hardworking man. That is what should be important to you. I know you won't admit it, but that means more to you than any advantage you could have seized from marrying her to someone else. You allowed Narcissa to marry me when arguably the most prominent family around wanted her. As much as you would have everyone believe, you did it for her because you knew she would be happy. The other security sealed the deal, but yes, even if you had refused my terms, I would have signed the contract, Arcturus admitted. With Andromeda, it is different. She went behind my back. I couldn't be seen to allow such a transgression against me to go unpunished. And now she is being punished by everyone else, Harry pointed out. That's not their place to do that. Any punishment should have been handled and ended with you, and now people are taking liberties. Arcturus's nostrils flared at the thought. I may be much younger and less experienced than yourself, but take it from someone that never had anyone. Allowing them to treat her the way they are doesn't only reflect badly on you, it pushes her further away than she already is. She won't come back, Arcturus muttered. She's the most stubborn of us. But you can try, Harry implored. She may not come back, but that doesn't mean you can't look out for her from a distance and even allow her mother to try to make amends. Drula has a granddaughter that she would adore, but she will not go against yourself or her husband to see her. Give her your blessing to do so, and make some kind of gesture at the very least so Andromeda can walk the streets without being harassed. I will support you with whatever you need. As will I, Charles assured the Black Patriarch, breaking into the conversation. She might not come back, old friend, but she deserves to live in peace at the very least. Arcturus nodded and released an irritable huff. I'm either getting soft in my old age or you bastards are just about the most convincing fools I've met. Charles chuckled. Come on, you soppy old git. Let's get back inside and enjoy the rest of our lunch. Arcturus shook his head, but allowed himself to be led back towards the house. You know, you could always visit where your ancestors are buried, Charles suggested to Harry. I know it won't bring them back, but it might give you some closure. Harry felt his heart flutter as his last meeting with the cloaked figure came to the forefront of his mind. You know where they are buried? He asked, his mouth feeling suddenly dry. Of course, they're buried in Godric's Hollow, in the same graveyard the Potters are laid to rest. The mention of where his parents had been buried served only to remind him that he had never visited their graves. He had wanted to, but he knew it was one of the places Voldemort would have under constant observation. He would not allow the man the poetic justice of killing him in the same place their fates had first become intertwined. I'll bear that in mind, Harry replied as they reached the front door and re-entered the house. We are fine, Arcturus assured the others without preamble as he took his seat once more. Doria nodded satisfactorily. Cygnus and Drula did not appear to be convinced. "Are you S?" "I said we are bloody fine," Arcturus snapped, cutting his son off. Melania put her hand over her husband's and offered him a look of exasperation. "Arcturus," she prompted. "I'm sorry," he mumbled. "We are fine. We had a difference of opinion, but it has been solved." Harry nodded, and Narcissa squeezed his leg under the table. "You know, despite your differences, you two are quite alike," Doria commented. "We are not," Harry and Arcturus denied in unison, eliciting a bout of laughter from the others. "She did that on purpose," Harry grumbled. "Ha, you should try growing up with her. Little Dory was much worse," Arcturus replied. "You will not call me that again," Doria commanded. "Not unless you would like me to share Mother's pet name for you." "Oh, I have to hear this," Charles grinned. "You will say nothing," Arcturus said heatedly to his sister, his ears reddening slightly from embarrassment. "Then you will apologize." "Fine, I'm sorry for calling you Little Dory," he huffed. "Better." Doria nodded and took a sip of her tea, content that she had come out on top. "You two are insane for wanting to involve yourselves with one of this lot," Arcturus snorted at Harry and Charles. "The black madness isn't what you lot think. It's much worse. The women are full of sass and insubordination. Enjoy the rest of your life, Peveril," he finished, raising his glass towards Harry. "At least you are being forewarned," Charles muttered. "I didn't get that." "I needed someone to take her off my hands," Arcturus explained, pointing to his sister, who raised an eyebrow in his direction. "You were so keen to do so. Who was I to deny you?" "Maybe I need to see the contract again," Harry commented amusedly. "Too late, it's been signed," Arcturus reminded him. "You're stuck with her now." Harry laughed, though he could feel the glare of the blonde seated next to him burning into the side of his head. "Well, I could have done much worse for myself." Narcissa's glare turned into a smile, though she was far from amused. She would get the last laugh. She always did in any back and forth. Her wit was as sharp as her grandfather's tongue. It was one of the things Harry admired about the woman. Her dry sense of humor never failed to entertain him. "All right," Arcturus declared, putting an end to the light-hearted back and forth. "Having discussed it with Peveril, this is how we are going to proceed." Those seated around the table waited for him to speak, each of them in anticipation for their own reasons. "Despite what Andromeda has done, she still carries our blood. I will deal with the shits that think they can take liberties with her," Arcturus declared. "She may not wish to come back, but she has suffered enough. That is my decision." Melania positively beamed at her husband and kissed him on the cheek. "Drula, if you wish to, you have my blessing to contact her and beginning mending your relationship. Our family is shrinking, and I will not be part of the downfall." "Thank you," the woman replied, her eyes glistening with the relief she felt. "Now, I don't care what the rest of you do, but I would like to finish my lunch in peace," Arcturus grumbled, helping himself to a sandwich. Harry had already respected Arcturus Black, but with only a few words from the man, he had gone up considerably in his estimations. He was of a different generation, his views questionable at best. However, he was trying to do right by his family, and Harry could not have asked for much more from the man. "Break." Abraxas sipped his whiskey, grunting bitterly as the wards alerted him to the arrival home of Lucius. Losing out to Peveril for the younger black sister had been quite the blow, but Lucius seemed to be taking it worse than the Malfoy patriarch. For the most part, he kept to his room, leaving only when his new master called for him. Abraxas was no fool. He could see what was happening around him. War was on the horizon, and he found that he no longer cared. His only son had, against his wishes, involved himself with a man who believed he could overthrow the British government. "Fool," he muttered. Not that Abraxas did not admire ambition. This, however, bordered on lunacy. There would be no winners in the conflict, just needless death. He had tried to forbid Lucius from becoming embroiled in the recklessness of the Dark Lord, but to no avail. Lucius was too young and foolish to understand the repercussions, a fault that would be to the detriment of the Malfoy family. No matter what happened, the Malfoys would be shamed. Scorned by the rest of wizarding Britain, the reputation Abraxas' ancestors had cultivated in ruins. He raised his glass to his lips once more, snarled as he realized it was empty, and threw it against the wall where it smashed into pieces. Dragging his hand through his hair, he couldn't help but feel that everything he had worked for was collapsing around him. His heir no longer listened to him. A war was brewing, and there was no prospect of his line continuing beyond what lived now. He needed to find Lucius a wife. That was the one problem he faced that could be solved, but whom? Weighing up his options, he snorted. None of the women available were worthy of his son or being the next Lady Malfoy. Still, one would have to do. After all, with how bleak the future appeared to be, the best he could hope for was Lucius to produce an heir before everything crumbled into dust. Break. Tonight is the night, my friends, the Dark Lord whispered, his gaze locking with each follower he considered his most loyal, his inner circle. They have ignored our actions, have merely cleaned up the chaos we leave in our wake. After tonight, they will not be able to do such a thing. They will be able to ignore us no longer. Now is the time we make our stand, prove that it us that stand head and shoulders above those not worthy. His followers nodded like the loyal dogs they were. Bella, you will lead the charge with your group. The others will follow you. And what about you, my lord? Will you join us? Voldemort nodded. I will be watching and directing our allies, he explained. The Dementors are hungry. Who are we to deprive them any longer? What of the werewolves? A masculine voice queried. It is not a full moon. That will not be a concern for much longer, but they are vulnerable at present. They will remain behind this evening, the Dark Lord explained. Now, prepare yourselves. We leave when the sun sets. Break. Being seated amongst the Hogwarts professors was a surreal experience, one he had never even considered the possibility of. For Harry, Hogwarts had always been his haven away from the Dursleys, and later Voldemort, though the latter was rather relative. No matter how safe Dumbledore had proclaimed the castle to be, Tom had always found a way to get to him within. Nonetheless, he would much rather deal with the Dark Lord than his relatives. He was at his first staff meeting, something he never knew existed, but should have. It was simply one of the things about his schooling that he hadn't given thought to. I thank you all for joining me. Dumbledore began with a quill in hand and stack of parchment on the table in front of him. It was rather odd to see the man acting in his official capacity. His time with the man had always been rather informal. Even when acting as headmaster, he never made it feel that way. Perhaps that was what made him so good at the job. Dumbledore had a way of disarming people, his benevolence and warm demeanor rarely shifting. Of course, welcome to Professor Peverell. His appointment was rather sudden, and we did not get to formally greet him as a group. Harry returned the smiles and waves sent his way with a nod of acknowledgement. Most of the faces here were not familiar. He knew Slughorn, Flitwick, Sprout, and McGonagall, of course, but the others were different. We will begin with you, Professor Peverell. What are your thoughts thus far? Dumbledore questioned. In defense, a considerable number of students are woefully behind where they should be. I can only assume that is down to the regular changing of instructors. With that being said, I am working hard with the 5th and 7th years to ensure they are ready for their owls and newts at the end of the year. Their progress is good, and they should all receive passing grades. Dumbledore offered him a bright smile before scratching away with his quill. Excellent, he declared. Any causes for concern that need to be raised? Only one student has given me pause. Severus Snape, Harry revealed. Severus? Slughorn questioned in disbelief. He is a little rough around the edges, I admit, but he is an excellent student when he is not getting mixed up in mischief with the Gryffindors in his year. He is, Harry agreed, but he is also a rather accomplished Legilimens and a Clumens. I have discussed the responsibility of studying such magic with him, but it is something you should all be aware of. Indeed, Dumbledore replied with a frown. He could find himself in trouble should he abuse it. Thank you for bringing that to our attention. I assume he tried, Harry replied, but I warned him of the dangers into delving into the mind of a stranger and of the possible consequences. I don't expect he will try again with me." "No, I don't expect he will," Dumbledore sighed, taking a few more notes. "Minerva, do you have anything to say?" "Gryffindor House has been rather subdued," the Transfiguration Mistress explained. "The usual four have been behaving, though I suspect it is only because I told them that I would not allow Professor Peveril to run his Quidditch workshop if they did not. I can only imagine the carnage they will cause when that is not hanging in the balance." Dumbledore chuckled as he nodded. "Villius, nothing to report other than that the Ravenclaws are happy they have what they call a competent defense professor. You are working wonders with the students. Lord Peveril and they are grateful to have you." Harry offered the man a respectful bow. Flitwick had always been one of his favorite professors. It was difficult not to enjoy his contagious joy when in one of his charms classes. "Pomona, the Hufflepuffs are content from what I have seen. Some nerves from the 5th and 7th years, but they're coping." "I am pleased to hear it," Dumbledore responded before turning his attention to Slughorn. The man slumped in his seat and shook his head. "Talk of the Dark Lord is increasing, as is support for him," he sighed. "Not a day goes by where there isn't some unpleasantness within the Common, though they try to cover it up. Jugson, McNair, Selwyn, and the Carrows are at the center of it all, but no one is speaking up. I'm afraid that as soon as they leave these walls, they will throw their lot in with him." Dumbledore nodded severely. "Watch them, Horace, as best you—" His words were interrupted by the arrival of a glowing, ethereal Yorkshire Terrier Patronus. "Albus, you need to get to the village. It is being attacked. Fabian and I will hold them off as much as we can, but hurry." Harry immediately shot to his feet. "They're close to the school," Dumbledore said urgently. "The students must be protected." "Then do what you need to," Harry urged. "I will get to the village and help out. Send for the rest of the Order and the Aurors." "We will catch up," McGonagall called as Harry charged through the door and headed towards the exit. "Professor, what's happening?" Lily asked, evidently on her prefect rounds. "Nothing to worry about. Just make sure everyone remains in their common rooms," he instructed, his pace continuing. In only a matter of moments, he made it to the gates that led out of the grounds, slipping through them as they closed. Dumbledore had timed his implementation of the castle defenses just right, though Harry did not dwell on it. He could see flashing lights ahead and the sounds of screams in the distance. Thinking of the basement beneath Honeydukes he had used many times during his unpermitted excursion out of the castle during his 3rd year, he vanished with a crack. "Nice one, Gede," Fabian praised as another masked intruder fell to his twin's wand. What he had hoped would be a quiet even of drinking with his brother had suddenly devolved into a frantic dash, to escape, or finding an advantageous position to defend yourself from. Gideon and Fabian had always worked well together, and so far, none of the attackers had made it past the threshold of the 3 broomsticks. Where they had come from was anyone's guess, but they were here, and the redheads had taken it upon themselves to defend the pub. There were families present, and not to mention their favorite ale was stocked here. Of course, they wouldn't allow the robed figures to run riot anywhere they appeared, but they had more reason than any to defend those within. The children here were of a similar age to their young nephews. That alone spurred them into action. "Watch out, Fab," Gideon warned, felling a man attempting to climb through an open window to his right. "Cheers," Fabian offered gratefully, glancing over his shoulder to see how the evacuation process was going. It was slow. The anti-apparition wards that had been erected prevented leaving the easy way. It was just a stroke of luck that a worker in the Department of Magical Transportation was in the pub and attempting to repair the flue that had been disabled. "How are we doing?" Fabian questioned the bespectacled man. "I'm trying," he replied hurriedly. Fabian nodded and returned to his vigil. It would not help matters putting the man under more pressure. "SHH," Gideon hushed, his expression speaking of the confusion he felt. "It's cold," he whispered. It had gone eerily quiet without warning, and Fabian felt the chill too. a coldness that seeped into his bones. "It can't be," he muttered. "GID." His brother had slumped forward, his wand clattering to the floor as he fell victim to the effects of the Dementors. Fabian, too, felt himself weakening, though it only lasted a moment. A sudden whistling sound was emitted from somewhere in the village, and the backlash of the wards collapsing washed over him, sobering the pair immediately. "Albus," Gideon whispered. Silence reigned once more, and the chill of the Azkaban guards remained, though it was now bearable. The brothers and those waited in the pub with bated breath to see what would happen next. It came without warning, the sound of flapping wings and accompanying screeches. "Death, death, death." The words were spoken in all directions until they faded into whispers, as though the ravens were speaking into their ears. Fabian hurried towards one of the windows and looked out, his eyes widening in surprise. The streets of Hogsmeade were aflame, the destruction wrought not something any who witnessed the devastation here would forget. There were bodies, some undoubtedly belonging to the attackers, but many more of the residents and those visiting. His stare, however, was not drawn to the damage, but to the lone figure walking towards the large group of silent, masked figures clad in black. "Bloody hell, it's Peveril," Fabian whispered, shuddering as another wave of cold froze him to the core. "Merlin, there must be every Dementor from Azkaban out there," he added, squinting to see the barely discernible creatures floating above in the evening sky. "Come on, Fab, out the back," Gideon urged. "We can circle round and help him until the rest get here." Fabian nodded nervously and followed his brother. All he'd wanted was a peaceful drink. Break. Harry had not account for anti-apparition wards being in place, an error on his part, but the one flaw they had was that they were designed to keep people within an area, not out. Thankfully, Dumbledore had taught him what to do when confronted with such, and his years on the run had given him more than enough practice when he'd found himself cornered by snatchers or Death Eaters who had tried the same tact. To their own detriment, he had become exceptionally good at creating gaps in wards and collapsing simpler ones entirely. The Elder Wand had helped, of course, but now it was almost as though it was a part of him. This ward, like the others that had come before it, failed as he apparated through, bringing it down with a rather unpleasant whistling. He had not intended on announcing himself into the fray like this, but it was done now and could not be helped. Oddly, it seemed that all activity had ceased upon his arrival into the basement, where the smell of smoke and other unseemly odors had crept in from the streets above. He knew not what to expect when he emerged, but he held little hope for anything good. He paused as he went to take his first step up the staircase, a familiar cold washing over him, though it felt less oppressive than he remembered. "Dementors," he muttered. He did not fear the cloaked figures. At the age of 13, he had repelled dozens of them to save himself and his godfather. To him, they were nothing more than an old inconvenience. Even the Voldemort he had watched rise from the cauldron, the night of the third task had stopped sending them after him when he proved time and again their ineffectiveness. "Go, Olin," he instructed as he entered the shop. With an uncharacteristically gentle squawk, the raven took to the skis, and with a wave of Harry's wand, a flock followed him. Shortly afterwards, the loud cawing started, the conjured birds following Olin's lead. "Death, death, death!" Their voices rang out across the silence, and Harry closed his eyes, focusing on his connection to his companion. "Death," he whispered. Soon, the word was whispered amongst the buildings and trees for all to hear, an eerie sound. Harry was not usually one for such dramatics, but his arrival had not gone unnoticed, and it could only benefit him to make it a memorable one. The whispers of the ravens continued as he took to the streets that were lined with bodies and debris, and his heart sank. It reminded him of where he came from, the violence, the death, and exactly what Voldemort and his followers were capable of. Not that he needed reminding. The faces of those he cared for were burned into his memories, those he had lived with, laughed with, and had been proud to call his friends. They were taken by these very people, and if they had their way, they would do so all over again. "It's Peveril." one of the many cloaked figures announced as Harry approached. "Well, I was expecting much more resistance, and certainly not you to show up, Lord Peveril." Voldemort spoke from where he stood in the middle of his followers, eyeing Harry curiously. "I suppose I will have to do for the time being," Harry returned. "Death, death, death." The whispers echoed once more, and the Dark Lord's followers looked around cautiously. "This does not have to be your fight, Peveril," Voldemort said diplomatically. "All you need to do is cross the distance between us and fall to your knees in front of me." Harry shook his head. "That is not going to happen," he replied, "but I will give you and your masked cowards one chance to leave." Voldemort looked at him with something akin to surprise and curiosity. "You do not fear us," he spoke thoughtfully. "You are a foolish man. These people stood either side of me are not cowards." "Then why do they not show their faces?" Harry retorted. "Cowards hide behind masks and attack in the night. Have you not only been attacking defenseless muggles until now? Very brave of you all." "Let me show him the error of his ways, my lord," one of the followers spoke. "You see, Peveril, my Death Eaters do not fear you," Voldemort pointed out, a smirk tugging at the corners of his lips. Harry laughed heartily. It had been some time since he'd heard anyone speak the name of Voldemort's followers. "Death is not something that can be consumed," he replied. "Death is the only promise of a life lived." "Death, death, death." "It does not have to be that way," Voldemort countered dismissively, his eyes scanning the surrounding trees in search of the source of the whispering. "Then you are the fool," Harry chuckled. "Death will always have their due." The temper of the Dark Lord flared at his words, and any sign of amusement etched into the pale features of his adversary faded. "Enough," Voldemort snapped furiously, glaring at Harry. "Your foolishness seemingly knows no bounds, but fear not, Lord Peveril. Allow me to show you the power I hold. I believe you are already familiar with the Guardians of Azkaban." The Dark Lord's smile returned in full as he raised his arms, and the Dementors above him screeched as they began to descend upon Harry, who remained unmoved. None came any closer to him than a few yards before they turned sharply away, taking to the skis once more with a pained shriek. "Impossible," Voldemort declared in disbelief, the sight of Harry unharmed still before him leaving the Dark Lord shocked. "Even beings believed to be immortal flee from death," Harry replied calmly, though he felt relieved that his inaction proved to be the correct move. He had been curious about the Dementor's behavior since his stint in Azkaban, and the subsequent conversation with the cloaked figure led him to believe that they possessed magic something like his own. They either feared him or had no hunger for his soul. Whatever the reason, they were now one less obstacle he had to deal with. The Death Eaters were whispering amongst themselves, suddenly unnerved by Harry. Even with Voldemort present, they seemed to be reluctant to engage him. Harry, however, knew he had to seize the advantage granted to him. It would be short-lived, after all. As such, he sprang into action, hoping that the Order and Aurors would arrive shortly. With only a jab of his wand, the sound of flapping wings could be heard, and the cawing began once more as his ravens swooped from where they had perched. "Death, death, death," they chorused. "Shilds," Voldemort shouted, erecting one of his own. Most of the Death Eaters were quick on the uptake, and Harry could only watch as several shields were conjured, and his birds began detonating against them. Not all, however, were spared from a gruesome death. Screams of dying men and women began to rent the air, as those not timely enough with their shielding fell victim to his attack. Harry did not remain idle. Not wanting to be on the end of so many wands when his foes gathered their wits about them, he turned and vanished on the spot and watched from a new vantage point as his ravens continued their work. "Coward!" Voldemort roared when the last of Harry's birds were gone, and the Dark Lord saw that Harry was no longer stood before him and his followers. "Coward, you say?" Harry whispered, his voice sounding from all over the village. "You outnumber me, and yet I am the coward. Perhaps you should look at yourself." "I am no coward," Voldemort denied. "We will see," Harry whispered. "Aurors," one of the Death Eaters shouted. In only a matter of seconds, the streets of Hogsmeade were a veritable battlefield, as the contingency of Aurors that arrived did not delay in engaging and attempting to apprehend the Dark Lord and his followers. Harry shook his head. It was a foolish tactic to attempt such a thing when those garbed in black robes and white masks were only too happy to kill those in red. Needless death was abound, and the cloaked figure would have a busy night. "Death!" Olin squawked from where he had landed on Harry's shoulder. "Yes, old friend," Harry confirmed. "Death indeed." With his only option to help as best he could, he vanished once more, knowing that this was only the beginning of a long conflict. "Break." "Bloody hell, did you see that?" Fabian whispered. Gideon nodded solemnly. "Peveril has got a pair on him," he replied. "Why are the Dementors scared of him?" "Come off it, Gede. You heard the same stories I did." Gideon shook his head. "And how often can you take the word of a drunken buffoon in a pub?" he returned. "I'll pay more attention now," Fabian declared. "You saw it yourself. Peveril didn't even move, and they avoided him. He's a strange fellow, that one. But one I'd rather have on our side." "True," Gideon conceded. "Now, do we wait for Albus or do we help the Aurors?" "A fine question," Fabian acknowledged as he aimed his wand towards a fleeing Death Eater, his spell missing as the robed figure ducked. "Damn!" he cursed. "That's a sickle for the drink fund," Gideon snorted. "Come on, brother, let's see if we can't get a few more of these bastards." Break. It was to a scene of chaos that Albus eventually arrived to when he apparated into Hogsmeade. Much to his relief, the Aurors were already here, as were most of the Order of the Phoenix. Only a short distance away, he could see Gideon and Fabian Prouet working in tandem as they always did, fending off a half-dozen robed figures by themselves. Next to what now remained of Madame Puddifoot stood Edgar and Amelia Bones with Alastair Moody, locked in a heated exchange with more of the Dark Lord's followers, these ones seemingly proving to be quite the handful. Albus had eyes for only one, however. His former student was outside the post office at the end of the street, indiscriminately cutting down the swathe of Aurors attempting to subdue him. Their efforts were for naught, and even though each that tried were grievously wounded, they continued to try. Unable to stomach such slaughter, Albus knew he had to do something. He was under no illusion that Tom had grown to be an exceedingly powerful wizard, but he was perhaps the only person capable of forcing a stalemate with the man. With a somber nod, he disapparated and appeared a safe distance away, arriving in time to intercept an unpleasant rotting curse aimed at a helpless Auror. "I thought you would be cowering in your school after our last meeting, old man," Tom commented. "You thought wrong," Dumbledore replied, readying himself. "You cannot hope to defeat me, headmaster," the Dark Lord said smugly. "Perhaps," Dumbledore conceded, "but one never knows unless they try." Voldemort nodded as he leveled his wand at the older wizard, and the two began another duel in vain. Break. They scattered before him, the robed and masked men and women firing spells over their shoulders as they fled. For Harry, it was a simple task of batting them aside as he made his way through the village, assisting the Order members and Aurors who appeared to be facing adversity in their endeavors to apprehend the Death Eaters. Thus far, they were failing miserably. Any who found themselves stunned or bound in ropes were freed by their comrades and rejoined the fight without injury. The only person Harry saw not taking such an approach was Alastair Moody, who, as always, fought with equal force that he was met with. The man was certainly no stickler for the rules that supposedly bound him. Seeing this, the Death Eaters began avoiding him also, choosing to attack those that were not so liberal with the spells they were willing to use. It was when he neared the end of the High Street that he saw a familiar flash of Whitebeard, where Dumbledore and Voldemort were locked in a battle that no other seemingly wanted to involve themselves with. The two were given a wide berth, as they exchanged spells and bouts of magic most could only dream of being able to wield. Harry shared no such reluctance with the other battling men and women. With a growl and the hopes he could put an end to his nemesis, he stalked towards the pair, his eyes widening as Dumbledore was sent sprawling, bereft of his wand. Avada Kedavra, Voldemort roared triumphantly, only to balk as a flash of fire intercepted his spell, rendering Fawkes little more than a pile of ashes on the ground between the Dark Lord and the headmaster. Undeterred, Voldemort raised his wand once more, and Harry sent a banishing charm towards the downed headmaster, sending him out of the path of the sickly green spell. "Peveril," the Dark Lord growled irritably, "you have become quite the nuisance this evening." Harry said nothing. No words were needed to be exchanged between the two of them. With a wave of his wand, two sides of fire were sent arcing either side of Voldemort, who ducked to avoid them, his eyes calculating as his conjurations collided, exploding in a shower or sparks and burning his robes in the process. The fire was snuffed out with but a flick of his own, and his eyes narrowed in anger, the crimson visible in the dark of night. His rebuttal came in the form of a gouging curse, followed quickly by a series of blood-boiling, puncturing, and bone-splintering curses, all of which Harry avoided or swept aside. These spells were nothing new to the younger man. He had spent the past years defending himself against them, though Voldemort was much faster than any of his followers had been. The spells continued, came at a blistering pace, and he was hard-pressed to deflect or move away from. Occasionally, he was forced to shield, something he was loath to do. He did not, however, remain defensive for long. Voldemort relied heavily on being able to overwhelm his opponents with volume and obscure magic that was not easy to defend against. Dumbledore had told him this, and Harry was not going to ignore the advice from the man that had survived the Dark Lord more times than any other. People rarely managed such a feat, and the headmaster had done it on numerous occasions. With that in mind, he responded with a flurry of his own, catching Voldemort off guard, who was evidently assured of his tactics. There was something rather satisfying about forcing the man that had caused him such misery to shield, and even have to throw himself to the ground to avoid a spell he did not recognize. Harry's satisfaction was only momentary. Unwilling to remain on the back foot, Voldemort sent forth a stream of fire in a bid to regain his composure. It worked. Harry was forced to abandon his attack as he dealt with the approaching flames, the bubbling of the ground beneath telling him this was no ordinary fire. With considerable effort, he managed to quash them, only to find himself needing to duck as Voldemort resumed his interrupted onslaught, lashing at him with spell after spell that Harry struggled to defend against, let alone offer any offense of his own. Any spell he did manage to cast was defended against easily, and it became quickly apparent that he was outmatched. Voldemort was barely breathing laboredly, and Harry was certainly feeling the fatigue set in. If he did not do something quickly, he would soon be overwhelmed. The sudden feeling that something was happening with his wand washed over him, the same way it did during the attack at Bill and Fleur's wedding. Harry could only look on as a familiar, ethereal figure burst from the tip of his wand and charged towards a shocked Voldemort whose shield did nothing to prevent the attack. The cloaked being of his dreams, though not black here, sent Voldemort crashing through the wall of the post office, the sound of breaking glass and crumbling bricks bringing the battle to a standstill as Aurors, Death Eaters and Order members looked on in awe at what they were witnessing. "Death, death, death!" the whispers sounded, and the followers of the Dark Lord began vanishing, activating their portkeys at the sight of their master being bested. Harry stared at the figure that offered him a bow before dissipating into a cloud of white mist that entered his wand, returning to whence it came. "Check the building," Moody commanded a group of Aurors. "I want him arrested and held with every spell you can think of." The Aurors began sifting through the remains of the building, and Harry found himself accosted by a limping, though smiling Dumbledore, cradling a tiny bald bird. "Thank you, Lord Peveril," the man offered gratefully. "Were it not for your intervention, I fear that I, like many others, would have fallen." Harry nodded as he took in the devastation around him, the bodies of the Aurors and the still burning buildings. "He's not here," one of the searching Aurors announced. "He's bloody gone." Harry surged forwards, shifting the debris with his wand work until there was nowhere left for a body to be concealed. All that remained was a few burnt pieces of the robes Voldemort had been wearing and a scorch mark where he had landed. Harry released a deep breath as he shook his head. He should have known it would not be so easy. "How are you doing, Peveril?" Moody growled from next to him. "Would be better if he was dead," he replied. Moody nodded. "Aye, lad, but you fought well. You got the respect of many a tough bastard out here tonight. Hold your head up high, son. None of us could do what you did." With a firm clap on Harry's shoulder, Moody was gone, and the younger man deflated. He was exhausted from his efforts and wanted nothing more than to go home. The appearance of Minister Bagnold put any notion of such an easy escape to rest. After a muttered conversation with Moody, she approached him and Dumbledore, her expression full of concern. "I will be calling an emergency meeting of the Wisengamot in the morning. I would like you both to be there. Worry not, Peveril, there is nothing for you to answer to. From the little I know, we would have lost much more without your assistance." Harry nodded. "It is time for us to leave any grievances we once had in the past. Tonight has proven that this threat is greater than anything we have faced in recent history. I would like to hope that I can count on both of you for support for what is to come." Harry said nothing as the woman took her leave. Her words were spoken as a true politician, though they were not so empty. She was deeply upset by what happened, but it changed nothing for Harry. She had lost any trust she may have gained from him with her previous actions. He would work with her when needed, but he would never consider Millicent Bagnold an ally. "How many died?" Harry asked the headmaster. 12 Aurors and 33 civilians, Dumbledore confirmed sadly. Any of the Dark Lord's followers that fell were burnt by their comrades. "Then nothing has changed," Harry sighed. "We have no prisoners, no bodies to identify, and no Dark Lord to show for anything." Dumbledore shook his head. "On the contrary, I fear it will only get worse now that the war has truly begun." Chapter 18. Death's chosen Narcissa once again found herself working the night shift at St. Mungo's for the next week or so. She didn't mind, but she would not get to see Harry much with him working at the castle during the day. The only real saving grace was that nights at the hospital had seemingly calmed down. According to healer Camden, there had been no victims from pureblood attacks for weeks, though Narcissa would not allow such news to relax her completely. Things tended to happen at St. Mungo's when they least expected it, something that was proven this very evening. Her stint at the hospital had begun easily enough. She had completed her rounds, administered the medication to those under her care, and waited for them to begin drifting off. She had barely finished taking her last notes when the alarm sounded, signifying that the hospital would be receiving a large influx of new patients. "What's happened?" Narcissa asked Camden as they hurried towards the reception area. "Your guess is as good as mine," the American replied. "My gold is on another attack." Narcissa nodded soberly, mentally preparing herself to treat the scared and confused muggles. Much to her surprise, however, the patients that arrived in various states of injury and trauma were magical folk, many upon them draped in the red robes of the Auror force. Where the hospital before had been rather serene, as far as such places went, it was now a flurry of activity with healers rushing here and there to help those in need as they moaned in pain, those that were capable anyway. Some were unconscious, unresponsive, and severely injured. It was likely that quite a few would not make it to morning. Nonetheless, Narcissa would do as she always did. She would treat her patients, tend to their wounds, and hope that it was enough to see them through. "Okay, I need you to take a deep breath and tell me what happened," she said to one of the grimacing Aurors who was clutching at his bleeding shoulder. It was a tactic she used to distract her patients whilst she carried out her work. It gave them something to focus on instead of the pain they were in. It proved to be simple and effective in this case, as the man grit his teeth and endured her ministrations. "Dark Lord Hogsmeade," he ground out, "attacked." Narcissa swallowed deeply. It appeared that the attacks had been shifted towards the magical population rather than the muggles. You have quite a severe burn from a searing curse and a deep gash in your shoulder, she explained. I need to stop the bleeding, seal your wound, and then we can treat the burn. The Auror nodded and took her by the wrist. You're the black girl, aren't you? I remember you from his trial, Peveril's. Narcissa frowned and nodded. He saved us, the man wheezed, grimacing once more. Peveril, he was there, fought the Dark Lord. Harry, she whispered worriedly, is he? He's fine, the Auror assured her, kicked his bloody arse. Narcissa choked a sigh of relief. Is he hurt? She whispered. The Auror shook his head. I don't think so. He was talking to Bagnold when they brought me in. Narcissa offered him a grateful smile. She was worried about Harry, wondered what on earth had happened that led to him fighting the Dark Lord, but she still had a job to do. He was not amongst the other patients requiring attention, and she took that as a good sign. Let's get you fixed up, shall we? She questioned the man. Hopping her work would help keep her mind off her own turbulent emotions. Break. Having helped the healers with moving the wounded and dead, Harry had thrown himself into the rest of the cleanup of Hogsmeade. He had doused fires, cleared debris, and even tried to offer some comfort to the villagers that remained behind. They had been in shock, many having lost neighbors, friends, and even loved ones. The reality of war was harsh and something that none should be subjected to. Even with the debris cleared, the scars remained. Scorch marks littered the streets, trees had pieces of their trunks gouged away, and the smell of blood and death lingered in the air. It was not like anything Harry had ever experienced. The fighting he had done previously had been him alone for the most part, merely trying to survive against those that wished him dead. There had been no civilian casualties, no crying men, women, and children when all was said and done. It was something he would never get used to. When there was little else that could be done, he took his leave of Hogsmeade and apparated to the alley across from St. Mungo's. Narcissa would be working for a while yet, but he didn't want to go home. He would wait for her here, the need to see her not one he could ignore. For now, however, he was content with waiting in the alley. There was nowhere else he felt he should be. Leaning against the wall, the fatigue of battle was all but forgotten as he played over what happened. It had come suddenly, without warning, and Harry had acted as he saw best in the moment. He had no regrets, but Voldemort had proven himself superior. Sliding his wand into his hand, he eyed it speculatively. Once again, it had come to his rescue as it had in the past when he needed it most. He was proud with how well he handled himself, was happy he could at the very least stand with Tom in a duel for some time before he would be overwhelmed, but it wasn't enough. He needed to be better next time. Harry was under no illusion that the Dark Lord yet lived. Life would never grant him such a victory as this. No, he was out there still and would be back, more determined than ever to kill him. Harry nodded his acceptance of that. He would be ready, he simply had to be. He didn't know how long he stood in the alley lost in thought, but when he heard hurried footsteps approaching, the sun had fully risen, and he quickly found his arms full of the woman he was to marry, and somehow, everything felt all the better for it. Her embrace drowned out the sounds of screaming and desperately sobbing witches and wizards who'd had their worlds turned upside down. Narcissa's scent removing the tang of iron and burning that had filled his nose these past hours. She held him tightly against her, seemingly needing this just as much, if not more than him. I'm okay, he muttered. She said nothing, but nodded against his chest and breathed a sigh of relief. Can we just go home? She asked quietly after a few moments. Harry nodded and apparated them back to his tent. We really need to speak to my grandfather about the house, Narcissa sighed with a watery chuckle. What's wrong with my tent? It's a tent, Harry, Narcissa grinned. I will not be raising our children in here. Children? Narcissa nodded as she filled and boiled the kettle with a tap of her wand. I would like children, she murmured. I'd be happy with 2 or 3. Harry smiled at her as her eyes drifted to a place far away from where they were, ignoring the thought that she might still somehow birth Draco. He didn't know what he would do. Hatting his own child was not something he wanted to consider. He shook his head of those thoughts. That certainly wouldn't happen. 2 or 3, Harry asked. Narcissa was pulled from her reverie, and she nodded contentedly. Maybe 4, 2 of each, she replied with a smirk, taking a sip of her tea and peering at him over the rim of her mug. That could work, Harry agreed. Narcissa's eyes widened in surprise. What? Harry questioned. Nothing, Narcissa denied. I just hadn't considered you would want that many. Well, I've never really had a family, he reminded her. I suppose you'd like a dog too, Narcissa quipped. Harry shook his head, memories of being chased by Ripper during his childhood having never warmed him to that idea. No, I have Olin. Where is he anyway? He usually greets me. He had a busy night, Harry answered. I think he is resting. Even he has limits on how much death he wishes to see. Narcissa nodded soberly. Harry. I know, he said tiredly. I was reckless and could have been killed. I had to do something, though. I know, Narcissa sighed as she took a seat opposite him. Just be careful. The expression that adorned her features spoke more than the words could, and Harry took one of her hands in his own. He wouldn't be the cause of her pain, and if losing him would do that, it only gave him more reason to live. I will be, he promised. I'll be ready next time. That's all I ask, Narcissa returned, covering her mouth as she yawned. Come on, I think we could both do with some sleep, Harry urged. It is going to be a very long day. Narcissa nodded and allowed herself to be led to the bed, where they both fell asleep only moments after climbing between the sheets. Harry found himself looking towards the veil, the whispers he had always heard now louder and more urgent. Only a minute after he arrived, the cloaked figure emerged, as had become its custom, and simply stared at him. You saved me, Harry said simply. The figure bowed. Why? You were not ready, Peveril, the figure replied bluntly. Harry nodded his agreement. Is he dead? No, he will return. I have merely bought you time. Use it wisely, Peveril, become the balance. Magic must always have a balance. I will, Harry vowed. The book will teach you all you need to know about my magic. Read it, follow it as though your life depends on it. Become what he fears and you can win. Now it is time to wake up. We will see each other again, Peveril. Even before the figure vanished, Harry was staring at the ceiling of his tent, wide awake and pondering what he needed to do. His first port of call would be a trip to Godric's Hollow. He had been planning to do so anyway, but Voldemort had attacked before he had gotten around to it. Now, it was a priority. He would unlikely survive another encounter with the Dark Lord without it. Harry, it's only been a couple of hours, Narcissa groaned sleepily. I know, he sighed, placing a kiss on her forehead. An emergency Wisengamot meeting will be called soon. You go back to sleep. She already had, and Harry decided he would shower and ready himself for what would likely be a long and tiring day. Break. It was during breakfast that the owl arrived, delivering the morning edition of the Daily Prophet. As had been his habit for as long as he could remember, Charles poured himself a cup of coffee whilst Macy, the family elf, prepared his breakfast. Thank you, Macy, he offered as she placed a plate of bacon and eggs in front of him, smiling as he tucked into it before unfurling the newspaper. His chewing paused as he took in the front page, his eyes widening as he swallowed the mouthful. Bloody hell, he gasped before reading. Hogsmeade Hell, Peveril is our hero. By Barnabas Cuff. Wizarding Britain arises today in a state of shock and mourning. Shortly after dusk last night, the village of Hogsmeade came under attack by a gathering of masked and robed individuals, and a swarm of Dementors, leaving several dead and many more injured. A man claiming to be the rumored Dark Lord led the attack, though it did not go as planned. Along with the Auror force that arrived on the scene as quickly as possible, none other than Lord Peveril came to the aid of the villagers, dispersing the Dementors. Despite being heavily outnumbered, he also engaged the attackers and kept them at bay until reinforcements arrived. One villager had this to say. We were in the pub when it happened, she began tearfully. "The attack came from nowhere and we tried to hide. The Pruett twins kept us safe, but then Peveril came and dealt with the attackers. I don't know what he did, but there were explosions and screaming. The next thing I knew, the Aurors were there and Peveril was fighting the Dark Lord. A fight that our very own Lord Peveril emerged victorious from." Another villager had this to say. "If it wasn't for Peveril, more of us would be dead. Even the Aurors couldn't stop that man. Lord Peveril is our hero. We at the Prophet would like to offer our gratitude to Lord Peveril for his assistance. Hogsmeade is a place that many of us hold in our hearts, and we thank you." Developments to this story will be published when the facts are established. For now, we eagerly await news on what Minister Bagnold intends on doing next. "Charles," Doria questioned sharply, pulling him from his reading. "What's happened?" With a shake of his head, he slid the paper to his wife, who was just as stunned as him by the time she had finished reading. "Merlin," she whispered, "this is what he meant during dinner." "When Bellatrix decided to be a fool," Charles pointed out. "You don't think she—" "I'm not sure," Charles sighed. "Would it surprise you?" Doria shook her head as Charles stood. "I will go and get ready," he announced. "There will be an emergency meeting called today. I will speak to Harry and see what he can tell me. I'm going to the school. I need to make sure James is okay." Charles nodded. The attackers did not make it that far, but she would not rest until she saw their son for herself. He too felt very uneasy about what had happened. It was as though everything Harry had been hinting at over the past months was coming true, and that did not sit well with the Potter patriarch. Barely 30 years had passed since Grindelwald had threatened their way of life. He remembered it well, and any time he yet drew breath would be too soon for another conflict such as that. Calming himself, he dressed and made his way towards the fireplace and flew to the ministry, hopping, though doubtful that this was a singular occurrence. He dreaded to think just what carnage could be caused across Britain were it not. Break. The atrium was a flurry of activity when Harry arrived at the ministry. Though frantically going about their business, the workers were not panicking. Their expressions spoke of worry, uncertainty, their pace out of necessity to see their tasks done quickly. None paid him any mind as he passed through the crowd, through security and into the lift. Words of praise from the initially shocked man, he had submitted his phoenix feather wand to following him as he pressed the button that would take him to the basement and where the chambers of the Wisengamot were. Entering, he realized he was one of the last to arrive, the almost full room falling silent as he crossed it, every pair of eyes trailing his path. He took his seat, ignoring the myriad of stares sent his way, some wary and others full of admiration and even more, a mix of the two. It seemed that no matter what he did, he would always be looked upon in such a way. Not that it mattered to Harry. He did not do what he had for the adulation of his peers, but because this was his fight more than anyone else's. A sudden hand on his shoulder served to distract him from the other lords and ladies, and Harry found himself faced with the man Olin had taken exception to during his first meeting here. Harry still did not know his name, but the man gave his shoulder a squeeze. "My mother lives in Hogsmeade, Lord Peveril. Thank you," he said solemnly. Harry gave the man a nod before catching the eye of Charles, who gestured for him to join Arcturus and himself, who were stood to the side of the room, evidently discussing what had happened. "How are you?" the Potter Lord asked worriedly. "I'm fine," Harry assured him. "You saved a lot of people," Charles said proudly when he was certain Harry had spoken the truth. "You see the way they're all looking at you. You have their respect. And they will look to you the same way they do Dumbledore, even more that you prevented him from being killed, and did what he couldn't," Arcturus interjected. "The Dark Lord isn't dead," Harry reminded them. "No, but you have proven he is beatable," Arcturus pointed out. "The fools supporting him will think twice now. They will fear you and you can use that to your advantage in here." Harry nodded thoughtfully, a brief conversation he'd had with Dumbledore shortly before he died coming to mind. "That could be useful," he mused aloud. "Whatever puts an end to this. You have made many allies, Peveril, but enemies too, Arcturus sighed. Be mindful of that and trust no one until you understand their motives. I will, Harry replied, bidding his farewells to the two men as a tired minister. Bagnold entered the room with a large contingency of Aurors acting as her escort. Without a word to any, she took her place behind her podium and nodded towards Dumbledore to begin the meeting. He did so by tapping his gavel smartly atop his own podium, and the room fell silent, each person within looking towards the minister in anticipation. For months, we have been combating this threat, she began darkly. Until last night, the Muggles had been the target of this group, but this Dark Lord has proven to be much more of a threat than we believed. Not only did he turn his attack on us, but the damage done runs much deeper than what occurred at Hogsmeade. Murmurs followed her words, and she held up her hands for silence. It has been brought to my attention that Fenrir Greyback has entered the country with a force numbering in the hundreds, and though he was not present last night, we are working under the assumption that he has allied his pack with this Dark Lord. And where is the proof of this? Corvus Lestrange questioned. As I said, Lord Lestrange, we are working under that assumption, Bagnold bit back. This is not a time for caution. We must be prepared for every possibility. Corvus grumbled incoherently under his breath, evidently unwilling to question the minister further. Coinciding with this, I can confirm that the Dementors have abandoned their posts at Azkaban. Alternative arrangements are being made to guard the prison, but their presence in Hogsmeade last night confirms they have defected. Harry shook his head. Defection indicated they had once been loyal to the Ministry. The Dementors were loyal to themselves only. A public announcement to this effect will be given today. People will be urged to not travel alone and alert the Aurors to any Dementor activity. Our priority is rounding them up and securing them. Just send Peveril to find them, Lord Ogden suggested. They didn't want anything to do with him from what I heard. It is not Lord Peveril's job to clean up this mess. He is a professor at Hogwarts and has more than enough on his plate with educating our children. The woman was right. Although Harry was curious about the creatures, he had more important things to focus on. If they became a problem, he would help, but ultimately, this was the responsibility of the Ministry. Harry offered her a grateful bow, pleased that she was not trying to lumber him with that burden. Now for the worst news, Bagnold sighed. As of this morning, 12 Aurors have been confirmed dead along with 41 civilians with many others injured and needing treatment at St. Mungo's. This is undoubtedly one of the most devastating events in British wizarding history, and a loss we will feel for years to come. My thoughts are with those that have lost someone, but as much as I wish we could take the time to mourn, now is the time for action. And what action do you propose we take, Madame Minister? Lord Knott questioned. To begin with, the Department of Magical Law Enforcement is in need of more Aurors and better equipment. I suggest, temporarily of course, that funding from other departments is redirected as necessary to fund this. At the expense of the other departments within the Ministry, I wholeheartedly disagree, Minister, Knott responded. Then I suppose you wish for further incidents like the one we saw last night, Lord Knott. Harry cut in irritably, garnering the attention of the lords and ladies. Now, let us not pretend that there are some of you within this room who were not directly involved in the attack last night, or are not at least harboring sympathetic views towards this pureblood movement. Some of you won't like the truth, but it is not something that can be ignored. Amongst us even now are some of those cowards that like to prey on the weak and innocent. Are you suggesting? I am suggesting nothing, Knott, Harry snapped, cutting the man off mid-sentence. These are facts. This group is being funded by the wealthy, and the wealthiest are here now. I'm not going to throw out names or accuse anyone, but I'm not going to hide behind a fake smile and shake any of your hands. This is not a time for half measures. It is either we commit everything or we allow ourselves to be picked off by these lunatics. I say that anyone who opposes this bill has an ulterior motive for doing so. The people look to us, and now more than ever, we must do what is necessary to keep them safe. If anyone wishes to disagree with me, then please share your reasons. The other lords and ladies were surprised by his outburst, having grown used to his quiet and observant nature during meetings. and though none voiced their objections, Harry could see many who wished to do so. All in favor of carrying this bill through? Dumbledore questioned. Every wand eligible to vote was raised, some slower than others, but the proposal was passed unanimously. Then it shall be done, Dumbledore announced, scratching away with his quill. Thank you, Lord Peveril, Bagnold said, relieved and grateful for his intervention. With regards to yourself, for your own part in putting an end to what happened last night, you will be awarded the Order of Merlin First Class for your efforts in protecting Wizarding Britain from such a threat. You can't make that decision, Minister, Lord Selwyn sputtered. You are right, of course, Bagnold replied. Does anyone have a reason why Lord Peveril should not receive the award? I will be interested to hear any objections. As would I. Arcturus seconded, his steely gaze sweeping across his peers, almost daring someone to speak out. Once more, Harry noted several people wishing to voice their opinions, though none did so. It shall be done, Dumbledore declared, his eyes twinkling merrily as he gave Harry a respectful nod. Before I bring an end to this meeting and begin pressing forward our plans with immediate effect, is there any other points that should be discussed? Bagnold questioned. Harry stood once more, and he could all but feel the tension rise on one side of the room. Lord Peveril, there was something you wished to add, Bagnold prompted. Only one other thing, Harry replied, and it pertains to what I saw happening last night. Then go ahead, Lord Peveril. The Auror force was outnumbered considerably, and will likely be in the future despite how many people are recruited and trained. Greyback alone has a sizable force, as does the Dark Lord with his followers, the Dementors, and any other allies we do not yet know about. The Aurors fought well, but their efforts were for nothing. With every follower they stunned or apprehended, there was another Death Eater to awaken or release their companions. I see, Bagnold replied thoughtfully. The Aurors need more power to defend themselves effectively against this threat. Stunning and apprehending will not be enough. It will only put the already outnumbered Aurors in more danger. So, what are you suggesting, Lord Peveril? I am urging that the Aurors be allowed to meet the force they are confronted with equally, Harry explained, eliciting gasps from many of his peers. Unless this is done, last night will be repeated until it is. How many good men and women and even innocents are you all willing to sacrifice for the benefit of these cowards? He pressed. His question was met with silence from those that wished to oppose him. This is an unprecedented move, Lord Peveril. But one that is necessary, Harry countered. I do not revel in the loss of life, but it will be greater if this threat is not met with lasting repercussions. These followers of the Dark Lord must understand their actions will have equal consequences. This is utter madness, Lord Selwyn declared angrily. We cannot listen to this man. He wants to give the Aurors the power to decide if people should live or die. No, Harry denied. I am saying we give the Aurors the needed powers to deal with a rebel force within our country. What I am suggesting should only apply to those who are assisting the Dark Lord as they did last night. This isn't an isolated incident and more will come. This is a war, Selwyn, and though my suggestion seems drastic, if we wish to preserve the life of innocent citizens and those charged with keeping us safe, it is a needed step, he explained. The question I put to you all is whether we should allow attacks like the one last night to happen again at the expense of good people, or do we fight as we should and put an end to this threat? Lord Peveril raises a very interesting point, Lord Ogden spoke. If there are not real consequences in place, there is nothing to deter them from trying again. I do not wish to revisit this topic in a year's time with the thought of an inordinate amount of death on our consciences. Though I find the suggested action extreme, I reluctantly agree that it is necessary. War was declared on us by some of our own, and they should not be allowed to act the way they did and get away with it. I agree, Lord Mackinnon offered, eliciting nods of agreement from many other lords and ladies. Albus, Bagnold questioned, seemingly torn on the matter. The chief warlock released a deep breath before speaking. Many of us here are old enough to remember what happened during the 40s. I more than anyone detest the idea of violence and death, however. I must agree with Lord Peveril on the matter, he concurred, surprising most. If more of what happened last night is to come, I know that Britain would be in much safer hands if what stands between them and the peril we face is a force equipped to deal with it effectively. The most effective way to end this threat is either by deterrence or swift action. You said yourself, Minister, now is the time for action. Then I shall discuss it with the relevant people within the Department of Magical Law Enforcement, Bagnold declared. If Barty and the Aurors are in agreement, we will put it to vote. I do not believe it is a decision that should be made without their input. Harry nodded his understanding. From what he had learned from Dumbledore, this step wasn't taken until 1980, after the death toll grew too high to ignore. If he could have it implemented, it would save lives and bring an end to the conflict sooner. I believe that is all that needs to be discussed, Bagnold announced. I will begin setting things in motion and call another meeting when the relevant conversations have taken place. Meeting adjourned, Dumbledore declared, giving the top of his podium a tap with his gavel. Harry watched as the room emptied, the people leaving subdued for the most part and others deeply displeased by what had been put forth. Selwyn offered him a glare that Harry returned challengingly, and though the man was angry, he was evidently not foolish enough to pick a fight. Eventually he might, but only when he forgot what had happened to his master, and that would not be in a hurry. Will you be coming to the castle? The voice of Dumbledore broke into his thoughts. The students are worried about you, and it will put their minds at ease if they could see you. I can do that, Harry agreed. Dumbledore offered him a smile as the two began making their way from the chambers. You did very well today, the older man praised. You took your stance and were uncompromisable. After last night and your display of strength today, you have more than proven yourself. They will look to you, but I can think of no other who I would trust to be that person. We won't always agree on things, but I have come to trust your judgment, Lord Peveril. That doesn't mean I will always get it right, Harry returned. No one is infallible, but the mistakes that people like yourself and I make tend to be ones that will not go unnoticed. Dumbledore nodded. Indeed. It was a rather sobering realization for Harry. Although he had never forgiven Dumbledore for his approach to things, predominantly keeping him in the dark about the prophecy, he now understood his former mentor's position better than he once had. Regardless of what the headmaster would have done, there would have been consequences, and Harry found that the ones he faced were a better prospect than what the alternatives could have been. With how rash and impulsive he had proven to be at times, there was no guarantee that he would not have immediately done something foolish, getting himself killed in the process. At the age of 16, he had been too young to understand the responsibility that had been bestowed upon him, too young to fully comprehend the burden he carried. Even now, as an older and more experienced man, it was daunting to say the least, but he understood it. This was his fight. Tom was his enemy, and Harry would have to overcome him with whatever resources he could pool together. Break. The mood in the castle had been solemn, those residing within subdued and shocked by what had occurred just outside their walls the previous night. Although little could be seen from such a distance, those that managed to secure a good vantage point were treated to the flashes of spell fire in the distance and the sounds of muffled screaming. What they had been subjected to had been more than enough to remind them of what was happening outside Hogwarts. The pureblood movement was something that had been whispered about for the past several years, a fantastical entity of power and influence that appealed to some. Last night, the whispers and reality of the nature of this group was born to wizarding Britain, and it had proven to be nothing short of frightening. Whilst in the castle, it was easy to forget what was happening outside. That was until the conflict threatened their very peace, reminding them of the tension the world was in. Although it was not discussed openly, all had been aware of it. Rather anticlimactically, the fighting had stopped as quickly as it had begun, and then there was silence, no news until the Daily Prophet had arrived at breakfast this morning. The relief had been felt by most, and disappointment by the few that had hoped for the pureblood movement's victory. Regardless, one thing became clear. Professor Peveril had come to the rescue of the villagers and defeated the Dark Lord the older students had been boasting about. The picture of Peveril standing amongst the debris in Hogsmeade was one the students would not forget. To the surprise of James and the other marauders, classes for the day had been canceled. Most of the professors had gone to the village to help where they could, and the school had been inundated with visiting parents wishing to check on their children. Doria had arrived shortly after breakfast and likely would have stayed had James not insisted he was fine. His mother was a worrier, but it was embarrassing having her doting on him and asking him questions about his hygiene routine that he had no intention of answering. Eventually, she had taken the hint and left after lunch, much to his relief. "I really thought you were talking shit when you told us what Peveril did to Bellatrix," Remus snorted as the evening meal appeared on the house tables. "No," James replied. "Peveril knows his stuff. I wouldn't get on the wrong side of him." "I doubt anyone will want to now," Peter piped up. "I bet even Selwyn keeps his trap shut." "I saw him when he was leaving the castle," Lily broke in. "He was running but was also really calm about the whole thing." "That's just him," James returned. "He was the same when he fought Bellatrix." "I've been reading about his family," Lily revealed. "Did you now that you're related to him?" James nodded, masking his surprise that she managed to come across that piece of information. "I did," he confirmed. "One of his lot married a Potter centuries ago. What else did you learn?" he asked curiously. "Mostly rumors and fantasy stories," she answered. "His family was chosen by death to right the wrongs in the magical world. That 3 of the Peverils tricked death into giving them the Deathly Hallows." "Deathly Hallows?" Lily rolled her eyes and shook her head. 3 items of great power gifted to them by death. An unbeatable wand, a stone that can raise the dead, and a cloak of true invisibility. "An invisibility cloak?" Sirius questioned, distracting Lily from James choking on his pumpkin juice. "Apparently so, but none of them have ever been found. I suspect they were just very gifted, powerful wizards and maybe gifted at necromancy. No one has ever possessed any of the Hallows from what I can tell." "Prongs." Sirius cut Peter off with a sharp kick under the table, eliciting a yelp from the rotund boy and silencing him with a follow-up scowl. "It's all made up, of course," Lily insisted. "Probably rumors started by the Peverils to scare people." Marlene snorted from next to her friend. "You're forgetting something, Lils. Professor Peveril does not need those rumors. He is terrifying," she added, pointing to a copy of the morning paper that remained on the table from breakfast. "Nah," Sirius chuckled. "Peveril's all right unless you piss him off. Bella found that out and so has this Dark Lord. I bet he feels like a proper idiot now." Any reply Lily may have given was cut off as the doors to the Great Hall opened, and Professor Dumbledore strolled in with Professor Peveril following in his wake. It was odd for James to look upon the man the same way he had, though he didn't know why. He was still the same lord that had joined his family for dinner, had outflown him in an obstacle course, and the very same that had been teaching them these past weeks. But there was a presence about him that he had not noticed before. Peveril was a highly skilled wizard, that was no secret, but learning what he had done to the so-called indestructible Dark Lord, James could not help but look at him with something akin to reverence. Here he stood the same man, yet different too. He was a hero to many, and James felt that same respect for the often aloof professor within himself. As such, he was the first to stand and begin the applause that followed, almost every student from every house following suit, grateful for what he had done and more, so that they were learning from the absolute best. Even the other professors joined in, and yet Peveril merely stood, his gaze sweeping across the room, seemingly unmoved by the adoration being bestowed upon him. After a moment, he took his seat at the staff table. It was Dumbledore that remained standing and gestured for them to retake their places at their own tables. "I would like to begin by apologizing for information not being so forthcoming to you today. Last night was a significant event, and I did not wish to break any news that could later prove to be false," the headmaster explained. "Hogsmeade did indeed come under attack, and yes, it was repelled by a combination of Aurors, members of the public and our very own Professor Peveril, who, with great risk to himself, was the first to arrive and put an end to the horrors those that were in the village were subjected to." Another round of applause sounded, and Dumbledore allowed it to pass naturally. It is not without severity that I say the Wisengamot has met today, and we can expect to see changes coming into place in the future that will help to prevent such things taking place of the likes we witnessed last night, the headmaster continued. You will learn of these changes in due course. I know that many of you were concerned for the welfare of Professor Peveril, but as you can see, he is whole and hearty. Earlier this afternoon, it was announced by Minister Bagnold that he will be the recipient of the Order of Merlin First Class for his actions last night, and I am sure you will join myself and the rest of the staff in congratulating him on such an honor. The applause that came this time was tumultuous, and this time, Peveril stood and waited for the clapping to die down. I do not wish for any of you to be inspired by what I did, he began, confusing the students. It was a dangerous and reckless thing to do that could have gotten me killed. Then why did you do it? A student from the Hufflepuff table questioned. Peveril looked at him thoughtfully before nodding. A great man once told me that there comes a time in your life where you must choose between doing what is right and what is easy. Last night, I acted in the way I saw was right, and I was fortunate not to be hurt. This war isn't over, and there are those of you in here now that will have to make a similar choice in the coming years. Some will have to decide to what extent they will fight against this pureblood movement, and there will be others faced with the difficult choice of whether they should join them or not. It is not my place to make your minds up for you, but I would urge caution. The Dark Lord is not dead. He will return, and when he does, he will be even more dangerous. Some of you will be faced with difficult choices. I merely do not wish for you to regret them. As such, I would say that if you wish to discuss anything confidentially, I will make myself available for you to do so, as I'm sure the other professors will also. Do not make choices that could get you killed, not without understanding what it is you are fighting for. The room was silent as Peveril retook his seat, being watched curiously by the headmaster, who clapped politely for the man, followed by the students. What does he even mean? Peter asked. He means that the war is just beginning, and it will get much worse before it gets better, Lily whispered worriedly. That's what I was afraid of, Peter muttered. James continued to watch Peveril. He seemed sad in a way, not full of pride nor boasting of his feat as most others would have. He was humble in victory, and it made the teen respect him even more. Now, it wasn't the hero he thought of him as he was looking at, but a man who had grown up lonely, without a family, and who was worried about what was to come. That didn't mean that James did not admire him. If anything, he did so even more, and by the looks the other students were giving the man, they did too. Peveril took his leave of the room only a few moments later, his expression thoughtful, somewhat relieved but still guarded, though he offered James a nod of acknowledgement as he passed, something that elicited a smile from the teen. Break. Has anyone heard from our Lord? Bellatrix questioned. The man who had summoned them, the very same that had greeted them at their very first meeting, shook his head. No, nothing yet, but I have people looking for him. Rest assured he will return to us. What do we do about Peveril? Bellatrix pressed. We do nothing, the man returned firmly. It is for our Lord to decide our next steps. For now, remain aware and I will keep you informed. This is but a minor setback in our plans. There is none that can hope to stand against our might. Luck was on Peveril's side, and when the Dark Lord returns, he will show you his true power. Bellatrix nodded and took her leave of the room, leaving Lucius with the masked man. What is bothering you, Lucius? Nothing, the blonde denied. I am merely in shock by what I witnessed last night. Peveril is a very dangerous man. Lucius nodded. Should we be concerned? Perhaps, but not until we have spoken to the Dark Lord. He will know how to proceed from here. Then I will await your instructions, Lucius replied with a bow, before he too left. It was all well and good, this man offering platitudes and assurances, but it was not him being haunted by Peveril's raven. The sight of dozens of the birds descending upon him and his companions at Hogsmeade only made his nightmares that much more real to the Malfoy heir. Death, he grumbled unhappily. The bird continued to haunt him, to plague his dreams. Every time he closed his eyes, he was greeted by the sight of the raven, watching him and repeating that same infernal word over again. It was unnerving to say the least, and yet nothing he did had granted him respite. Day or night, whenever he rested, the raven was there, judging him, observing him and seemingly predicting his impending end. For Lucius, it appeared as though there was no escape from that fate. Break. For Narcissa, the day had dragged, hour after hour spent worried about Harry. She knew he was fine physically, but he had not spoken of how he felt after the duel with the Dark Lord. He had been drained when they returned to the tent, and she had too, her shift having taken a turn for the worse as a result of what happened at Hogsmeade. She remembered him waking up shortly after they had gone to bed, and she had followed only an hour or so later, unable to relax without him. With no clue as to when he would be back, she had visited her grandmother, who had explained that Arcturus had been summoned to a Wisengamot meeting, just as Harry had said would be called. She had whiled away a few hours there, drinking tea and sharing her version of events. The article in the Prophet did little to assuage her worries. She had suspected it was bad based on the influx of patients, but nothing could have prepared her for the destruction that had been wrought by the purebloods. Much of the village had been destroyed, but amongst it all, Harry had stood, his visage as grim as she had ever seen it. A hero, the people proclaimed him. Narcissa knew he would not like that, but that was an opinion he would be unable to change. What he had done was heroic and something very few others could have. Even before this, she had been proud of him, had always seen him for the man he was. His actions at the village only confirmed what she already. Harry was a hero, but not the way people thought. When her grandfather had arrived in the late afternoon, he had explained that Harry had remained behind with Dumbledore, and Narcissa knew he would go to Hogwarts. She didn't expect him to be long, so she had returned to his tent to wait for him. More than anything, she just wanted to see for herself that he was okay, and while she waited, she decided to check his potions trunk. He had passed his Newton a few weeks back, but he still practiced. She knew he didn't have a passion for brewing as such, but he kept it up anyway. She nodded satisfactorily as she took in the contents, all arranged and stored as she had shown him their very first night here. It wasn't until she came across the lone, shrunken jar that she remembered he would tell her about the contents. She removed and resized it before inspecting the contents. There were some large fangs in a jar within the larger jar. They were not familiar to her and could belong to any creature. In another jar was around 2 pints or so of a yellow, viscous liquid, likely a venom of sorts. The final jar, however, gave her the biggest clue of what type of creature these ingredients came from. It was a skin of sorts, and certainly reptilian in nature. Although it was rolled up, she could see that it was enormous. A dragon, perhaps. Are you still trying to figure it out? Harry's amused voice startled her from her thoughts. You made me jump, she chastised, scowling at him as he simply grinned in response. Any ideas? He asked as he took a seat next to her on the sofa. I would guess it's a dragon, Narcissa mused aloud. But the only venomous dragon is not green, she added thoughtfully. So, not a Peruvian viper tooth. Harry shook his head. No, it isn't a dragon, and I've never seen a viper tooth. Narcissa frowned. But you've seen others, she said questioningly. You even told me you outflew one. That happened, Harry returned. That was a horntail and it left me with this, he explained, rolling up his sleeve and pointing to the large scar on his arm courtesy of the dragon. I thought you were joking, Narcissa gasped. When did that happen? A long time ago now, Harry answered cryptically. I will tell you the story one day, but this one is much more interesting. So, what is it? Narcissa asked after another moment of inspecting the odd array of ingredients. They would be the remains of a very old basilisk, he answered simply. Narcissa snorted, and her eyes widened when she realized he was not jesting. A basilisk, she choked. Harry nodded as he eyed the ingredients within the jar almost fondly. She almost killed me, he muttered somewhat amusedly as he pointed to the puncture wound on his right arm. You were bitten by a basilisk, Narcissa questioned. I was, and then healed by the tears of a phoenix, he confirmed. It was an unpleasant experience. Narcissa shook her head in disbelief. And where did you come across a basilisk that big? It must be around 60 feet long. Something like that, Harry agreed. I found her somewhere in this country, and she was not pleased to see me. Well, considering she took a chunk out of you, I think that's a safe assumption, Narcissa replied dryly. Harry chuckled. It's not as though she was herself, he sighed. She was enthralled by another who told her to kill me. She was a magnificent creature, despite the biting and eyes of death. A snake was enthralled by someone, Narcissa asked skeptically. Harry nodded. A Parselmouth, the same man that killed my parents. The Dark Lord is a Parselmouth. He is, Harry confirmed. He is a descendant of Salazar Slytherin. I suspect that is why a lot of people follow him, even if he is a half-blood. I expect he uses that connection to lure people in. But the Slytherin line died out, or will once Morphin Gaunt dies. Ah, Morphin, Harry mumbled, not having thought about the man in some time. He's in Azkaban for a crime he didn't commit. It was his nephew that murdered the Muggles. Any guesses who his nephew is? The Dark Lord, Narcissa whispered. Exactly. He is the son of Merope Gaunt and a Muggle by the name of Tom Riddle, a name he shares with the man that sired him. Merope died during childbirth, and little Tom was raised in an orphanage. He was a horrible bugger even as a kid. How do you know all this? I make it a habit to know all I can about someone who wishes me dead. Not that it makes any difference. Half-blood or not, the idiots will still follow him. Narcissa nodded her agreement. But a Parselmouth, isn't that dangerous for you? He almost killed you with the ability before, Narcissa pointed out worriedly. Harry shook his head dismissively. I was young then and didn't understand much. What I'm going to tell you must stay between us for the time being at least. If people learn of it, they will jump to conclusions. Narcissa eyed him critically before nodding, her mouth falling agape as he conjured a snake and began hissing at it. Like a trained puppy, the large cobra wrapped around his shoulders and began nuzzling Harry's neck with the top of its head. You're a Parselmouth too, but how? Somewhere in my family line, a Peverell married a Slytherin. I suppose I inherited it from that, or when he tried and failed to kill me. I don't know for certain. People will think you're a dark wizard, Narcissa pointed out, smirking. At this point in my life, I would agree, Harry huffed. I'm not like him, but we are not so different in many ways. I have killed and will do so again. But you don't do it for enjoyment. No, never for fun, Harry assured her. Out of necessity. I know, Narcissa replied, wrapping her arms around his neck. Why don't we talk about something else? She suggested. Like our wedding, Harry returned with a grin. We could, Narcissa agreed. It's not so far away and there are still things that we need to decide on. You're not going to drag me shopping for fabrics, are you? Narcissa laughed heartily at the memory of Harry in the shop. No, I wouldn't want to be embarrassed like that again, but there are other things too, like a dress for me, robes for you, and we haven't even thought about a honeymoon. A honeymoon? I thought that was just a Muggle thing. Narcissa shook her head. No, witches and wizards go on honeymoons too, she explained. I have a couple of hours before my shift. Maybe we should think about where we would like to go. Somewhere warm would be nice, but not too hot. Narcissa smiled, pleased that the subject had been shifted from that of the Dark Lord. Just thinking of him dampened her mood, and very much did the same for Harry. She preferred to see him smiling, just as he was now as he began listing places where they could officially begin their lives together. Their own house would ultimately be where that truly happened, but that was a subject for another day, and something she was already working on. She knew what home she wanted, and knew that Harry would love it just as much as her. Break. Pain beyond pain was all he felt. What Peverell had done to him, he knew not, but it had taken his last vestige of energy to activate his portkey, a last-ditch attempt to avoid being killed or apprehended. He had arrived back at his Muggle relative's home, every fiber of his being feeling as though it had been doused in icy water. Unable to move, he had merely trembled until darkness took him, and when he woke, he felt only a little better. He had underestimated Peveril, or perhaps he had overestimated himself. No, that was not it. Peveril was an enigma, a wizard that wielded magic the Dark Lord had not encountered nor understood, but he would learn of it, and when he did, Peveril would no longer be a threat. The Dark Lord was on the verge of victory until the ghostly figure had come forth. Whatever the being was, it had sapped him, and he was yet to feel his magic begin healing him. He had, however, stopped trembling and could feel a gentle tingling returning to his limbs, but it would take time. Nonetheless, his desire for his vision to come to fruition had not been quelled, nor had his passion wavered. If anything, the Dark Lord was more determined than before, and this was but a setback. He would recover, he would learn of his foe, and he would overcome as he always had. It would take more than Harry Peveril to put an end to Lord Voldemort. Break. With Narcissa having left for her shift at St. Mungo's with the pair no closer to agreeing on a honeymoon destination, Harry's thoughts had shifted back to his dream with the cloaked figure. I have merely bought you time. Use it wisely, Peveril. He would, and that was what brought him to Godric's Hollow in the early hours of the morning, a place he had once dreamed of seeing, but never had. His parents were not buried here now, and likely wouldn't be in his lifetime if he could prevent it, but still, he felt a sense of sadness wash over him at the thought of them. They didn't know who he was and never would, but he had accepted that. So long as the same fate did not befall them, he would be content with knowing that had not been taken before their time. However, it was not thoughts of them that had brought him here, but the revelation that the Peverils had been laid to rest within this very graveyard. It took him a surprisingly short amount of time to locate the graves of the three brothers, and another odd feeling washed over him. They had been dead for almost a millennium, but he had spoken to them and even carried a part of each one within himself. Ignatus, Cadmus Antioch, he murmured, taking in each of the headstones he stood before. According to the cloaked figure, the book would present itself to him, but as he stood here, nothing happened. With a shrug, he placed his hand on the stone belonging to Antioch and removed it suddenly as it shuddered and crumbled to dust. Amongst the remains, he found half a book, the back bound in thick leather and the parchment yellowed with age. The writing was unfamiliar, though neat and the language different but still English. The next stone, this one belonging to Cadmus, followed, revealing the second half of the book, the front cover matching the back, though embossed on the front was an image of a raven with white eyes, perched upon the shoulder of a cloaked figure, with two matching others on either side. The Peveril coat of arms was below it, and above the words, Mors Scriptor Magici. Harry shrunk and pocketed the book before turning his attention to the grave of Ignatus, the man where his own line descended from. When he placed his hand upon the stone, it too crumbled, but within the remains was only a single piece of parchment. With a frown, Harry lit the tip of his wand and began to read. To whom has found this missive? Were I here to greet you, I would as a son's son and so forth, for you are of a son or daughter of mine. You must be so to read my words. If you are here, then you are in search of your heritage, your birthright. If you have come alone, then I fear your journey is wasted. Steps have been taken to preserve what we once were, those that mastered death. To release our secrets, there must be one from each line of the family, a feat that is no longer possible. My uncle perished without heir to name, and our family dwindles still. I know not why I write to you, son of mine, for my words will not bring joy. I was charged with the protection of our secrets. The cloak my father possessed, the only remaining gift of death still belonging to our family. The stone is gone, as is the wand, but it will never recognize another as it did a Peveril. The magic is ours and ours alone to wield. Others may possess it, but they can never hope to be its master. Only one of our line can master such a wand. Our magic is gifted by him, his chosen to carry out the work that he cannot. Our secrets are hidden, and shall remain so unless he once more has need of us. I have seen to that. Should you have need, you must convene with him, The souls of my father and uncles are his to command, and I wish you the best in your efforts. If you find the book, it is by his will, and son of my son, may he guide you on your path. Fortune to you. Adorjan Peveril, son of Ignatus. Evidently, Harry did have need as he now possessed the book, all 3 hallows, and had convened with death. All that remained was to read the former. He would need to be ready for his next encounter with Voldemort, after all. Chapter 19. Nuptials, it is finally nice to meet you, Miss Black, Edgar offered. Harry is always speaking about you, and now I finally get to meet the woman who has been lumbered with the git. Harry shot the redhead a challenging look that Edgar ignored, his amused eyes remaining firmly on the smirking blonde. Someone has to bear the burden, she sighed. Honestly, I'll be gray before I'm 30 at this rate. Edgar chuckled and Harry shook his head. I already am from spending time in his company. You have my condolences, the former replied dramatically. You're gray because you're an old bastard, Harry returned, eliciting a belly laugh from his friend. I'm 29, Edgar pointed out. And you look 39, Harry countered. You've not even known me a year. Give it a few more when you look 60, then you can blame me. Oh, I will, Peveril, Edgar snorted. And Ellie here will know just who to blame for my untimely death. Edgar's fiancé raised an eyebrow at her intended. If you think I will blame Harry for your shortcomings, you have another thing coming, Edgar Bones, she quipped. You bring it all on yourself, and besides, it's your own fault for associating with him. Harry didn't know if he should feel proud of the woman or insulted. Regardless, he laughed at Edgar's pout. Ellie Goldstein was the woman that Edgar had been courting for the past several months, long enough for him to decide she was the woman he wished to marry. Awa, poor Ede, does the truth hurt? It does, Edgar said thoughtfully. I was under the impression that marrying you would mean you're on my side. The woman cupped his cheek and shook her head slowly. You have so much to learn about me, Ede. He pouted again, and Harry and Narcissa watched the back and forth between the two with amusement. This is your doing, Peveril, Edgar accused. She was a nice girl. You do it for yourself, Bones, Harry retorted. You're not as charming as you think you are. That's probably true, Edgar conceded with a sigh. The two lords had gotten into the habit of meeting up over the past months, striking up an easy friendship through a shared interest in Quidditch, being on the Wisengamot together, and exploring the food on offer in various establishments in Diagon Alley. They had visited each eatery more than once, though this was the first time they were being joined by Narcissa and Ellie. Narcissa was usually working when Harry and Edgar met, and Ellie had admittedly been nervous about dining with the Lord Peveril and one of the infamous Blacks. She had come round to the idea, however, and seemed to be enjoying herself. Edgar tells me that you harvest ingredients for potions, Harry prompted the woman, who nodded enthusiastically. I always enjoyed herbology and care of magical creatures. I kind of just fell into the job, Ellie explained. And I will soon have a house full of jars containing only Merlin knows what, Edgar huffed good-naturedly. On our first date, she showed me her collection of venoms she's gathered. I still have no idea how she got close enough to a manticore. That is impressive, Harry praised. It's just a matter of understanding their mood, Ellie explained. Just like with men, Narcissa offered. Ellie grinned as she nodded. Exactly, she agreed. Did they just compare us to a grotesque creature? Edgar muttered to Harry, who nodded. I think they did. Unbelievable, Edgar despaired. You know, I think I preferred it when it was just us. Awa, are we intruding on your odd little dates? Ellie cooed. I think we should do this more often. As do I, Narcissa confirmed. Bloody hell, are you happy, Peveril? We just became those couples, Edgar grumbled, his smirk belying his words. This is your fault, you get, Harry fired back. You were the one that insisted. Edgar scowled, but had no rebuttal. It could be worse, Harry comforted. We could be here with the twins. Edgar grimaced. As much as I love Fabian and Gideon, they're too rowdy for me, he snorted. I heard they stole 2 of Aberforth's goats and tried to ride them through the streets of Hogsmeade last week. I heard your sister was the one who arrested them and had her hair turned pink for her troubles. Edgar guffawed and slapped the top of the table jovially. It took Millie 3 days to fix it. Maybe I can get them to do it to Walburga at the wedding, Harry mused aloud. Not at the wedding, Harry, Narcissa said firmly. I would like 1 day without her screeching. I could just put a muzzle on her, Harry offered. A ghost of a smirk tugged at Narcissa's lips, but she shook her head after a moment. As tempting as that is, we'd better not. Damn, Harry mumbled. It was worth a try. Speaking of the wedding, Narcissa prompted him. Harry nodded and met the gaze of his friend. Well, apparently, I need to have a best man and was wondering if you would do it. Edgar smirked and nodded. Only if you agree to do it for me, he replied. I want a speech and a resounding endorsement from Lord Peveril himself. You'll get a speech and a slap, Harry returned. Edgar beamed at him and nodded once more. A speech without the slap, and you have a deal. Done, Harry agreed, shaking the offered hand. Can you two not do anything normally? Ellie questioned. This is important. Is it? Edgar replied. All this idiot has to do is make sure I arrive on time, don't run away and tell everyone how great I am. Even Peveril can manage that. Yeah, but you have to give a speech in front of the Blacks. If you do a poor job, you'll be murdered in your sleep, Harry pointed out. Edgar's eyes widened, and Narcissa tutted. Don't say that, Harry, she huffed. It will be the Lady Peveril he'd have to deal with. Peveril. Too late, you shook my hand, Harry cut him off. Bollocks, Edgar cursed. This is what I get for spending time with you. It is. Edgar shook his head, still smirking but giving Harry a look of indignation. I have been told that you're a healer, Ellie broke in, addressing Narcissa. I can only imagine how busy you've been over the past year. Narcissa nodded. Although the attacks had stopped since the Hogsmeade incident almost 2 months prior, and the shifts at St. Mungo's were not so daunting, Narcissa was still remarkably busy as a trainee. Often, Harry would return home to find her sleeping with her head in a book or reading up on previous cases to prepare for assessments. He certainly didn't envy her for her chosen career and just how difficult it was. He had busied himself with teaching, playing Quidditch and reading the Peveril Grimoire, a volume that proved to be invaluable in understanding his magic. He was close to completion, having gathered a considerable amount of knowledge passed on from the 3 brothers, but also a task he would need to complete upon doing so. It was unnerving to say the least, but the benefits would undoubtedly outweigh his concerns. A part of him knew this conclusion was what the cloaked figure had been alluding to. Along with the spells and information that gave him clarity, it was this final step that would bring it all together. Although what was seemingly expected had not been done to this extent, it made sense for him to do it. It was the only way he could see to becoming the balance that death insisted he needed to be. I'm grateful everything has calmed down for the time being, Narcissa replied. It has given me time to focus on my studies, prepare for the wedding, and work on the house in between. I'm taking Harry to see it for the first time today, she explained. You've not even seen your home yet? Edgar asked. You're a brave man, Peveril. If I allowed Ellie to have her way with ours, it would be full of cushions, jars, and plants. Harry chuckled whilst Ellie looked towards her fiancé, unamused by his summary. I trust Narcissa, Harry said with a shrug. I've got no clue about what to do in a house. Edgar nodded his understanding. I'm fortunate that ours is an old and established one, he sympathized. Not much to do other than maintenance work from time to time. Anyway, Ellie cut in, we shouldn't keep you from seeing your home together. Go and enjoy it. It seems that Narcissa has put a lot of work into it, and I bet she can't wait to show you. Narcissa offered the woman a grateful smile, and Harry placed a few galleons on the table to pay for their meals. Quidditch on Saturday, he asked the Lord Bones, who nodded enthusiastically. I'll even bring this one along if I can drag her away from gutting something, he replied with a wink. I'll be there, Ellie confirmed. But Edgar here might not if he carries on the way he is. Can I bring him into you to get his head looked at? She questioned Narcissa. I'm sure he's suffering from a deficiency of sorts. You could. Narcissa mused aloud. I can't promise he would be returned the way you left him with us, though. Ellie seemed to ponder it for a moment before deflating. I suppose I'll have to put up with him as he is, she decided. He's a pain, but I wouldn't change him. Edgar breathed an exaggerated sigh of relief and wiped his brow with the back of his hand. I'm glad that's settled. You'd better watch yourself, Peveril, he warned. Healers are amazing people, but don't forget, they can pick you apart just as well as they can put you back together. Narcissa nodded thoughtfully and Harry frowned. What is that supposed to mean? He asked. Nothing, Harry, Narcissa said sweetly. Come along now, we wouldn't want to be late. We are visiting our own home. How will we be late? He pressed, ignoring the laughter of Edgar that followed as they exited the pub. It looks nice in the afternoon sun, Narcissa replied. Now take my hand and stop sulking. Harry snorted as he did so, and felt himself being whisked away from Diagon Alley before appearing on an empty beach only a moment later. Where are the people? He asked. This is our beach, Narcissa explained. No one can come here other than us. I like this place already, Harry declared as Narcissa began leading him away from the sea and towards a large, iron gate with the Peveril family crest nestled prominently in the center. You did this. Narcissa nodded. This is going to be the Peveril family home, isn't it? It warmed him to think that she would put so much thought and consideration into something like this, but it was just Narcissa's way. She had proven to be a very giving person, so he shouldn't have been surprised by the gesture. It will, he agreed, taking in the gate and the surrounding wall. You Blacks don't do anything by halves, do you? No, Narcissa agreed. This house was purchased as a holiday home by my great-grandfather. It never really got used by any other than my parents, and now it is our home, she explained, tapping the gate with her wand. It opened, and Harry followed her onto a long driveway that led the way towards a much larger house than he had been expecting. That's your idea of a holiday home? He asked. It's like you said, we don't do anything by halves, she returned with a grin, taking his hand and dragging him forward excitably. She had been working on the house for weeks, decorating it in a way she thought that both her and Harry would like. He had given her his blessing to do what she wished with their home, and she had done just that. How big is it? He asked as they neared the steps to the front door. It has 8 bedrooms and 6 bathrooms, Narcissa answered. Harry shook his head. It was a beautiful house, plastered white with dark woodwork on the outside, likely dating back 300 or 400 years at least. What do you think? Narcissa asked nervously as they entered and found themselves in the entrance hall. The floor was wooden, matching the outside of the house, and the walls cream, bright enough to lighten the house but not too bright to make it overwhelming. I haven't done much down here, she explained. I liked it how it was, I just changed a few things. The black coat of arms used to be above the fireplace in there, but I changed it for the Peveril one. Harry nodded and entered the indicated room, a lounge of sorts with a forest green feature wall where the aforementioned fireplace was. You don't have to take everything of your family away, he said sincerely. Just because you're marrying me, that doesn't mean you can't be proud of being a Black. She seemed relieved and smiled gratefully when Harry split the Peveril coat of arms in 2, and with a wave of his wand, created 2 smaller ones side by side, one for each family. So what else is there? He asked curiously. Well, there is another lounge, the kitchens, a dining room, and 2 bathrooms down here, Narcissa explained. But I think you would like to see the basement. And what have you done down there? Narcissa grinned and gestured for him to follow her through a door in the adjoining lounge that was decorated similarly to the other. Harry found himself in a large open space with training dummies and bookshelves lining one side of the room. The center was left clear for practicing magic, and there was a study area in the far corner with what Harry assumed was an enchanted window that allowed the natural light to pour in. "I thought you would like this space for whatever it is you do," Narcissa explained. "Somewhere you can escape from everyone when you feel like it." Harry smiled and pulled the woman into his arms. She knew him far too well already. "What about you?" he questioned. "Wouldn't you want this for your potions?" Narcissa grimaced as she shook her head. "I spent the best part of 7 years underground at Hogwarts working on potions. I have a room on the top floor for that now." "Ah, so I'm left alone to lurk in the basement whilst you get a nice room," he quipped. "Basement lurking suits you more than it does me, Harry," Narcissa returned. "I quite like the sunlight. Now, would you like to see the rest of the house, or would you like to try continuing to argue with me?" Even before she had finished speaking, she had left the room and was ascending the staircase when Harry caught up with her. "You know, I don't like arguing with you," he muttered. "You always walk away before I get the chance to say anything back." "Well, that's because anything you say would be wasted words," she teased. "You will never win an argument with me, Harry." "We will see about that," he grumbled, and Narcissa raised an eyebrow at him. "Is that so?" she asked. "I look forward to your efforts." Harry said nothing further until they reached the second floor of the house. "And what do we have up here?" "We have the library, 5 bedrooms and 3 bathrooms," Narcissa informed him. "There's a lot of bedrooms," Harry pointed out. "There is," Narcissa agreed. "You don't expect the children to share, do you? We may even have guests occasionally." "That is true, but I do have a question. With this being a black home, is there anything I should be wary of? Other than you, of course." Narcissa smirked but shook her head. "No, there wasn't any cursed items here, but some of the books are ones that Bella brought from Grimmauld Place, so you may want to be careful with those. I think one of them will try to bite your fingers." "I look forward to that," Harry said dryly, remembering the nature of the books the Blacks took an interest in. He had even come across one at number 12 that had set fire to Hermione's trousers when she opened it. Both Harry and Ron had found it highly amusing. Their bushy-haired friend had not. "And on the top floor, we have another bathroom and 3 bedrooms." "We do," Narcissa confirmed, "but we have our own bathroom in our room, and my potions room, of course," she added. "Our bedroom is the only one I decorated. I thought we would save the rest until we need to." "You mean when we have children?" Narcissa nodded and took him by the hand. Leading him towards a set of double doors, she gave him a nervous smile before pushing them open. "I love it," he declared, having taken a moment to absorb the work she had put into it. The bed was an enormous 4-poster with dark green curtains that matched the ones lining the ceiling to floor windows. On the outside of those was a balcony with a table and 2 chairs tucked underneath. The floor was as it was throughout the rest of the house, but with a thick, black rug in front of the fireplace. It was spacious but cozy. Harry had never truly had his own room before, and as he stepped onto the balcony with Narcissa on his arms, he knew he wouldn't want one. This was theirs, and he wouldn't wish for it to be any other way. "I think we'll be happy here," he said, his eyes roaming towards the Quidditch pitch on the grounds his wife-to-be had evidently built for him. "Break. Not long to go until the wedding," Charles commented. Arcturus and Cygnus had joined him in the basement, whilst Drusilla, Doria, and Melania were discussing final preparations. The latter of the men was being oddly civil, likely preferring to do so than be subjected to any more talks of weddings. "And then it will be only Sirius and Regulus," Arcturus replied. "Eventually all of them will be married." "Thank Merlin," Cygnus mumbled. "As much as I love my daughters, I don't think I could cope with organizing another marriage." "You've done nothing of the sort," Arcturus snorted. "For Bella's and Narcissa's wedding, you have ducked out of every commitment." Cygnus grinned smugly. "I learnt from the best." Arcturus appeared to be a mixture of proud and irritated, but settled for a grunt of acknowledgement, not wanting to stroke his son's already inflated ego. "I am pleased they are keeping it simple," the older Black declared. "I couldn't stand a day of arse-kissing and pompous posturing from the rest of the shits that would be there if not." Both Charles and Cygnus nodded their agreements. It's for the best, Charles sighed. Harry would not stand for it, and neither would Sissy. I don't know who I'd want to upset least, he chuckled. My Narcissa is quiet, but a handful when she loses her temper, Cygnus replied with a shrug. I still remember when Bella took her mirror. The one Cassie gave her. Cygnus nodded. That was a hell of a throttling curse, he muttered. Took both me and Drula to put an end to it. Bella had those bruises for weeks after. She's a handful, Arcturus said with a smirk. Between her and Peveril, I feel sorry for any brat they have. Ha, Harry will be a bloody pushover, Charles proclaimed. According to Sissy, little Nymphadora has got him wrapped around her finger. I heard, Cygnus said disapprovingly. They're having dinner together tonight. They're also inviting them to the wedding, all of them. With my blessing, Arcturus pointed out. They would have done it anyway, but I respect that they asked. I think they wanted to avoid any unpleasantness. With Walburga there, that is impossible. Then I'll be cursing her fat arse out of her seat, Arcturus warned. I've already spoken to Orion, and he has assured me he will keep her trap shut. What about you, Cygnus? Will you be okay with it? Charles pressed. I won't pretend to be happy about it, but this is Narcissa's day, and I won't ruin it for her. Besides, Drula has already threatened to have my balls if I am not civil at least. Charles grinned at the thought. Has she met him yet? Arcturus asked, referring to Drula and Andromeda's husband. No, he has made himself scarce while she spends time with Andy and her daughter, Cygnus explained. Drula is happy, though, and that's all that matters. And will you see them? Charles questioned the man. Cygnus nodded. I will, he sighed. It's just that so many things were said that I can't take back. Truthfully, I'm ashamed to face her. Charles nodded his understanding. She will respect you more if you swallow your pride, he offered, not because he wished to make it easy for Cygnus, but because Andromeda needed her family. The woman was not having an easy time of it since they had turned their backs on her, but she was coping as best she could. What about Bellatrix? Cygnus shook his head. We haven't seen her for weeks, he answered with a shrug. She won't change her mind. She's too far into this pureblood movement and the Lestranges now. She's not the same anymore, he added sadly. No, she isn't, Arcturus agreed. I don't suppose she will be at the wedding. I'd bet my last galleon she won't, not unless she wishes to try and upset Peveril, and we all saw how that ended up last time. She would be a fool to do so, Arcturus muttered. I doubt even if Narcissa begged it would stop him from killing her. Narcissa wouldn't stop him, Cygnus countered. There's only so much you can push her, and Bella is already towing a fine line. Then let us hope that she doesn't attend, Arcturus sighed. She would only have herself to blame for anything that happens to her. Break. With how he interacted with Nymphadora, it was hard to believe that Harry Peveril was perhaps the most dangerous person Andromeda had ever met. The same man that had almost strangled Selwyn in Diagon Alley and sent the Dark Lord packing was currently being ridden around her living room like a pony, neighing on command. Faster, horsey, the little metamorph commanded, giggling as Harry reared up and caught her when she was sent tumbling from his back. He will be a fantastic father, Andromeda commented, laughing at the antics of the pair. Nymphadora was smitten with the man, her eyes widening and hair shifting through a myriad of colors whenever they visited. She would not give him a moment of peace, something Harry took in his stride. He will, Narcissa agreed, but I dread them taking after him. If he has his way, they will be on brooms before they can walk. Andromeda smirked. I don't doubt that. Congratulations, Sissy. Your children will be as crazy as your husband. The blonde smiled dreamily as she nodded. They will be happy. Of course they will, Andromeda sighed. Can you imagine Harry saying no to any of them? Narcissa shook her head. No, that will have to be me, she snorted. He'll be too soft. That's our job, Ted interjected. Andy's the one that is the scary parent. I'm not scary, Ted, Andromeda countered. I am firm when I need to be. I know, dear, the man replied amusedly. That's why Dora comes to me if she wants something. She manipulates you, Andromeda corrected, and you fall for it every time. Ted frowned. How can I say no to her? He asked. She gives me this look and her eyes fill with tears. The same trick you used to use on Father, Narcissa reminded her older sister. Andromeda hummed. I suppose my husband is as easily fooled as he was. It was still odd for Andromeda to be in the company of her sister after more than 3 years apart. When she had fled from her family, she never envisioned she would see any of them again in such circumstances, not after the threats made against her and Ted. Narcissa had never done anything of the sort, but she hadn't spoken up for her either. Not that Andromeda could blame her. Had her younger sister done so, she too would have been made a pariah. I will check on dinner, Andromeda announced, exiting the living room and entering the kitchen. Regardless of what had happened, she was pleased to see Sissy again. She had missed her and was happy that things were going well for her. She couldn't imagine what miserable life she would have had with Lucius, but Harry was a good man, something he had proven with his intervention in the alley. Ted had been wary of meeting them both and had kept his distance until this evening again, not something Andromeda could blame him for. He had received numerous threats over the years from her family members and others who took exception to him marrying her. However, seeing how Nymphadora was growing closer to both Harry and Narcissa, he had relented. Harry had made it much easier on the man with how he interacted with their daughter and showing no signs of prejudice towards him. He had treated Ted with respect, as Harry would any other person he met, unless they had provoked his ire. The one person Ted had yet to meet that Andromeda had reconnected with was her mother. Even for her, being around the woman who raised her was a tense and awkward affair for both. Drula had not taken part in the threats against her daughter, but she had turned her away when she needed her most. Andromeda would never forgive her for what she had done, but she was trying to make amends. Dinner is ready, she called. She looked on as Ted, and Narcissa entered the kitchen, followed by Harry, who had Dora hanging off his leg as though she was a limpet. And how are you supposed to eat whilst clinging to Harry? She asked her daughter. The little metamorph pouted, but released his leg and reluctantly took her seat, sliding it closer to the Peveril lord. If you spill any of your food on me, I will turn you into a piglet, Harry warned. No, you wouldn't, Nymphadora huffed. Can you do that? She added worriedly. Harry nodded. I can, or I could turn you into a raven. Olin might like that. Harry, stop threatening my daughter, Andromeda sighed as she placed plates of food on the table. It's unbecoming of a lord of your station. Nymphadora stuck her tongue out at him mockingly, and Harry narrowed his eyes at her. You'll grow up one day, and Mummy won't be able to protect you, he muttered under his breath. Mum, he's doing it again, the little girl whined, shooting him a smug look as Andromeda chastised him once more. Well, if Harry can't act like a civilized person, he will eat in the garden like an animal. Nymphadora stuck her tongue out once more, and Harry offered her a glare before tucking into his meal. Really, Harry? Narcissa questioned with a raised eyebrow. You're going to stoop down to the level of a 3-year-old. Harry nodded. I thought we already established I treat everyone equally, he replied easily. If Nymphadora wants to tangle with me, she should expect no mercy. Stupid pony, the girl mumbled, eliciting a laugh from the others. Ah, you're lucky I like you, Harry chuckled, ruffling her hair. And Olin likes me, Nymphadora added. And Olin, Harry agreed. So, have you finished all the preparations for the wedding? Andromeda asked. Narcissa nodded. Just about, she answered. We only have to wait for the cake to be delivered the day before, and Harry has to move his stuff into the house. I've only just seen it, he defended. It's not like I have that much anyway. Something we can do one day during the week then, Narcissa replied with a smile that brokered no room for compromise. Harry would be moving his belongings into the house before the wedding. If she's anything like Andy, you're in for an absolute treat, Ted broke in with a smirk. And what is that supposed to mean, Theodore? Andromeda questioned, lightly causing Ted to stumble on his words. "And nothing, dear," he eventually replied, offering Harry a wink. "Is that contract of yours ironclad?" "It is," Harry confirmed. "I already asked, and I am in it for the long haul." "Then there's no escape for you either," Ted snorted. "Excuse me," Andromeda asked. "I think you'll find the day you got me pregnant with this one, you sealed your fate." "I did," Ted agreed, "and it was the best thing I ever did." Andromeda glared at her husband as the ghost of a smirk tugged at the corners of her mouth. "Shut up, Ted," she mumbled as the man gave his wife a winning smile. "Speaking of the wedding," Narcissa interjected, "I know we haven't spoken about it, but we would both really like you there." Andromeda frowned worriedly. "All of us?" she asked. Narcissa nodded. "Of course, all of you." Andromeda looked towards her husband, who shrugged uncertainly. "Sissy, it would only cause problems." "No, it wouldn't," Harry denied. "Everyone has been warned, and if there is even a whiff of unpleasantness, I will deal with it. Personally, I'm hoping Wahlberga will say something. I'll happily curse the old bint myself." Andromeda snorted. "You sounded just like my grandfather," she explained. "But I don't know, with how they'll be with Ted and Dora." "They will be respectful and civil, or they can leave," Harry assured her. "Arcturus has agreed that you should be there, and even your father didn't argue. He's a git, but even he would like you to be there." Andromeda nodded thoughtfully. "What do you think, Dora? Would you like to see you Aunt Sissy get married?" "Do I have to wear a dress?" the girl asked. "You will," Andromeda said firmly. "I will not have you there looking as though you just rolled in off the streets." Nymphadora pouted and folded her arms. "Fine," she conceded after a moment, "but no flowers." "No flowers," Harry agreed. With a sigh, Andromeda nodded her agreement, already worried that her family would not keep to their word. They were too hot-headed, but she was hopeful that Harry would keep any in line that may cause problems. Wahlberga would likely be the one to do so, and she would enjoy seeing the sow get what's coming to her, especially after the threats the woman had assured her she would carry out. If she were to attempt such, there was nothing that would stop Andromeda from dealing with her aunt. Break. His recovery was taking much longer than he could have anticipated, each passing day going by with little to no improvement in his condition. Even now, more than 2 months after Peveril's magic had ripped through him, he was barely able to cast the simplest of spells without pain or fatigue at the very least. He was, however, slowly but surely regaining his strength. For that, he had Bella to thank. He had called for her in his time of need, and she had come, had fetched and brewed his elixirs, and helped to feed him when he did not have the energy to even raise his own hand to do so. For how unhinged the woman could be, he owed his survival to her. "You must eat, my lord," she insisted, offering him a spoonful of the stew she had made him. The Dark Lord wasn't hungry today. Most days he struggled to force himself to eat something. It was only the knowledge that the world was slowly forgetting his existence and all his hard working being undone that aided him in stomaching it. Even thoughts of the man responsible for his condition could not do that. For the first time in his life, the Dark Lord was concerned about a foe. True to the vow he made himself, he had begun learning all he could about the Peverils, what little Bella could scrape together, that was. There were rumors, oh so many of them, about the mysterious family, but nothing much more than that. When he felt better, he would have to get to the truth of them himself. For now, he needed to continue healing, his weak magic and body of use for nothing else. "Your sister is to be married within the week, is she not?" he questioned Bella, whose nostrils flared in displeasure. "She is, my lord," she confirmed. "If you say the word, I will kill him there and then." Voldemort shook his head. "No, my sweet Bella," he whispered. "Allow them their moment of happiness. It will only make it all the sweeter when we take it all away." Bellatrix pouted unhappily, but she would not defy him. Were it not for his pride and the need to see an end to Peveril himself, he would perhaps consider using her and some of his followers to carry out the task, but his own stubbornness and ego would not allow it. It simply needed to be the Dark Lord if he wished to prove those that doubted him that he was the superior wizard, that none could truly defeat him. Only then would they remember why he was to be feared, and why they should feel privileged to fall to their knees before him. His time would come. For as long as it would take to recover, it was that thought that saw him through his days of isolation, through the bouts of pain and weaknesses he felt. His time would come once more. Break. I would like to again thank Professor Peveril for giving up his Saturday to run a Quidditch workshop with the students, Dumbledore said, offering a bow to Harry. If there is nothing else. Thankfully, this staff meeting had proven to be brief. Just one thing, Headmaster, Harry replied. I know that the topic of my current employment has not been discussed, but the end of the year is approaching. And we would be honored if you would choose to stay on, Dumbledore cut him off. Your work has been outstanding, and the students have come to value your expertise. Harry had been afraid the man would make such an offer, and it just made it that much more difficult to turn down. I have enjoyed my time here with the students and working with each of you. I would be pleased to return, just not for a while yet, he added. Oh, Dumbledore returned sadly. Is there nothing I can do to convince you otherwise? Harry shook his head. No, I will miss this, truly, but as things are, it is best that I move on. The Dark Lord will return, and my presence here will only put the school and students at risk. I can assure you, Professor Peveril, that there is nowhere safer than Hogwarts, Minerva broke in. And there is no one more dangerous than him, Harry countered. If he wanted to get in here, he would. Dumbledore knows it as well as I do. Besides, I have been offered an opportunity that I cannot pass up. It won't be the same as this, and I have every intention of returning in the future. Might I inquire as to what this opportunity is? Dumbledore asked curiously. Harry nodded thoughtfully. It wouldn't be detrimental to share the news with his staff. It can go no further than this room until it is officially announced, but I have received a contract from the Falmouth Falcons to play for them next season. I will be signing it shortly after I return from my honeymoon. Dumbledore smiled brightly, clapping enthusiastically along with the other members of staff who offered him their congratulations. Then you are leaving us for a worthy opportunity, Minerva praised. But I am a Magpies fan, Peveril, and that will not change. Then I apologize in advance for your loss, Harry offered, provoking a challenging glare from the deputy headmistress. We will see, the woman returned. A very well done to you, Harry, Dumbledore said sincerely, and of course, you will always be welcome here. I will make the announcement at dinner tomorrow evening that you will not be returning in September. Harry nodded gratefully. Then I suppose I should get to the Quidditch pitch. I imagine the students will be waiting impatiently. Of course, Dumbledore allowed, and thank you for the work you have done with them. They will all miss you. Harry offered the man a bow and took his leave from the room. They won't take it well, Minerva warned. No, they will not, Albus sighed. He is the only one in many years that has not been forced to retire or leave due to unpleasant circumstances. As wary of him I was, employing him here was the best decision I have made in some time, and now I must find another replacement. Break. You need to be in tighter to the opposing seeker, Harry instructed. If they are bigger than you. Sit just behind their shoulder, then they can't push you off course. Now try that, and choose your moment to make the grab. Regulus nodded, and took to the sky once more. Have you ever played Chaser before? James asked. Harry shook his head. I haven't, he said, surprised to recall that he had barely even held a quaffle. I'll bet you a galleon you can't make this shot, James challenged, picking up a nearby ball and proceeding to put it through the center hoop from an impressive angle as he kicked off from the ground. He joined Harry, Sirius, and Remus a moment later with a smug grin plastered across his face, and threw the quaffle to the oldest of the three. All right, Harry agreed, but if I make it, you owe me an extra 5 inches on your last assignment. Fine, James agreed. Off you go, Peveril. Harry followed suit, and though his shot was close, it bounced off the inside of the ring. That will be a galleon, Professor, James reminded him. You'll get it later, Harry chuckled before blowing his whistle, signaling for the rest of the students to join them. Almost every one of them had attended in some capacity, most choosing to merely spectate from the stands, but the pitch was full of Quidditch players and the enthusiasts looking to improve their own game. Okay, we will finish with a short tournament. I will split you into teams, and you will have 20 minutes per game to either catch the snitch or win on points, he explained. I will be refereeing and expect fair play from you all. The students nodded eagerly, though Harry knew he would be spending the rest of the afternoon intervening in squabbles, especially between the Gryffindor and Slytherin students who had, much to his surprise, chosen to take part. As the first teams began their match, he couldn't help but feel a little sad that he would be leaving. He would be following his dreams, but he would miss being at Hogwarts, miss working with the students, and even miss his conversations with the interfering old man that was the headmaster. Break. Having spent his Sunday moving his belongings into his and Narcissa's new home, Monday morning arrived, and with it, his final week as a Hogwarts professor. The 5th and 7th years had spent the previous week sitting their owls and newts respectively, 2 weeks later than usual due to the upheaval the incident in Hogsmeade had caused. Despite this, Harry was confident his students had performed admirably, the weeks leading up to their exams having been spent covering everything and anything that may come up. There had been tears from more than a few, with the odd pupil having to attend the hospital wing for a calming draft. Other than that, there had been no major cases of mental anguish or complete meltdowns. Now the exams had passed, a sense of serenity had fallen over the castle, and Harry could enjoy his last days here without worrying so much for the welfare of his older students. Although the 6th years hadn't had any the stress of these exams, they filed into the room seemingly unhappy with something, and Harry knew that Dumbledore had announced that he would not be returning in September. "Why are you leaving, Professor?" Lily asked bluntly, eliciting nods from her classmates, they too wanting an answer to the pertinent question. Her look of disappointment saddened him more than he thought it would have, and Harry deflated slightly. He hadn't expected his departure would upset them so much, but as he looked at each student in turn, he realized he couldn't have been more wrong. "Professor Dumbledore asked me to fill in for the rest of the year only," he explained. "And although he expressed his interest for me to stay on, I have other opportunities that I must explore while I'm still young enough to do so." Lily nodded her understanding, though her countenance did not shift. "I may seem like an old man to you all, but I am only 21, he pointed out. "I am getting married this weekend and would like to start a family. As a professor, that is not an easy thing to do. I love being here and working with you all, but teaching takes up a considerable amount of time. When you leave this room, I have your work to mark, your next lessons to prepare, and many other responsibilities. I will likely return one day, but for now, there are other things for me out there," he finished, pointing out of the window. "What are you going to be doing?" a Ravenclaw student asked interestedly. "That is something that will be announced in the coming weeks," Harry teased. "But until then, we still have another week of lessons together and I have planned nothing for them. So, what would you like to learn from me?" The students began shouting out their suggestions, and Harry held up his hands to quell them, unable to hear any distinctly above the din. "Mr. Snape, what would you like to learn?" he asked. The boy looked slightly nervous, but steeled himself before replying. "Do you know how to throw off the Imperious Curse?" he asked. A slight smirk pulled at the corner of Harry's mouth as the memory of Barty Crouch, J.R. teaching his own class, just that came to the forefront of his mind. "I do," Harry confirmed. "There is no real skill required, just willpower to fight off the effects. Would anyone like to volunteer?" Snape's eyes widened. "Are you allowed to do that?" Harry nodded. In an educational environment, the Imperious Curse is allowed to be cast, the only one of those 3 spells that can be done so on students for obvious reasons, he explained. "So, any volunteers?" Snape nodded warily and stood. "I'll do it," he offered. "Very well," Harry agreed. "Are you ready?" After taking a moment to prepare himself, the Slytherin gave a single nod, and Harry leveled his wand at him. "Imperio." Unsurprisingly, The boy put up quite a resistance, but he eventually succumbed to the spell and began tap dancing at Harry's whim. The rest of the class began to laugh at his antics, and Harry shook his head before giving them a harsh lesson on the effects of the curse. "Amusing, isn't it?" he asked before commanding Snape to approach the window, open it and climb onto the ledge so that he was looking 5 floors down at the ground below. The laughter stopped as the students sobered, realizing how dangerous the spell truly was. With only a single command, Mr. Snape would throw himself out of the window to his death. Do you still find it funny? The students shook their heads collectively, evidently concerned, and Harry nodded satisfactorily. The Imperious Curse is one of the most dangerous spells you could fall victim to. The Killing Curse will end your life in a heartbeat. The Cruciatus will cause you great physical and mental anguish with prolonged use. A caster of the Imperious, however, could have you murder your own parents if that was what they wished. If you cannot fight it off, you can be forced to do unspeakable things to others and even yourself. Now, who would like to go next? He questioned with a grin as he ended the spell on Snape. Most others shook their heads in denial, but Lily stood defiantly and invited him to cast the spell on her. Harry did so reluctantly and was surprised by the amount of resistance she offered. Even with his best efforts, she only partially complied with his wish for her to do a cartwheel and crashed to the floor in a heap, causing Harry to smile proudly. Perhaps he had inherited his own ability to fight the curse from his mother. She had made just as good a showing against the effects of the curse as he had, unwilling to bend to the commands of another. "Very good, Miss Evans," Harry praised. "You almost fought it off entirely. Would you like to try again?" Lily nodded as she pushed herself to her feet, confused as to how she had ended up on the floor. After only 2 more times of being put under the spell, she managed it. "Take 20 points for Gryffindor," Harry offered. "It takes a person of a strong mind to do what you just did." Lily positively beamed as she retook her seat. "Anyone else?" Harry asked. When none volunteered, he nodded his understanding. "Then we will move one," he decided. "Miss Evans, since you performed so admirably, is there something you are interested in learning?" Lily nodded. "Can you cast the Patronus charm?" she asked. "During the Hogsmeade attack, there were Dementors, and I think it would be something useful to learn." "But the professor didn't use the Patronus to repel them," Selwyn cut in grumpily. "They just ran away from him." "That is true," Harry conceded. "The Dementors have little interest in me because of the nature of my magic, but they will not hesitate to attack you if the opportunity arises. That goes for all of you," he added. "The Dementors are loyal only to themselves and their own need to consume the souls of their victims, as there is no known way to kill them. The best you can do is repel them, and that is done using the Patronus charm. Does anyone have any experience with it?" "I know the theory and have tried casting it, but it hasn't worked very well," Lily revealed. "Show me," Harry instructed curiously. It took a moment for the girl to center herself, and when she did cast the spell, a bright shield formed in front of her, but it did not coalesce into a corporeal form. "That is quite the achievement for one your age," Harry complimented. "Your problem is not with your ability or even the memory you are using, but the effect the memory is having on you. It is not as simple as merely thinking a happy thought. You must immerse yourself into it fully, allow it to wash over you entirely, and it must remain a constant throughout your use of the spell. Like so." Thinking of the memories pertaining to himself and Narcissa, Harry took a deep breath before pointing his wand. "Expecto Patronum," he whispered, nodding appreciatively as a large raven exploded from the tip of his wand, equally relieved and saddened that his stag no longer featured in his use of the spell. It had been that way shortly after Olin had come into his life, the raven seemingly the more apt creature to him than his father's animagus form. The students looked on in awe as the ethereal bird flew around the room, searching for any danger, joined by Olin, who took flight from his perch to join his other self. "Death," he shrieked happily. After a few moments, Harry ended the spell. It is an extraordinarily complex spell that can take years to master, and sadly, some never manage it beyond the level Miss Evans demonstrated. However, I believe it is an appropriate spell for us to finish on, and we will do so for the remaining few lessons we have this week," he informed them. "Miss Evans, would you like to try again?" "I would," she agreed. "I think I understand it now." Once more, she focused on the task at hand, taking a few moments to ready herself. "Expecto patronum," she said confidently. Again, her shield formed, brighter than it had been, before it began to shift, and Harry recognized the form of a doe taking shape, something that was not missed by the other students. James, Sirius, Remus, and Peter looked on wide-eyed, the black amongst them nudging the Potter with his elbow, giving him a rather knowing grin. And after a further push from the redhead, the creature began prancing around the room. Lily's eyes had been closed, but at the collective gasp of her peers, she opened them, seemingly confused by the shape her patroness had taken. "Excellent work, Miss Evans," Harry acknowledged, breaking the girl's concentration so that the patroness faded. "Take another 20 points for Gryffindor, and I will be discussing this with Professor Flitwick. He will be astounded with what you have achieved." Lily blushed under the praise and took her seat. Harry knew his mother had been gifted in charms, and what she had just demonstrated proved it. He had mastered the spell younger than she was, but he had been especially motivated to do so. Lily had never encountered the Dementors, and yet she had managed to produce a corporeal patroness merely through her talent in the subject. "That is all we have time for today," Harry announced, noticing the lesson had indeed come to an end. "But we will revisit this tomorrow. Off you go." The class emptied, and he watched as the students left, his emotions a mixture between pride and sadness. Teaching was perhaps his future. He had found a love for it over the past months, and it had become as big a passion for him as Quidditch was. The latter, however, was something that had a limitation on it, and if he ever wished to pursue Quidditch at the highest level, the time to do so was now. Teaching was something he could return to, and feeling how he did in this moment, he had every intention of doing so. Break. For Narcissa, the days leading to the wedding had either dragged painfully in the moments she could not wait to call herself Harry's wife, or vanished in the blink of an eye when the prenuptial jitters kicked in. What if he changed his mind? What if he realized there were better matches for him out there than the third daughter of a family that would inherit no title? In those moments, she had shaken her head of those thoughts. Harry had chosen her above all the others he could have. He wanted to marry her, not Cara Rosier or any of the other matches proposed to him. "You look beautiful, Sissy," her mother commented, taking in the appearance of her daughter in her dress. She was crying again, for the third or fourth time already today. "Thank you," Narcissa replied warmly, the butterflies she felt whizzing around her stomach. "Is father?" She was cut off as the door opened, and the man himself entered, pausing and offering her a smile. "Well, I think it is safe to say that Peveril is punching above his weight. Merlin, let us hope your children take after you." Narcissa giggled, appreciating her father lightening the burden with his rare show of humor. "Harry is a very handsome man, Cygnus," Drula chided. "Though little blonde grandchildren would be nice," she added. "Thoughts of grandchildren will have to wait, my dear. It's time," Cygnus pointed out, nodding towards the clock on the wall. Narcissa looped her arm through her father's offered man and allowed him to lead her from the room she had gotten ready in. "Have you seen Harry? Is he okay?" she asked. Cygnus snorted. "He's a bloody wreck," he chuckled. "He can fight dark lords and damned near kill himself every week on a broom, but marriage, not so brave when it comes to that." "Neither were you," Drula interjected, shooting her husband an amused glare. "You had 3 calming drafts before our wedding." "I didn't know you knew that," Cygnus grumbled. Drula hummed at her husband, whose ears had turned red. "And I'll have you know that Harry is fine," Drula assured her daughter. "Nervous, but he's not going anywhere." "I'll curse him into next year if he tried it," Narcissa warned as they reached the door to the room they were to be married in. "How do I look?" "You are a black," her father answered simply. "You are beautiful, and that man in there wouldn't care if you arrived wearing a sack that had contained dragon dung." Narcissa smiled. even if the thought of wearing such a sack did not sit well with her. "Then we should go in," she asked. "Only if you want to," Cygnus replied with a shrug. "Just say the word and I can get us out of here and you can move to a different country. Your choice." "Oh, shut up. Cygnus, of course she's going in," Drula huffed, rolling her eyes irritably at her husband who gave his daughter a wink before pushing the door open. It was strange to think that Narcissa and Harry had kept the guest list reserved only for those they both wanted there, with the room being as full as it was. Of course, the Blacks were in attendance, as was Andromeda, Ted, and Nymphadora, who seemed to not be enjoying wearing a dress if the pout adorning her features was anything to go by. Uncle Evan had come along with Kara. Narcissa had not seen either in some time, but the man gave her a bright smile as she entered, as though no time had passed since he had visited last. Harry had invited most of the Hogwarts staff, including the headmaster, who had chosen to wear robes of maroon. An odd color for a wedding, but Dumbledore was indeed an odd man. The Potters had also come with both James and Sirius. Amelia and Valerie Bones had opted to sit with them along with Ellie Goldstein. Narcissa, however, only had eyes for one person who was stood at the front, waiting for her arrival. Harry looked very dashing in his formal robes, and so vastly different from the night he had woken up in St. Mungo's almost a year ago. Had anyone told her that the scruffy, emaciated man she was caring for would one day become her husband, she would have had them admitted to the Janus Thicky ward, even if it had been Amelia Camden who was seated to the left of the Potters. "I was starting to think you weren't coming," Harry muttered after her father had placed a kiss on her cheek and handed her off to her soon-to-be husband. "I did have the chance to run," Narcissa replied with a smirk, "but it would be such a waste of cake if I did." Harry nodded his agreement. That would be a shame. Any further conversation between the two was ended as the minister presiding over the ceremony cleared his throat. "Ladies and gentlemen, we have gathered today to bear witness to the union between Lord Harry Peverell and Narcissa Black," he began, his gaze flitting between each of them as he spoke their names, respectively. "Marriage is not something to be entered into lightly and is a bond sealed through love and through magic. Before I proceed, is there any that believe, for any reason, that these two should not be joined in such a way?" A tense silence fell over the room for a moment, but none spoke, and the minister nodded. "Then we shall proceed," he announced. "Please, each of you take the hand of the other and look upon your intended." Harry and Narcissa did so, both smiling somewhat nervously. "Lord Peverell, I will begin with you. You need only repeat after me." Harry nodded and took a deep breath. "I, Lord Harry Peverell, do take Narcissa Black." "I, Lord Harry Peverell, do take Narcissa Black," Harry repeated. "In strength and in weakness." "In strength and in weakness," Harry parroted. "Through triumph and hardship." "Through triumph and hardship." "For the rest of my days, and may magic bear witness to my vow." "For the rest of my days, and may magic bear witness to my vow," Harry finished. The minister waved his wand over their enclosed hands, and a golden thread wrapped around them. They had agreed upon a traditional ceremony, neither comfortable with writing their own vows. In Harry's own words that Narcissa wholeheartedly related to, "I'm not a bloody poet." She fought the grin that threatened to form at the memory. In truth, she had been relieved he did not wish for them to speak their own words. It would likely have been a disaster for them both. "Now, Narcissa, it is your turn. Please repeat after me." She did so, and when she had finished speaking, another golden tendril wrapped itself around their clasped hands, this one holding them in place. "With your vows given and accepted by magic, it is my honor to announce that you are now husband and wife, the Lord and Lady Peverell." Those in attendance cheered at the declaration, and the golden threads vanished as they sealed it all with a passionate, yet chaste kiss. She was now Narcissa Peverell, and she could not be happier, nor could she wait to spend the rest of her life with the man she had promised herself to. Chapter 20. My haunting companion, although the summer was ending, and his nude exams were looming on the horizon, James was looking forward to returning the castle for his final year at Hogwarts. As much as he loved being home with Sirius and his parents, he missed playing Quidditch, being in the common room with Remus and Peter, and the company of a certain redhead he had been writing to over the holidays. Mostly, he and Lily had been discussing the newts and school life, but it was certainly an improvement from being called a prat and the looks of disapproval she often sent his way. "Your letters are here," Doria announced over her cup of tea, nodding towards the window where two owls waited to be allowed entry. Charles opened the window to let them in, and the birds landed in front of the teens, offering their legs the missives had been tied to. "I wonder if they'll tell us who the defense professor is," Sirius mused aloud, retrieving his letter from the school and opening it. "I doubt it," James muttered. "It's not like they can hope to compare with Peveril." Sirius nodded his agreement as he read, and James sighed before opening his, frowning as two badges fell into his palm. "What the hell is this?" he questioned. The first one filled him with excitement, a position he had hoped for ever since being selected for the team. He had been made the Quidditch captain of Gryffindor. The other was one he had never wanted nor expected in his wildest dreams. "Is that?" "No," James denied. "It must be a mistake. Why the hell would they?" Sirius appeared to be equally horrified by the other badge, and James dropped it on the table, as though it had been coated in doxy venom. "They must be bloody mental," Sirius declared. "I couldn't think of anyone worse." "Sirius," Doria chastised. "Now what has upset you, James?" The boy said nothing, but pointed to the discarded badge disgustedly. "Surely that isn't." "It is," Doria confirmed, smiling proudly at her son. "Oh, James," she cooed as she stood and wrapped her arms around him. "Mum, get off," James grumbled, smiling despite himself. Doria relented and took in the demeanor of the boy. "This is a good thing," she pointed out. "Why would you be upset?" "I don't want to be head boy," he mumbled. "I don't deserve it for one thing, and it means I will have to follow the rules. McGonagall did this." Sirius nodded his agreement. "The woman is an evil genius," he declared. "She thinks that making you head boy will mean no pranks. Bollocks to that. We missed out last year because Peveril was there." Charles snorted as he shook his head. "It appears as though you have been neutralized," he said amusedly. "We will see about that," James replied defiantly. "James Potter," Doria warned. "You have been given a position of responsibility and you will take it seriously, and if you make a joke, so help me, I will curse you," she added to her great-nephew who slumped, pouting. James met the glare of his mother for a moment before relenting. That was a contest he wouldn't win. "Fine," he conceded grumpily, eliciting another smile from the woman. "I suppose that is the end of our fun," Sirius muttered. "I suppose if you look on the bright side, Evans will be the head girl," he predicted. A grin tugged at James' lips as he nodded thoughtfully. There was a silver lining after all, though he would prefer to be able to go on as he had been. "It had to end sometime," he sighed. Charles shook his head at the boys, who were acting as their very lives were over. "Well, there is something in here that may cheer you up," he consoled, sliding the morning edition of the Daily Prophet towards the teens. James picked it up with a frown and found himself looking upon the sports section of the paper, his eyes widening as he took in the headline. "Peveril signs for the Falcons," by Adrian Carrington. In a move that many would deem to be a risky gamble, the Falmouth Falcons have signed Lord Harry Peveril from the Hemel Harriers for an undisclosed fee. The Harriers, for those of you that don't know, are a team that have only just finished their first season in the 5th Division of the Quidditch League, winning it soundly and without facing defeat. Such a transfer, however, is unprecedented, and when questioned about it, Falcons manager Titus Jones had this to say. "Signing Peveril was a no-brainer. I watched him play and knew I was watching a star in the making. Mark my words, within a year, the other teams will be begging for us to part with him, and I'd even bet my house that the national team will showing an interest. In all my years as a player and coach, I have never seen anyone with such potential. Peveril will do great things here." Will the resounding vouching by Coach Jones prove to be all bluster? That remains to be seen, but there will undoubtedly be those questioning the motives behind such a signing. When asked for his own thoughts, Lord Peveril was very candid with his response. I am pleased to have signed with the Falcons who are taking a chance on me. For anyone doubting what I can do, I let my playing do the talking. Doubt me as you will, it only makes me more determined to prove you wrong. With the new season due to begin in only a matter of weeks, this reporter is looking forward to seeing just how Peveril will compete with the Seekers at the very top of the game. Bloody hell, no wonder he left, Sirius gasped, having read the article over James' shoulder. He's actually playing professionally. James smiled as he nodded. Can we get season tickets? He asked. We already have them, Charles chuckled. Harry insisted on it as part of his contract. He even secured us a box for the home games. I think I've forgiven him for leaving now, James declared. This is much better than having him as a professor. Sirius nodded his agreement. At least the weekends will be bearable, Mr. Head Boy, he mocked, grunting as James punched him on the arm. Break. As the weeks had gone by, he could slowly feel his strength returning to him, though not quickly enough. He had reached the point that he was once again able to take care of himself for the most part, but would certainly feel the fatigue of his efforts at the end of each day. What energy he did have was expended into the research of his foe and what was ailing him. The latter had yielded nothing, no medical diagnosis from either the Muggles or magical healers. Reluctantly, he decided that he would have to wait for it to pass, for his own body to purge itself of the foreign magic, something that was slowly but surely happening. Still, despite his improvements, he was far from ready for anything strenuous. Peveril's magic had sapped him of that ability, and although the Dark Lord was not such a patient man, he knew he needed more time to recover fully from whatever had happened to him. As such, he was taking it as easy as he could with the continued help from Bella, who was running errands for him, and ensuring he was cared for in his weaker moments. It had been her that had provided the books that sat upon his desk, each of them mentioning the Peveril family in some capacity. Much to his charging, however, the references were obscure at best and only added to the mystery that was this family. It irked him so, but there had never been anything he had been unable to unearth, and the Dark Lord certainly would not allow himself to become undone by something so trivial. My lord, you wish to see me. The voice of Bellatrix pulled him from his thoughts. I did take a seat, he offered. The woman complied, crossing her legs and looking upon him as reverently as ever. What is the mood out there? The Dark Lord asked, pointing out the window of his study. I don't understand, my lord, Bella replied. Are the people happy? Do they believe that I have been defeated? Bellatrix nodded reluctantly. They believe that you are dead, my lord, and they have forgotten you. Voldemort nodded thoughtfully. Then it is time they are reminded, don't you think? Bellatrix's eye lit up with excitement as she too nodded, the very same way a child would when offered a treat. When? She gasped. Soon, the Dark Lord assured her. I would like you to begin assembling the inner circle and then the rest of the followers. Tell them that I yet live and that I will soon return. Will you, my lord? When I am ready, Bella, but that does not mean our mission need wait any longer than it has. I would like them assembled as soon as possible. Of course, my lord, I will begin immediately. The woman all but skipped towards the door, evidently pleased with the decision he had made. Bella, he called before she was gone, have you heard from Lucius at all? I wrote to him more than a week ago and have yet to receive a response. Bellatrix scowled and shook her head. She was not fond of the Malfoy heir, was not fond of any other that garnered her master's attention, but she would have sent the missive. She had learnt not to defy him. No, my lord, he has not responded. Voldemort hummed unhappily. Then seek him out first, and remind him what happens when those that have sworn to follow me are disobedient. The woman positively beamed at the task she had been given and continued skipping away, her echoing footsteps drifting further down the hall. With an amused shake of his head, the Dark Lord turned his attention back to the pile of books with the intent of looking through them once more. There simply must be something to explain who this damned Peveril was. The only thing that had been consistent in all his readings thus far was one thing. Death, he muttered irritably. It always came back to death, the one thing he had put much effort into avoiding. Not that he had failed, of course. A lesser magical may have fallen to what Peveril had done to him, but not Lord Voldemort. He had taken steps that others dared not to secure his legacy, one that he never intended to leave behind. Indeed, dark lords before him had come and gone, but not him. Where others had perished, he would succeed, he would thrive and live on. His creations would see to that. Death, he snorted this time. Death meant nothing to him. It was something he had conquered long ago and no longer feared. If he didn't fear death, then there was no need to fear the Reaper. For that's what the world believed, or the fools within these pages at the very least. The Peverils were death's chosen, those that reached where the deity itself could not to carry out the noble work of the gatherer of souls. None could hope to harvest that of the Dark Lords. Not even death himself could reach him, and certainly not his champion. The next time their paths crossed, it would be Peveril that would meet with his master, a failure, and Lord Voldemort would prosper. It was his fate, after all. Break. All right, settle down. I know you're all excited to be back, but we have things that need going over before you go out there and rid yourselves of the rust from sitting on your backsides for almost 3 months, Titus Jones said pointedly, addressing the assembled team and staff. Firstly, of course, is the welcoming of Peveril, who we acquired over the break to replace Glover. The gathered team and staff clapped politely, and though Harry knew none of them, he appreciated the warm reception. None of you need to worry about him. He will do his job, so carry on as you have been. Jones continued taking notes on his clipboard. I suppose you'd best introduce yourselves, one at a time, starting with you, Collins. The man, Collins offered Harry a wave in greeting. I'm Albert Collins, the keeper and captain of this lot here. This is my 8th season. Harry gave Collins a nod before shifting his attention to the next person, a younger man than Collins with a thick scar below his left eye. I'm Steve Jones, one of the beaters, he said simply. I'm Craig Thorpe, the man seated next to Jones continued, the other beater. And now we have our chasers, Titus acknowledged, pointing to the 3 final men in Quidditch robes. Alden Ogden, Paul Cresswell, and Christian Bode. Those 3 family names were ones Harry had heard before. Broderick Bode had gotten himself strangled by a pot of devil's snare in St. Mungo's, Tiberius Ogden was on the Wisengamot, and he vaguely remembered another Cresswell. Dirk, perhaps. Not that it mattered. None of those men were to be his teammates, and he greeted the trio with a respectful bow. The last person you need to know is the older gentleman in the back, Titus explained, pointing to an exceedingly old man leaning against the wall next to the changing room door. That is Arthur Bagnold, our healer. Anything you need, he can fix you up. But then again, you're married to one, so you should have no issues, he added with a frown. Bagnold, Harry questioned. Millicent is my great-niece, Arthur informed him. She's a good girl if not a stubborn mare at times. Harry snorted. Anyway, we will run some drills today just to get you back on your brooms for a while. Nothing too strenuous, Jones assured them. Peveril, you might want to show these sods what you can do. I won't have us finishing outside the top 3 this year. Harry followed the others from the room and out onto the pitch in a stadium much larger than he was used to playing in. Here, he guessed that around 5,000 people could be seated comfortably, a bigger crowd than he was used to. You'll be fine, Lord Peveril, Collins, the keeper, said from beside him. Jones isn't one to take risks, not with players, so he must have seen something in you. You don't have to call me Lord Peveril. Harry is just fine. Collins nodded appreciatively. That makes everything easier, he mused aloud. Now let me see how quickly you can catch this. Without warning, the man released a snitch he had been grasping, and Harry took to the air in pursuit of the evasive ball. Twisting and turning through the other players and even the stands, snatching it from its flight quickly. Well, I think this season will be very interesting, Collins commented, eliciting nods of agreement from his teammates. How long did that take? 23 seconds, Jones revealed with a large grin adorning his features. Bloody hell, we might even win the league. Collins nodded. It was certainly a possibility. The only thing that remained to be seen was how Peveril would handle the atmosphere and being strongly opposed whilst he attempted to catch the snitch. Break. Recently, it was seldom that any news Abraxas received could be considered good tidings. His efforts to court the Black family had fallen flat and had resulted in nothing, but leaving him somewhat humiliated when his son was snubbed in favor of the Lord Peveril. Not that Abraxas could blame Arcturus for that move. The prestige of the family exceeded his own, and Narcissa had not been opposed to the match. If that had been the end of his misfortune, he could have accepted it readily. He'd endured his own share of failings in life, but it was not to be the end, merely the beginning. In the pursuit of finding a suitable match for his son, his wife, the Lady Malfoy, had become deathly sick. Although her illness was a short one, and her passing not having left her suffering, Abraxas now found himself a widower, a man that mourned for the times his wife was here to comfort and guide him when he needed it. Her death had hit him hard, that he would not deny, and he could not help but realize just how much he had taken her for granted throughout their married life. He missed her, and without thought, would empty the family coffers to have her return to him. Such a thing was not possible, however, since her passing. He had taken each day as it had come, not knowing what he was doing, and seemingly fumbling through life. His own grief was proving to be overwhelming, but it paled in comparison to that of Lucius. Abraxas, already fraying relationship with his heir, had been all but torn apart at the seams with the passing of the woman that had held them together. Throughout their differences, it had been the Lady Malfoy that settled the clashes between the two with her easy demeanor, or even her outright damnation of how stubborn the two men were proving to be. Without her, there was nothing to bring them back from the brink of a collapse in their relationship. With the fall of the Dark Lord, Lucius had already pulled away, and the subsequent death of his mother had only widened the chasm between them. Lucius had not left the house in weeks, had kept himself to his own rooms, and had refused the company of any. A pile of letters his son had received remained unopened on Abraxas' desk, but the one the Lord Malfoy had just been the recipient of was a pressing issue that needed to be discussed with his heir. They had mourned long enough, and it was now time to begin moving forward once more. Things couldn't remain as they were. Making his way through the quiet and empty halls of his home, he longed for the sounds of his wife puttering around, or her distant, tinkling laughter as she entertained her friends. The sound of silence only served to remind him that he would not hear such again, and his pace quickened, wanting to leave it all behind. Shifting his focus to the task at hand, he took a deep breath and entered the wing of the house that Lucius had taken for himself. Knocking on the door to the master bedroom here, he frowned at the lack of response. "Lucius, we need to talk," he called, his voice hoarse due to the lack of use. "Open the door." Nothing but the silence he had come to loathe. "If you do not open the door, I will force it," he warned. Again, nothing, and Abraxas removed his wand from his sleeve before leveling it towards the lock. With a muttered incantation, it opened, and he was met with a musty and unpleasant odor. The smell, however, was nothing compared to the sight of his emaciated son, who was trembling in the corner, muttering nonsensical words. It broke his heart to see his once vibrant boy in such a state, and the older Malfoy felt himself suddenly plagued by guilt. He had given little thought to Lucius over the past few weeks, but evidently he had been suffering much worse than first thought. "Lucius," he questioned gently, approaching. "No, no," Lucius whimpered, his eyes bulging in their sockets, the effect made only more horrifying by the dark circles around them and his protruding cheekbones. "Son, what is WR?" "SHH," Lucius cut him off frantically. "It will hear you." "What will hear me?" "The raven," Lucius whined, his eyes darting around the room. "It's here, it's always here." "Lucius, there is no raven," Abraxas comforted, worrying for the welfare of his son. "Yes, it is," Lucius suddenly shouted, shooting to his feet. It's always watching with those damned eyes. Death! He screamed, ducking and covering his head with his arms. Abraxas could only look on in utter disbelief as Lucius began running around the room, upturning furniture as he desperately attempted to escape a foe that wasn't there, screaming about death and ravens. "Father," Lucius wailed, "Father, please make it stop." Not knowing what else to do, Abraxas stunned the man and looked upon his still form worriedly. Whatever had happened to Lucius was not caused by the death of his mother, but something else. It was as though he had lost his mind, was being haunted by something, and Abraxas had a very good idea just who was behind it. Swallowing deeply, he lifted the starved and lighter-than-was healthy body of his son. Cradling the man in his arms, he called for his house elf. Lucius needed help, and lots of it. Already the family reputation had suffered, and it appeared it must endure more before they could even begin to recover. For now, his son was his priority, but he would not forget who was responsible for his current condition. What he could do, he knew not. Peveril was a dangerous foe, and not one that should be crossed lightly. Despite this, Abraxas could not allow the transgression to pass. Break, although adjusting to living in a new home with Harry had been quite the upheaval for Narcissa, who was used to only having to care for a single room within her parents' home, she had taken it in her stride with little issue. Harry, for the most part, kept their house clean and tidy whilst she was working at the hospital, and she found that married life suited them. Often, he would cook as well, but he would have less time to do so now that he was training as many hours as he was for Quidditch. She had broached the idea of them getting an elf, something he was not opposed to. It would allow them both to do what they wanted without the additional stress of maintaining their home. Disregarding her marital bliss, and all wonderful perks that came with it, adjusting to her new name had been an unexpected obstacle. To the staff and even herself at St. Mungo's, she had always been Trainee Healer Black. Now, however, she was officially known as Lady Trainee Healer Peveril, though she insisted only the latter title be used to save time and avoid people fumbling their words. It was difficult enough familiarizing herself with her new name, let alone expecting others to address her in such a long-winded way. In all, despite the changes, Narcissa was enjoying her new status and the life she was building with Harry. They were happy, living well together, and she couldn't think of anywhere she would rather be than with him when work was done. "Blah, Peveril, we've just had someone brought in, you know. They're taking him to the Janus Thicky ward," Camden informed her, still stumbling over her change in name. "Who?" she asked confusedly, no one coming to mind who would need such treatment, other than perhaps her sister or Walburga. "Lucius Malfoy." Narcissa frowned. Why would Lucius be taken to the Janus Thicky ward? He had his shortcomings, was flawed in many ways, but he always seemed stable. What could have happened? Curiously, she made her way towards where such patients were admitted, and found a rather frail-looking Lord Malfoy seated in the waiting area, his skin paler than usual and eyes devoid of life. Narcissa had heard of the passing of Lady Malfoy, a woman that had always been polite and respectful on the very few occasions she had met her. Her heart went out to the lord in front of her who had always seemed so unshakable. "Your husband did this," he suddenly muttered, his gaze meeting her own. "Raven's death," he added. "Lucius is ranting about it, seeing the damned birds everywhere." "Harry," she questioned. "There certainly isn't any other like him," Abraxas snapped. Narcissa shook her head. "Harry wouldn't do this," she denied firmly. "Other than the Lestrange wedding, they only met once and were civil with one another." "Then why is M.Y.'s son a raving lunatic?" Abraxas roared, standing suddenly and trembling in fury. Two of the guards charged with the security of the ward rushed over, one standing on each side of Narcissa with their wands drawn. She held up a hand to prevent them doing anything. The man was grieving and was upset. Narcissa, however, was not going to allow him to take it out on her. "I would urge you, Lord Malfoy, to remember who you are speaking to," she returned. "I can assure you that my husband is not involved in this, but I will speak with him. Harry has not voiced any grievance with Lucius, and whatever you may think, he is not one to cause misery without reason." Abraxas deflated and nodded. "I'm sorry," he offered. "It has been a difficult time, and with this—" "I understand," Narcissa consoled. Despite any ambition the man once had towards gaining the black title, he was not an awful person. Her grandfather had always respected Abraxas Malfoy, who had once been a strong ally of her family. "Will he be okay?" Narcissa released a deep breath. The fact that he has been brought to this ward means that the healers believe Lucius is suffering with a serious ailment. They will do all they can for him, and they will discuss what treatment options are available. I would suggest that you take whatever is offered. Whatever it is, they will do all they can for him. Abraxas nodded. They've already mentioned using legilimency to understand his mental state, and a course of nutrient potions to build him back up. They believe the starvation has only made him more prone to these hallucinations. That would likely be the best course of action, but they will not intrude into his mind without permission, or unless he is stable enough for them to do so. The mind arts expert here is one of the best, so I would listen to everything he has to say. The Malfoy patriarch nodded once more. "Thank you," he replied. "I will bear what you have said in mind." Narcissa offered the man a sad smile before taking her leave of the ward. He was not coping well. The smell of alcohol wafted from him, and it was evident he was sleeping little. What he had endured was taken its toll on the man who had seemingly aged a decade in only a few months. If he were to carry on this way, it would not be long before he too perished, likely leaving behind a son incapable of managing the responsibilities that came with being the lord of such a prominent family. She shook her head at the thought of the accusation leveled at Harry. He would have told her had he exacted such an attack upon Lucius, but the involvement of a raven and death could not simply be dismissed. Had Harry unintentionally unleashed something upon Lucius, or was it merely coincidental? Life as a professional Quidditch athlete consisted of much more than Harry had anticipated. Playing for the Harriers, he had been expected to train a few times a week with the team for an hour or so, with little else to do outside that obligation. Playing for the Falcons, however, was not so simple. His commitment to the team came through much more than simply training a few times a week and playing games. At this level, his health was monitored very closely. He needed to follow a strict diet and exercise regimen, and training went beyond what happened on the pitch. Hours were spent discussing tactics, using wind speed as an advantage during flight, and even what material of robes were to be worn in different conditions. Quidditch was no longer a hobby for Harry, but a lifestyle he had to adopt. Not that such a thing was a problem. He loved the sport, and anything he could do to improve his own performance would only serve him well during his career. He merely had not considered these things prior to signing his rather lucrative contract. If things went according to plan, himself and Narcissa would be wealthy, without the additional benefits that could be reaped, such as endorsements and bonuses. The gold was not such an important factor, but Harry could not deny that his salary alone was obscene compared to what he had been making as a professor. A few seasons of Quidditch under his current, lucrative agreement would see him set for life. When he asked about the gold offered, Jones had been very frank with him. "Peveril, when people see how good you are, they will offer you the world to join them. I never want you to be tempted by the things they will throw at you, not when you are given everything you could want right here. Prove your worth this contract, and even more will come. Our benefactors are generous, love the sport, and will pay through the nose to brag to our rivals." Harry had been rather taken aback by the bluntness, but appreciated the honesty, and already there was much anticipation to see him play throughout the Quidditch community who had not done so already. What he did appreciate more than everything, however, was the rather seamless transition into married life he and Narcissa had made. They had honeymooned on a private island in the Caribbean and had returned a fortnight later to pick up their lives as the Lord and Lady Peveril. In truth, not much had changed other than they now lived in a home, shared a bed with one another, and had breakfast together every morning. If Narcissa had worked a night shift, she would return, they would eat, and then she would rest whilst Harry went to train. During her working days, They would leave together and have dinner in the evening. For many, this would probably seem a rather normal existence, but Harry had never had such a thing, and he appreciated it all the more. The woman brightened his days without effort, and he knew he did the same for her. There was little else in life he could imagine wanting than what he already had. He was content, happy even, and that was all that mattered. "Dinner will be ready soon," he said, hearing Narcissa enter the room. "I was back a little later than usual." When she didn't respond, he turned to find her staring at him questioningly. "What's wrong?" "Nothing," she denied. "It's just been a strange day. Lucius was brought into the hospital." "Malfoy?" Harry asked, confused. Narcissa nodded. "In a bad way," she confirmed. "According to Abraxas, he was raving about death and ravens." "Death!" Alan squawked excitedly from his perch, flapping his wings and standing proudly. "Alan, did you have something to do with it?" Harry questioned. The raven continued to flap, and Harry approached, meeting the white eyes of his companion. "Death!" was the response he received before he flinched, feeling a presence in his mind. These odd moments between the man and bird had become more common since Harry had read and gotten a better understanding of his magic from the book. It seemed that the more he understood, the closer his bond with the raven became. Often, it felt as though he knew exactly what Alan was thinking or feeling, and could even feel where he was when not within his skin or away from the home. There was much to be said for the magic Harry wielded, but his relationship with the raven was an unexpected development, though not an unwelcome one. Alan had proven to be useful over the years, and could be even more so when the inevitable day arrived that Voldemort returned. "What did you see, old friend?" Harry asked when the bird continued to try to meet his eyes. Relaxing his occlumency shields, he felt himself be drawn into the mind of the raven, the sensation unsettling to say the least. The sensation was unfamiliar, the body too small to contain his presence for long, but he found himself staring through a pair of eyes much sharper than his own. He did not know where he was, but he was perched on the branch of a tree, staring intently at a Muggle house. Harry could not be sure how long he waited, but a figure emerged, one garbed in dark robes and wearing a white mask. Harry's eyes narrowed as he noticed the man adjusting the belt on his trousers, and his heart sunk as rage filled him. "Death!" he squawked, startling the man who was already taking aim with his wand at another raven. In only a matter of seconds, he joined the fray as dozens of others swooped towards the man who ran and disappeared with a crack to escape. Harry shrieked once more as he felt himself flying towards an upper window of the house. Peering inside, he saw a woman, naked, beaten and curled up on the floor, trembling. He wanted nothing more than to help her, but with a final squawk of fury, he was surrounded by a thick, black fog. When his surroundings swam into view once more, he was perched in another tree, staring at a lone figure removing a white mask. "Death." The word alerted the man to his presence, and Harry recognized him immediately as he turned to face him. The fearful gaze of Lucius Malfoy met his own, and the man ran pell-mell towards the large manor house only a short distance away. Despite his best efforts, Harry could not catch up, and the front door was slammed on him unceremoniously, jolting him out of Alan's mind. He returned to his own body with a gasp, his own thoughts taking a moment to become lucid once more. "Bloody hell," he groaned. "That's an experience I don't want too often." "Did you use legilimency on him?" Narcissa asked. Harry shook his head. "No, I think he used it on me," he replied uncertainly, rubbing his throbbing temples. "Being inside his mind is strange." "Death," Alan grumbled, still staring at him intently. "Was that real?" Harry asked the raven. Alan flapped and nodded. "Then the git deserves exactly what you did to him," Harry snapped. "I hope the bastard suffers." "What did Alan do?" Harry shrugged uncaringly. "I don't know, but whatever it was, Malfoy got off lightly. If it was up to me, he would be dead." "And what did Lucius do?" Narcissa pressed. It was not often Harry would become so enraged as he was now, allowing a cooler head to prevail under most circumstances, but not this. Lucius had done something to provoke his ire. Well, for a start, he was one of the ones swanning around in a cloak and mask attacking the muggles, but it's not just that. If what Alin showed me is true, it seems he took a liking to forcing himself on some of them. Narcissa swallowed deeply, the faces of all the women she had treated passing before her eyes. Forcing himself on them. Harry nodded grimly. He would rape them, beat them, and leave them. Narcissa's hand twitched towards her wand, anger and a sense of nausea overcoming her. She could have been married to this man. That thought alone sickened her. Let alone the realization that he would visit her at St. Mungo's after he had carried out one of his attacks, the very same building his victims were being treated in. It was him, she muttered, chastising herself for not considering the possibility, but when she pondered it further, the clues all fell into place. Lucius always seemingly arrived after one of the attacks against the Muggles. Narcissa had thought nothing of it at the time, her mind occupied with treating her patients, but it had always been after an attack. How did I not see it? She mumbled to herself. That Malfoy is a scumbag who gets his kicks out of attacking people who can't fight back, Harry asked. Not just that, but the women. I treated them, patched them up after what he did to them. Honestly, what he did was evil. Harry released a deep breath as he wrapped an arm around his wife's shoulders. You weren't to know, sissy, he comforted. Malfoy is the kind of person who only lets people see what he wants them to. Narcissa nodded sullenly. That could have been me, Harry, she replied. The last ones I treated were all like me in some way, you don't think? If he ever tried, I would have made the last moments of his life more miserable than he could have imagined, Harry replied. Well, not that I need to now. Alin has done a good job. Maybe I should get him a treat. Death, Alin chirped happily, eliciting a chuckle from Harry. Abraxas thinks you are behind it, Narcissa sighed. He outright accused you. Then let him think it, Harry snorted. I only wish it was me that discovered what he was up to. He wouldn't be in St. Mungo's now. Abraxas should feel grateful that he has something remaining that resembles his son. Narcissa nodded. He could cause all manner of problems for you, Harry, she pointed out. He has a lot of connections. Harry nodded thoughtfully. To him, the best thing to do was nip this in the bud before the man got any delusions of grandeur. Is he at the hospital? He is. Then I will speak to him now, Harry announced. Put an end to this before he makes issue of it. Harry, he just lost his wife. I know, Harry sighed. I'm not going to hurt him, but I need to set the record straight. As things are, Abraxas has been respectful towards me, but all it will take is a moment of stupidity on his part, and I'd rather avoid any potential fallout. You remember what happened with Avery. How could I forget? I will only speak with him. Assure him I had nothing to do with what happened to Lucius and hope he doesn't decide to be an idiot. Then I'm coming with you, Narcissa declared. Not that I don't trust you, but he is a Malfoy, a slippery bastard as my grandfather would say. Harry snorted and nodded his agreement. Narcissa's presence could only serve to be a good thing after all. Break. They came scurrying back like rats ready to feast, as though nothing had happened, answering the call of their master like no time had passed at all. The sight of them gathered sickened her. Where had they been? Why had they not sought him out? Bellatrix's nostrils flared beneath her mask. They had simply returned to the mundanity of their lives, continued as they had lived before their lord had brought them into the fold, allowed them spoils of glory from his endeavors. She wanted to punish them all for their abandonment, and more so for their belief that they could just return without repercussion. Their punishments, however, would have to wait. Where is our lord? Rabiston questioned. He is currently indisposed, Bellatrix answered shortly. He will return to us when the time is right, but he has asked me to convey a message. A message? Dolohov questioned. And what does he have to say for himself? His tone irked Bellatrix, and her fraying patience snapped. Crucio, she spat. Dolohov screamed as he was sent sprawling. his body racked with wave upon wave of pain. She ended the spell a moment later, enjoying his whimpering before turning her attention back to the rest of the group. "Does anyone else wish to question our lord?" The others shook their heads, and Bellatrix placed her wand back up her sleeve. "Our lord will be ready to join us soon. He has taken some time to reevaluate our position, but the time for our work to continue is now. Our lord wishes for us to remind the world of who we are, remind them that we are still here and that the Dark Lord is not gone. Those beneath us have grown comfortable, believe that they are safe. Tonight, they will learn they are wrong." The Death Eaters muttered unhappily, and Bellatrix narrowed her eyes at them. "What about Peveril?" one of them asked. "What about him?" Bellatrix returned challengingly. "Are we to pretend that Hogsmeade didn't happen?" the man who once held her position asked. "Hogsmeade is in the past," Bellatrix bit back. "Our lord will deal with Peveril personally. I do hope that you are not underestimating him." The man shook his head. "I know of our lord's power better than any. I am more concerned about ourselves. Do any of you believe you can defeat him?" he asked. The masked figures around him muttered, none proclaiming such. "I will handle him if needed," Bellatrix declared. The man laughed uproariously. "You stupid girl, Peveril has already proven he is superior to you," he replied humorlessly. Bellatrix growled, her wand snapping into action once more, though the man was quicker, her Cruciatus curse being quickly intercepted by a conjured chunk of stone. The rest of the Death Eaters took several steps back, unwilling to stand between the two. "You may think you're good, Bella, but I have been training with the Dark Lord long before you knew of our existence. I would think very carefully about your next move." Bellatrix's grip tightened around her wand in anticipation, though a soft voice cut through the atmosphere before any further violence could be exhibited. "That will not be necessary," the Dark Lord said calmly as he seemingly emerged from the shadows. "Bellatrix, lower your wand." The woman complied reluctantly, sliding it back up her sleeve once more. "I will not have blood spilled between us," Voldemort said firmly. "We are allies, are we not? Or do we no longer share ambition?" "Of course, my lord," the man replied, "but I will not be attacked by any, let alone a foolish girl who has delusions of grandeur." The Dark Lord nodded. "And it will not happen again, will it, Bella?" The woman pouted but shook her head. "Then it is settled," Voldemort declared. "Now let us put the petty squabbling aside and remember why we are here. Hogsmeade was an error on my part. I was confronted with an enemy I knew not, who wields magic like no other. That will not happen again. The next time Peveril and I meet will be the last. He will die just as any other who opposes us will. That I can assure you of." The Death Eaters nodded, the Dark Lord's calm demeanor settling their warring thoughts. "I believe the only pertinent question that needs to be answered, here and now, is if you all continue to stand with me. Or have you lost your faith, given up in the face of adversity?" "No, my lord," the Death Eaters chorused. "Then let us not stand on ceremony, my friends," Voldemort declared. "Go and remind the world of who you are. Let our mark reign supreme this night, and watch those beneath you tremble under your might." The Death Eaters gave a resounding cheer, and the Dark Lord nodded satisfactorily. With little more than an appeal to their ego, they had flocked to him once again and were ready to carry out his will. Break. With the departure of Professor Peveril at the end of the school year, much of the summer holidays had been dedicated to appointing a new instructor in his place, and Albus Dumbledore had not had an easy task of doing so. Few that were qualified to take up the post had come forward, and those that did simply were not right for the post. In truth, Dumbledore knew he needed someone who would prove to be as good as his former employee, someone that could engage the students and push them as Peveril had, something that only became more apparent when the Owl and Newt results were awarded for the year. Under Peveril's guidance, the students had achieved the best results in defense against the dark arts in many years. As a headmaster and one that cared deeply for academic attainment, he wished for such excellence to continue, and as mid-August arrived, he knew time was short to find a successor. Much to his surprise and relief, he didn't manage to find just one, but two who were capable and willing to fill the post. His decision to accept their offer had come with skepticism from some members of staff who remembered the rambunctious duo from their own school days. But the Pruett twins were undeniably gifted wizards when it came to defense, and Albus was pleased to have them on board, as he hoped the students would be also. With his staffing issues solved, and the new school year finally in swing, he could finally focus his attention on the things that he had neglected. Being the headmaster of a prestigious school involved overseeing much more than one would imagine, and currently, he was looking over the potions budget for the past few years. Having Horace as a professor was not only a boon because of his sheer brilliance in the subject, but the man had made friends in all the right places. As such, he was awarded the privilege of discounts on his spending, and the budget was in excellent stead. Every galleon was accounted for, and Albus decided that the school could absolutely afford to invest in some more exotic and rare ingredients. With a satisfied nod of his head, he began writing up the approval. Horace would be ecstatic, and the students would benefit greatly. There was no risk or downside to the venture. With that job done, he picked through the pile of parchment before him and pulled the notes on the Transfiguration department before setting them aside. There was no need to look over those. Minerva was a meticulous in her duties, more so than him, and his time would be wasted checking her spending in comparison with the budget afforded her. If only all his staff were so diligent. It was when he began searching for the astronomy figures that his work was interrupted by the arrival of a patroness, his stomach filling with dread as the toucan spoke. "Albus, the censor in Taunton is going crazy. I think we should check it out," the voice of Dorcas Meadows urged. A small part of the aged man longed to cling on to some hope that the censor was malfunctioning, but he was not so naive. Peveril had warned him that this was not over, that Tom would return, and things would be worse than ever. With deep swallow, he sent a plethora of hurried messages to alert the order. Whatever respite they had been granted had seemingly come to an end. Break. Abraxas prided himself on his ability to predict what his political peers or opponents would do next in any given situation, and he had been correct in his assumption that Lord Peveril would seek him out for his emotional outburst earlier in the day. Despite his usual confidence, he could not even fathom what Peveril would do next. His mere presence was unnerving, his poised and calculating demeanor belying his inexperience in the political field. In truth, men like Peveril needed no political acumen. Their presence alone commanded respect, and his deeds had only elevated his already formidable reputation. Abraxas could not be certain the man wouldn't attack him for the accusation he had leveled against him. Peveril was impossible to read, his emerald eyes giving nothing away, but his jaw was set. He was not a happy man, and the room felt colder for his appearance. "I do not believe there has been any crossed words between the two of us," he spoke, his tone casual. "Even though I took your son's intended bride, you accepted it with the grace all would expect from a man of your position." Abraxas nodded. It had been a reluctant acceptance, his months of planning for now, and the future having been shredded by the man stood next to him. "Unlike your son, I respect you, Lord Malfoy," Peveril continued, surprising the older lord. "You are an ambitious man, have grasped for more than you should have, but are ultimately quite decent. Even those that have differing views to yourself speak highly of you. The respect I have for you would see me seek you out if I had grievance with anyone in your family." "No, it wouldn't," Abraxas denied immediately, hearing the insincerity in Harry's voice. "Forgive me, Lord Peveril, but diplomacy is not your strength. Yours lies in your wand." Peveril smirked and nodded his agreement. "That is true," he conceded, "but your son's condition is not my doing. My raven, however, took exception to what he witnessed and is responsible for Lucius's current state, and you will get no apology from me." "If it was your raven, then you are responsible for it," Abraxas hissed. "Perhaps," Peveril returned unapologetically, "but if I had discovered what Lucius was up to, he would no longer be breathing." Abraxas swallowed as the white eyes of the younger lord turned to him. "Let us not play these political games, Malfoy. They serve no purpose than conceal a truth we already know. Your son is a Death Eater, has sworn himself to another man that is not the lord of his family, but you haven't. And how can you be so sure? Because you are not a fool, Peveril replied candidly. You're too bright to back someone who has ambition but has achieved little. You also do not carry his mark. His mark? On your left forearm, Peveril answered. He marks his prominent followers, and you are not carrying it. If you did, I would be able to feel it, and you would already be dead. Abraxas was taken aback with how nonchalantly the man spoke of killing. And Lucius is marked. Peveril nodded. He is, but it is not the mark that should concern you. It is his actions under the guise of supporting the pureblood movement that should. If he recovers, I will be ensuring he spends the rest of his days in Azkaban. The Wisengamot will not take kindly to the rape, torture, and murder of Muggles. Abraxas laughed bitterly. He had long been tormented by just what Lucius got up to when hidden beneath the mask and robes the pureblood movement donned during their excursions. It was just as he expected. I do hope that you have proof, he replied. I have all the proof I need, Peveril assured him. And besides, if Lucius wishes to recover from what is ailing him, then he must confess. Confess, Abraxas returned, his eyes narrowed. Peveril nodded. He will not be freed of his illness until he confesses, he reiterated. If he does not, Alan will continue to haunt him, and his mind will eventually break. One way or the other, he will face justice. Abraxas hummed. So my family is ruined, he commented. Then I have nothing more to lose. Other than your life and your legacy, Peveril countered. I will only advise you once not to even consider seeking vengeance for your failure of a son. If I sense even a hint of threat from you, I will ensure that what Lucius is experiencing is nothing compared to what I will do to you. Abraxas smirked. This was the Peveril he understood. What would I have to gain from that? He asked. Nothing but misery, Harry answered. Abraxas snorted. I am to merely live out the rest of my years, with my family reputation ruined. Peveril shook his head. Not necessarily. You could condemn what Lucius has done, preserve your family reputation, and be remembered as the man I believe you to be, he offered. That consoles me very little. I expected no less, but they are your choices, Peveril said bluntly. Abraxas acknowledged his understanding with a bow, frowning as a phoenix patroness appeared in the room and spoke in the voice of Dumbledore. Lord Peveril, I would appreciate your assistance in Taunton. The phoenix vanished, and the young man nodded grimly, his countenance shifting from one of amiability to dangerous in a heartbeat as he turned to face his wife. Go, she urged worriedly. I will alert the healers. Alan, Peveril whispered sharply. The raven responsible for Lucius's condition appeared in a cloud of black fog, landed on Peveril's shoulder, and the two vanished without further words. What is happening? Abraxas asked Lady Peveril as she headed towards the door. The purebloods are attacking, she explained before hurrying from the room. Abraxas released a deep breath, concerned for his son, but equally relieved that Lucius would play no further part in the conflict. Thinking no more of what was happening outside the four walls of the waiting room he had taken his vigil in, he took a seat and merely waited for any news on Lucius's well-being. Not that he expected anything good. Peveril had spoken honestly with what he had said regarding Lucius. The Malfoy heir would either go to Azkaban or remain as he was, and for the life of him, Abraxas did not know what would be worse. Break. The smell of the burning houses and sounds of screaming Muggles had been sorely missed over the past several months, and Bellatrix was reveling in the chaos once more. Already, she had killed 3 Muggles as she commanded the Death Eaters, leading from the front in the absence of their lord. She all but skipped through the streets that were illuminated by her master's mark above and cursed anything that moved not garbed in black and sporting a white mask, giggling in ecstasy as they fell to her wand, offering no resistance. Muggles truly were pathetic. Bellatrix was readying to bring down another of them that had wandered into her path when an icy chill passed over her, followed by an eerie silence. She could only look on as the fires around her were snuffed out, plunging the streets into darkness when the dark mark exploded in a shower of emerald sparks. It angered her, and she searched for the source of the interruption, ready to punish who had dared do such a thing. "It's Pverell," one of the Death Eaters shouted, and Bellatrix turned to see a lone figure walking towards her, his eyes white and his raven perched on his shoulder. "Run." Bellatrix would not run. She did not fear Peveril, not when her master had spent hour upon hour training her in magic, teaching her how to bring any enemy to their knees. She cackled in anticipation, as the cowards allied with her fled in the face of the feared lord. "You know, it would be quite a shame to have to kill my sister-in-law," Peveril spoke. Bellatrix did not bat an eyelid that he knew who she was. She didn't care who knew, and she removed her mask to show that. Peveril did say those that believed in a cause should not hide their face from it. "I have longed for this day," Bellatrix replied, taking her stance. "Then let us see how you fare," Peveril offered with a shrug, unmoved by the danger he was in. His dismissal of her ability angered her, and she sent forth a flurry of spells, gasping as each one was intercepted by a raven that materialized in front of them. "I am beyond you, Bellatrix," he sighed. "Leave whilst you can. I do not wish to be the one to break the news of your death to my wife. Despite all the things you have done, she still loves you." "She is a fool," Bellatrix spat. "She should have aligned herself with the Dark Lord, but instead she chose you." Peveril shook his head. "No, you chose him over your family," Harry countered. "Dumbledore is approaching with 15 others. You can flee now, try to fight and die, or end up in Azkaban. I have granted you the last of your favors." "Then you should have killed whilst you had the chance," Bellatrix returned as she placed her mask back on and prepared for her former headmaster's arrival. "Alan," Harry instructed. Bellatrix could only scream in fury as she felt herself engulfed in coldness and was deposited outside the home she shared with her husband. Try as she might, she could not apparate back to where she had been, the cold magic of Peveril holding her firmly where she was. Break. Bellatrix had vanished not a moment too soon, the woman disappearing as Dumbledore rounded the corner with his wand drawn and the rest of the order in tow. "They're gone," Harry announced as Alan reappeared and landed on his shoulder. "It was them?" the older man asked. Harry nodded, already questioning his sending of Bellatrix away. Were it not for Narcissa, he would have killed the woman. But it was not something he wished to come between him and his wife. Narcissa would never forgive him if he were to kill her sister. In the moment, he had done all he could and sent Bellatrix away. She would not allow herself to be apprehended, and doing so would have likely cost the lives of more than one member of the Order. Still, letting her go went against everything he stood for, but the only person he had been thinking of was Narcissa. "He wasn't here," Dumbledore pressed. "No," Harry confirmed, knowing that his time to prepare was now up, "but he'll be back soon enough." Dumbledore nodded his agreement, and Harry looked towards the sky where the dark mark had stood prominently. He had made use of the time granted to him, had read the Peveril tome from cover to cover, and had learnt much about the nature of his magic. His hand unconsciously tightened around his wand, the weight of the ring on his finger and cloak he carried suddenly heavier than usual. It was time to take this final step and become what the cloaked figure intended. He had pondered it for months and knew that it was inevitable. He just hoped that it wouldn't have come so soon. Chapter 21. What my enemy fears, having received no news from the previous night's excursion, it was an irritated Dark Lord that awaited the arrival of Bellatrix. And though the wards notified him of such only a moment later, his mood did not improve. He had expected her hours ago, and he did not like to be kept waiting by his subordinates, even one as valued as Bella. "You are late," he said simply as she entered and fell to her knees before him. "You have my apologies, my lord," Bellatrix replied. "Peveril arrived and sent me away. I was unable to apparate until now." The Dark Lord nodded thoughtfully. "He finds himself in a rather unenviable position where you are concerned," he mused aloud. You are undoubtedly enemies, but also family. I suppose he is conflicted on what he should do with you." Bellatrix grimaced at the thought, but Voldemort held up a hand to prevent the impending outburst of disgust. "He is married to your sister, is he not?" "Yes, my lord," Bellatrix replied grumpily, pouting. "Then he is family, something we can perhaps use to our advantage in the future, yes." "If you say so, my lord," the woman sighed. "I do say so," the Dark Lord returned firmly. "Now, how did we fare last night?" "Well, my lord," Bellatrix answered excitedly, "many muggles fell, and everyone was reminded just why they should fear us." "Good," Voldemort declared contentedly. "Those beneath us need a reminder from time to time of just who their superiors are. You have done well." The woman almost glowed under his praise. "We must, however, continue being cautious for now. Do not pout, Bellatrix. There is still one more task I would ask of you that I know you will relish in completing. But for now, we must discuss Peveril." The woman frowned at the mention of her brother-in-law, but the Dark Lord needed her to understand the severity of the situation. "The cowards ran from him," Bellatrix spat disgustedly. "And rightly so," Voldemort replied. "He is a dangerous man who is beyond them. Picking you battles is as important as emerging from them victorious. If you pick the wrong ones at the wrong time, then you could find yourself in a position like my own, or dead. That is why I am telling you once more to avoid a confrontation with him." "But my lord, he—" "Will kill you, Bella," the Dark Lord cut her off firmly. "For all your talent, Peveril is not like most wizards. He is an enigma that wields magic most could never hope to understand. Worry not," he soothed. "You will be given your chance of vengeance against him when the time is right. Remember, the right battle at the right time." Bellatrix scowled unhappily, but nodded her understanding. "Of course, my lord." Placing 2 fingers under her chin, he met her gaze with his own and offered her a smile. "I say this only because I do not wish to lose you," he murmured, eliciting a shiver from the woman. "I would not be without you, and for that, I cannot risk you. Peveril is out of your reach, but there is no other that could hope to defeat you." Bellatrix nodded. "I know, my lord. You have trained me yourself." "And you have exceeded my expectations," he said sincerely. "Now, rest, Bella. There is always much to be done, and you will need your energy soon enough." She offered him a bow before all but skipping from the room, and the Dark Lord sighed. Bellatrix was unhinged, clung to him as though she could not continue without him. She was a beautiful woman, but Voldemort had no use for such frivolities. She would be nothing but a distraction to him, but that did not mean he could not give her just enough to ensure her loyalty. She had become an invaluable asset, and one he would keep for as long as he could contain one so detached from reality. Eventually, she would defy him and likely end up dead, but until then, he would make use of her devotion to him to see to achieving his own goals. What else could he do with one like Bellatrix Lestrange? Break. Corvus could not be certain when life had become one failure after the other, but in recent months, it was undeniable that is what had happened. Not only had the Dark Lord been bested by Peveril, though the man claimed it to only be a setback, he had been unable to find a suitable bride for his younger son. Adding to this, the son he had married off to unquestionably the most unstable woman he had ever met, had thus far failed to announce a pregnancy of any kind. They had been married for almost 10 months, with nothing to show for it other than her expensive taste in clothing and her moments of sheer lunacy. The Lestrange lord's patience had all but run out, and as he waited for his buffoon of an heir, he tapped his wand on the top of his desk, the angry purple sparks shooting from the end reflecting his mood. "You asked to see me, father," Rudolphus asked, not even showing the common decency of knocking before entering the study. "Sit down, boy," Corvus seethed. "Has something happened?" the younger man asked with a frown. "No, you bloody idiot. Nothing has happened, and that is the problem. Your brother loafs around here doing nothing but feeding his fat arse and proclaiming how great the Dark Lord is. No one with any self-respect will marry the lazy sod." Rudolphus nodded. "And you," Corvus spat, "why is that wife of yours not waddling around with an air swelling her belly? Are you lame down there, boy? Rudolphus flushed embarrassedly as he shook his head. We haven't shared a bed, he mumbled. Come again, Corvus asked dangerously. We haven't shared a bed, Rudolphus huffed. She has her own room and does what she likes. I don't see her much. Corvus laughed humorlessly. Well, that is just great. I've married my heir off to a frigid bint that won't open her bloody legs. I've tried, Rudolphus defended. Try harder, you useless prat. Slip her a potion if you must. I want her with child within 6 months or I'll put one in her myself, he warned. You're welcome to try, Rudolphus offered. Last time I got cursed for my trouble. She's a bloody maniac. Corvus huffed irritably. I don't care if she's not right in the head, get it done, and then do what you want with her. I'm sick of sight of her as it is. She's costing me a damned fortune and I'm getting nothing in return. Rudolphus nodded. Fair enough, he conceded as he stood. I'll give you your heir. Thank you, Corvus sighed. And if you're leaving, tell your brother to sort his life out or he can piss off too. He has to find something to do other than torturing muggles. You've got more of a chance of Bella willingly sharing a bed with me, Rudolphus snorted. Rab has always been a lazy shit. That won't ever change. Corvus hummed his agreement. His youngest son was more of a disappointment than Rudolphus, and as the fruit of his loins left the room, he could only shake his head. Merlin only knew what he'd done to deserve such useless children. Break. Although she had not been due to work last night, the hospital had been short-staffed, so Narcissa had opted to stay and help where she was needed. It served to occupy her mind whilst Harry was assisting Dumbledore, yet also reminded her of what it was her husband was up against. As had become a common sight not so long ago, the Muggles had begun arriving in droves, carrying various injuries and confused as to what had happened to them. As usual, they were given no explanation and were patched up before being sent on their way with no memory of what had transpired. Last night and leading up until she exited St. Mungo's had perhaps been the worst she had seen yet. Some of the Muggles had been missing limbs, appeared as though they had been used as target practice. And she had even treated a woman who had lost an eye, who now believed she only ever had one. Her stomach churned at the thought of the wounds she had seen. For the most part, Narcissa liked to think she had grown accustomed to the ins and outs of the human body, but there was always something that would leave a lasting impression, and last night had been full of those. Breathing a sigh of relief and attempting to settle her stomach, she apparated home with the knowledge she would not have to return to work for a full day, unless she was needed. Harry, are you here? She called as she arrived in the entrance hall, wanting to see that her husband was okay. Frowning as she received no response, she headed towards the kitchen where he could always be found at this time, only to find it empty, but a plate of food on the table and a note written in his hand. Sorry. Dumbledore called an emergency meeting this morning, but I will be back after training. I made you some breakfast, and I miss you. Harry X. She smiled at the gesture, saddened that this was the first breakfast they would not share since they had been married, but she understood. As much as she wished it could be a daily thing, there was bound to be times they could not eat the meal together. Turning her attention back to her food, her appetite was non-existent, and her stomach gave another lurch. The jam Harry had put on the bread reminded her of only one thing, and she fought the urge to vomit. Perhaps she should go to bed and put the prior evening behind her. She nodded at the thought and cast a preservation charm over the food. She would eat when she woke later. Break. It was a rather grim and unhappy Harry, for various reasons, that was seated amongst his peers in the Wisengamot chambers. Dumbledore had called the emergency meeting, equally displeased by what had transpired last night and the response of the Auror force. Not only had they been slow to arrive, the three that had attended had shown no empathy as to what had happened, had merely grunted and sent for the healers. They had left shortly after, though not before Harry had a heated exchange with the man in charge, one he had met previously, and who was still an intolerable Burke. It appeared that Dawlish had not been a product of his job when Harry had met him in Dumbledore's office during his 5th year. He was simply an arrogant moron. How he had lived during the First War, Harry knew not, but judging by the speed of his arrival time, he doubted the decorated Auror had fought a single battle. Harry was pulled from his thoughts as Dumbledore rapped the top of his podium with his gavel. "I have called this meeting today to discuss the events of last night," he began darkly, his usual warm and friendly demeanor all but absent. "For months, we have had peace, had no attacks, and it seems that most of us have forgotten that a threat against us remains at large. Last night, we were reminded of that threat. 43 Muggles lost their lives, and dozens of others were left injured and in need of treatment." Some of the lords and ladies murmured amongst themselves, and Dumbledore allowed them a moment to digest what he had divulged. "This threat, as proven with air actions in Hogsmeade and their many attacks on our Muggle counterparts, is very real, and it is time that we address it and set plans into motion with the aim of putting an end to it permanently." "Did we not discuss this previously?" Lord Longbottom questioned. "After the attack on Hogsmeade, I believe the minister was going to be meeting with the head of the Department of Magical Law Enforcement." "That I did, Lord Longbottom," Bagnold confirmed as she stood. "I discussed our previous suggestions with Barty, and he, along with the senior Aurors, are in agreement. The force they face when dealing with these men and women should be the force they are allowed to use." Many nodded their agreement with the sentiment, whereas others did not appear to be happy. "So, those of our own kind should be killed for attacking a bunch of filthy Muggles?" Lord Selwyn questioned. "I would remind you that Muggle hunting was once legal. Would it not be simpler for us to reinstate that law? They breed like rats, their numbers growing more so. And that it is why the statute of secrecy is more important now than ever," Bagnold returned. "Their numbers grow, but our safety is not compromised. Many of the children attending Hogwarts are Muggle-borns. Whether you like it or not, there must be coexistence of sorts between us and Muggles." "Then let us ban the filthy mudbloods," Selwyn snapped. The room fell quiet as Harry stood and glared at the man. "You are a fool, Selwyn," he said simply. "You believe the blood that flows through your veins make you superior. It does not. Muggle-borns wield magic. Just the same as you or I to ban them does nothing but set us back a few centuries. It is no secret that I am a half-blood. Do you believe you are superior to me?" Selwyn clenched his jaw but said nothing. "Those of you who share views with Selwyn, do you believe that you are superior to me?" he asked all within the room. When he received no reply, Harry continued. "It's funny that those who are a part of this pureblood movement believe themselves superior, but when I arrived in Taunton last night, they fled like the cowards they are, but that is neither here nor there. For the time being, let us forget that Selwyn is a bigoted moron who offers nothing but asinine comments and focus on the matter at hand. Something needs to be done, and I believe the Madame Minister was going to explain just what that is." The woman nodded, and Harry retook his seat. "As I was saying, Barty and the senior Aurors are in agreement with what we discussed during the meeting after the events of Hogsmeade, and we have been working tirelessly to put this into a bill, something we finished a few weeks ago," she announced. "The proposed bill will not give the Aurors carte blanche to use lethal force, as and when they please, but when they are faced with situations such as these ongoing attacks." "And how can we be certain they will adhere to this?" Lord Knott questioned. "They will be held accountable via the viewing of memories and statements from witnesses when available. To this end, the Department of Magical Law Enforcement will receive a much-needed bolstering to their budget to facilitate this, and to continue adding to the number of recruits we have accepted over the past 6 months." "Where will this additional funding be coming from?" Lord Lestrange asked, frowning, seemingly unhappy with the development. "Between Barty and I, we have reached an agreement to recruit already qualified Aurors from France, Switzerland, Italy, and Germany with those respective countries. They will continue to pay their salaries, and we in turn have negotiated a mutually beneficial tax levy for trade between our nations. It is an extraordinary achievement." The lords that had vested interest in such a deal nodded their approval, and Harry suspected this avenue was intentionally explored by the minister. With such a move, she had likely secured a quarter of the required vote for the bill to pass. "So, We will pay no taxes to import or export from any of those countries, Lord Macmillan asked. That is the agreement in place, Bagnold confirmed. Whispers and comments of approval could be heard, and Harry could see the minister was hard-pressed to not grin smugly at her stroke of genius. This, of course, is all subject to the bill being passed. Without it, there will be no need for the Aurors, and we would financially be worse off with the tax levy in place. With the Aurors and their salaries being paid, we would be better off by around 7% compared to our usual foreign spending. Then let us put it to the vote, Lord Goldstein suggested. No, Lord Selwyn denied. I request a period in which we are able to read the bill in full before such a vote take place. I agree, Lord Knott declared. As do I, Lord Lestrange added. This must be considered carefully and not decided on a whim, because some of you will benefit from this. Then we shall adjourn. You will each be provided with a copy of the bill as you take your leave, and we will meet in a week's time where the voting will take place, Bagnold announced, seemingly having prepared for this eventuality. Harry, for the first time since making her acquaintance, found himself impressed with the woman, and as he stood and accepted his thick wad of parchment, he nodded satisfactorily. Bagnold had not been as idle as most would have believed. The peace was nice whilst it lasted, Edgar sighed as he joined him. Still, you have your first match on Saturday. Nervous? I'm more nervous about the wedding on Sunday, Harry replied. People trying to knock me off a broom, I can deal with, but trying to make you look good, that's a hell of a job. Bones. The redhead snorted as he punched Harry on the arm. I'm sure you'll do a fine job. If anything, I've made it easy for you. Anyway, I must be off. Ellie was having a last-minute meltdown about something or other before I was called here. I'll see you Saturday, Peveril. Harry waved the man off and jogged to catch up with Arcturus, who was making his way from the room, scowling at the other lords that happened to be in his way. You know, you must be the most cantankerous old git I've ever met, Harry muttered as he fell into step beside him. No one said a word to you, and you looked as though you wanted to throttle them. Arcturus snorted. When you put up with them for as long as I have, you'll feel the same. Maybe, Harry conceded. Forgetting about them, we need to have a conversation about your granddaughter. Narcissa, Arcturus questioned with a frown. Harry shook his head. No, the other one. Break. Having returned home with Lord Peveril in tow, Arcturus offered the man a seat in his study and took his own on the opposite side of the desk. Bellatrix had become a rather sore point for the family recently, with none having seen her since her wedding day. She had even stopped visiting Arcturus and Melania, the announcement of Narcissa's marriage to the man before him having dissuaded her in continuing to court him on the Dark Lord's behalf. From your mood, I can only assume that she was there last night, Arcturus commented. Harry nodded. She was and attempted to harm me once more, he explained. For the sake of my wife, I sent her away, but it cannot continue. I would like to know what you are going to do about her. Arcturus released a breath and shook his head. What would you have me do, Harry? He asked. She is no longer a black. But she is still Narcissa's sister, Harry pointed out. It puts me in a very difficult position when my life is in danger, and I feel obligated to spare someone who has no qualms in killing me. Have you spoken to Narcissa about this? No, Harry sighed. We were at St. Mungo's last night when I heard about the attack, and she stayed to help out. Why were you at St. Mungo's? Harry snorted. Lucius made an enemy of Aulin and is suffering the consequences. I had to warn Abraxas about attempting to hold me responsible. I think he saw things my way. Arcturus chuckled, not doubting the younger man. He knew of very few that would wish to be on the wrong side of Peveril. Then you should speak with Narcissa about Bellatrix, Arcturus suggested. I would rather she was not killed, but she has made her choices, Harry. I cannot speak for Narcissa on the matter, but I can only assume she would wish for you to avoid her as best you can. Harry nodded his understanding as he stood. I will speak with her, he assured the man. Will you be there on Saturday? Arcturus nodded enthusiastically. Of course I wouldn't miss it, he replied. I will see you then, Harry offered before taking his leave, no happier than when he had arrived with the Black Patriarch. Arcturus watched him leave, not envying the younger lord's position. Bellatrix was no longer a child, and excuses could not be made for the way she acted. Over the years, there had been many incidents that had given him pause where his granddaughter had been concerned. She had always exhibited bouts of cruelty, petulance when she did not get what she wanted or her way, and worrying tendencies towards those weaker than herself. A part of him, admittedly, had ignored it, and he had hoped that they would pass. It was not to be, and these incidents continued. Even for a Black, she had been exceptionally more inclined towards violence than was the norm. Whatever happened to her was no longer his responsibility. She no longer carried his name and had made her decision to distance herself from them. Should she come to her senses, he would of course do all he could to help her, but that was down to her, and there was no scenario he could envision the woman doing such. She was too stubborn, too set in her ways, and the truth was, she enjoyed what she did. Arcturus could only imagine her life ending in two ways. The first would see Bellatrix behind bars in a cold, lonely cell being held by the ministry for her crimes. The other would be dying prematurely, cut down out of necessity when she refused to accept defeat. It saddened the old man, and he could only lament on the life of his granddaughter, a sense of regret filling him that he had not dealt with her much more harshly when she was growing up. Break. It was late afternoon that Harry returned home, the Wisengamot meeting and Quidditch training having taken up much of his day. He didn't mind the latter. It was his job now, and it served to help calm the thoughts that were plaguing him. Bellatrix had become an issue, and were it not for his wife, the woman would already be dead, unable to harm others any longer. He felt guilty for his predicament. The blood of her victims would be on his hands, and perhaps it was selfish, but he would not act without discussing it with Narcissa. His conversation with Arcturus had been all but fruitless, and what happened next hinged on what the woman he had married would say. Harry had no qualms with killing Bellatrix if that was what it came to. He just did not want such an action to impact his life beyond the task of doing so. He entered the kitchen to find Narcissa seated at the table, nursing a cup of tea as she stared out of the window, her attention seemingly far away. "Have you only just got home?" Harry asked, pulling her from whatever thoughts she was having, noticing the untouched plate of food still in front of her. Narcissa shook her head. "No, I've already slept. I just haven't had much of an appetite," she explained. "Rough night?" he questioned as he took a seat opposite her. "Something like that," Narcissa replied cryptically, almost as though she was confused by something. "I know what you mean," Harry sighed. "Your sister was there." "Bella." Harry nodded and released a deep breath. "I don't know what to do about her, Sissy. I get that she is your sister, but—" "She's a monster," Narcissa finished. "She is," Harry agreed. "She's murdering people, men, women, and children, all because she thinks she's better than them, for a man who is not what he claims to be." "That doesn't matter to her, Harry," Narcissa sighed. "It won't matter to anyone. They are drawn to him because he is powerful. The purebloods will overlook the fact that he is not one of them. They have with you and with Dumbledore." "I know," Harry muttered irritably. "But your sister is dangerous. Last night she tried to kill me, and the only thing that stopped me from putting an end to her was because of you." "That's not fair," Narcissa bit back. "You cannot put this on me." "I'm not trying to," Harry assured her. "I just need to know what you want me to do with her. It is inevitable that what happened last night will again." Narcissa nodded her understanding. "I don't know, Harry, but whatever happens, you can't leave me." "I'm not going anywhere," he replied with a chuckle, frowning at her uncharacteristically insecure demeanor as she stared into her cup, as though attempting to read the tea leaves within. "I don't mean just for me," Narcissa mumbled. "I knew what I was getting into when I married you, but our child doesn't. I won't have them born into a world without their father here," she added, meeting his gaze with her own tearful one. Harry could only stare at his wife open-mouthed as he processed just what she had said, and Narcissa laughed and nodded at his questioning look. I am, she confirmed. But are you sure? I am training to be a healer, Harry, she reminded him. He nodded dumbly, still in awe at the revelation. How long have you known? Since about 10 minutes before you got home, Narcissa huffed. I felt sick after my shift and thought it was because of everything that happened last night, but when I woke up this afternoon, I was sick and decided I should check just to make sure. So you're pregnant, Narcissa confirmed, gently placing a hand on her stomach. Bloody hell, Harry snorted. Well, I didn't expect that today. Narcissa raised an eyebrow at him. Are you not happy having a pregnant wife, Harry? She asked, a smirk tugging at the corner of her lips. I'm just taking a minute to let it sink in, he replied, grinning as he stood and made his way towards the kitchen door. Where are you going? Narcissa asked. I'll be back, Harry answered as he disappeared into the grounds. Narcissa waited, her patience slowly wearing thin until she was startled, and almost jumped out of her skin as a loud bang echoed from outside the home, and a stream of colors illuminated the window. Readying herself to give her husband a piece of her mind, she stormed outside to be greeted by the sight of Harry jumping up and down, whooping jubilantly as he sent another series of fireworks into the sky. A bloody baby, he shouted excitedly as an enormous dragon formed amongst the colorful sparks and unleashed an enormous roar. You stupid prat, Narcissa chastised. You almost gave me a heart attack. At her words, he turned and rushed towards her, sweeping the woman in his arms and eliciting a yelp of surprise from her. We're having a baby, he said simply. Yes, Harry, we're having a baby, she giggled. Now put me down. No, he refused flatly. I'm going to be a father, Narcissa finished. I'm going to be a dad. Not once in his life had he experienced such joy. Not when Sirius had asked him to move in at the end of third year, nor when he finally cast a Patronus strong enough to keep the Dementors away from him. Learning that he was going to have a child was the best thing that had happened to him, and though it was not often he was overwhelmed with emotion, this did it, and he too shed tears of happiness with the woman he'd married. So this is good news, Narcissa asked. Harry nodded, unashamedly beaming. Why wouldn't it be? Narcissa shrugged uncertainly. I'm scared, she admitted. I've never had a baby or even looked after one. Neither have I, Harry pointed out, but we can learn together. Narcissa smiled. That could work, she mused aloud. When will we tell people? I guess soon, Harry returned uncertainly. You'll have to tell the hospital. There must be things you won't be able to do there now. Narcissa nodded. I'll have to tell them Monday, she sighed. We should probably tell everyone we want to know at the match tomorrow. Then that it was we will do, Harry agreed, kissing her on the cheek. Girl or boy? It doesn't matter to me, Narcissa said dismissively. Me either now. I have some more fireworks to let off. You'll have to excuse me for a minute, he replied, placing her back on the floor before lighting another and taking a step back. Where did you even get those, you idiot? Narcissa asked as a chimera lit up the sky with a loud bang. Some old friends of mine made them, Harry answered, his eyes fixed firmly on the last of his Weasley creation. If ever there was a time to use them, it was now, and he could not help but wonder what had become of where he came from. Were Fred and George still alive? Was Hermione and everyone else he'd left behind? None would believe him if he was able to share this news with them, would even believe whom it was he had married, but he would not change a thing. He missed his friends, he missed his godfather, but the only time life had treated him with anything resembling kindness was when he came here, and it had all begun with his wife. He had woken in a new world, and it had been her to greet him, to heal him, and not just his body. With Narcissa, everything was simply better, and he would not be without her, and now they would have a baby, adding to what they had. Harry was no seer and would never profess to be such, but he knew that whatever the future held, it would only be brighter with them in it. Break. And finally for the Falcons, we have their new seeker, Harry P. V. R. E. L. L. A polite round of applause sounded throughout the stadium, though both Sirius and Remus were cheering loudly in the box Harry had secured for them as part of his contract negotiations. Narcissa certainly didn't mind. Much of the Quidditch season was played during the colder months of the year, and being in the warmth was not something she was going to complain about. All eyes will be on him today, the commentator continued. The Quidditch community is eager to see how the young man will fare at this level. Only a moment later, the match started, and immediately it was clear that Harry's opponent, garbed in the orange robes of the Chudley Cannons, was outmatched. To keep up with the younger player, he followed Harry into a dive and found himself needing to be helped up from the ground by the medical team in attendance, his broom in 2 pieces from the impact. Now that was an impressive move, the commentator declared as the Falcons' fans cheered their approval loudly. If Wilkins does not recover, this could be bad for the Cannons. The opposing seeker, however, took to the air shortly after, much more cautiously pursuing Harry after being led by the nose into a trap that could have cost his team the match. I didn't think he could get any better, Cygnus snorted. Wilkins isn't a bad player, but he can't hold a wand to Harry. Arcturus and Charles nodded their agreement as the commentator continued with his rundown of the match. And that is 10 points to the Falcons, who are dominating play, he announced. It doesn't appear that this will be the season the Cannons make their promised comeback. The fans sporting orange jerseys booed, the man who took it in his stride with a chuckle. I say what I see, folks, he defended. Oh, and that's another 10 points to the Falcons as Bode's shot is perfectly placed to the left of the keeper. There he goes, Charles pointed out before the commentator took note of Harry's sudden burst. And Peveril has seen the snye has caught the snitch, the man corrected. Wow, the Falcons win 170-0. That was an impressive performance, and the glory goes tot air newest signing. What a catch by the young man. The rest of the teams in the league will need to watch him closely. The cheering from the Falcons fans came, delayed as most had missed Harry's catch. It had happened so fast that even Narcissa had not seen it, but when the whistle to bring the game to an end sounded, the applause was deafening. In the space of only 10 minutes, Harry had silenced any of those doubting him. Bloody hell, Cygnus chuckled. The rest of the games won't be so easy, but he made Wilkins look like the amateurs Harry was playing against last season. Harry has been working very hard, Narcissa explained. Even when he is at home, I can barely get him off the pitch. It's showing, Charles broke in. He was more focused today than I have seen him. He has to be, Cygnus mused aloud. He's playing against the best now. Charles nodded his agreement. So how do we celebrate? Arcturus asked. You're all coming to ours, Narcissa announced quickly before anyone else could suggest something. None of you have been to ours yet. That works, Arcturus agreed, eyeing his granddaughter questioningly. Not us, I'm afraid, Edgar interjected, gesturing towards himself and Ellie. Last-minute wedding things. Of course, Lord Bones, Arcturus acknowledged. We will see you and your lovely lady tomorrow. Edgar offered the man a smile and bid his farewells before they took their leave, intercepted briefly by Harry, who shared a few words with the two. Are we ready? He asked as he reached them, taking Narcissa's hand in his own and giving it a squeeze. Those within the box clapped and cheered loudly at his appearance, something Harry ignored. He was not one for adulation, though he could certainly expect more of it soon enough when they broke their news. Narcissa smiled at the thought. I think we are, she replied, withdrawing the portkey that would take them home. Everybody take hold. They did so, and the group soon found themselves in the entrance hall of the Peveril home, each looking around curiously. You know, I imagined you would live in a castle surrounded by gravestones, Sirius commented. Harry raised an eyebrow at the boy. He smiled innocently. I'm not your professor anymore, Black, but I can always have a word with the twins to make your life miserable on my behalf. That is true, Sirius conceded thoughtfully. I like your house, he added. It is perfect. Harry shook his head amusedly as he led them into the kitchen where Narcissa had resized the table to accommodate the large group consisting of her grandparents, the three Potters, Sirius, and her own mother and father. "Have you given much more, though, to getting an elf?" Arcturus questioned as he took a seat. "We have, and we'll be going to pick one next week," Narcissa explained. Arcturus nodded his approval. Although their home was smaller than most, if the prominent families, Harry and Narcissa both worked full-time alongside fulfilling their obligations as the Lord and Lady Peveril. An elf would be a boon to them. "You have done a remarkable job making this feel like a home," Drula praised. "The last time we were here was when you were 14, and it was quite neglected by then." Narcissa nodded. "It was a lot of work, but worth it. We love it here." Drula smiled warmly, pleased with the life her daughter was creating for herself. "And what about you, Harry? Do you like it?" "I do," Harry replied. "It's quiet and we don't have any neighbors." "Probably a good thing after last night." "Yeah, we don't want to hear what kind of noises you two make," James muttered. "James," Doria chastised. I wouldn't worry too much about him," Harry chuckled. "It's not as though I caught him in any broom cupboards last year. He has no idea what he's talking about." Sirius guffawed as James blushed, but his eyes widened when Harry's attention shifted to him. "You know too much, Black. Heard from Miss Fawcett recently." Sirius shook his head frantically, as Melania tutted disapprovingly. "I do hope you have not been dishonoring young women, Sirius," she said warningly. Harry laughed and held up a hand. "He hasn't, though not through a lack of trying. Minerva is watching him like a hawk." "I didn't know you were so keen to marry already," Charles broke in. "I'm sure between us, we can find a suitable bride for when you finish school." Arcturus nodded his agreement, and Sirius balked. "No, thank you," he replied. "I have been behaving." Arcturus hummed and eyed his grandson, though the old man was evidently amused by his antics. "If you get anyone pregnant, you'll be marrying them," he warned. "Ask yourself, is that 30 seconds of fun worth a lifetime of commitment?" "He'd be lucky to last 30 seconds, James snorted. "James," Doria chastised once more, ignoring the laughter of her husband and nephew. "I think that is enough talk of serious impregnating young women," Drula huffed. "It is," Narcissa agreed. "Sirius should wait until he is married to a worthy woman like Harry did." The silence that followed was tense, as those gathered around the table took varying times to digest what she had said. Drula was the first to react, choking on whatever words she wanted to say as only a muffled sob escaped her. Whilst Drula was attempting to compose herself, Melania and Doria all but smothered Narcissa until the former joined them a moment later, the four of them chattering away about baby names and what Narcissa could expect during her pregnancy. "Well, we won't get any sense out of them for a while," Cygnus commented as he stood and slapped Harry smartly on the shoulder. "Congratulations, son. I couldn't be prouder of you both." Harry nodded gratefully at the rare display of pleasantness from his father-in-law, with Arcturus following suit and offering his own words. "Well done, Peveril," he said sincerely. "Being a parent is the best thing you will do with your life, even if your children turn out to be a shower of gits." Cygnus looked affronted by his father's words, but laughed heartily as he shook his head, having grown with the man's odd sense of humor. Before Charles could say anything, however, Harry's attention was caught by the conversation of the women. "What about Draco for a boy?" Drula suggested. Harry felt his chest tighten at the thought. "We haven't discussed names," he interjected, horrified. "I don't think I'm keen on the name Dragon." "That's a stupid name, even if it is tradition," Sirius agreed. "Anyway, the baby will be a Peveril," he added. "It won't be a Black." "That is true," Arcturus conceded. "Harry's firstborn should have a suitable name for his family, and besides, there hasn't been a Draco in the Black family for generations, not since Draco the Cruel, who had his name cursed by a sorcerer in Crete. It's probably not a good name at all." Harry breathed a sigh of relief. He would not have a son named Draco. He would much rather name it after Neville's frog Trevor. Besides, There are other things to think about before names, Cygnus broke in. They have to prepare for the little bugger's arrival and buy another creepy raven for it. Death, Alan squawked warningly. All right, I was joking, Cygnus defended. Bloody sensitive, that one. Harry chuckled as he approached the raven and stroked his feathers. I didn't buy Alan, he reminded the man. Alan found me. Still bloody creepy, Cygnus murmured, eyeing Alan warily. Although my husband has his priorities all wrong, Drula sighed, there is much more important things than names. We don't even know if it will be a girl or boy yet. You have to buy a cot, a Moses basket, and all the other things first. Narcissa nodded excitedly. And decorate a room for them, she added. And buy it a broom, James suggested. Narcissa tutted disapprovingly as Sirius nodded. It will be a few years before the baby will be going anywhere near a broom. I flew my first at 1 year old, almost killed the cat, Harry informed them, much to the amusement of the men. Drula and Doria shook their heads in tandem. Now, who allowed you to have a broom so young? The former asked. Harry wanted to answer with your son, but thought better of it. Instead, he merely shrugged, not focusing on the fact that his child's grandparents would barely be 17 years older than them, and their great-grandparents would never know of their relationship. Still, they would be a part of their life, and that was a consolation he was willing to live with when he considered the alternative his own life had once been. His own existence bothered him to this day and would continue to do so, but there was no fathomable way that he could tell the people around him who he was. Narcissa would perhaps one day understand, though he could not picture within his mind any scenario that would lead to her learning about certain parts of him. As much as it irked him so, how could he expect her to understand? His life before he had arrived here had been so very different, his world shaped in ways to help him survive what it had become. Narcissa knew nothing of that, and as things were, the past was left better where it was. He was here now, and this was his life. Voldemort was still a problem to overcome, but one Harry was determined to do, and with the prospect of fatherhood and a life he wished to live on the horizon, his determination to see an end to the man only grew. For his wife, for his child, and for those not yet here, he would prevail. Break. Your task today, Lord Selwyn, is a simple one, the Dark Lord informed the eager man. You need only observe what happens and ensure you are ready to transport our comrades back when it is over. Selwyn nodded his understanding. Are you expecting casualties, my lord? Many, Voldemort replied easily. Selwyn smirked and offered a bow before leaving the room, and the Dark Lord shook his head. His subordinate was evidently under the impression that the losses suffered would be on the opposing side. That was unlikely, but he could hope a few burdens would be lifted with the efforts of his companions. Who was he to deny those so keen for the opportunity? Break. I didn't think I'd be this nervous, Edgar sighed as he paced back and forth, waiting for the allotted time to arrive. If we would have had a ceremony during the day, we would be married by now. Harry watched his friend amusedly. Edgar was not often a nervous man, but he empathized with the redhead. Harry had felt the same way before his own wedding. Well, the fact that she is here and just as anxious as you should count for something, he pointed out. Edgar nodded. How does she look? Like she's too good for you, Harry replied with a smirk causing Edgar to chuckle. I already know that, he muttered. Bloody hell, Peveril, you're supposed to be helping me. Distract me, you smug git. Harry nodded thoughtfully. I'm going to be a father, he revealed. Edgar's packing ceased, and he turned to stare at the other man with a look of disbelief marring his features. Narcissa's. She is, Harry confirmed. Edgar positively beamed and pulled Harry into a tight embrace. That's some damned good news, he offered sincerely. Mate, I'm so happy for you. Harry smiled. It's terrifying, Ede, he admitted. I hadn't really thought much about it until she told me, and now I'm bricking it. Edgar snorted. You will be fine, both of you, he assured the younger man. If anyone is going to understand the value of having a family, it's you. That alone will make sure you do a good job. Besides, I'm sure Narcissa won't let it be any other way." "No, she wouldn't," Harry agreed. "Anyway, it's time," he announced. Edgar turned towards the clock and nodded severely. "Thank Merlin," he huffed. "I'm sure that clock doesn't move if you look at it." Harry shook his head and shoved his friend through the door and escorted him to the room the ceremony would take place in, the soon-to-be Lord and Lady Bones having opted for a service like Harry and Narcissa's. A simple, traditional affair, only with a larger gathering. "Break. We don't get much time for this." Narcissa sighed from her place within Harry's arms. "Dancing?" he asked. "No, just to be together," she replied. Harry nodded thoughtfully. Both were busy people with their respective careers, and they did not get as much together as either would like. Neither were to blame, it was just how their lives worked right now. "We could always find an excuse to take another honeymoon," he suggested. Narcissa grinned enthusiastically. "We could. There are some weekends where I won't have a match too, and you'll have time off from the hospital." "Yes, but I will be heavily pregnant by then, and then we will have a baby," Narcissa pointed out, rolling her eyes at Harry's bright smile. He was overly excited at the thought of being a father. Not that she wasn't excited in her own way, but she was almost certain she did not have a silly grin plastered across her face when it was mentioned. Or perhaps she did. It certainly filled her with warmth and terror. "I am glad we didn't have so many people at our wedding," Harry sighed, as they were forced to sidestep another couple that were not paying attention to where they were going. "For a pureblood wedding, this one is quite small," Narcissa countered. "Remember how many people were at Bella's?" Harry nodded. It was as though the entire pureblood community had arrived. He paused suddenly as a magical presence washed over him, not something that would usually disturb him, but something that was out of place. "What is it?" Narcissa asked, a frown creasing a brow. "A lot of people just arrived by Portkey," Harry muttered in response. "Some guests are only invited for the reception," Narcissa explained. Harry shook his head. "No, that isn't it," he mused aloud. "Not all of them are human." He drew his wand as he felt a powerful set of wards be erected around them, and a series of eerie howls rent the air. "Do not run," he shouted as the music fell silent and the guests looked around them fearfully, each knowing what was coming their way. "If you run, they will catch you. Cluster up and get the children and vulnerable in the middle. DUMBLEDORE, AT the back with Dearborn, Moody. You and Bones take the west and MEADOWES. You're up here with me. Move." The assembled order members began shepherding the frightened guests into a large cluster as instructed, and Harry brought them some time by lighting a large perimeter fire. The group would be vulnerable to spell fire, but it would hinder the werewolves. "Harry," Narcissa questioned. "Get in the center, sissy," he said sharply. "I won't put you and the baby at risk. Keep them as calm as you can, stun them if you have to." Narcissa appeared as though she wanted to argue, but nodded and made her way through the crowd. "Arcturus, stay with her," he requested. The Lord Black pulled his wife into the mass of people in Narcissa's wake, and Harry waited. There were a lot of werewolves out there, more than he had ever dealt with on his own. Oddly enough, what he had just done is exactly what Moody had taught him to do if he found himself in such a situation. Werewolves thrived on the hunt, and outrunning one was no easy feat, and certainly not for as many people that had gathered for the wedding. "Hold steady," he commanded firmly as the rustling of the trees came closer from all directions. They were surrounded, and their only hope to survive this was to stand their ground. "Bloody full moon," he grumbled, eyeing the bright orb in the sky above. "I'll in go." His raven took to the sky, and Harry sent a flock of his own creation to follow before closing his eyes and conjuring several burning rocks. A hit from one of those would ensure the victim would not live to see the waning of the moon they looked towards. "Break." "They're not running," Selwyn pointed out. "Of course they're not running, you fool," Bellatrix sighed. "Anyone who knows anything about werewolves would not run." So what do we do? We send them in, Bellatrix instructed, eyeing the ring of fire speculatively, testing the defense with a blasting curse. I will put an end to that. The Dark Lord had taught her all about magical fires, and this, though not an easy task, was one she could handle. Break. The first of the attackers broke through the trees closest to where Dumbledore and Dearborn were manning the circle, the snarling and yelps heard across the grounds of the venue, and as tempting as it was, Harry knew not to abandon his post. He would see his share of the action soon enough. I've sent for the AURORS, Amelia called loudly to him. Harry snorted. The fight would be over before they arrived. His own confrontation began as a large, part man, part wolf vaulted over his wall of flame, only to be intercepted with a severing charm before he could touch the ground, though he did hit it with a dull thud, bereft of his left leg. Now Olin, Harry whispered. Death. The shriek of the ravens was heard over the din as the flock dove from the trees and a sporadic wave of explosions sounded, muted by the wailing of the creatures that had intruded upon the wedding. And although they had dealt quite the blow to the enemy, they continued to pour from within the forest. Bloody hell, Harry grumbled, wondering just how many there could be. He was pulled from his thoughts as his fire began to flicker, slowly being snuffed by someone determined to cause maximum carnage by getting the wolves within the perimeter. They would succeed if he did nothing to prevent it. Taking a deep breath, he focused his energy before such a thing could come to pass, and warped his flames, nodding satisfactorily as 4 of his cloaked figures were created before they could be doused. Each armed with an enormous scythe, they began hacking away at their enemies, as though they were harvesting corn, and Harry was distracted by a shriek of rage. His gaze swept over to where it came from, and he saw 2 figures, one masked, and one not, the latter revealed to be his furious sister-in-law. No longer feeling the need to hold back, he leveled his wand at the deranged woman, only for her to pull her companion into the path of the spell sent her way. The evidently masked man screamed as the magic forced him to his knees, but was silenced by the fiery executioner's axe that removed his head from his shoulders with a single stroke. He would not be reporting back to Tom. Harry. The voice he heard was that of his wife, and whilst he turned for the brief second, Bellatrix had fled, and he caught but a glance of her as she darted through the trees away from the fight. Clenching his teeth, he turned and sprinted towards Narcissa, who simply pointed in the direction of where Dumbledore was stood alone, attempting to fend off a dozen or so werewolves single-handedly. Close to the aged wizard was an unmoving figure, one he recognized as Caradoc Dearborn. It appeared the 2 men were slowly overwhelmed, but the Welshman had not abandoned his post. If he lived, it would be as one of those attacking them, but judging by the amount of blood surrounding him, Harry knew he was dead. Pushing those thoughts aside, he charged forward to assist the headmaster, the man giving him a relieved smile as he reached his side, and the 2 worked together to keep the ravenous creatures at bay. Between the efforts of the 2 men, they succeeded, but the assailants merely moved away from them to a less defended area of the circle and continued their own efforts to break through to those that would not offer as much resistance. In part, they were successful. Where Harry had previously been, Dorcas Meadows had been left to her own devices, and although no harm had come to her, a few had gotten past and were only being held at bay by the efforts of Arcturus Black and a few other guests that refused to cower before them. "All in go," Harry instructed. Once more, the raven came to their rescue, forming into a thick, black fog before engulfing the werewolves that had breached the defenses, leaving behind only a collection of mostly canine skeletons. AURORS. A voice sounded, and Harry turned to see waves of men and women red robes bursting from within the trees. Evidently, Bagnold had been busy with her recruitment efforts, and the werewolves were soon dispersed, realizing any chance they had to feast was all but gone. They had certainly reacted quicker to this than they had the previous Death Eater attack. "Harry," a voice called, and he quickly found himself in the embrace of his wife, who sobbed in relief to see him unharmed. The same could not be said for many others, however. As Harry took in the aftermath of the fighting around him, more than one person had been killed or injured, likely losing their nerve and attempting to flee. Regardless, Voldemort was behind this, and Harry's time to act was finally upon him. The Dark Lord would return soon, and tonight would be the night to carry out his final preparation. He had waited long enough. "Break. How did we fare?" The Dark Lord questioned a breathless Bellatrix as she arrived, a heady aroma of smoke lingering on her robes. "Not well, my lord," the woman answered. "Selwyn is dead and many of the werewolves with him. They did not flee as expected, but clustered together and fought them off." Voldemort nodded, not having the excursion to have gone in his favor, but not as badly as it seemed. Before he could respond, however, the door to his study was unceremoniously thrown open, and Greyback stalked into the room, his maw still resembling that of the wolf he was. "My pack was slaughtered," he seethed. "You promised we would feed, but we were cut down in droves." "I promised no such thing," the Dark Lord returned evenly. "I said there was a chance for you to feed." "Do not treat me like a foolish cur," the werewolf roared. "Fenrir, you will calm yourself. You will have your chance at vengeance soon enough." The werewolf bared his teeth and snarled, but took his leave, wanting no quarrel with Lord Voldemort. "What will we do now, my lord?" Bellatrix asked, wrinkling her nose at the remaining scent of blood and sweat the creature left behind. "This evening has given me much to ponder," the Dark Lord mused aloud. "I will need to think how best to proceed. Peveril must be dealt with first and foremost. When he is gone, Britain will be ripe for the taking. For now, we continue as we are, but do not be predictable with your movements. If Peveril arrives, you are to flee. Let us leave him frustrated." Bellatrix nodded her understanding. "Patience, Bella," Voldemort whispered. "Every man has his weakness, and we will find his." Break. It was almost dawn when Harry entered his basement, having left Narcissa sleeping soundly in bed. The wedding had become a disaster with the werewolf attack. Dearborn was dead, as were several others, and 2 more having been infected with lycanthropy. Were it not for his quick action and the others listening to him, Harry knew it would have been much worse. Still, the attack was no longer his focus, no longer the reason he remained awake. His attention was solely focused on the book he had spent the past months reading, the secrets of the Peveril family, the magic, and understanding their connection with death. Despite his efforts, all the work he had put into mastering the arts of his ancestors would be for naught until he completed this final step. Opening the book on the very last page, he removed his cloak, the Elder Wand and the Peveril Lordship ring, and placed them on the floor in front of him in a triangle, before adding his phoenix feather and holly wand, his basilisk ingredients, and some feathers donated by Olin to the center. "Death," the raven cawed gently, seemingly approving Harry's intended undertaking. "Protection, life, and healing," Harry muttered, nodding towards his former wand. "Death for those who look upon our gaze," he added, gesturing to the basilisk ingredients, "and death's companion for the soul," he finished, reciting the passage of the book as he acknowledged the feathers of the raven. To truly master the Hallows, they must be bound by blood and by soul. "These are our gifts, our magic, for they are life, and we are death." The words had been penned by Cadmus Peveril some 1,000 years ago, the words reminiscent of something the cloaked figure would say. Although instructions were lacking, Harry had acquired a few terms pertaining to binding something to the soul. In a way, a traditional wizarding ceremony accomplished just that, but it would be sufficient to bind objects. To do so, there needed to be a catalyst for the magic to take hold, things of sentimental magical value, and things conducive to what the desired result would be. His first wand had saved his life on many occasions, and the feather within had come from Fawkes, whose tears had become part of his blood. The basilisk ingredients were of similar value, although the opposite effect had been achieved. The venom had almost killed him, but he had overcome the beast, slain it, and claimed its parts for himself. Olin's feathers were the final piece for the companion that had come to him when he had been in need, had protected him, and was a creation of the cloaked figure himself. All three were conducive to what he wished to achieve. To work as intended, the Hallows must become a part of him. Is this truly the way, old friend? Death, Olin replied, nodding. Then let it be done, Harry muttered, drawing his dagger as he sat amongst his belongings. Taking a deep breath, he cut open his palm and allowed the blood to pool before holding it over each of the items. When a few drops had been placed on each, he felt for the magic in each. A wave of coldness like nothing else he had felt filled his veins, and only a moment later, his phoenix feather wand burst into black flames, followed by the basilisk ingredients and the Olin's feathers. When they had been consumed, the remaining smoke coalesced together and shrouded the gathered Hallows. Fearing they too would be destroyed, he reached for them, only to be sent sprawling backwards as the smoke lunged and slammed into his chest. Struggling to breathe, and with his viscens swimming in and out of focus, he took in the sight of the glowing peveril ring adorning his finger, the darkened elder wand in his hand, and the feeling of the cloak being draped about his shoulders. How long he was unconscious for, he knew not, but when he opened his eyes, he was stood before the veil for the first time in many moons past. Already knowing what to expect, he waited for the cloaked figure to emerge, and was not disappointed. I see you have succeeded, Peveril, it commented. Did I have any choice? There is always a choice, the figure replied. I believe you made the right one in this instance. So what happens now? It felt as though the figure grinned from beneath its hood. You begin to understand the true power that being my champion gives you. Rest for now. When you return to me, you will need your strength. Once more, the black fog descended, and Harry found himself breathing heavily on the floor of his basement, and the magic of the cloaked figure never having felt so strong within him. Chapter 22. In the pursuit of knowledge, he was quickly becoming overwhelmed, the ravens swarming him unrelenting with their various attacks. Harry found himself unable to do anything but cower within a shield, though it was only a matter of time before something would break through. Wishing to avoid what had happened countless times before, he rolled as he released his grasp on the magic sustaining his barrier and immolated the birds with a burst of white fire. The figure nodded its approval, continuing to circle around Harry, who panted rapidly from his efforts. Good, Peveril, but you should have taken the opportunity to fight back sooner, it said casually, its own exertions leaving it no less fatigued than before the fight had commenced. Without warning, white bolts of magic began striking the ground at Harry's feet, and he dodged in vain, his eyes widening as ghostly figures emerged from the small craters left behind. No, he needed space. Harry vanished in a cloud of smoke and appeared on the other side of the room next to the veil, before unleashing a long white whip from the tip of his wand. Snapping it towards the approaching figures, he was relieved they vanished, one after the other with each stroke of his whip. You are learning to trust your magic, the black-robed figure commented. Allow it to consume you, Peveril. Harry swallowed deeply and nodded, the icy chill of his magic filling his veins, and he almost balked as he now found himself in a large field stood opposite his foe. Feel it, Peveril, the figure whispered. Bear witness to the power you wield when you give yourself to it. Harry looked down to see the foliage beneath his feet slowly withering, dying before his eyes. Death, Olin shrieked from somewhere nearby. Now strike me down, Peveril. Knowing if he did not act, the figure would, Harry did not hesitate, his wand twirling in his fingers as he unleashed his attack. Spell after spell left his wand, a shroud forming around the figure before it was set upon by faceless, ghostly figures wielding crude weapons that they swung indiscriminately at their captor, who kept them at bay with but a minimal display of the power it wielded. Harry had expected no less from the souls of those the figure kept imprisoned, but it served to distract his opponent, and Harry sent forth another wave of magic, one that was not so easily dismissed. It began to rain heavily, and the cloaked figure dispensed of the ghostly figures with but a gesture of his hands before looking towards the heavens almost expectantly as a rumble of thunder sounded. With a final surge of magic, a gust of wind swept the falling droplets of water in its path, and towards the robed figure who simply vanished in a puff of smoke before an explosion of lighting scorched the earth of where it just stood. "You're learning, Peveril," the figure whispered from next to him, and Harry found himself frozen in place as a cold, clammy hand closed over his shoulder. "I'm still yet to defeat you," he sighed. "Do you believe you can?" "Maybe one day." The figure chuckled. "Not today, my friend," it muttered. Harry nodded. The result was always the same, though he was able to fight the figure off longer now than during their first battle, which lasted all of a minute at best. Still, he could not best his foe, and knew that he likely never would. How could he wield the magic he had been gifted better than the one that created it? "You're needed elsewhere." Harry released a frustrated breath. "So they can flee from me." "Their time will come, Peveril." Harry nodded once more, and found himself lying in the bed he shared with his heavily pregnant wife a moment later. Narcissa was sleeping soundly, and he carefully removed the hand he placed protectively over her stomach whenever they rested. It would not be long before the baby would be here, and Harry had hoped that he could have put an end to Voldemort before their arrival. That was not to be. He had seen neither hide nor hair of the Dark Lord, who had remained elusive and out of sight. The Death Eaters, however, had continued to be active, but fled whenever he arrived to put a stop to their attacks. Harry had no doubt that this was on Tom's orders, his ego either not allowing any to try to claim the glory of Harry's death for themselves, or he knew that their attempts would only result in the death of his followers. It mattered not to Harry. The 6 months that had passed since the werewolf attack had been this way. The Death Eaters would attack randomly and flee when he, the Order, or the Aurors arrived. They had no interest in engaging any that would offer resistance, not when they would do so on even footing. Although the bill put forward by Crouch and Bagnold had been passed, it had faced much contention, even from lords that Harry had not expected to object to its implementation. It reminded him of what Moody has said to him some years prior. We didn't know who we could trust. Whether those that had fought against the bill did so because they were followers of Voldemort, Harry knew not, but it had served as a stark reminder of the grizzled Auror's words. Lines had been drawn in the conflict, and one could never be sure which side people had chosen to stand on. Regardless, Harry would deal with those that surfaced as enemies. His focus, however, was on the Dark Lord, who was seemingly content with allowing the Death Eaters to carry out his work on his behalf. It irked the Peveril Lord so, but such a thing could not last in perpetuity. Tom was merely biding his time, and Harry was waiting for the man to stop lurking amongst the shadows. With a sigh, he slid himself out of bed and dressed himself with a wave of his wand. Again, Narcissa groaned sleepily. Her pregnancy had been an experience unto itself for them both, and though she finished her healer training ahead of schedule, she had been signed off work immediately after to ensure her health. St. Mungo's was no place for a woman nearing her due date, not until it was time for the baby to be born. Narcissa was bored being at home. Her mother, grandmother, and Andromeda visited often, but it was not enough to keep the usually busy woman occupied. Despite this, she was excited to welcome their new arrival, having spent the past months preparing a nursery and securing the assistance of a house elf. Much to Harry's surprise, she had chosen Dobby, and though the elf did not recognize him, Harry knew his home was in safe hands, even if the elf was odd for one of his kind. As Harry had known him to be, he was kind and helpful and eagerly awaited the appearance of a baby to care for. Still, seeing the creature again had been a shock, but not an unwelcome one. "I won't be long," Harry assured her. "Alan." The man and Raven vanished, and Harry found himself in a burning street, something he had become accustomed to, and he released a deep breath. "They're gone, Lord Peveril," Dumbledore explained as he approached wearing a bright orange pair of silk pajamas. "They always are," Harry muttered unhappily. "He will not hide forever," the headmaster offered warningly, though Harry suspected it was meant to comfort him. He knew Tom would show himself sooner or later, but not until he believed something was to his advantage. Not that Harry had been idle in his foe's absence. He had been working on putting an end to the Horcruxes he knew existed here, and though he couldn't be certain of which ones existed, he knew of one and where it was. However, the undertaking was not something he could do himself. Eventually, he would need to bring Dumbledore into the fold, especially because he believed there was one within Hogwarts. Hermione had been the first to suggest it, but Harry had dismissed it at first. Now that he knew Tom better, he certainly believed the man arrogant enough to do so. He shook his head irritably. The Gaunt family ring was the only Horcrux he was assured of. The diary that had been given to Lucius, he knew not of its current whereabouts. The locket certainly was not in Regulus Black's possession, and he did not even know where to begin the search for Hufflepuff's cup. "Is something on your mind, Lord Peveril?" Dumbledore asked, pulling him from his thoughts. "Many things," Harry sighed. "If someone wished to possess something belonging to Rowena Ravenclaw or Godric Gryffindor, what would they look for?" Dumbledore frowned at the odd question. It was one of very few avenues Harry had to explore. Tom had obtained items from 2 other founders. It made sense that he would wish for more to house pieces of his soul. The Dumbledore he had known thought so too, though he had divulged little about any possible artifacts. "I'm not seeking to possess them myself," Harry assured the man, "but I'm working on a theory that may require your assistance in the future." "Ah, well, that is an interesting question." Dumbledore mused aloud, pulling on his beard. "For Gryffindor, there are only 2 items that have any viable study and are believed to have survived the ravages of time. The Sorting Hat, of course, sits in my office and is used to this day. The other would be a sword, though there are no accounts of it being seen since the man himself wielded it. It is, however, written about in many accounts of those that met him. It is said to have been forged by goblins, a weapon with great power of its own." Harry knew where the sword was and knew that it was not a Horcrux. Someone like Tom Riddle could never have taken possession of it from within the hat. "There's nothing else." Dumbledore shook his head. "For Godric, no. He was not a man known for his preservation of items, and much of the same can be said of Rowena. The only possession of hers thought to remain would be that of her lost diadem." "I don't suppose the lost part of it is only figurative." Dumbledore chuckled. "No, unfortunately, that too has not been seen since her time, though there may be one person who could help there," he said thoughtfully. "Who?" Harry asked curiously. "The Grey Lady of Ravenclaw Tower," the headmaster replied matter-of-factly. "She is the founder's daughter after all." Harry's eyes widened at the revelation, and Dumbledore evidently took glee in teaching the Peveril Lord something he didn't know. "Why is this not common knowledge?" Harry asked. "It is not hidden," Dumbledore replied with a shrug. "I believe the living have little time for those passed on. The ghosts of the castle are often overlooked, but I have found them to be excellent and informative company during my time." Harry nodded. "I'd like to speak to her. It could be important." "That can be arranged," Dumbledore replied with a bow. "However, I am curious as to why you only inquired after any items belonging to Gryffindor and Ravenclaw." Harry had hoped that the odd question would see the man overlooking that he only asked after 2. With the person asked being Dumbledore, he should have expected no less from the man. He did not often miss anything, after all. "I do not think discussing it here would be wise," Harry responded, nodding to the large gathering of Aurors that had arrived and were milling around. "Of course," Dumbledore acknowledged. "Perhaps my office would be better." Harry nodded. Now was as good a time as any to begin laying the foundations of the path before him. Dumbledore could certainly prove to be a boon in his efforts. Already, the man had given him another lead to follow up on, and Harry had never met any that opposed Tom as he and Dumbledore did. "Alan," he urged. Without needing to be told, the raven vanished within his skin, and Harry indicated he was ready to leave the scene of the attack behind. "Your relationship with him is astounding," Dumbledore commented. "I believe you share a similar one to myself and Fawkes, who will be here in only a few seconds. Take hold of my sleeve, Harry. He will take us to my office." Harry did so, and felt himself engulfed in a plume of almost scalding magic, much different to his own cold and familiar one. "That's different," he muttered as he found himself stood in the headmaster's office with Fawkes perched on his shoulder, his talons much larger than that of his own companion. "I believe he has taken a liking to you," Dumbledore chuckled, eyeing the phoenix speculatively. Fawkes trilled in response, and Dumbledore nodded. "He senses something familiar about you," he explained. "Perhaps he remembers your presence from last year." "Probably," Harry agreed, having no intention of explaining that a part of the phoenix had been bound to his soul, and he had this very bird's tears flowing through his veins. "Now," Dumbledore continued as he took his seat and gestured for Harry to do the same, "I believe we were discussing the Founders." "To an extent," Harry agreed, "but it is not them that this pertains to so much. This is about Tom." "I thought as much," Dumbledore replied, thoughts of his former students always proving to be maudlin at best. "Have we reached an impasse where it is now necessary for us to divulge what we know of him in an attempt to bring about his end?" "I believe so," Harry acknowledged. "Then I am eager to hear what you have learned of him, Lord Peveril. He is a secretive and elusive man, just as he was when he was a boy." Harry nodded. He knew all about Tom Riddle. The boy, and undoubtedly more than the man before him, did at this point as to what Tom had become. He saw no need to stand on ceremony and be told what he already knew by the man that had given him much of the information years before now. "He was an odd boy, but not an unbrilliant one," Harry spoke. "But his childhood holds little interest to me other than a few clues I have pulled together as to what led him to becoming what he is." Dumbledore nodded for him to continue, evidently very interested in hearing what Harry had to say. "Of course, when one learns of his name, it is much easier to paint the picture of the Dark Lord we face. Born to a pureblood mother who died during childbirth and to a muggle father who had been ensnared using love potions." "Merope Gaunt," Dumbledore sighed. "She never passed through these halls. Her father was an unpleasant man who did not see fit for his daughter to be educated." "That did not prevent her doing what she did," Harry pointed out. "She fell in love with a muggle and seized an opportunity to run away with him, whilst her father and brother were in Azkaban for attacking a ministry official." "Ah, a case I remember well," Dumbledore mused aloud. "Bob Ogden did not take kindly to what happened to him, though the Gaunts were the first place I investigated when I learned that Tom was a Parselmouth. They were the only known family in Britain to possess such a gift. From there, piecing together the story you so eloquently told me was not so much effort, though I believe Tom had a much more difficult time doing so than you or I. But he did discover the truth." "Indeed," Dumbledore sighed. "Learning that he was the last living descendant of Salazar Slytherin changed him. He had been a quiet boy for the first few years of his schooling, shunned by his Slytherin peers at first for his name. That changed, however, when he returned for his 5th year at the school. As is his way with people, he charmed his housemates and gathered quite the following. By the time he arrived for his 6th year, he was the most popular boy in the school. His 5th year being the same one that the Chamber of Secrets was opened, and Hagrid was expelled for doing so," Harry reminded the headmaster. Dumbledore seemed surprised Harry had that knowledge, but did not question where he had gotten it. "That is correct, though I knew Hagrid was not responsible. None wished to hear of his innocence when it was quickly discovered he was housing an extremely dangerous creature within the walls of the castle. He would have faced expulsion regardless, and the governors saw him as an easy scapegoat. Armando was most displeased and allowed him his position as assistant gamekeeper, a job that suits him well, though it did not substitute his education." "Why didn't you allow him to continue when you became headmaster?" Harry questioned curiously. "I offered him the opportunity, but Rubius did not care for it. His memories of being at school were not pleasant as a student, and he will staunchly defend his love of his work. I eventually left it be when he made it clear for the 6th or 7th time he would not budge. He is happy with what he does. I would not see him anything less." Harry nodded his understanding. It was something he had always wondered about, and he found himself satisfied with the answer. If Hagrid was happy, who was anyone to interfere? "But yes, after the incident with Myrtle Warren in particular, I suspected Tom's involvement, though there was no proof," Dumbledore continued. After the event, he kept his head down, not wanting to invoke my suspicions further, and he graduated 2 years later. And took a job at Borgin and Burke's. Dumbledore nodded. A surprising move for one so bright and gifted, he sighed. I suppose he had his reasons. He did, Harry confirmed. It was the best place to begin his search for items of worth, not necessarily monetary value, but valuable to him. Borgin and Burke's is a treasure trove, and the connections he could make suited him. Dumbledore pulled at his beard and hummed. I suppose there is that, but to what end? Tom's connections were already enviable at his young age. He could have done anything he wished. The treasure, Harry replied simply. I suspect through the process of seeking out his heritage, he came across knowledge of something he wanted. I cannot think what, Dumbledore sighed. The Gaunts were destitute and had nothing of value. You're thinking of the wrong treasure, Headmaster, Harry pointed out, though what he was looking for was both sentimental and of material worth. Then I ask that you do not leave me in suspense, Lord Peveril. It seems as though we have reached a point where my knowledge is less so than your own. Harry snorted, but took pity on the old man, who had not carried out the extensive research his own Dumbledore had. A locket that belonged to Slytherin, Harry explained. With both Marvolo and Morphin in Azkaban when Merope ran away with Tom Sr., she would have taken it for herself. It is possible, Dumbledore conceded. And where would she go if she needed to make some quick gold? The headmaster's eyes widened in realization. Borgin and Burke's, he returned, but neither are fools. It is not an item they would simply display in their shop. No, Harry agreed. They are, however, egotistical men and would not hesitate in showing one of their best customers, especially one that would protect their secret. I'm afraid I am lost once more, Dumbledore sighed. Hepzibah Smith, Harry offered, eliciting a frown from the older man. Ah, yes, she was immensely proud that she could demonstrate her direct descendancy from Helga Hufflepuff. She even had a trinket she would boast about. A cup that belonged to her ancestor, Harry broke in. A cup that she happily showed off to the two men who would also like to possess such an item. Dumbledore released a deep breath. It is conjecture, Harry, Dumbledore pointed out. It could be seen that way, Harry agreed, but I have reason to believe that Tom orchestrated her death and took possession of both items. I would guess that Smith somehow convinced Borgin and Burke to part with the locket, and Tom discovered the information. When you consider the method used to kill the former Lord Bones, it makes sense. Poisoned by his own house elf, Dumbledore muttered. I remember the case of Hepzibah well. Hokey confessed to the crime. As did the Bones elf, who had been nothing but loyal to the family. What reason would either elf have to murder the masters they were happy serving? That I cannot explain, Dumbledore conceded, though it seems very unlikely that either would. Because Tom altered their memories, so they believed they were responsible. Who would question the confession of an elf? Dumbledore frowned, still unconvinced. It is a considerable effort for something he could never sell, he mused aloud. I suppose his proclivity to keep trophies could explain it. It could, Harry acknowledged, but it was not for the sake of keeping trophies, he added darkly. Then you have me at a loss, Harry, Dumbledore replied, seemingly enjoying being the one to not know everything. Tell me, Headmaster, how different is Tom now than when he was at school? Not very, Dumbledore sighed. He was always a cruel boy, something that seems to only have grown during the intervening years. I always had my concerns about him. And are you aware of the death of his Muggle family? Dumbledore nodded. Morphin, Tom's uncle, did not take his first stint in Azkaban well. But not enough to commit murder, Harry interjected. He had been out for some time before the Riddles were killed during the summer before Tom's 7th year. He had, Dumbledore acknowledged, seemingly putting the pieces together. You believe that Tom killed his own family. I do, Harry answered candidly. That is how he came into possession of the Gaunt family ring. Another trophy. Another item he could never sell but took anyway. Dumbledore eyed Harry questioningly. I still do not understand. I would be surprised if you had, Harry chuckled humorlessly. It was not for the gold he could make from them. The worth is merely what he valued them himself. The locket and ring he was connected to directly, and as a descendant of a founder of the school, he would have seen the cup as his own property, connections to his heritage and who he is. That does sound very much like him, though I am curious as to what you are getting at, Dumbledore replied patiently. Harry had not shown such patience when he had been on the other side of this conversation, and throughout the months, he had been fed tidbits of information about the life Tom had lived. What is it that he wants more than anything? He asked. Well, with Tom, it is usually knowledge, but his ambition has grown beyond that, Dumbledore explained. Power is obvious, but he would not need to do anything he has to achieve that. He was always far beyond average. I suppose the only thing he could want would be to secure a legacy. But to do that, he would need someone to leave it to, wouldn't he? Dumbledore hummed. Nothing he has done suggests that is his ambition, he conceded. No, because it is not a legacy he wishes to leave behind. His ambition is to have no need of a legacy. Immortality, Dumbledore whispered. I know of only one method to achieve that. One of certainty, but no, he has not created a stone like Flamels. He has taken a much riskier path, but one that has made him exceedingly difficult to defeat. No, Tom had little interest in potions beyond newt level, and alchemy was not something he would have been offered. Even with extensive study in both branches, it would not be enough to create a stone. It is much more than that, Dumbledore added cryptically. Without a stone, any other method is not assured. One could be as close to it, Harry countered. Horcruxes. Dumbledore frowned darkly at the term, seemingly aware of what they were already. I wish there was a part of me that could convince myself that Tom would not delve into such things, but I cannot deny it is a possibility, he sighed. Not a possibility, but a certainty, Harry replied. Regardless of what rumors you have heard or what you believe of my magic, I can assure that Tom's soul is no longer intact. Dumbledore eyed Harry skeptically, but did not contend what he had said. And you believe he has gathered those trinkets to house a piece of his soul. Pieces, Harry corrected. Tom would not be content with only one. No, he would not, Dumbledore replied worriedly. You do not believe he has been successful. I would bet my life on it he has, Harry said confidently. Many would assume he is the way he is because of his practice in the dark arts, but that is not the case. The magic I wield is dark in nature, and yet I remain as I always have. Tom is not one to succumb to such trivial things, not as a master of the mind arts. Dumbledore deflated. Then all is much worse than I feared, he muttered. Half the battle is knowing what it is we are facing, Harry returned, and Dumbledore allowed a smile to grace his lips. Indeed, but if I may, how many Horcruxes are possible? I would not pretend to be an expert in the field. Horcruxes, I know little of other than how to destroy them, Harry admitted, but I have come to learn much of the soul. It is not infinite, and the absence of the soul or even pieces of it comes with a price. The humanity begins to fade, and the creator will become less rational and calculated. In truth, it does not matter how many he makes, so long as his body is destroyed. They are harmless without someone to bring him back. How many would he trust with his secret? Tom is not a trusting person, Dumbledore explained. No, so he would place them in the care of those most loyal him without telling them what they are. Horcruxes are dangerous, and even from within a container, the soul could take possession of someone. That is concerning. It is, but less so than Tom having his own body. Even if he were to manage to possess another, it would not be able to occur so seamlessly. Two souls vying for control of one vessel is a conflict that will have consequences. Can you imagine any of those following him allowing something to take possession of them without resistance? Dumbledore shook his head. No, especially if they do not know what the magic attacking them is. It is a gamble to rely on that, but even more so to find and destroy them until we can do so with all of them at once, the one being within this castle the exception. Dumbledore's eyebrows all but disappeared within his hairline. In the castle, he choked disbelievingly. Harry nodded. Has he returned since he graduated for any reason? Dumbledore's expression was one of horror. He came to interview for the defense professor role. He confirmed what Harry already knew. Neither of us were under any illusion that I would hire him, yet he came anyway. And would it have been possible for him to take a detour of sorts whilst within these walls? It is possible, Dumbledore sighed. Tom became excellent at navigating the castle when he was a student. So much so that even I could not keep track of him at times. The pressing question I have, however, is where he would hide such a thing. I fear that if it is within the chamber. No, he would not have hidden one there, Harry denied. If he wished for someone to come across it, why put it in a place that only he can likely access? Dumbledore nodded his agreement, though frowned at Harry thoughtfully. I think if we were to speak to this Grey Lady, we would be closer to an answer, Harry continued. If he did indeed find the diadem, I imagine it would be the one he would place here, if only to torment Rowena's daughter. Again, you prove yourself to be astute when it comes to Tom, Dumbledore acknowledged. It is what Tom would do. Then where can we find her? I believe she likes to frequent the astronomy tower during the later hours, Dumbledore explained as he stood and gestured for Harry to follow. It has been some time since I have spoken to her, and she is not the most forthcoming of ghosts. Then let us hope she is willing to share any knowledge she has with her, Harry sighed, falling into step with the headmaster as they made their way through the halls of the school. They arrived at the top of the astronomy tower after a brisk walk, and Dumbledore held up a hand to still Harry as the woman they sought came into view, staring longingly towards the moon. Headmaster, it has been some time since you have come, she said, not turning to acknowledge the man. I see you have brought company. Sensing Harry, she did turn and took in his appearance. Ah, Lord Peveril, she greeted him with a bow. You know who I am? Harry asked, taken aback. Not you, no, but I knew one of your ancestors. He was a misunderstood man, though a kind one. He tried to help me when my mother passed, but his magic was not strong enough to do what was needed. Harry nodded. What did he try to help you with, my lady? He asked. To get closure, the woman answered simply. Your family's feats were well known, but it was not to be. I am sorry he could not help you. The woman nodded. Why is it you find yourself conversing with a foolish woman long past, Lord Peveril? I was hoping you could help me, Harry returned. I have an enemy you have encountered, one that I would see to the end of, Tom Riddle, a former student here. The ghostly expression of the woman darkened. The perverter, she growled. He promised he would return it to the castle so that I may finally be at peace. He returned it, but not without taint. Your mother's diadem. The Grey Lady nodded. I stole it from her, she admitted. When she was on her deathbed, I took it and fled to a land far away from here. When news reached me of her passing, I returned, only for my own life to come to an end soon after. My soul has been subject to torment since, and more so since it was brought back, the weight of my burden having doubled. Do you know where it is? Harry asked. It is close but out of reach, the woman said sadly. He has hidden it within my mother's room just below us. I can feel it, feel his magic corrupting her work. Harry felt his chest tighten. The only room that could be nearby, and below them, was the room of requirement. Perhaps I can find it, he offered. What would you have done with it? It must be destroyed. For myself and my mother to be accepted on the other side, it must no longer be. Harry frowned before nodding his understanding. Your mother placed a piece of her soul within it, didn't she? The Grey Lady nodded, and Dumbledore gasped. Not the same way Tom did, Harry clarified. For something like the diadem to work as it does, soul magic makes sense. There is an old practice where things can be bound to the soul, but it is little known and would need the assistance of someone able to wield such magic. I can only assume that the man that helped your mother is the very same that tried to help you. They were. Then I will help you where my ancestor failed, Harry declared. Ask me no questions, Dumbledore, and I will tell you no lies, he added to the baffled headmaster. Now knowing where the diadem was hidden, It was a cautious Harry that descended the stairs with Dumbledore and the Grey Lady following behind. They soon came upon the tapestry of Barnabas, the barmy teaching the trolls to dance, and he smiled fondly, a plethora of memories of his time within room coming to the forefront of his mind. Shaking himself of them, he passed in front of the blank wall 3 times, thinking of what he needed the room to become before a large oak door with iron inlays appeared. Pushing it open, he found himself looking upon veritable mountains of junk piled from floor to ceiling, and he nodded satisfactorily. "It's here," he muttered. Dumbledore stood with his mouth agape, staring around the vastness of the room. "Impressive," he whispered. "And you will have all the time in the world to explore it," Harry replied. "But we have a purpose." Dumbledore nodded. "It will take some time," he sighed. "No," Harry countered, closing his eyes and unholstering his wand. After a moment, 3 ghostly figures emerged from the tip and stood before him, awaiting his instructions. "You are getting better," the one with a missing arm praised. Harry offered Antioch a bow. "A piece of his soul is within this room. Bring it to me." "Of course, my lord," the 3 brothers chorused before vanishing. The feat of retrieving the souls of those passed on was a difficult practice with many variables. For one thing, the soul would need to be willing to comply and answer the call of the summoner. With the resurrection stone, it was made easier but was still not entirely reliable, as Harry had discovered when he tried to speak with Ron. His friend could not be brought to where Harry was because he never belonged here. It was also a rather tiring and not something Harry did often, though his body was becoming accustomed to it. One day, he would be able to manage more significant summons, but not yet. He needed to continue his work on the craft. The brothers returned a few moments later, with an intricate tiara levitating between them, and placed it on the floor before offering Harry a final bow and vanishing. There was no mistaking the magic of the piece. Tom had used this to create a Horcrux, but the magic of another could still be felt, though it had indeed been dominated by the Dark Lords. "Is there not a way to preserve it?" Dumbledore asked, a thoughtful frown marring his features. Harry shook his head. "Unleashing a tainted soul is too risky. It will flee and return to its owner. Tom will then know that his secret is no longer safe and will take further steps. It must be destroyed." Dumbledore sighed, but nodded his understanding. "My lady, are you ready?" Harry asked. The ghost that had haunted Ravenclaw Tower nodded, her expression one of sadness, but also relief. "Then it shall be done," Harry murmured, leveling his wand towards to Diadem that was now attempting to break into his mind, to no avail. "Fiendfire," he muttered. The gout of flame that erupted from his wand scorched the stone floor as the conjured raven engulfed the diadem, leaving nothing but ash in its wake and the echo of a piercing scream that had rent the air. There was something very satisfying about knowing he was now one step closer to putting an end to Tom, but as he looked at the expectant features of the Grey Lady, there was something else he had to do first. "Would you like to see her?" he asked. "If she wishes to be here, I can bring her to you." The Grey Lady nodded, and Harry closed his eyes once more and felt for the same magic that had been within the diadem that had not belonged to Voldemort. "Mother," he heard a voice gasp, pulling him from his efforts. He opened his eyes to be greeted by the sight of the Grey Lady and an older woman that looked much like her, the two simply staring at one another. "Helena," the older whispered as she cupped her daughter's cheek. "I had lost hope so long ago." It felt wrong intruding on such an intimate moment, so Harry turned his attention to the dumbfounded headmaster, who appeared as though he wished to ask many questions. "How?" he asked. "It is the nature of my magic," Harry replied. "It is not as simple as just summoning whomever I wish, and those that consent to come cannot stay. There are other limitations, but I would like this kept between us." "Of course," Dumbledore agreed. "Such power is not something that should be shared with many. Those that have passed on should be left to rest," Harry finished for the older man. "We all have those we wish to see for our own reasons, but beyond where we breathe is peace. We will see them again when the time is right." Dumbledore offered Harry a smile and nodded. Indeed. With the headmaster somewhat placated by his words, but undoubtedly still burdened by his own regrets in life, Harry turned back towards the Ravenclaw mother and daughter. "It's time," he said, "for both of you if that is what you wish." Both nodded, and Harry approached them with the hand his family ring-adorned raised. "Accept them, for their folly is done, and forgive them their transgressions against you," he murmured. For the power he wielded, it was not solely his choice to send them on. The cloaked figure decided if they wished to allow them through. As his chosen, Harry was merely the gateway, and the one that gave him his abilities the gatekeeper. At his touch, both women vanished into the ring, and he nodded, knowing they had been granted their next great adventure, as the man remaining by his side would refer to it. "They have gone?" Dumbledore asked. "They have," Harry confirmed, "and there is one less piece of Tom for us to worry about." "Then our evening has not been a loss," Dumbledore returned. "No," Harry agreed, "but there is still much to be done." "Break. I gave you 6 months, boy, and yet you have not come to me to announce that your wife is with child," Corvus growled at his equally displeased son. "I have seen her only a few times," Rudolphus defended, "and she does not stay within our home. She resides with the Dark Lord." "And have you spoken with him of this?" Rudolphus nodded. "He refuses to assist me, says that the time is not right for her to be with child as she is needed," he explained. Corvus released a deep, frustrated sigh. "Allowing you to marry her was a mistake," he huffed. "She has been nothing but a burden, and I would see to it that she is no longer. You either find a way to impregnate her or put an end to her, but I want it done, and soon." "Yes, father," Rudolphus agreed as he stood. "And what of Rab? Have you found a match for him?" "I intend for him to marry Flola Parkinson," Corvus revealed. "She was to marry Lucius, but in his current condition." Whatever had been done to the Malfoy heir, he knew not, but Lucius had not been seen in months. It was now common knowledge that he resided in St. Mungo's, his mind having been addled by something, and he was showing no signs of improvement. The man had received no visitors other than his father, who was stubbornly refusing to allow the healers to use legilimency on his heir. As such, Lucius remained as he had been when admitted, though that had not become known for many weeks after the fact. She would be a good match for him, Rudolphus agreed. Corvus grunted. He didn't care if the woman was a good match for his younger son. He needed potential heirs, and where they came from did not matter. When Bellatrix was either pregnant or had been handled accordingly, he would find a better and more compliant match for his older son, too. He merely needed to continue biding his time where his current daughter-in-law was concerned, and though he was impatient, he would see something fruitful born from his efforts. Break. Being as heavily pregnant as she was, magical transportation was neither advisable nor agreeable with Narcissa, and she had missed the last several of Harry's games, something she had been loath to do. She still would not consider herself a fan of the sport, but she loved being there to support her husband and spending time with her family. It had become a tradition of sorts, and she found herself longing for the atmosphere of the stadium. With her inability to attend, she had remained at home, but her mother, Aunt Doria, her grandmother, and Andromeda would visit during the matches. The men would still attend. There was little that could keep any of them away from one of the games. She found it odd how bonds could be formed through watching sport, but Narcissa was not one to question such things. Even her father and Charles Potter seemed to be getting on much better lately. "Oh, I love this color," Andromeda commented. She was currently cycling through the available charmed colors on the wall of the nursery Narcissa and Harry had been putting together over the past months. With neither wanting to know if they were having a girl or boy, they had opted for paint that could be changed. "I do too," Narcissa replied. "If it's a girl, I think that's the color I want." Andromeda nodded her approval. "Do you think Harry would be disappointed with a girl?" Narcissa shook her head with certainty. "He would love a daughter, though it concerns me how easily he will be manipulated by her." Andromeda snorted. The big scary Lord Peveril at the whim of a little girl. Nymphadora already has him at hers, Narcissa sighed. For all the stuff about death and hunting Death Eaters, he's a sap for little girls with big eyes. Dora does it on purpose, Andromeda huffed. She does it with Ted and now with Father. He is about as resistant to it as Harry. The relationship between Andromeda and their parents was still strained at times, but they were civil with one another. Narcissa's older sister was not one to forgive or forget so easily. That sounds about right, Narcissa replied with a smirk. He gave in too easily to us when we wanted something. Like when Bella asked for that pixie when she was 9, Andromeda reminded her. What happened to that? It bit her finger and Father had to send it away, Andromeda explained. Narcissa giggled. She had forgotten about that incident. Bellatrix had insisted she could handle it, and the pixie had not taken kindly to her rough handling. The woman probably still carried the scar. Oh dear, Andromeda suddenly gasped, her eyes widening. Narcissa groaned as she felt an unexpected flow of water seeping from within her robes. Aunt Diorie, Andromeda shouted, panicking. The woman rushed in with Drula and Melania in tow, releasing a deep breath when she saw what she was faced with. Well, I suppose it's time, Doria said with a shrug. It can't be, Narcissa denied. I still have 2 weeks left. Doria chuckled and shook her head. Bobbies are ready when they're ready. I thought you would have learned that by now. Narcissa frowned, her expression becoming one of concern. Harry. Will be sent for. We need to get you to St. Mungo's. Where is your bag? The former healer asked. Over there, Narcissa replied with a grimace, pointing to a bag she and Harry had packed in preparation. Shouldn't someone go and get Harry? No, Narcissa said firmly as she removed her wand from her sleeve. He'll be playing now. I will send a message to Father to tell him when he is finished. Sissy, Drula sighed. He will be there, Mother, Narcissa insisted. The little one is not coming any time soon. Drula shook her head disapprovingly and looked to the other women for support, where she only received shrugs in response. Fine, she conceded, but if I think it is getting close, I will drag him off the pitch myself, understood? Narcissa nodded, wincing as another wave of discomfort washed over her. Break. He'll get a hefty fine for that, Arcturus commented. The bastard should be banned, Cygnus growled angrily. None within the box were happy with what they had seen, a mood that resonated with the crowd who jeered their own displeasure at the disgusting foul they had witnessed. The Wimborne wasp's beater had become frustrated with his inability to catch Harry with a bludger, and had taken it upon himself to forgo sportsmanship and club Harry with his bat. The Peveril Lord's eye was bleeding heavily, but being the Harry they knew, he refused medical treatment in favor of continuing, and the wasps were only left with Ludo Bagman as a lone beater, a position he could handle himself. He might well be, Charles comforted. The commission won't take kindly to that. Cygnus hummed irritably, frowning as an ethereal dove coalesced in front of him and spoke in the voice of his youngest daughter. Father, the baby is coming. Make sure Harry gets to St. Mungo's when the match is finished. Bloody hell, he yelped, his eyes frantically searching the sky for his son-in-law who was still looking for the snitch. Calm down, Cygnus, Arcturus urged. He will make it. He only has one bloody eye, the younger black snapped. How long will it take him? Arcturus smirked, evidently reveling in the drama. It is Peveril, he said simply. We will get him there. Even Charles shook his head at the calm demeanor of his friend, uncertain how long it would take Harry to spot the snitch, let alone catch it with only one working eye. Break. Harry wiped away the blood that was spilling from his cut. Fortunately, the bat had collided with his brow and not the eye socket. It throbbed painfully, but it was not unbearable, and although injuries were commonplace in Quidditch, he did not appreciate being assaulted as he had. Nonetheless, the game went on, and he continued his search for the snitch, the opposing seeker trailing his path. The Falcons had lost only 2 games this season, though Harry had still caught the snitch in both matches to save his team the blushes of losing by such a significant margin. His chaser teammates were excellent, but there were trios that were better, something that had been proven when they played the Tornadoes and the Magpies respectively, the former having all three England chasers representing them. They had been tough games. Still, it was Harry that emerged the better of the Seekers, even against England's current pick who played for the Magpies. With only 2 matches left of the season, the Falcons were currently second, trailing by a 120-point deficit that may be less now from the efforts of his team during this game. Harry couldn't be certain. The blow from the bat had distracted him for the past 15 minutes, and he had not kept track of the score, his focus on finding the elusive snitch. It was a few moments later that he caught a glimpse of gold in his peripheral vision and dived. He needed to lose the wasp seeker, who had proven to be adept at blocking his path. Nodding thoughtfully, he rolled underneath his broom and switched directions sharply. As expected, his opponent followed suit, though he was not as nimble as Harry, something the still-bleeding man took advantage of. Switching sharply once more, Harry passed the man clad in yellow and black, nudging him with his shoulder and successfully unseating him. With his competition plunging 20 or so feet to the ground, he urged his broom on as quickly as it would go. It was a far cry from his firebolt, but it was fast enough that he could up to the snitch and closed a hand over it before the wasp seeker could even take to the air once more. Holding the struggling ball aloft triumphantly, he heard the announcer bring an end to the game, and he landed near to where Coach Jones and the rest of the staff were celebrating. "Come on, Peveril, let's have a look at your eye," Arthur instructed, removing his wand from a holster he kept strapped to his forearm and peered at the wound. That is a deep one and will leave a scar." Harry sighed and shrugged, clenching his jaw as the medic sealed the cut and nodded satisfactorily. "Not a bad job," he declared, tapping Harry on the shoulder. "Thanks, Arthur," Harry said gratefully. The man had proven to be an excellent healer. Over the months, Harry had gotten to know him. "Isn't that your father-in-law?" the old man asked, nodding over Harry's shoulder. Harry turned to see the rather comical sight of Cygnus Black sprinting towards him, clutching his ribs in discomfort. "What's wrong?" he asked, knowing the man would not do such a thing unless it was urgent. "Baby is coming," Cygnus wheezed. "Sent Mungos." "Now," Harry yelped. Cygnus nodded. "Go, we'll catch up." "What do I do?" Harry asked, panicked. Arthur chuckled and placed a calming hand on his shoulder. "You go to your wife and welcome your son or daughter," he said. "Here, you'll want this," he added, handing Harry his wand. Harry nodded and took hold of his wand. "Oelayan," he called. "You might want to change your robes," Arthur sighed. His advice came too late, as the young man vanished in a plume of smoke, still wearing his bloodied garments. "Oh, they're going to love him at St. Mungo's," he muttered. "Break." "This little one isn't hanging about," Camden huffed from the lower end of the bed. "Think yourself lucky, Peveril, this will be a quick birth." "Not without Harry here it won't," Narcissa muttered, bracing herself for the next contraction. "Silly girl," Camden chastised. "This baby is coming and there's nothing you can do to stop it." Narcissa felt her heart sink. What her colleague said was true, and as the contractions came closer together, it saddened her that Harry might miss the birth of their first child together. "Now what the devil is all that noise?" Camden muttered, pulling Narcissa from her thoughts as she approached the door, a loud disturbance able to be heard from the other side. "Get out of the way, you dozy cow, or Allen will make you." "Death!" the familiar squawk sounded, and Narcissa immediately felt her spirits lift. Harry was going to make it if he didn't get himself arrested first. "And I told you, I won't let you in looking like that," was the firm reply from the receptionist. "Watch me," Harry grumbled before entering the room, followed by an irate Sandra. "What the hell happened to you?" Narcissa asked, taking in the blood-soaked robes of her husband. "Beater's bat," he replied dismissively, breathing a visible sigh of relief. "How are you?" "Well, considering I'm trying to squeeze something resembling a melon out of something that shouldn't be able to do so, I'm doing just fine, she returned dryly. And will you bugger off, Sandra? I've got enough people looking up my robes without you gawping at me. The receptionist appeared to want to argue, but thought better of it, and left the room shooting Harry a look of disgust. As charming as always, Sandra, Harry called, not hiding the rude gesture he made behind her back. Harry, Doria scolded, shaking her head. If you want to be able to hold your child, be quiet and come here. You certainly won't be going near either of them like that. Harry frowned and complied, sighing as the woman cleaned him up with a few waves of her wand. That's better, now behave yourself. Harry smirked at the woman and she merely huffed. She was used to petulance from her husband and son, so it was nothing new to her. Is Cygnus on his way? Drula asked. Harry nodded as he took Narcissa's hand and chuckled. I imagine they are on their W. He was cut off as Narcissa's grip suddenly tightened painfully around his fingers. Bloody hell, he cursed. Don't bloody hell me, Harry Peveril, Narcissa growled. You're lucky that was your finger and not something else. Harry grimaced at the implication and looked to the others in the room for some assistance, of which he found none. Drula, Doria, Andromeda, and Healer Camden were nodding their agreement with his wife. As such, he chose to remain silent and support Narcissa however he could. The silence, however, was short-lived. Only a few moments later, another disturbance was heard outside, and the door was flung open. Trust me, you don't want to go in there, the voice of Ted Tonks warned. The others did not heed his words, and Charles, Arcturus, and Cygnus were quickly ushered out of the room by Doria and Andromeda, and Ted gave Harry a look of sympathy as he held his own daughter before he vanished. If anyone else comes through that door, curse them, Narcissa moaned as she squeezed Harry's hand once more. Just one more push should do it, Camden announced. By now, Narcissa was breathing heavily. Her usually kempt hair was in disarray, and she was sweating. Harry felt useless, even more so than when Dumbledore had died, and he'd had to shoulder the responsibility of dealing with Tom. That he could do, but watching his wife suffer as she was in this moment was proving to be too much. But with a final moan of agony, Narcissa's entire body tensed before falling limp. She's here, Camden whispered, followed by the sound of crying that reverberated around the room. Harry asked as the woman checked the baby over and cleaned her up. She is a beautiful little girl, the healer announced emotionally before she placed a small bundle of blankets in Narcissa's arms. From where he was seated, Harry could see little but the faintest tuft of blonde hair protruding from the swathe of fabric, but Narcissa's tired smile told him all he needed to know. She had given birth to a healthy baby girl, and as he stood to take in the vision of his wife and daughter, somewhere within him, he felt whole for the first time in his life. Break. You sent for me, my lord. Ah, Bella, I bring you the most excellent tidings, Voldemort replied. Bellatrix frowned suspiciously, but waited for her master to continue. Word has reached me that your sister has borne a child. I have no sister, my lord, Bellatrix denied furiously. Both those she had once considered such had taken filthy mudbloods to bed with them, and now both had spawned mudblood children. Well, I am glad you see it that way because the time to act will soon come. I know just how to break Lord Peveril, and you are just the person I need to help me. Bellatrix simply grinned in response, pleased that the wait would finally be over. Chapter 23. The choices I make, I think your daughter is calling for you, Narcissa mumbled sleepily. Harry chuckled before kissing her on the cheek and sliding out of bed, the sound of the crying baby easily heard from the adjoining room. For one so small, she had quite the pair of lungs on her. It's okay, Dobby. I'll go to her, he assured the elf as he passed him on the landing. Dobby nodded and returned to wherever he slept, leaving Harry to perform his nightly duties. For as doting as his wife and elf were with little Helena, he seldom got time alone with the girl, but the early hours of the morning when she woke to be fed was his opportunity, and despite how tired he was, he wouldn't miss it. All right, little one, Daddy's here. Here he yawned as he carefully scooped her out of her basket. At 3 months old, Her resemblance to Narcissa was undeniable, though the emerald eyes she possessed were his. And as he met them, the baby smiled, reminding him of just why he dragged himself from the warmth of his bed to see her. Some may call him biased, but she was adorable, a stubborn girl already when she did not want to be dressed or fed, but Harry would have her no other way. She was perfect, and he had fallen in love all over again during the past weeks. "Shall we get you fed?" he asked as he carried her towards where her bottles were kept under preservation charms. "And changed," he added, wrinkling his nose. The girl merely stared at him, her eyes wide as though he was the most fascinating thing in the world. Harry often found himself wondering just what went through her mind when she looked at him, but then she would smile again, and he found it no longer mattered. His daughter was happy, and he couldn't ask for anything more. Dealing with the soiled nappy the way Narcissa had taught him, he took care to dry and powder the girl, who somehow looked rather proud of herself. "Yeah, you find it amusing now," he muttered as he picked her up from the changing table. "But one day, Daddy might need you to do the same for him when he's an old man and can't look after himself." The girl's expression remained as it was, and the man shook his head amusedly. "Ah, you won't look so smug when you're old enough to understand," he sighed as he took a seat in the nursing chair Narcissa had procured and placed the teat of the bottle between the little girl's lips, who began suckling hungrily. "You'll make yourself sick again," Harry warned, though his words fell on deaf ears. The baby was feeding, and she no longer paid attention to him, but he hummed a lullaby of sorts to her as he pondered just how odd it was how life could change seemingly overnight. Helena, though she arrived early, had been expected, and something he and Narcissa had planned for. They had made the necessary adjustments, and she nestled in nicely with the life they had cultivated for themselves. The postponement of the Quidditch season, however, was not something that had been anticipated. Harry had wondered what had happened to the rogue Dementors since the Hogsmeade attack. Without news of further incidents, he had assumed the Ministry had managed to place them back under their control, for what that was worth. It turns out they had simply been roaming the British Isles and had been drawn to the match between the magpies and tornadoes, the atmosphere proving too much for the creatures to ignore. 11 people had received the Dementor's kiss, and many others had to be treated for exposure. But in all, it was a lucky escape for a stadium filled to capacity. The Aurors had arrived and repelled the former Azkaban guards, but the search for them was still ongoing after they had fled. It had crossed Harry's mind that Voldemort had been behind the attack, but he had dismissed such thoughts. Tom would not risk such an asset with nothing to gain. If they were to be used to attack any Quidditch match, it would have been one he was playing in. Regardless, it was something the people of magical Britain would not forget, and many believed the Dark Lord to be behind it. Why wouldn't they when the Dementors had allied themselves with the man already? Tom's involvement with the occurrence notwithstanding, he had taken advantage of the fear that had been instilled, and the Death Eater attacks had once again been increased. It was something that frustrated Harry to no end, not just because the attacks had resumed as frequently as they had been before, but because the cowards continued to flee when anyone willing to put a stop to them arrived. That was undoubtedly Tom's work. As little as he cared for those loyal to him, he thrived on having a numbers advantage and would not risk losing that. As such, Harry, the Order or the Aurors would arrive at the scene to find only empty streets, burning buildings and bodies of victims that had been left behind. Britain was truly gripped by fear, and there was little that could be done about it. Moody had been right when he said it was a time no one knew who could be trusted, and although Harry had a list of people he knew to be Death Eaters, there were many more unaccounted for. Even those he knew of had seemingly gone to ground, and had even sent proxies in their stead during Wisengamot meetings citing fear of attack. Already, the disappearances the grizzled Auror had spoken of had begun happening. Lord Mackinnon had vanished without trace, as had Lady Dagworth, the latter leaving behind no heirs. People clung to foolish hope that they would be found, but Harry already knew they were dead, and yet he knew not what else he could do. He was at a loss, and there was only so much time he could spend looking for the elusive robed and masked men and women. During only a few months, much more than Harry could have imagined had changed, and most, not for the better. "How is she?" Narcissa's whispered voice broke into his thoughts. "Sleeping," Harry responded, "as you should be." Narcissa smiled and shook her head. "I only have a few days before I go back. I have to get used to not sleeping much." "You don't have to go back, Sissy," Harry sighed. "I know, but they need me, Harry. With how things are, we need all the healers we can get." "I know," he replied, "and you're sure your mother is okay looking after her?" Narcissa rolled her eyes at him. "She's looking forward to it," she snorted. "Say what you will about the Blacks, they do love their children." Harry could not deny her words, though he did not count Walburga amongst the other doting Black women. Doria, Drula, and Melania were often here to see Helena, each of them as caring and nurturing as the next. "I know," he agreed. "And besides, you will be able to pick her up after training," Narcissa reminded him. Harry nodded, a grin tugging at his lips. He certainly would not object to spending more time with his daughter, but he still felt it was too soon for Narcissa to be returning to work. She was a stubborn woman, and would hear no differently on the matter. "Then let us enjoy these final few days before I barely see you," he suggested. "It won't be like this forever," Narcissa soothed as she took their daughter and placed her back in her basket. "So stop sulking and come back to bed with me." Harry snorted as he followed his wife. Who was he to deny her such a request? Break. Having Peveril return to host another Quidditch workshop was supposed to be exciting and something that would give the students something to look forward after the exams for the year had been completed. Although it was something anticipated by many, the mood within the castle had marred what was going to be the highlight of the year. It wasn't the fault of the students, for the most part at least. They had all been here and were being fed small amounts of news as it trickled in from the outside world, but to them, and to James, none of it felt real. Not until the revelation of Marlene's father's disappearance came to light. The girl was devastated and had not considered her family were in danger. Why would they be? They were purebloods who did not involve themselves with many others, but he was gone, nonetheless. If the Lord Mackinnon was not safe in his home, then who was? Marlene had been inconsolable, and though the rest of the school who cared had tried, there was no helping her. Lady Mackinnon had written to advise her to stay at school as it was the safest place for her, whilst the family dealt with the fallout of what happened, and that only seemed to help less. On several occasions, James, Sirius, and Remus had to intercept her as she attempted to escape, the trio taking turns to monitor the map to keep an eye on the emotional girl. Thus far, they had managed it, and though the Marlene had grown suspicious as to how they knew where she was, she yet remained. For how long, James knew not, but he would do all he could to keep her safe. He wouldn't pretend to understand all of what was happening outside the walls of Hogwarts, but he knew he was safer here, for the most part. There were those that supported the Dark Lord, not so openly, but it was not a secret well kept. It didn't surprise the teen that most spent their days clad in green and silver. But there were those from other houses also. It promoted nothing but distrust amongst the students and only added to the already tense atmosphere. "All right, gather round," Peveril instructed, looking more tired than James was used to seeing him. It was understandable. The man had recently become a father and juggled that responsibility with his Quidditch duties. Still, it was strange to think of him as such, and not the man that had spent the previous year teaching them defense against the dark arts. He was famous now, the undefeated seeker that had come from nowhere to dominate the league. But to James, he was a distant relative and someone he had grown to admire and respect since he had gotten to know him. "I want some warm-up laps from all of you to begin with, and then you will split off into groups and attempt the various obstacle courses dotted around. I will be looking for crisp technique with your flying and offer pointers where needed. Off you go," Peveril instructed. The students complied without question. They had learnt that the mysterious lord was not one to get on the wrong side of. Even those that despised him for what he had done to the Dark Lord and were vocal with their support of the man would not wish to provoke the professor-turned-Quidditch player. "Is there a reason you're not flying with the others, Potter?" The voice of the man broke into James's thoughts. "Sorry, I'm just worried about Marlene, we all are," he replied. "Could you speak to her? You know what it's like to, well, you know." "Lose my parents to a madman?" Harry asked. James grimaced at the wording, but nodded. "Sorry, I didn't mean it like that." Harry held up a hand to placate the boy. "I will have a word with her," he assured the Potter heir. "Is she here?" James nodded. "She's in the stands with Lily," James replied, pointing in the vague direction he knew they would be. Harry nodded and headed towards the indicated stand. He felt for the young woman. As someone who had grown knowing Voldemort had murdered his parents, he had struggled with the knowledge and had no way to escape from. It was not the same as what Marlene was experiencing, but he understood the pain she would be feeling, the frustration and helplessness. "Oh, hello, Professor," Lily greeted him as he reached the duo. Harry snorted and shook his head. "I'm not your professor anymore, Lily," he reminded the redhead, who flushed slightly. "You can just call me Harry." "Shouldn't I call you Lord Peveril?" the girl asked. "Only if it was formal and I hadn't given you leave to use my name," he answered as he took a seat next to a pale and almost catatonic Marlene. "But I have given you leave to do so." Lily nodded her understanding and took the hint as to why he had joined them. "I'll come back in a minute," she said to Marlene, who merely nodded her response. With an almost pleading look to Harry, Lily took her leave and began walking around the outside of the Quidditch pitch. "It's hard," Harry sighed, not ever having frankly spoken of what he had gone through growing up without his parents, the questions he'd wanted answers to. The fact that James and Lily lived here counted for little other than Harry knowing he could prevent the same fate from taking place. Your friends think they can understand what you're going through, and they really try, but they don't know. Without experiencing it for themselves, they can't understand. Marlene nodded, though her eyes remained firmly staring ahead. What we have experienced is different, but I have lived with what happened to my parents since I was old enough to understand that they were dead. I don't know that my father is dead, Marlene whispered, and that's the worst thing about it. If I knew he was dead, I wouldn't be thinking about what could be happening to him. Harry released a deep breath, the tone of her voice speaking more of the torment she was enduring than the words she spoke. Other than running your family, what did your father do? He asked. Nothing, Marlene answered. We are not especially wealthy, and we don't have anything anyone could want from us. Other than influence, Harry corrected. Your father is a popular man on the Wisengamot, and there are those that would follow him if he supported the Dark Lord. That's what he would have banked on at least. Oddly, the girl gave him a sad smile. You think he is dead, don't you? Harry did not know how to answer that question, other than being honest with the girl. The Dark Lord is not one to take prisoners. If your father proved to be the man I believe him to be, he would not have given in to him and would have fought bravely. He would have, Marlene agreed. My father would never support him, she added, her eyes filling with tears. Then yes, I believe that he is dead. Marlene nodded, and her silent tears became racking sobs. As had been the case when Ron had died, Harry did not know what to do when faced with a girl in such a state, but he wrapped an arm around her shoulders and tried to comfort her as best he could. What do I do? She choked when she had calmed some minutes later. What would your father suggest? Harry returned. Marlene frowned at the question and deflated. He would tell me to stay out of it and help my mother with my brothers when I get home. Then that is what you should do, Harry suggested. Grieve for him and remember the good times. The war will continue as it is until the Dark Lord is stopped. By you? Marlene asked. Harry nodded solemnly. I will put him in the ground for me, for you, and anyone else that has gone through what we have because of him, he vowed. I hope so, Marlene replied. The bastard deserves to suffer for what he has done. Harry snorted as he stood. Lean on your friends if you need to. They are worried about you and just want to help, but don't be afraid to tell them to piss off if you need time alone. Just don't do anything stupid, he sighed. I won't, Marlene assured him. "And thank you. I know they're trying, but they don't get it like you do." "Let us hope they never do," Harry replied, eliciting a nod of agreement from the girl. "Write to your mother, Marlene. Let her know that you're okay. I'm sure she would appreciate the support. I think you both will." "I will," Marlene promised before sighing. "Does it get any easier?" Her tone was almost hopeful, and Harry shook his head. "No," he answered candidly. "We just become accustomed to carrying that pain with us, but if there is anything I have learnt, it is to not let it define who I am. For a long time, an orphan boy was all I was, and I never thought my life would be any different. Despite that, I married a beautiful woman and have a daughter. I would die for them both, to keep them safe and happy. I would bet your father thought the same thing of you, your mother, and your brothers." With his parting words given, he allowed the girl some space to think their conversation over. Harry would never be good at comforting people nor offering platitudes, but something within him felt that he had helped the girl towards coming to terms with what had happened. It was a difficult thing to accept, a pain that would never leave her, but he knew that honesty was what she needed. Accepting that her father was gone was the first step, the very same one he himself had taken many years prior when he understood that the dead did not simply return. Even with magic, such a thing was not possible, not without delving into branches that should be left well alone. Break. For months, he had been planning his next moves meticulously, readying himself for his inevitable triumphant return. Already, his Death Eaters had begun his work, carrying out tasks on his behalf whilst he regained his strength and worked towards putting his own efforts into motion. Soon enough, the wizarding world would remember why he was to be feared, and not merely through those that acted on his orders. They would see for themselves the power he wielded, the lengths he was willing to go to destroy his enemies, and they would either flock to him or fall to his wand as many others already had. It was not often the Dark Lord felt so excited, but the prospect of what was to happen filled him with the unfamiliar emotion, the anticipation alone enough to warm him. "In only a matter of days, they will know," he said quietly, garnering the attention of those gathered before him. "They will learn that their efforts to deny our will are folly, fruitless, and that even the strongest among them cannot hope to stand against us." He paused to allow the murmuring of his followers to cease, and he eyed them critically before speaking once more. "There are those among you that doubt me. Do not deny it," he warned. "Many of you witnessed what befell me in Hogsmeade. Some of you even believed that I perished. A lesser man would have, but not me. If anything, it serves as a reminder that I rose when all other would have fallen, that I faced adversity and overcame it, and that I stand before you now stronger and more determined than I have ever been to see our vision become reality." His followers cheered, and the Dark Lord narrowed his eyes at them. He would show them the error of their ways. "Peveril was but a minor setback, a man that I merely underestimated. Make no mistake, he is a powerful wizard who wields magic that few will ever understand, but my own is stronger. It overcame his, purged his best offering from my body, and in doing so, it made me more than what I ever was. I will show you," Voldemort promised. "I will show that I am not only mightier with my wand, but also possess the same cunning as my forefathers. I will destroy Harry Peveril. I will break his mind, body, and spirit in ways that he cannot even imagine. I make this vow to you, those that are loyal to our cause, that we will emerge victorious, and the world will be as it should." "We believe you, my lord," one of his men called, and Voldemort's nostrils flared. "You will," he replied. "When Peveril lies broken beneath my feet, your doubts will be put to rest, but first, he will suffer for what he has done. Now, ready yourselves, for in only a few short days, the world will bear witness to my return." The Dark Lord left the room to a cacophony of cheers and applause, neither of which meant nothing to the man. He did not want plaudits nor their empty gestures. He wanted their loyalty and adulation, both of which he would have once more when his work was complete. Break. "I'm looking forward to spending more time with her," Drula cooed enthusiastically, bouncing a giggling Helena on her knee. Narcissa smiled at her mother. A part of her knew that she was trying so hard with her daughter because of how much she had missed out on with Nymphadora, but she wasn't going to complain nor take exception to the fact. Her mother was trying to make amends with Andromeda, and even Ted to an extent. Drusilla carried a lot of guilt, and Narcissa was not going to question the way she dealt with it. As far as she was concerned, her mother was doing all she could to make things right and paying each of her granddaughters more than enough attention. "She loves you," she replied, "and even father for a strange reason." Drusilla snorted. "The man is going soft," she sighed. "He has decided that yours and Andy's old rooms will be given to Helena and Nymphadora for if they ever want to stay." Narcissa shook her head amusedly. For as caustic and bitter her father could be, the two girls had him wrapped around their fingers. "I think that little one there has that affect on people. I caught Harry singing to her the other night. She just stared at him as though he is the most special person in the world." "Maybe that's the way she sees him," Drusilla replied. Narcissa nodded. "She idolizes him. She is already becoming a daddy's girl, and all I can think of is how sweet it is. She loves him so much." "As do you," Drusilla pointed out. Narcissa smiled. "How can I not? It's strange," she continued with a frown. "He is this dangerous man, but when we are alone or when I see him with her, there's none of that. He's kind and gentle, and you would never know there was that side to him. He's a good man, Sissy, and he would do anything for either of you. There's nothing more I could want for you." "He is," Narcissa agreed, "and there's nothing more I could want other than more children." "Have you discussed it with him?" "Not yet, not with everything that is going on," Narcissa sighed. "He would probably agree just to keep me away from the hospital a little longer, but I explained my reasons." Drusilla nodded her understanding. "You're a healer, Narcissa, and there are people that will need you. It's just who you are and what you have been since Doria took you on one of her shifts." "It is, and I know he understands. He's just worried I'm rushing back when I shouldn't." "He cares for you," Drusilla said with a shrug. "He just wants you to be ready." "I am ready," Narcissa assured her mother. "The longer I stay away, the harder it will be to return. Then Harry will support you." "I know," Narcissa replied with a smile. "Break. As always, I would like to thank you all for taking the time to join me," Dumbledore began, offering a bow to the gathered members of the Order of the Phoenix. The months gone by had been tough on them all, they too having suffered disappointment and frustration with how the Death Eaters had fled from each scene of attack, showing no willingness to engage those able to fight back against their actions. "I understand that progress has been slow, that at each turn our efforts seem to be in vain, but I implore you all to not lose hope. What we do is vital to keeping those safe that cannot do so themselves," the aged headmaster continued. "You need not worry about us, Albus," Benji replied, receiving nods of agreement. "We will keep doing what we are. We will get them one day." Dumbledore offered the man a grateful smile. Remaining positive in the face of such difficulty was admirable, and not for the first time, he was proud of those that had assembled to counter the moves of the Dark Lord. "I wish to meet to hear of any suggestions you may have moving forward," he explained. "Has anyone heard or seen anything we should be aware of? Mundungus." He pressed, seeing the squat man raise a tentative hand. He was the newest addition to the order. Fletcher was an uncouth man, but one that was proving his usefulness. "It might be nuffin, but Nocturne has been busy the past week, busier than normal. The shops, Ave seen a lot of strange people. Werewolves, I think, and some of them lordy types. An odd mix if you ask me." "Any idea what they're up to, Dung?" one of the Pruettes asked. Fletcher shook his head. "Nah, but it ain't good, is it? All them lot we think are in on it all in one place. They ain't buying, though. 'S all I know," he finished with a shrug. "That is rather concerning," Dumbledore sighed, "though I cannot fathom what they are doing." "I dunno," Mundungus muttered as he lit his pipe, filling the room with a foul-smelling smoke. "But they must ave a reason. Something is goin' on, I can feel it in my bones." Dumbledore nodded his agreement. "Then we must be vigilant," he mused aloud. "Bloody hell," one of the Pruettes gasped. "It's obvious." "If it's so obvious, perhaps you could share with the rest of us." Dorcas Meadows grumbled. The redhead nodded, frowning as he did so. Well, what do every shop in the alley have in common? He asked. When no answer was forthcoming, he sighed irritably. They all have fireplaces. The flu network, Dumbledore confirmed worriedly. The redhead nodded. I was teaching it to the fourth years last week, he explained. Werewolves can't apparate when they are transformed, and portkey travel has been banned in and out of the shopping areas. The buggers are using the flu network to transport the werewolves there ahead of whatever they're up to. That is a lot of effort when they have proven to be ineffectual already, Benji countered. Why would the lunatic want them involved? Now that is the pertinent question, Dumbledore replied. Unless it will not only be the werewolves that will need to be contended with, he added thoughtfully. So it is looking like a full-scale attack, Edgar Bones stated. Using the werewolves may work in our favor. We only need to work out when the next full moon is and be ready. That is tonight, Minerva declared worriedly. Mr. Liu, someone I know is a werewolf and is in isolation already. The mood within the room shifted suddenly to one of deep concern, and those seated around the table looked towards Dumbledore, whose visage was now grim. I think it would be prudent if we were to go too. He was cut off as an ethereal Shire horse appeared in front of Lord Peveril and spoke in the voice of Amelia Bones. Diagon Alley is under attack, werewolves and his followers. Peveril, he is here too. The young lord nodded grimly as he stood, his eyes shifting to the eerie white as he mumbled. Death! The raven shrieked as it emerged from within the man, and the two vanished in a puff of smoke. Come, Dumbledore instructed. Just as we did at Lord Bones' wedding, we stick together and help any way we can. Break. It was to a scene of chaos that Harry arrived in, the streets littered with debris and filled with the sounds of the ensuing fighting and screams of agony. Even the snarling of the frenzied werewolves could be heard above the din. This one truly irked him, and he flicked his wand into his hand as Olin took to the sky. Death! The bird shrieked, announcing their arrival. For but a few seconds, silence reigned, broken by a guttural roar. It's PVRLL. The unnecessary warning spurred the violence once more, and as Harry rounded the corner, he found himself between the two battling factions, the Aurors on the left and holding firm, and the werewolves and Death Eaters on the right attempting to break through the tightly clustered groups of men and women clad in red. Out of the corner of his eye, he spotted a figure bearing down him, and with a sudden jab of his wand, the enormous werewolf was frozen only a few feet away before it was lifted into the air. The fighting ceased as the yelping of the beast reverberated off surrounding buildings, and a series of loud snaps could be heard. With a little more effort, the creature's chest was ripped open, and Harry fired another spell at the exposed cavity where the rapidly beating heart of the wolf could be seen. It whined pathetically, but fell limp as the heart exploded, and Harry banished his kill towards the surprised followers of the Dark Lord, where the body skidded morbidly across the floor, coming to a stop before them. They looked on in either fear or fascination, before one shook them from their apparent stupor. Kill HIM. Countless wands were pointed in his direction, and a variety of spells sent his way. No incantation had been discernible, but the mix of colors were dangerous, and certainly not something he wished to be on the receiving end of. Doing all he could in that moment, he vanished once more and watched as the pavement he stood on was annihilated by the efforts of his foes. Where did he go? One of the Death Eaters shouted. He's dead, no one could have survived that, another replied. Harry shook his head and set to work from his vantage point atop Flourish and Blots. With a wave of his wand, a rush of heat overwhelmed those within the valley, before coalescing into a large vortex of fire between the Aurors and those loyal to the Dark Lord. Harry was just pondering where the man had gotten to, when his creation was dispelled from within and Voldemort emerged, unscathed, his crimson eyes narrowed as he took in the scene before him. Let us not stand on ceremony, Peveril, he called. You must have known your day of reckoning was to come, and here it is. Face me. I wish to look you in the eyes when you learn of what has befallen you. Harry felt himself filled with dread. Tom was too proud of himself for his word to be ignored. He may be many things, but the Dark Lord did not boast of things idly and without truth, and he certainly wished to boast now. "Ah, there you are," he acknowledged as Harry appeared a dozen feet away from the man who looked no worse for wear from their previous encounter. "You are an impressive man," Voldemort acknowledged. "One that admittedly bested me, but my ignorance was my undoing, not you. I fear you have grown too bold to zero cocky from your single victory, but that will not remain so." Harry had no desire to exchange words with the man who tutted when he readied himself. "Tonight is not the night for us to meet in such a way, Peveril," Voldemort chided, as though he was speaking to a child. "That day is yet to come. You must first be punished for your transgression against me and my own." Harry eyed the Dark Lord questioningly, the glint of amusement he saw only unsettling him further. "You see, you have a choice to make," Voldemort continued, "and I would not think on either long." Harry merely glared at the man, who was much too gleeful for his liking. "Break." Drula watched as her husband spoke nonsense to Helena, his eyes alight with glee as he doted on the girl. Any who met Cygnus would never believe that such a side to him existed, but he had been the same with their own daughters when they had been Bobbies. It had been quite the shock to see the man that was so severe being reduced to babbling like a baby and pretending to steal its nose, all for the amusement of their daughters and now their granddaughters. Cygnus would even conjure bubbles in the shape of different creatures, much to the delight of the girls. Narcissa had loved them, as had Andromeda, and Helena appeared to be following in the footsteps of her mother and aunt, her giggles filling the room. "It's a shame we never had more." Cygnus sighed almost longingly, as he popped a large thistral he had created, causing the baby below to kick her legs enthusiastically. "It is," Drula agreed. More children had just never happened for the pair. It was not a decision they had made consciously, nor even discussed, but it was evidently not to be. As the years passed by and Narcissa went to Hogwarts, any notion of having another seemingly passed. "Who the hell is that?" Cygnus asked as the sound of the front door closing was heard. "It won't be Sissy," Drula replied as Cygnus passed the baby to her. "She's not due to finish for another 2 hours. Evan, what are you doing here?" she asked as her older brother entered the room. It was not like him to arrive unannounced, and his demeanor certainly did not suggest a social call. "I'm here for her," he answered simply, nodding towards Helena. "Excuse me," Drula returned, holding the baby tightly to her chest. "The house is surrounded, Drula, and I do not wish to harm you, but the Dark Lord wants her, so you either hand her over or I will take her from you." "How dare you, you bastard!" Cygnus seethed as he drew his wand in light of his wife's shock. "We both know you are no match for me, Black." Evan sighed as he followed suit. "You will take her over my dead body." "So be it," Evan declared. Break. As far as shifts at St. Mungo's went, this one had not been so bad as a welcome back after several months of being away. The most pressing thing Narcissa had to deal with was a visit from Mrs. Whittaker, who had somehow gotten a teapot handle wedged inside her ear. She had long given up trying to understand the woman's fascination and experiments with teapots. Instead of questioning her, Narcissa had simply removed the handle and sent the old woman on her way, already wondering just where the handle would be next time. "How's it going, Healer Peveril?" Camden asked as Narcissa was finishing off her paperwork pertaining to the incident with the teapot handle. Another visit from Mrs. Whittaker. Camden sighed. "She's been in 3 times since you were away," she explained. "I don't understand it. She's fine other than her silly moments with teapots." Narcissa nodded her agreement. Mrs. Whittaker was an odd woman, but not suffering with anything that would cause concern. She had been checked several times already. "Anyway, I best get this." Camden was cut off by a shrill alarm that sounded throughout the building, one that Narcissa had only ever heard during her training. It meant that someone was firing spells in the reception area. "What foolishness is this?" Camden muttered as the two of them headed to assist with whatever situation had unfolded. The sight that they came upon was something neither expected. The reception was full of cloaked figures wearing white masks, and Narcissa felt her heart sink. The 5 Aurors stationed at the hospital were already overwhelmed by the numbers of the attackers, but they were holding firm, doing all they could to repel the Death Eaters. "There she is," a voice yelled, and Narcissa noticed one of them pointing at her. "Run, Peveril," Camden urged as she fired a spell at the man who had leveled his own wand at Narcissa. The attacker fell to the floor with a scream, followed by Camden, who had been struck with a sickly green jet of light. Narcissa's eye widened as she stared at the now lifeless form of her colleague, in shock by what she had witnessed. Her attention, however, was caught by another spell sent her way, and she threw herself to the ground to avoid it, retaliating with a tongue-shredding curse that Bella had taught her when they were teenagers, though she was forced to roll away as the door she entered through was destroyed, the surrounding wall collapsing and blocking her exit. She was trapped, and she could only freeze behind her cover as her thoughts drifted to Harry and Helena. She couldn't die here, not when she had them both to live for, not when she had found her happiness. "Break. You see, Peveril, you have a choice," Voldemort continued smugly. "On the one hand, there is your daughter, and on the other, your beautiful wife. Which one will you choose to sacrifice?" Harry felt himself filled with a rage, like nothing he had ever felt. "As I said, I would not linger, or they will both be dead before you can get to them. You know where they are. Choose wisely, Peveril." The Dark Lord was not bluffing, his words oozing the truth with which he spoke. Harry took but a second, knowing already what he had to do. "Diumbeliduari," he called. "I'll go to St. Mungo's," Edgar replied before vanishing with another Order member. "I'll be seeing you, Riddle," Harry promised as he too disappeared, his heart pounding in his ears as the panic of the situation he faced set in. "He's here," a voice announced as he arrived in his in-laws' garden. Harry was in no mood for games, and as the half-dozen spells careened towards him, he unleashed a rebuttal, his own offering dissipating those of his attackers, sending them sprawling and shaking the house behind him down to its foundations. Only one recovered quickly enough to impede his entry to the house, but they fell screaming as a scalping curse collided with them, and with another wave of his wand, the rest were occupied by a conjured gathering of ravens, each imbued with spells that would cause great suffering. He entered the home to the sound of his victims wailing, pleading for their pain to be put to an end. They would all be dead in a matter of moments. The fighting, however, seemed to be ongoing within the house, and as he entered the parlor room where the action appeared to be happening, it was to the climax of a fight going on between Cygnus and the unmasked Evan Rosier. The former was sent crashing into a bookcase, but before the Death Eater could intervene, Harry was between the two men with his hand wrapped around the surprised Lord's throat. "You were a fool for siding with him." Rosier's mouth fell agape at his use of parcel tongue, but Harry had no time to relish in the shock. Instead, he tapped the man on the head with his wand, and Rosier fell immediately limp, his mind now being plagued by Olin, who would show no mercy in torturing him. Harry would have his due from the man soon enough, but until then, the Raven would keep him suitably occupied. "Dobby," he called, racing towards Drula, who was cowered in the corner, shielding the crying Helena with her body. The elf appeared immediately, his eyes bulging at the scene he appeared in. "Take them to the Potters and Rosier to the basement," Harry instructed firmly, taking Helena from a catatonic Drula and placing a kiss on her head before handing her to the elf. "Protect her. I will be there soon." With his command given, he reluctantly left his daughter in the care of the elf, his in-laws, and soon, the family that knew not who he was as he disappeared once more to save his wife. Break. St. Mungo's was faring no better than Diagon Alley when Edgar and Benji arrived. The front of the building had been blown outwards, but the fighting seemed to be contained within the reception area where 4 Aurors were trying to fend off at least 10 Death Eaters. Edgar did not hesitate to throw himself into the mix, though he was held back by the older man. "We are outnumbered," Benji pointed out. Edgar nodded. It did not matter to him. Narcissa was in there, and he could only think of how helpless Harry must feel in this moment, and how he himself would were he to find himself in such a position. His own wife was due to give birth any day, and he knew that Harry would do whatever was necessary to help them if their roles were ever reversed. "I know, but it's his wife," he replied simply, felling a Death Eater with a bone breaker that smashed into the man's ribs. Benji was only a step behind him, as he too threw himself into the fray. "We must find Narcissa," Edgar called over the sound of shouted incantations, spell fire and the destruction being wreaked around them. Benji nodded, his rhythm not breaking as he squared off with an opponent that was throwing around some dangerous magic. "Get to the Aurors, they may have seen her," he instructed. Edgar dodged and weaved his way through the spells until he reached the cover the Aurors had created for themselves from fallen brickwork and a section of the front desk that had been destroyed. "Are you the backup?" one of them asked. Edgar shook his head. "There won't be any," he explained. "Diagon Alley is under attack too." "Fuck," the Auror spat as he avoided a pink jet of light sent his way. "These lot are good and there's too many." "We have to hold them off. Harry will be here soon," Edgar informed them. "Peveril, his wife, was here somewhere. I think she got covered when that wall exploded," the Auror returned, pointing to a large pile of rubble on the other side of the room. "It's her they're here for." Edgar already knew this and focused his efforts on trying to find a way through the mess that had once been the welcoming area of St. Mungo's. The Aurors continued working in tandem, shielding and casting offensive spells when the opportunity arose, as seldom as that was. Ultimately, they were all but pinned down, and the redhead could only contribute as much as the Death Eaters would allow. It was frustrating, to say the least. "We need to do something," one of the Aurors panted, the battle of attrition taking its toll on the team. Edgar couldn't be certain how long they had been fighting, but the fatigue was setting in, and they would be overwhelmed soon. "I have an idea," he declared, and though he was not certain if it would work, but it was better than the alternative, the situation only becoming more desperate as Benji collapsed to the ground, a purple spell having felled the man as it collided with his chest. "BNJY." The man did not respond, his limp form only adding to the others scattered around the room, and the only thing worse than that was that they now had to contend with a man that had bested one of the best fighters the Order had to offer. Edgar cringed as the man's laugh filled the room, and the cover they were crouching behind was reduced to splinters and rubble, leaving him and the Aurors exposed. Those garbed in red did not hesitate to rebuild another shelter from the debris around them, but it would not last. Soon enough, they would have to fight against the odds. It was inevitable. "I hope whatever plan you have is a good one," a dark-skinned Auror muttered. Edgar nodded as he surveyed his surroundings, looking for anything he could put to use. That was when his eyes widened as he spotted the terrified visage of Narcissa peering at him from the other side of the room, where she was trying to hide from the Death Eaters that were searching for her. It would not be long before she was found, and Edgar tried to offer her a look of reassurance and a shake of his head as she showed him that she had her wand. She would never make it across the room, not with so many people between her and him and spells flying. Any notion he had of trying to get to her also vanished, as the cover he and the Aurors had taken refuge behind was demolished, the explosion sending him sprawling, his ears ringing painfully, though he did not remain idle. He managed to roll away from another spell before he heard a scream and the dreaded words as the room became noticeably colder, so much so that he could see his staggered breath forming clouds in front of him. He noted how odd it was to have such inane thoughts when disaster was looming and how everything slowed painfully. In a last-ditch attempt to save his friend's wife, he dived, though he already knew it was in vain. "Avada Kedavra." The voice was a feminine one, he noted, as he hit the ground, a body falling in front of him with a dull thud. His heart sunk at the sight of the blue, lifeless eyes, and he did not even care that the wand of Narcissa's killer was now trained on him. His own gaze was drawn to a figure standing in the destroyed entranceway of the hospital. Edgar did not know what was worse, the empty expression of Narcissa or the one of utter devastation that adorned Harry's features as he took in what had happened. The Death Eaters had frozen, though they sprang into action as an animalistic roar sounded. Narcissa's murderer vanished, barely avoiding a spell that collided with another of the robed figures, who screamed as the effects of the Cruciatus curse ripped through their body. More screams sounded, but they stopped soon when only two of the Dark Lord's followers remained, one twitching in agony and the other putting up a surprising fight. Edgar recognized the same purple spell that had left Benji unable to continue fighting, though Harry did not fall to it. He batted it aside as though it was nothing before a blasting curse destroyed the wand hand of his opponent, who seemingly took the defeat in his stride. "Kill me then," he ground out, clutching the stump of his arm. Harry was in no such state of mind to grant such an end, and the man was hoisted into the air. "Who did it?" The man laughed, but wheezed as Harry buried his fist in the man's sternum. "Who the fuck was it?" "Why tell you when I will die anyway?" The man choked, smirking. "Because I know that your family yet lives, Dolohov," Harry spat, taken the man aback. "Your mother, your father, and even you sister with her children." "No," the man known as Dolohov protested. "It was Bellatrix," Edgar coughed, certain of who killed Narcissa. Harry's head fell as he nodded, a choke racking his body before he looked up at Dolohov. "They will suffer worse than she did," he mumbled, nodding towards Narcissa. He unleashed a bellow of sheer agony as he waved his wand. A series of snapping sounds was heard before Dolohov's head was pulled away from his body, his spine dangling from it morbidly. When it was cast aside, Harry stumbled towards the body of his wife, and Edgar felt a stabbing of guilt and sorrow as he collapsed to his knees and gently scooped her into his arms. Holding her to his chest, he sobbed, and to Edgar, such pain was the worst thing he had seen this evening and likely would ever witness in his life. Harry was inconsolable, his heart broken, and there was nothing Edgar could say or do to help his friend. "Harry," he tried, his own tears spilling down his cheeks. The Lord Peveril merely wiped the tears from his face as he shook his head and vanished in a puff of smoke with his wife's body. Already the man had lost so much, and it appeared that he was to only suffer more. Break. Arriving in the bedroom they had shared together, Harry did not know what to do. How was he supposed to explain to his 3-month-old daughter that Mummy was gone and wouldn't be here anymore? He couldn't, and for now, as he laid Narcissa down on her side of the bed, he just needed to be alone with her for a while, to wallow in his grief before he faced the outside world. He was crying again, but he cared not to stop himself as he took his wife's cold hand in his own. A sudden moment of inspiration struck, however, and he closed his eyes and focused on what he wanted but felt nothing. There was no trace of his wife within the stone, which meant she could not be brought back, not even to say goodbye to Helena. Throughout everything he had endured, this was undoubtedly the cruelest life had been to him. He was a broken man, and there was little that broken men cared for, other than little girls that resembled a mother they didn't even know they no longer had or would never get to say goodbye to. Break. The Dark Lord returned to the home of his Muggle relatives, satisfied with the night's work. Once again, he reminded Wizarding Britain why they should fear him and exacted a measure of revenge against Peveril, though the success of that venture was yet to be determined. In truth, he felt relieved that he had taken such steps against the man, as the Dark Lord learned that he was not as recovered as he believed. His subsequent duel with the headmaster this evening had proved that. Though the headmaster did not best him, Voldemort had not emerged as victorious as expected, and he knew he would need to continue with his rest. His Death Eaters would suffice to fill the void in his absence. Also, Britain would live in constant fear of him, wondering just when and where he would strike next. All in all, despite the revelation, he was pleased, and there was little that would sour his mood. "My lord," Bellatrix greeted him tiredly as she entered the room and prostrated herself before him. "It is done. My sister is dead." A smile graced Voldemort's lips at the news. So the plan was a success. Bellatrix shook her head. Dolohov and the others are dead, my lord. One of the fools is likely in custody. Valdemar frowned. Dolohov was his most skilled fighter other than the woman before him. If he was dead, that must mean. Peveril chose his wife over his daughter. Again, Bellatrix shook his head. The others that went to my parents are dead also, my lord, she explained. Evan is missing, and the house has been locked down by the Aurors. Valdemar felt himself filled with a burning rage. I lost 2 of my best for only the death of a healer, he seethed. What of the girl? I don't know, my lord. I believe Peveril rescued her. The Dark Lord nodded. But your sister is dead. Bellatrix nodded. I killed her myself. Then all is not lost, Valdemar declared thoughtfully. Peveril will want his vengeance, and in the pursuit of that, he will make foolish decisions. We will meet again when the time is right. Bellatrix looked at him, her eyes devoid of the excitement he expected to see. You have your doubts, he stated. No, my lord, she denied. I mourn for my sister. Valdemar fought the urge to grimace at such sentimentality, but waved her off. Then take some time, he urged. We will need to restructure things, but the future is not so bleak for us as it is for our enemy. Bellatrix nodded uncertainly as she left the room, and the Dark Lord shook his head. She was upset by what had been required of her, but she would come around. Bellatrix, more than any, understood his vision and knew that sacrifices would need to be made. Narcissa was a blood traitor, not an enemy as such, but her death served a purpose. Peveril would be blinded with rage, and those that allowed emotion to cloud their judgment made mistakes. He would too, and then the Dark Lord would see to the end of the man also, and then his daughter, wherever she may be. Break. Harry must have fallen asleep as he clung to his wife, because when he opened his eyes, he found himself before the veil without her, and with her was the only place he wished to be. You, he accused as the figure emerged, though Harry found himself wandless and unable to do anything. I warned you, Peveril, the figure spoke calmly. Things would irrevocably change with you being here, and they have. And my wife is the cost of that. Fate would see it so, the figure replied. She is a cruel mistress. Harry deflated at the words. I, however, am not fate, it continued. I have no interest in who lives and who dies. I merely greet those that have reached their end. Sissy. Was here, the figure confirmed. Can I see her? No. Another stab to an already broken heart. Not because I wish for you to suffer, Peveril, but because you cannot, as she is no longer here. Harry frowned confusedly and got the sense whatever stood before him was enjoying itself. Where is she? He demanded. Call me sentimental or whatever you wish, but I did not claim her soul. I sent it to the one place it could survive, a place only you can retrieve it from, but there is a price. There's always a price, Harry snapped. And what the hell do you mean only a place I can retrieve it? I sent it somewhere your wife yet lives, the place you left behind so many moons ago. Her soul will assimilate itself with her other half. It will take some time, and whilst you are waiting, I want something from you. She's alive. Yes and no, the figure replied. I merely sent her soul. Whatever happens will happen, but there is a chance you can rescue her. Harry swallowed deeply. What's the price? I want what remains of Tom Riddle's soul from the world you were born into. It is now, out of my reach, and only few still oppose him, none of whom can be successful. And then Narcissa can live. If you bring her to me, she can live, but time is of the essence, Peveril. Even as we speak, the souls are coming together, and as they are of one, it will happen quicker than yours. I do not know how long, but I would not ponder it for long. You want your wife, and I want Riddle's soul. Perhaps we can both get what we want. Harry nodded. I need to fetch my daughter and... No, the figure cut him off. She cannot go with you. She is not of your time, and her magic would not protect her from this place. You must venture alone. Bring your wife's body to me. I will preserve it here whilst you are gone. As much as he wished to accept, Harry found the offer hard to believe. "Why?" he asked. "Why would you help me?" "Because sometimes fate asks too much of one and nothing of others. I would see you live through this, Peveril, and have a prosperous life. Without her, you have no reason to fight. You would take your daughter and flee. That is not what fate has in store for you, as you well know." "What about Narcissa? Will she even remember me?" The figure nodded. "The more the souls accept one another, the more she will remember." "So I have to go back?" "No." The figure denied. "You can return to your daughter and continue as you are, but you will not do that, Peveril. Your love for your wife is what helps keep you strong, and your love for your daughter has already made up your mind." Harry could not refute what had been said, and as the room around him began to fade, the voice sounded once more. "Bring her to me, Peveril." Harry woke to find himself on his knees next to his bed, the eye of his wife staring blankly towards the ceiling and Olin perched on the headboard, staring mournfully at the woman. "Death," he croaked. Harry shook his head. "Not today, old friend," he whispered as he ran into the adjoining room where Narcissa brewed her potions and scribbled a hurried note. "Take this to Drusilla, and then come straight back," he instructed to the raven who vanished after clutching the missive in his beak. In Olin's absence, Harry hurried to a cupboard and retrieved a trunk he did not think he would ever have need of again and popped open the lid. Within was the tent he had once called home and what remained of his supplies from being on the run. It wasn't much, but he would not need for gold. That he now had plenty of. Slamming the lid shut and shrinking it, he found the eyes of his raven watching him speculatively, and he nodded, readying himself for what lay ahead. "Take us to him," he said simply, as he picked Narcissa up from the bed and cradled her in his arms. In a puff of smoke, they were gone. Break. Drusilla had not released her hold on the now sleeping baby since they had arrived at the Potters to be greeted by a shocked Charles and Doria. Cygnus was hurt, but he would recover. Currently, he was sitting on the opposite sofa in silence, waiting for Charles and Arcturus to return. The head of the Blacks had been summoned, and he along with the Lord Potter had left some time ago to discover what had happened. Drusilla could not believe that her own brother would do such a thing, not to family. Evan had always been kind to her, had looked out for her during their years at Hogwarts, and ensured she was happy with whom she was marrying before he even considered the proposal Cygnus had put forward. Somewhere throughout his life, Evan had changed, and she did not recognize the man that had tried to murder her granddaughter. That thought alone had her clinging to Helena as Charles and Arcturus entered the room, both appearing grimmer than she had ever seen either. "St. Mungo's is a mess," the former announced. "We spoke to Lord Bones about what happened and Narcissa." He choked on his words and tried to compose himself, though Drusilla already knew what was to be said. Harry did all he could, but he was too late. "Bellatrix killed her," Arcturus spat. Drusilla felt numb, the thought of one of her children killing the other filling her wish such sadness and disgust. Cygnus leaned his head in his hands, but could find no words. Before Drusilla could speak, however, she was cut off by the arrival of Olin, who circled the room silently before dropping a piece of parchment on her lap and vanishing. "What does it say?" Arcturus questioned impatiently. Drusilla swallowed as she unfurled the note, choking as she read the words of her son-in-law. "Forget anything you may have heard. We will return. For now, watch over Helena for us, keep her safe as I know you will, and we will be with you soon enough. Death is not the end for a Peveril." "Harry, what does that even mean?" Cygnus sighed once the letter had been passed around. "I don't know," Charles huffed, "but if I have learned anything about Harry, it's that he always comes through when he is needed." Break. July 8th, 2003. Narcissa Malfoy woke with a gasp. It had been many years since she had dreamed of her time at St. Mungo's, a career that had been cut short with her marriage to Lucius. This dream had been a particularly odd one. Though so vivid, she did not remember it. She had never treated a man that had been found face down in the Thames, but a part of her knew it had been real. She remembered his green eyes, him waking up and her chiding him for not getting his leg treated. It had happened, or had it? Perhaps it was her sleep-addled brain, but she could not be certain. With a frown, she slid out of bed and retrieved the trunk where she kept the mementos of her time at the hospital. Opening it, she smiled at the sight of her robes and that badge that had adorned them. "Trainee Healer Black," she murmured. She had often wondered what life would have been like if she had been able to continue with her training, but it was not to be. No, she had been married to Lucius Malfoy, who she had given an heir to and seemingly cast aside immediately afterward, left to stagnate within the walls of his manor. Life could have been much worse for her, but it did not stop her longing for more, or thinking of the dreams that had passed her by. She shook her head of those foolish notions. She had not retrieved the trunk to relive her past or what she may have been had things been different. She merely wished to consult her notebook for the man she had dreamed of. Narcissa had written everything down during her training, and if it had happened, mentions of him would be found within the pages. But as she rifled through them, there was nothing, and she felt a strange sense of disappointment wash over. She had been certain he was real, the man with the green eyes and with the raven. "Death," she muttered fondly, remembering the only word the bird spoke. If he wasn't real, then why did she remember him so well? And why was she dreaming of him after so many years? She frowned. What even was his name? She shook her head once more. No, he couldn't have been real. If he was, he would be in her book, but if that was so, why did she remember him? Why did she feel as though she knew him? Why did the name Peveril seemingly mean so much to her? Chapter 24. Somewhere on the other side, July 9th, 2003. Harry had returned to the beach that had become so familiar to him during his first months as he adjusted to his new life. Now, he found himself adjusting once more to an existence he believed he had left behind since he had married Narcissa. It was an odd and unwelcome feeling, and sleeping in a bed without the woman was not something he would ever get used to. Not that he had any intention of doing so. If there was indeed a chance he could save her, he would do what was necessary to see to that end. He needed his wife, and his daughter needed her mother. As such, he had wasted no time in sending Olin to scout the land, not out of caution mind, but so there was no delaying the inevitable. Harry was not the same man that had left here some 2 years prior. He was certainly not anxious, and he did not cower in a tent waiting to be found. It was he that had become the hunter, and the enemies he had unwittingly accumulated over the years were his prey. They would learn this imminently, and there was not a person that could stop him. There were many here that had crossed his mind during his absence, those he wished he had been able to happen upon when he was strong enough to do to the Death Eaters what they had done to others, and he would not pretend that he was not relishing that opportunity. Perhaps a part of him had broken with the loss of his wife, or perhaps it was that he no longer feared his enemies. To Harry, it mattered not. Whilst he was here, it was a certainty that his path would cross with Tom's followers in the pursuit of the Dark Lord himself and his remaining Horcruxes. Harry was eager for such confrontations, knowing that those here were not ready to face what he had become. "What have you seen?" Harry asked as Olin appeared on his shoulder, the bird's mood reflecting his own. "Death," Olin grumbled as he met Harry's gaze, showing him what he had seen. "Now," the man questioned. Olin offered a single nod in response. "Then we shall greet them the way they deserve." "Death!" Olin shrieked excitedly before the duo vanished in a puff of smoke. Break. For Sirius Black, being able to roam the landscape of Britain was no longer nothing new, his status with the Ministry counting for nothing in comparison to his status amongst the followers of the Dark Lord. In truth, they were one and the same, and had been since the former had fallen some 6 years before. It wasn't, however, the threat of being returned to Azkaban he had to contend with now, but death. If he were to be captured by those posing as Aurors or the Death Eaters, his fate would not differ. He would be taken before Voldemort and tortured, his demise following swiftly after. It would likely happen one day, but he would not make it easy for them. He was amongst the very few that remained who stood against the tyranny the country had fallen under, and he would die on his feet knowing he had stayed true to himself to the very end. "Are we sure we can trust Dung on this?" Remus whispered with his wand drawn. Sirius shrugged. As unpleasant a man that Mundungus Fletcher was, his information often proved to be fruitful. Remus and Sirius were merely here to scout the area for themselves. If the Death Eaters that were operating here could be eliminated with minimal risk, then the order would strike. "We will see," Sirius murmured, his grip tightening around his own wand. Anywhere the Death Eaters were thought to roam was not safe, and they had a tendency to lay rather clever traps for any that were not supposed to be there. They had gotten good at this, learning from the mistake of believing they were safe from attack. It had taken them some time, but Voldemort seemingly grew tired of losing supporters to the efforts of the Order. "Wait," Remus whispered urgently, placing a hand on Sirius' chest to halt him. "Something's not right," he added, sniffing the air. "No," Sirius agreed. "They've already surrounded us." The darkened streets suddenly lit up with spell fire, and Remus and Sirius cast the strongest shields they could to repel the attack from the dozen or so assailants. The spells, however, did not reach them, and they dropped their defenses a moment later, breathing heavily from the effort it took to maintain them. "What the hell happened?" Sirius panted. "I don't know," Remus replied, "but it suddenly got very cold." Sirius' eyes widened as he too felt the drop in temperature, and he scanned the skis above for any sign of what he feared had come for them. His observation was cut short as another salvo of spells were sent their way, and they were forced to shield once more. "What the bloody hell is going on?" a furious voice demanded. "Where did those birds come from?" It became colder still as the Death Eaters that were hidden around them seemingly waited for Sirius and Remus to drop their shields again, something that was inevitable. "Can you apparate, Moony?" Sirius asked through gritted teeth. The werewolf shook his head. "Wards," he ground out in return. "Then we'd better fight back whilst we can. We will work our way back the way we came." Remus nodded his agreement as he held up 3 fingers, readying himself for a countdown. Tentatively, he lowered the final finger, and both men dropped their shields in tandem, prepared to face an onslaught of spells. The Death Eaters did not disappoint, and as one, they attacked, though the spells did not make it even halfway towards the duo. Seemingly from nowhere, they were intercepted by ravens that vanished in small clouds of smoke as the magic impacted against them. "Was that you?" Remus asked, his words punctuated by the sight of his breath from the unusual chill in the air. Sirius shook his head, both men wincing as a shriek rent the air around them. "Death." They watched curiously as an odd raven with white eyes landed on a power line above them and began cleaning its feathers, uncaring of the tense atmosphere. "Death," it called again. "That is bloody creepy," Sirius muttered, his gaze sweeping over the buildings around them as he looked out for any of the Death Eaters that had trapped them. Remus nodded, he too vigilant. The street they were on was eerily silent until another scream sounded, this one not born of bird but an agonized human scream. The 2 men could only look on as the scream drew nearer before a body hit the ground some 10 feet away with a dull thud, silencing the scream immediately. The robed man donning the white mask the Dark Lord's followers favored was undoubtedly dead, unmoving, and his limbs twisted in angles that should not be possible. "I bet that hurt," Sirius commented. Before Remus could reply, another body followed, though this one slid into view from the shadows, stopped by the corpse of his comrade. This man yet lived, but only briefly. With a choked wheeze, his back arched and he coughed, falling limp as blood oozed from beneath the mask he wore. "Who the fuck is doing?" The words of the furious Death Eater were cut off, and Sirius and Remus prepared themselves to see another body join the accumulating pile. Instead, only a severed head was thrown into the mix, bouncing across the cobbled street as though it was a Muggle football. This man was bereft of a mask, his face contorted in an expression of utter fear. The sight of this sent the remaining Death Eaters into panic, but as they attempted to flee, a green fire roared into life, surrounding the streets on all sides, trapping them within. The raven above was evidently excited by this as he bounced on the power line, flapping his wings, squawking its favorite word. "Let's move, Padfoot," Remus suggested. "Maybe we can find a way out." Sirius nodded and led them back to where they had come from, but their path was blocked by the flames that had them hemmed in. "What do you think?" he questioned. "I've never seen anything like it," Remus murmured, moving his wand in intricate patterns as he attempted to determine what they faced. "They can't be vanished or manipulated. I don't know what to do." "Then maybe we should get away from them and find some cover," Sirius replied. "Let whatever is happening to them pass and then get out of here." "We should," Remus agreed. "Over there, I saw an alley we can hide in. At the very worst, we won't be attacked from behind." It was the werewolf that led them this time, the screams of the Death Eaters continuing as the two men concealed themselves in the darkened alley and waited. The sounds of the dying ceased a few moments later, the crackling of the flames the only thing that could be heard. "Wait," Remus whispered when Sirius moved to leave the alley. His warning came in the nick of time as a person sprinted past, though they stopped suddenly as a whip was lashed around their neck, and they fought to free themselves, to no avail. Another robed figure emerged from in front of the struggling Death Eater. They were not masked, but the hood they wore hid their features other than a pair of white eyes that could be seen within the garment. They paused in front of their victim and lifted them a foot or so off the ground with only a flick of their wand. The Death Eater gasped, and a trickling of fluid could be heard as his bladder emptied, undoubtedly from the fear he felt. Sirius nor Remus were inclined to feel sorry for or help the man who only moments ago attempted to murder them. You're not so tough alone, are you?" The white-eyed man spoke in a gruff voice, unmoved by the stuttered pleading of the Dark Lord's follower. "Don't worry, I will let you live, but Voldemort won't." "Death!" the raven shrieked from somewhere in the distance. "He will die, my friend," the man muttered reassuringly, "but his life is not mine to take. Now return to your master and tell him what you saw here. Perhaps he is in a forgiving mood." The Death Eater choked out words of gratitude as he was released and wasted no time in running, though Sirius and Remus were taken aback as the man's gaze shifted to them. "I have no quarrel with you," he said as he quashed the flames around the streets with a wave of his wand. "I'll see you both soon." Harry," Sirius gasped disbelievingly. But his godson was gone, vanishing in a plume of smoke with the raven that had accompanied. "Moony, that was him." Remus nodded, his own eyes wide at the sight of the son of one of his best friends. "But how?" Sirius questioned. The animagus had long given up hope that Harry lived. For months after he left Grimmauld Place, Sirius had searched for him, glimpsing him only once. Sightings of Harry had become less and less frequent as the years passed, and it had been almost 3 that anyone in the Order had seen him. According to Kingsley, Harry did not appear to be faring well, favoring one of his legs from where he had been injured. But where had he been? "I don't know, Sirius," Remus sighed, "but maybe we should tell Moody. He will want to know." Sirius nodded, lost for words by the appearance of the boy. "Are you okay?" Remus asked, placing a comforting hand on his friend's shoulder. "I thought he was." "I know," Remus whispered as Sirius choked. "We all did." "But he's not." Remus shook his head and smiled, knowing that seeing Harry meant everything to the man. "He's not," he confirmed. "He looked well. And he saved us." "He did," Remus agreed. "He left quite a mess behind him." Sirius surveyed the damage as they left the alley and deflated. He didn't know what had happened to Harry during his absence, but he had been wrong in his assessment of him. Harry was a boy no longer. He was a man, and one that had been hardened by the world they lived in. It saddened him that being the way his godson was had become a necessity. If he had not, it was unlikely that he would be alive now. Sirius preferred what he saw around him now than the alternative. The Death Eaters deserved what they had coming. Harry had been but a boy when Voldemort had come for him, and now it seemed that had been flipped. Harry was seeking out the Dark Lord, and Sirius didn't know how he felt about it. Terrified, relieved, proud. Perhaps it was a combination of the three he felt, but that was not what he was focused on in this moment. Harry was alive, and that was all that mattered to the man. "Come on," Remus urged, pulling him from his thoughts. "Let's get back and explain what happened." Sirius nodded, and the two men apparated back to the doorstep of Grimmauld Place, the ever-present Death Eaters lurking in the square outside the wards remaining, though unaware of what had happened this evening. They would know soon enough, but here they would be, hopping to glimpse a member of the Order leaving. That would not happen. Those that stood against the darkness did not make such errors. To do so meant death, and they avoided that at all costs. Still, the Dark Lord's followers were persistent, even if they knew their efforts here would be fruitless. The wards were nigh on impenetrable, and the best they could do is look on where they knew the house was, and nothing more. It was quite the sore point for the Dark Lord, who lacked the ability to get to his greatest opposition. "Still there?" Remus asked. "As always," Sirius snorted before pushing the front door open. With so many now living within the walls, the house had finally been restored and somewhat resembled the home that Sirius had grown up in for the first 15 years of his life, though the dark artifacts and less savory elements had been removed. The only thing that was left was the portrait of his mother, who, even after all these years, berated any and all she could when she was disturbed. "Oh, shut up," Sirius grumbled half-heartedly at the woman as she began bellowing her disappointment in him at the top of her lungs. "Was Fletcher's tip any good?" Moody growled as they entered the kitchen. Remus shrugged. "We wouldn't know. We were ambushed as we arrived." Moody hummed irritably and shook his head. "That's the fourth of his that has led to an ambush," he muttered. "We can't keep using his information. It's getting too dangerous." "How many?" "About a dozen, maybe a few more," Sirius answered. "Then you two must be getting better," the grizzled veteran praised. "Not even a scratch." "We didn't even need to raise our wands," Remus sighed as he took a seat at the table and helped himself to an orange from the fruit bowl. "You might want to send for the rest." Moody frowned, but tapped his staff smartly on the floor, summoning the rest of the order that would be dotted around the house. "What is it, Moody?" George Weasley questioned as he entered with his twin, his brother Charlie and sister Ginny. Molly and Arthur followed with Tonks, Sturgis, Doge, and Kingsley a moment later. When the rest of those staying in the home followed, the former Auror shrugged and nodded towards Remus and Sirius. "These two have something to report about their little venture this evening," he explained. "Go ahead." "It was a trap," Remus began with a shake of his head. "As we arrived, the wards went up and we were surrounded." "Again?" Fred questioned. The very same thing had happened to him, George and Neville during their last outing, and they had barely escaped with their lives. The Longbottom Lord was missing 3 fingers on his right hand, but they were under no illusion that it could have been much worse. "Well, you don't look so bad for it," George added, smirking at Neville, who scowled unhappily. "That's because someone helped us," Remus explained. "We didn't do anything." "Someone helped you?" Moody asked suspiciously, eliciting a nod from both men. "It was Harry," Remus replied. Silence followed the revelation, and it took a moment for what the werewolf had said to sink in. "Harry," Hermione whispered. The woman had returned almost 2 years after Harry had vanished and had stayed with the Order since, hoping that he would be found and often venturing out to look for him herself. "Where is he then? What happened?" Charlie questioned. "Where is he?" Sirius seethed, his infamous temper getting the better of him. "You all but turned your backs on him after what happened at the wedding, and now you want to know where he is." "Sirius." The head of the Black family pushed Remus's hand away as he glared at those gathered around the table. Their treatment of his godson, undoubtedly, a part of the reason he had fled in the first place. "You scorned him for what happened, even when he explained that he did not know. He saved most of your bloody hides that day, and you still treated him like he was one of them," he finished, pointing out of the kitchen window towards the square outside. "You have to understand, Serious that we did not know he was capable of that, Sturgis replied. Dumbledore would not have wanted the boy to do that. Dumbledore is dead, Sirius roared, slamming his hand on the table. As are so many others because we did not fight back as we should have. He took a calming breath, his chest heaving as those around the table paled under his fury. Raise your hand if you have not lost someone you care for over the past bloody 6 years, Sirius instructed. None did, and he shook his head. We are losing, and we are all that is left. Do you honestly think we are going to win the way we are going? We are holed up here like vermin waiting for the day to be slaughtered. Do any of you believe there is a happy ending for us, or for the others out there too scared to stand up for what is right? No, there isn't. You are excited now by the prospect of seeing Harry again, but do you really think he wishes to see any of you? He is no longer a boy that you can push around, who hasn't survived these past years through living by Albus's morals, and one that you can guilt into being the savior the world expected him to be. He is not Albus, and tonight proved that. Do you know what he did? The gathered order members shook their heads collectively, and Sirius grinned fairly. He slaughtered them, put an end to the Death Eaters there like they were nothing, and I'm damn proud of him, Sirius declared. As am I, Remus agreed. We would have been killed if it weren't for him. I don't know what you're expecting from Harry, but any memory you have of the poor orphan you remember should be forgotten. He has proven that is not who he was anymore. The two men left the room, the animagus and the werewolf finally having gotten off their chest what they had carried for several years. Do you think they listened? Remus asked. Sirius merely shrugged in response. Honestly, Moony, I couldn't bloody care less. Break. The gate opened at his touch here still, and he found himself looking up at the home he shared with his wife and daughter. In truth, he didn't know why he had come nor what he expected to find here, but as he walked up the long drive, the house felt nothing more than a shell of itself. Releasing a deep breath, he pushed the front door open, wincing at the creak of the hinges that had not been used in many years. The hard floor he had walked many times had accumulated a layer of dust, and the walls were bereft of any of the work Narcissa had done on the place. In this moment, Harry realized just how effort she had put in to make the house their home, and it only felt emptier for it. It felt wrong being here without them, but he was compelled to see where he had spent May hours with his daughter, and the past months sleeping with a wife he never imagined he'd have. The stairs too groaned in protest as he ascended both flights and found himself outside the room he and Narcissa had painstakingly prepared for Helena. When he entered it, the feeling of emptiness intensified. It was empty, cold, and the walls were blank. There was no basket where his daughter slept, no chair where he would feed and soothe her, and no Helena. He missed the girl, and though it had been only a day since he had seen her, it was the longest he had spent without seeing her since she had been born. Shaking his head with the coldness of the room filling him, he took his leave and opened the door to the adjoining room, swallowing deeply as he eyed the empty bed. Harry had never been overly sentimental about people. He had lost his parents before he had gotten to know them, and many had mistreated him. Even those that claimed to be his friends had been fickle at times, but not Narcissa. She had always been true to herself and to him. Truly, they were worlds apart as things stood, and he would see them all together once again, no matter what he had to do. Death, Olin caught almost comfortingly. I know, old friend, I miss her too. Death, the raven repeated, though this exclamation was not so peaceful. Soon, Olin, Harry assured him. They will all pay for what they have done. Olin nodded, his eyes narrowed. The raven had been restless since they had arrived, his own grief palpable. Any could say what they would of the eerie bird, but he was very protective over Narcissa and Helena. Often Harry found him perched on the edge of his daughter's basket, watching over her whilst she slept. Helena was fascinated with him also, and it was not unusual to see her reaching to grasp Olin with her chubby hands. Olin was not so inclined towards that treatment, but he would peck gently at her blonde hair, grooming her in his own strange way. Can you take me to him? Harry asked bluntly. Allen closed his eyes before opening them and shaking his head. Can you take a message? Death, Allen squawked excitedly, flapping his wings. Then that is what we will do, Harry decided, as he removed his trunk and retrieved a quill, ink, and some parchment. He began scratching away before seemingly changing his mind and started anew on a new piece. Tom's reaction would be predictable. He would rant and rave and even threaten, but he would not come himself. He would merely send his Death Eaters after him, and Harry would find himself fending off the Dark Lord's followers. It was not them he wanted, not unless they carried the name Bellatrix Lestrange or any of the others he wished to meet for a final time. No, he needed to provoke the right reaction, and doing it through Voldemort directly was not the route to take. He needed to do it through another agent, and he knew just who would be perfect for this endeavor. If all went to plan, it could prove to be a success on two fronts. Not only would he eliminate the greatest threat next to Tom and lure the man into a confrontation, but he just might also learn of another Horcrux. If Voldemort had entrusted one to Lucius, would he not do so with the one he considered his most loyal? At the very least, the avenue was worth exploring. If any knew of them, it would be her the Dark Lord had brought into the fold, and if she had information, Harry would have it from her one way or another. As he finished writing his note, he placed it in Allen's beak. Take it to Bellatrix, he instructed. If she is with Tom, do something to piss him off too, old friend. Let him know what we think of him. Allen gave a muffled call and vanished, leaving a smirking Harry in his wake. Break. It was with disgust that the Dark Lord looked upon the corpse of his subordinate, the failure of him and the rest of the team to kill Lupin and Black, unacceptable to say the least. The excuse given was even less forgivable. A single man had arrived and killed them, all according to the sniveling coward who claimed of beheadings, a cold worse than the Dementors, and a man with eyes of white that had spared him. Lord Voldemort's nose wrinkled at the lingering smell of urine the Death Eater had brought in, his robes soiled from fear. Again, unacceptable, though the tale told had given pause. Who would dare interfere in one of his operations in such a way? No one. Only the remaining members of the Order would show such temerity, and Lupin and Black had frozen too at the arrival of the assailant. Then who was it? It mattered not, for they would die. Wizarding Britain was under his control, and the man in which his followers spoke would be found within the week. Of that, he was certain. For this to happen, however, he needed to consult with his inner circle to ensure they had their absolute best looking for him. The Dark Lord wanted to greet this man personally before putting an end to him with his own wand. He must be suitably punished before he is given the release of death. Ah, Lucius, he greeted the blonde who bowed reverently in response. How are things faring with your group? He had put Lucius in control of the Auror Force with a few of his most competent and feared to ensure the red-robed men and women remained in line. Since his coup, only a handful had attempted to resist. They could no longer be counted among the survivors. Well, my lord, Lucius answered, there is order amongst the ranks, and they serve you as they should. I am pleased to hear it, Voldemort replied. Lucius had taken his role as head of the Department of Magical Law Enforcement in his stride, and was thriving in the position. It had been a good choice appointing the man. And what of Draco? He is my son, Lucius returned simply. He lives to serve you as I do. He is content with his lot and is expecting his first child in the coming months. He is pleased with his wife. Voldemort nodded. He didn't care if the brat was happy with his bride or not. He had only given the blessing to keep Lord Greengrass in line, just in case he took it upon himself to become a thorn in the Dark Lord's side as his eldest daughter had. Daphne was dead, and to ensure loyalty, he had all but insisted that Astoria be married to Draco. Perhaps it would remove the headache of the boy's other proclivities from surfacing too often. Lord Voldemort did not wish to rule over a mass grave, after all, and Lucius did not wish for more bastard children to born to his line. It would only create problems in the future. And you, Fenrir, How is the department doing under your care?" The werewolf grinned fairly, his yellowed, sharp teeth bared. He had fed recently, the blood still visible between them. "It is hungry work, my lord," he answered, "but satisfying. The creatures continue to arrive to be registered and branded as you asked." "And how many are you feeding on?" "Only those that refuse to serve you, my lord," Greyback assured him. "They aren't so frequent anymore, but they do surface from time to time." Voldemort nodded, ignoring the urge to grimace. Greyback was a foul beast, but a useful one. His pack numbered in the hundreds, and they were excellent hunters when put to task. Having greeted two of his most valuable assets, the Dark Lord leaned back in his chair as the other members of his inner circle entered one after the other, none able to ignore the mutilated body of the man that had been punished earlier this evening. If the blood smeared across the floor did not attract their attention, the smell of did, and a Bellatrix sauntered into the room. He sealed the door with a hiss, piquing the interest of his familiar. "Shh, calm, Nagini," he comforted before turning his attention to his gathered followers. "Earlier this evening, a trap intended for Black and Lupin was foiled by an, as yet, unknown individual. He killed an entire team of our own, sparing only one," he informed them, pointing to the remains of the lone survivor. "Who would dare?" Bellatrix questioned. The man hid like a coward in the shadows. His face was not seen, but he escaped, as did the werewolf and your cousin. Bellatrix grimaced at the mention of Sirius. She had never considered the man family, not even when they were children. He was no true Black. "I want this man found," the Dark Lord instructed simply. "Fenrir, you will send the pack across the length and breadth of the country if necessary. I expect you here within the week with either his corpse of his location." The werewolf nodded his understanding. "Lucius, you will have the Aurors searching for him also. Rumors of what happened will be spread through that damned radio broadcast. I would see them silenced quickly." "Of course, my lord," Lucius complied. The radio broadcast in question was undoubtedly a propaganda machine set up by the Order of the Phoenix. It irked the Dark Lord so, and had been the catalyst for many skirmishes over the years. "We cannot allow this to cause further unrest. It must be dealt with and—" Voldemort paused. His eyes narrowed as a raven with white eyes appeared in the room. "Death!" it shrieked, almost as though it was mocking him. It was an unsettling creature, somewhat familiar, and it made the Dark Lord feel undecidedly uncomfortable. How did it even pass through the wards without him being made aware of it? Regardless, he watched the bird curiously as it dropped a folded-up piece of parchment in front of a confused Bellatrix, before taking flight around the room and settling on the chandelier above. "A friend of yours, Bella?" the Dark Lord questioned. The woman shook her head as she retrieved the missive, her face quickly purpling in rage as she read the contents. "What is it?" Voldemort demanded. "Read it." Bellatrix swallowed before doing so, unable to conceal her fury. "Lestrain, tell your master that he can no longer flee from death. Tell him that death seeks him out and that there is no escape. Tell Tom Riddle that death will have his due. Tell him that his soul belongs to me, and it shall be claimed. Lord Peveril." The room was silent, and remained so as she finished reading the letter received from this Peveril, and the Dark Lord felt his own anger burning within his veins. Something that only increased as the raven mocked him once more. "Death!" it screeched as it took flight once more and defecated on Lord Voldemort's shoulder. None dared laugh at his misfortune, even when he leveled his wand at the raven and his spell missed the mark. The infernal creature, unlike his followers, did dare mock him and appeared on the chandelier once more, flapping its wings excitedly, its cosso like a chuckle. His next spell also missed as the raven vanished in a puff of smoke to avoid it, and the Dark Lord hissed his displeasure. Seeing this, Nagini took it upon herself to deal with the bird, and lunged from her spot next to the Dark Lord, who smirked as it failed to move. Instead of the sound of its tiny bones being crushed and a shriek of pain, The raven made no noise, but Nagini thudded to the hard floor and began thrashing around. Voldemort could only look on helplessly as the throes continued, Nagini hissing incoherently, until a blood-curdling scream filled the room and the serpent fell limp. Nagini, the Dark Lord hissed. She was dead, something that was only punctuated as her body was engulfed in a black fire until nothing remained but a pile of ashes that were blown across the floor by the draft in the room. Lord Voldemort could only stare at the spot his companion had been, shocked by the destruction of one of his Horcruxes as though it was nothing. "Find him," he seethed. "Bring this Peveril to me." The room emptied, with only Bella daring to remain in the face of his grief and rage. "Allow me to find him, my lord," she pleaded. "I will bring his broken body to you and you can have your vengeance. I will find him," she reiterated almost lovingly. The Dark Lord merely swallowed and nodded, and Bellatrix all but skipped from the room, seemingly pleased that she would be unleashed on this man. Break. Narcissa Malfoy woke once more with a gasp, confused by yet another dream that had been so vivid, one she remembered but was certain had not happened. Thomas Avery had not been killed in St. Mungo's. The man had been sent to Azkaban at the end of the First War and still lived now. Lucius had mentioned him in passing not even a year ago. What on earth was happening to her? If it was only the dreams she had to contend with, she could perhaps dismiss them out of hand as what they appeared to be, but it was not so simple. This Peveril was someone she held feelings for, much stronger feelings than she'd ever had for her own husband. The thought of the green-eyed man stirred something within her, something she had not experienced in many years, and certainly not to such a degree. She rubbed her thighs together with a huff before kicking the sheets away and sitting up. She should not be having such thoughts about another man. Still, she needed to know what this all meant. Were they merely dreams that seemed to be teasing her? A glimpse into a life she may have lived had things been different during her younger years. She was nearing 50 years of age, and she could not help but reflect on what had come to pass since she had married Lucius. It was not good. She had spent much of her years within these walls, raising Draco for only a few of them before he had been all but torn away from her and indoctrinated by his father. Her son had been a sweet toddler, but within a year under the tutelage of Lucius, he had become arrogant and had eventually turned into the monster he was now. Narcissa had heard rumors of the acts her son had carried out under the guise of serving the Dark Lord. She understood complying with the man to preserve himself. She was equally guilty of that, but not to the degree of enjoying hurting others and even violating them in such ways. The thought made her shudder, and she retrieved her box that contained her memories of her time at St. Mungo's. She did not wish to dwell on what her son had become. It filled her with disgust and disappointment. She had thought that marriage would have curbed his behavior, but it had not. He had only become better at hiding it. With a sigh, she removed her notebooks as she had the previous night, looking for any mention of anyone that fit the description of Peveril. She had perused them in detail already, but she must have missed something. After only an hour, she decided she had not. There was indeed no mention of any case she had recorded that could pertain to the man who was haunting her dreams, and yet she felt that she knew him, that she had once grown to care for him. Had someone taken it upon themselves to modify her memory? She released a deep breath. Before the dreams, the name Peveril was not one she had ever heard, and it was certainly not a common name. She would have remembered one like it. "Harry," she murmured thoughtfully as she left her room, knowing she would be unable to sleep peacefully until she put the matter to rest. The sun was only beginning to crest the sky as she made her way towards the family library. If there were any mention of such a family, she would find it amongst the exhaustive collection of books there. Pushing the door open, she lit one of the lanterns kept on a hook by the entrance and began perusing the shelves. It had been some years since she had come here, preferring to keep to the rooms Lucius had given her when Draco had been born. If she ever needed anything from the library, she would simply send an elf to retrieve it, but not for this. She needed to do this for herself. "Prominent pureblood families of the past 5 centuries," she muttered, as she removed the first volume that showed any promise. This Peveril had been a pureblood, the lordship ring she remembered sitting prominently on his finger confirming that. Turning to the glossary, she balanced the tome on one hand and trailed a finger down the list of names that could be found within, frowning when she came to Parkinson, and then Potter with no mention of Peveril between the two. Why would the family not be mentioned if they were real? Were they perhaps an older family that had died out? Impossible, she denied as she replaced the book and removed another, Wizarding Genealogy, a study through the ages. This was an older work, the pages having yellowed and become brittle on the edges. Much to her surprise, it was written by a member of the Ollivander family some 3 centuries prior. Carefully, she again opened it to where the list of names could be found. Orpington, Parkinson, Peveril, she whispered as she came to it. Turning to the page that contained the information about them, she frowned, noticing that this section was considerably smaller than the one that spoke of the Potters on the preceding entry. The Peverils, a family of old, one steeped in intrigue and mystery. Their alleged feats are as fantastical as they are awe-inspiring. Flee from those with eyes of white, for death will follow soon after. The last known Peveril was Iolanthe Peveril, who married Hardwin Potter some many centuries ago. Family status, extinct. Narcissa felt a twinge of disappointment at the revelation, though she did not have time to ponder it. The door to the library opened, and she hurriedly replaced the tome and removed an inane one on magical plants from a nearby shelf. She opened it as Lucius rounded the corner, frowning in displeasure at her presence. "This is an odd hour for you to be awake," he commented. "Usually by now you have passed out from your wine consumption." Narcissa ignored the barb. They had become common over the years, and the insults of the man meant nothing to her. "I was looking for new plants for the greenhouses," she replied. "What brings you here? It's not often you seek out knowledge, not when you seemingly know everything." Lucius's nostrils flared in irritation, but he too ignored her words in favor of turning his attention to the shelves that Narcissa had just been perusing. "There is a pressing matter the Dark Lord requires to be looked into. An entire team his followers were killed last night by a single man, and he needs to be dealt with." "One person?" Narcissa questioned with a raised eyebrow, her amusement barely concealed. Lucius hummed as he removed the first book she had consulted. He slammed it shut only a moment later and dropped it to the floor. "Bloody false name," he grumbled. "You have their name already," Narcissa pressed. Lucius released a sigh of frustration. "Did you not hear me, woman? It is a fake name. I wish you would not bother me whilst I'm working. Your presence hinders me, and the smell of wine is unbecoming." Narcissa felt satisfied by the small victory and decided to take her leave whilst she was ahead, her steps pausing as her husband muttered a single word from behind her. "Peveril." There it was again. Any notion she had that her dreams were meaningless was all but gone. This Peveril was real, and he was killing the followers of the Dark Lord. Still, she did not know what it all meant. Was it merely a coincidence that she had begun dreaming of this man, and one carrying the same name of a family thought extinct for hundreds of years had surfaced? Narcissa did not know what it meant, but an odd sense of anticipation filled her, and dare she say, excitement. Her thoughts returned once more to the man occupying her dreams, and as she returned to her room, she couldn't help but smile at the thought of him. "Break." Harry had laughed uproariously at the sight of Olin greeting Tom in his own special way, though the laughter had ceased abruptly at what had unfolded next. Seeing his companion swallowed by Voldemort's serpent had worried him. That was until Olin had emerged unscathed by the skirmish, and the snake had been killed. Taken aback, Harry had forgotten about Nagini and Dumbledore's belief that she was a Horcrux. He did not believe that even Tom would prove to be so arrogant as to create one intentionally using a live vessel. He had been wrong, and his thoughts had shifted to the remaining tethers the Dark Lord had created. It was a risk banking on Bellatrix having one in her possession, but a necessary one. He had pondered any and all other possibilities, and none made sense. Tom was arrogant, but he was logical. He could not be assured that Lucius would discover what it was he had been given, and the only person he trusted more was the unhinged woman. Harry was certain that if she didn't have one, she knew of them, and he could glean something useful from her. The other remaining Horcrux here should have been more straightforward, but when he considered it, it could prove to be the riskier of the two. The diadem was likely still within the room of requirement. The problem he faced with retrieving it was that he knew nothing of Hogwarts' status. Was it still functioning as a school? Who was the headmaster? What security measures had been put in place? Again, Olin had been unable to help him gain access to the school. Not that such a thing was the pertinent issue. He could get into Hogwarts with little effort on his part. What he would find inside the castle was what concerned him most. Even with the many months under the tutelage of Dumbledore, he had learned nothing of the wards around the school, but he knew they were considered amongst the oldest and strongest within Britain. Harry certainly did not wish to contend with them if it could be avoided. As such, he needed information about the castle, and there was only one place he could go where he may just learn what he needed to. Although he had assured Remus and Sirius he would see them again, he had not expected it to be so soon, but he knew he would only be delaying the inevitable if he waited. He had no allies here, no means to find information elsewhere, and not the time to do so. His daughter was waiting for him to return. "What did you see, Olin?" he whispered. He had sent the Raven ahead to check Grimmauld Place and was pleased with the decision to do so. After only a glimpse into the bird's mind, he saw the area was full of Death Eaters lying in wait. Harry nodded his understanding and drew his wand. He had no need of prisoners this time around, his message to Tom having been sent already. With that in mind, he conjured several more ravens, imbuing them with spells that would get the attention of those within Grimmauld Place. With a grin, he sent them on their way, and they took to the air silently, waiting for his command. With but a nod, the area was rocked by an almighty explosion as the ravens detonated in front of the targets, leaving none alive, and the Muggle car alarms nearby blaring, their lights flashing and the smell of burning filling the air. Knowing there was no longer any threat to him, Harry stepped out into the open and stood in the middle of the square, waiting for someone within the house to investigate. They did so only a moment later. Moody, Kingsley, Sirius, and Remus emerging from within the hidden home with their wands drawn. "Potter?" the Exorer questioned. "Bloody hell, lad, I thought these two had finally lost their minds when they said you had come. Now get yourself in here before more of them come. They've got this hole are being monitored." Harry nodded and ascended the steps to the house, entering it as it was for the first time since the night he had fled the clutches of the Order. "I can't say I missed you, you old hag," he snorted as he passed the portrait of Walburga Black. He hadn't been given the opportunity to. He had met the woman in the flesh, and she was just as unpleasant. Making his way into the kitchen with the four that had come to fetch him, he was greeted by the sight of a sizable group of people, all of whom were familiar, but it was one person that caught his attention, and he didn't know how he felt about seeing her again. Hermione's eyes widened at his appearance, and she smiled nervously, approaching, and tentatively wrapping her arms around him. "I missed you," she whispered. "Then why did you leave?" Hermione deflated and nodded her understanding as to why he would ask that question. "I needed time, Harry." He could understand that. He too had needed time to adjust when he had arrived in what he now considered his home. He couldn't say he missed most of the people here. They had either been complicit in keeping him locked away or had shunned him for what he had done. How they would balk if they knew the things he had done since. "Potter," Charlie Weasley greeted him. Harry simply nodded in response. He didn't like the man. His incessant defense of Bill and Fleur for going through with their wedding irked Harry, and the two had almost come to blows many times during his last stint here. It appeared the dislike was mutual. "Where have you been, Harry?" Sirius asked worriedly as he took a seat, seemingly not knowing how to act around him. I spent a few years hiding and then got tired of it, Harry explained with a shrug. Things don't seem to be going too well here. They're not, Moody growled. We can barely leave without being attacked. We are all that remains of those that will stand against them. Well, he won't be a problem for much longer, Harry sighed. He will be dead, and then you can begin rebuilding your lives. Charlie snorted. So, now you decide to just show up and do what was expected from you. Yes, Harry answered simply. I have been needed elsewhere, but of course, you have been here, so why haven't you killed him, Weasley? The redhead flared his nostrils but said nothing else. Did you get married? Hermione broke in, noticing the ring that adorned his finger. Harry nodded. I did, he confirmed, seeing no need to hide it. I have a daughter also. A daughter? Sirius questioned, evidently surprised by the revelation. Married to whom? That doesn't matter, Harry replied dismissively as he removed a photo of Helena he kept in his pocket and handed it to his godfather. Her name is Helena. Sirius held the photo, as though it was the most precious thing in the world, and smiled warmly. She doesn't look much like you. No, Harry agreed. She takes after her mother. She must be a very beautiful woman, Sirius commented. Harry fought the urge to laugh. The man had spoken of his disdain for his cousin many times. Not that he would believe Harry if he were to tell him the truth of the matter, something he would not do. His life was complicated enough without including anyone in it. Are we just going to forget that he abandoned us? Charlie interjected hotly. Are we going to forget that you all tried to keep me prisoner here? Harry fired back. Just shut up, Weasley. No one will try to keep you here, Harry, Sirius assured him firmly, eyeing the rest of the order. I would like to see them try. Charlie stood at the challenge, though paled as Olin appeared in a puff of smoke and glared at the man. Death, he shrieked warningly. Charlie, Mrs. Weasley chastised, her eyes drawn to the eerie raven. Charlie reluctantly retook his seat. Bloody hell, Sirius chuckled. He's no less scary even in the light. Olin is a clever bird, Harry replied, scratching his companion above the beak. Where did you get him? Hermione asked curiously. He found me, Harry answered with a shrug. He's been with me ever since. Death, Olin cawed. Well, now you're here, Moody interjected. Would you care to explain your plan to us? I'm going to kill him, Harry replied simply. To do that, I need information about Hogwarts. What's it like in there? Who's in charge? Moody shook his head darkly. We had to close communication with Snape, he sighed. He's the headmaster there, but it was too risky to keep the Floo accessible. Voldemort spends time at the school, and we feared he would somehow find his way through. That was 2 years ago, and we have heard nothing since. What about McGonagall? Moody shook his head. She was killed by the Carrow twins and replaced by McNair. We don't have anyone on the inside we can trust. And Snape. Moody shrugged. Your guess is as good as mine, but I wouldn't expect any help from him. Snape is only loyal to himself. He wouldn't help unless promises were made, and I would not be willing to make them. Slimy git, Sirius mumbled. Anyway, why do you need to get in there? There's something I need, and I'm reluctant to go in there blind, Harry answered cryptically. It is necessary. Moody frowned, but did not press the issue. And what about the rest of them? He asked. The Dark Lord's hold is too strong to be broken by only his death. Someone else will take his place. Any that could will die, Harry returned. Bellatrix and Lucius are the only two that could hold it together, and they will be dead before him. Moody shook his head. It's not that simple, Potter. His numbers exceed our own, and people are too scared to stand up to them. Greyback is a problem. His pack numbers in the hundreds and continues to grow. I know, Harry replied. They are already looking for me, and they too will be gone within the next few days. Moody chuckled and leaned back in his chair. You seem to have this all thought out. What's the plan? To kill them, Harry answered candidly. My plans are my own, and it is best you all keep away. I will be doing many things most of you will disagree with, but I will not deviate from my plans. So, you're going to kill an entire pack of werewolves, the Dark Lord's most dangerous followers, and then him? Moody snorted. Yes, Harry simply. Then I will return to the life I have built for myself. You're leaving? Hermione asked. Harry nodded. This is not my home anymore, he sighed. I have been granted permission to return to finish this, but then I must go back. I don't understand, Sirius broke in confusedly. What do you mean? Death, Alan squawked. Harry offered the man a sad smile as he nodded. Harry Potter is dead, Sirius. 2 years ago, I passed through the veil in the Department of Mysteries, and my life was forfeit. It is magic that I do not understand, but my world is not this one. What the hell do you mean, Potter? Charlie snapped irritably. The Veil of Death, Hermione asked, wide-eyed. I read about that in Magical Myths, the lost artifacts of Wizarding Britain. Of course you did, Harry chuckled. And yes, I can only assume they are one and the same. But you should be dead if you pass through it, Hermione exclaimed. For all intents and purposes, I am, Harry replied with a shrug. Like I said, I have been granted a return to deal with Voldemort, and then I must go back. No, Sirius choked. No, you can't be dead. You're here, why can't you just stay? Because death will always have their due, Sirius, Harry answered, placing a comforting hand on his godfather's shoulder. If it's any consolation, I'm happy where I am. I have a family and even play Quidditch for a living. Really? Sirius asked skeptically. Really? Sirius released a deep breath after staring at him for a moment and nodded. Your parents are there, Harry confirmed, not divulging any more information than necessary. For the benefit of his godfather, Harry felt the need to at least be honest to a degree. He couldn't simply vanish and leave the man hoping he would return again. That would not happen, and he would not see one of the very few people that had stood by him live with such false hope. What a load of crap, Charlie grumbled. Do you really believe this? It doesn't matter if you do, Harry returned uncaringly. It is the truth, and I will be gone when my task is complete. But you don't have to leave yet, Sirius asked. No, not just yet, Harry assured the man. But before anything else, I will need to get into Hogwarts. You have the map, don't you? I do, Harry confirmed, remembering the days he would sneak around or out of the school for Hogsmeade weekends during his 3rd year. Many had passed since he had used it last, but it appeared that he had need of the Marauder's creation once again, though much more was at stake than only risking a detention if he was to be caught. Regardless, he needed to get into the castle, and it was the only way.